of their feed instead of one created by algorithms. A significant step, but lawmakers are demanding more. Kate Snow, NBC News.
Tiger Woods is getting back into the swing of things on the golf course very soon. Woods tweeted that he'll be playing in the PNC Championship next week with his son Charlie, adding, "I'm playing as a dad and couldn't be more excited and proud." It'll be the first time Woods competes in an event since his horrific car crash in February. Woods and his 12-year-old son tied for 7th in last year's PNC Championship. The event tees off next Saturday in Orlando.
All right, let's get your first check of the weather this morning with NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman, who's in for Janessa. Hi, Michelle. Good morning.
Hi, good morning, guys. And we are watching a winter storm that's in the west right now. We're going to be seeing some snow falling in the Rockies, also the Intermountain West. But this stretches and will become a coast-to-coast storm as we go throughout the next couple days. So let's take a look. We have alerts, advisories, warnings stretching from the west into the Intermountain West. 8 million people impacted. This will be on the move tomorrow. So we're going to see snow and rain into the Great Lakes, the upper Midwest. We could see some pretty strong storms Friday night in the Tennessee Valley, Ohio Valley, and also parts of the upper Midwest. So we'll talk about that. But that's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, we are looking at very warm temperatures in the central and southern plains. It's going to feel like summer in so many spots. 86 degrees in Brownsville today. And then, yeah, that cold air is still in place in the northeast. Temperatures in the 40s, 41 in Philadelphia. And we're going to warm up by the weekend, guys, in the northeast. Temperatures could be near 70 degrees in Philadelphia. We'll talk about that coming up.
So crazy considering how cold it is right now today.
Yeah, it was snowing a bit yesterday, too.
Okay, thanks, Michelle. Former Senator Bob Dole will lie in state at the Capitol Rotunda this morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. President Biden and congressional leadership are expected to attend a private ceremony with Dole's family. Because of the pandemic, the viewing will not be public. A memorial will be held Friday at the Washington National Cathedral, and the public is invited to attend an event at the World War II Memorial.
Trump's former chief of staff sues Nancy Pelosi and the January 6th committee.
And the newly released intimate photos of Ghislaine Maxwell with Jeffrey Epstein in 60 seconds.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint. Do you feel like the bad guy in this?
Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in?
Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians?
How do you explain why your case has become so important?
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin?
Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Leading the news, a legal showdown this morning over the Capitol riot investigation. Former Trump Chief of Staff Mark Meadows is now suing Speaker Nancy Pelosi and the January 6th committee investigating the Capitol riot in hopes of blocking the committee subpoenas. It claims the lawmakers have no legal authority to demand testimony. He had previously agreed to cooperate and had handed over thousands of pages of documents. The lawsuit came hours after the committee began moving forward with a criminal contempt case against Meadows.
A pair of newly released polls are showing poor marks for President Biden, according to a Wall Street Journal poll. 41% of Americans approve of the job he's doing as president and 57% disapprove. A Monmouth University poll showed similar results, with 40% approving and 50% disapproving, and a grim outlook from voters on the direction the country is going. A Wall Street Journal poll shows just 27% feel the nation is on the right track, and a Monmouth poll shows 30%. And top worries for Americans include COVID and immigration.
They say a picture is worth 1,000 words, and new evidence showed just how close Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein really were. A trove of deeply personal photos were released, including some of Maxwell giving Epstein a foot rub. NBC's Stephanie Gosk has the details.
There are no dates, no locations, but the photos of Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein tell a story of wealth and intimacy, including multiple images of a foot massage on a private jet. The FBI seized these images in a search of Epstein's New York City mansion in 2019, hours after the billionaire financier was arrested on sex trafficking charges. The photos now taking center stage in Maxwell's own sex trafficking trial. Her defense team argues the couple's companionship ended and she became an employee, running Epstein's estates around the world. But testimony from witnesses who knew Maxwell in the early 2000s seemed to challenge that description. The former house manager at Epstein's Palm Beach mansion called Maxwell the lady of the house, and another employee referred to that property as Epstein and Maxwell's home. On the stand, an accuser, using her first name, Carolyn, testified that Epstein abused her for years during massage sessions that began when she was just 14 years old. She said she went to the Palm Beach estate over 100 times, 2 to 3 times a week. Epstein paying her as much as $600 for each visit. Carolyn said Maxwell would sometimes set up the appointments herself. The defense pointed out that Carolyn never mentioned Maxwell when she gave a statement to the FBI in 2007. And while she sued Epstein and another associate, she never sued Maxwell. Wrapping up the prosecution's witnesses, we expect the fourth accuser, Annie, to take the stand today, Philip.
All right, Stephanie, thank you.
Still to come, your shot of the day. The New York Knicks star throws down the dunk of the year.
And let your tree hold the liquor. Miller Lite spreads the Christmas cheer with new ornaments.
I got you. Our week-long journey across America.
From Washington, D.C., a side of our nation's capital you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life in prime time And streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin?
Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
In and out. Rose with the outlet pass. Here comes Toppin. Oh! Wow! He went between the legs and then slammed it home.
Watch the creativity. Day right through the legs of Obi Toppin. The Knicks forward threw down that high-flying slam in Indiana, but that was as good as it got for the Knicks. The Pacers got the 20-point win over New York.
Miller Lite is getting into the spirit this holiday season with their new Beer-naments.
It's hard to find the perfect tree, but the perfect ornament? I gotcha. Miller Lite Beer-naments. Holiday decorations you can drink. Each of these.
They got some help from Silicon Valley star and comedian Jimmy O Yang. The Christmas ornament holds 8 ounces of beer. The drinkable decor costs about $20 for a 6-pack. Here's the thing, you'll get that, but the beer is not included. So so much fun, and I love that he's on there too, because we're all talking about how much we love Hard as far as the Netflix movie of the season.
And you can also put other, I'm sure you can put other liquid in there as well afterwards, right? A little place
to do a little bit of everything.
Yeah, a little place to hide that. Quite a stocking stuffer. All right, a winter warm-up is heading to the East Coast next.
And hitting every note. Original West Side Story star Rita Moreno talks about her new role in Steven Spielberg's remake.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin?
Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
Our week-long journey across America.
From Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this?
We began our cross-America journey tonight,
St. Louis,
Austin,
here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this?
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin?
Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they.
Oh, yeah, this is it.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they.
Oh, yeah, this is it.
Welcome back on this Thursday. Hope it's a great one so far. Well, feeling like summer in the central and southern plains. Some temperatures 10, even up to 22 degrees above what is typical for this time of year. So we're going to see temperatures into the mid 80s in some spots. Dallas, it's a warm one for you today, 80 degrees, even warmer on Friday. Look at Austin. We're looking at temperatures in the upper 80s. That's 24 degrees above what is typical for this time of year. Back to you guys.
All right, Michelle, thank you. The classic West Side Story reimagined as only Steven Spielberg could. That's next.
We began our Cross America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this?
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin?
Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead, this is it, right?
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Our week-long journey across America. From Washington, D.C., a site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Our week-long journey across America. From Washington, D.C., a site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this?
Steven Spielberg is reimagining a Hollywood classic. His new spin on West Side Story hits theaters this weekend. Lester Holt spoke to one of the stars of the original, taking on a new character.
Francis, it's a classic being reborn on the silver screen this week. West Side Story, with one of the original film's enduring stars, Rita Moreno, back in a whole new role. It's the classic tale of two teenage gangs battling for the same turf. In the 1961 movie West Side Story. Now, after 60 years since the original release, director Steven Spielberg reimagines the film's energetic portrayal of love and family, bringing together two generations. Rita Moreno first starred as Anita.
I like to be in America.
Now she'll take on the role as Valentina, a newly created character. Ariana DeBose plays the co-lead and idolized Moreno as a child.
Were you playing Rita's Anita or were you playing your Anita?
I was very adamant that whatever interpretation I delivered for this performance was massively different. But by virtue of being a black woman, that makes it a different portrayal.
I loved it that an Afro-Latina was going to play Anita. It seemed absolutely right.
Moreno also serves as executive producer of the film.
Were you concerned that in a remake it may lose some of its soul?
On the contrary, I think it has way more soul.
It's got more authenticity.
Absolutely. There isn't a Latino in this script of characters who isn't being played by a Hispanic person.
In the original cast, actors wore brown makeup to represent Puerto Ricans.
It was so thick and dark. And I said to the makeup man, I don't understand this. I'm Puerto Rican.
This time is different.
It's still the same story, but there is an underlying seriousness to it that the original film didn't have.
There's a place for
for us.
The music carrying a message, helping connect a younger generation to their history.
West Side Story was actually a gift to me. We learned about tradition, and Spanish was spoken every day, and I felt more myself than I've actually ever felt. Ever.
Thanks to Lester for that. I can't wait to take my mom. We're going to love it across the board.
And Steven Spielberg is involved. You know it's going to be good.
It's going to be good, especially with this classic. Thanks for starting your Thursday with us. I'm Francis Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. Have a great day. See you tomorrow. This morning, America is waking up to a grim new record, the most homicides in a single year. Our Gabe Gutierrez breaks it down for us.
This is the battle against coronavirus is taking a turn. The Senate voting to defund and repeal President Biden's vaccine mandate as the commander-in-chief's approval ratings continue to go south.
A day of powerful testimony in the death of Daunte Wright, as a former police officer is charged with shooting him while she thought she was pulling a taser.
We'll take you inside the courtroom where Scott Peterson, who was convicted of killing his pregnant wife Lacey, was just given a new prison sentence.
And a big update on the plumber who found $600,000 hidden away in the wall of Joel Osteen's megachurch. Early Today starts right now.
Good to be with you this morning. I'm Francis Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. We begin this morning with the alarming rise in crime across the United States. Many cities breaking murder records in a troubling trend. Our Gabe Gutierrez has more.
For many cities, big and small, this has been the deadliest year ever. In Philadelphia alone, more than 520 homicides, breaking a record that had stood for over 30 years. And for Desiree Goodson, too many agonizing moments to count.
What will you miss most about him?
Oh, Samir always smiles. Samir, he makes me happy, like he cheers me up.
She still speaks about her 14-year-old son, Samir Jefferson, as if he's still here. But as the high school freshman waited for a bus last week, he was killed.
Police say 2 people got out of a car, chased him across the street, then fired about 35 shots. These are some of the bullet holes still on the side of this pharmacy. Samir was hit 18 times.
The people that killed Samir ain't killers, they monsters. Like, they shot my son 18 times.
Among the other cities already setting records for murders this year, Portland, Tucson, Toledo, St. Paul, Austin, and Albuquerque. The debate over why is raging. Some experts blame the pandemic in part. Bail reform keeping more criminals out of jail, more guns, and fewer officers. Indianapolis also hitting an all-time homicide high.
We are definitely recruiting, but I want to put those officers on the streets.
Philadelphia District Attorney Larry Krasner argues that while homicides are up in his city, other crimes such as rape and robberies that don't involve a gun are down.
We don't have a crisis of lawlessness. We don't have a crisis of crime. We don't have a crisis of violence.
But former Mayor Michael Nutter is slamming those comments as white privilege, saying the progressive DA has not been tough enough on criminals and demanding Krasner apologize to victims' families, like Desiree Goodson.
My son's not coming back. I don't care about no justice. None of that brings Samir back. None of it. None of it.
Police here have arrested 2 suspects in connection with her son's murder. But this morning, 2 more are still on the run, Philip.
All right, Gabe, thank you.
President Biden's COVID vaccine mandate for employers is facing a fight in Congress. The Senate passed a resolution last night to repeal the requirement for businesses with at least 100 employees. 2 moderate Democrats voting alongside every Republican. Senators Joe Tester and Joe Manchin crossed the aisle. Tester called the mandate a, quote, burdensome regulation. The resolution now faces an uphill battle in the Democrat-controlled House.
A new study found that nursing home residents are much more likely to die of COVID in facilities where the staff is largely unvaccinated. Research in the New England Journal of Medicine says that this finding was consistent regardless of how many residents were vaccinated. Meanwhile, Pfizer has shared an optimistic development in the fight against the Omicron variant. NBC's Chris Pallone explains.
The head of drug maker Pfizer acknowledges new laboratory tests show its COVID vaccine is less effective against the new Omicron variant for people who had just 2 shots without a booster. But add in that 3rd dose and protection appears to jump.
3 doses against Omicron are almost equivalent to the 2 doses effectiveness we had against the wild type, the original variant.
But that's not to say having 2 shots is worthless against Omicron, which has now been discovered in more than a third of the country. Scientists believe while 2 doses might not be enough to prevent a breakthrough infection, they would likely stop severe illness and death.
There is tremendous value compared to if you have only 1 or if you don't have any. Tremendous value.
President Biden praised the research.
If you get the booster, you're really in good shape.
But while Omicron could one day be the dominant COVID strain here, it's Delta which is driving the latest surge in hospitalizations and deaths. And just 6 states now account for the majority of the country's increase in hospital beds filled.
The bottom line lesson in all of this and the message is, for those who are unvaccinated, please get vaccinated, and particularly for those who are fully vaccinated, get that booster shot, because that makes a big difference.
While Moderna hasn't said how effective its vaccine is against Omicron, Fauci believes its test results will likely be similar to Pfizer's. Chris Pallone, NBC News, Washington.
Social media giants are feeling the heat on Capitol Hill. Lawmakers grilled the head of Instagram after leaked documents showed the company was aware of its potential risk to teens. Here's Kate Snow.
I firmly believe that Instagram and that the internet more broadly can be a positive force in young people's lives.
It was Instagram head Adam Mosseri's first appearance in Congress, with senators expressing frustration over reports that the social media platform knows it can be harmful to teen users.
Nothing changes. Nothing.
Self-policing depends on trust. The trust is gone.
I do strongly support federal regulation, not industry regulation, when it comes to youth safety.
Ahead of the hearing, Instagram announced new tools aimed at teen safety, including nudging them toward different topics if they've been dwelling on something for a long time, encouraging them to take breaks. And starting in March, parents will be able to view how much time their teens spend on Instagram and set limits. Mosseri said he won't stop development on a kid's version of Instagram.
I believe, as a parent, it's going to be more responsible to develop an age-appropriate version of Instagram for those under 13.
Senator Mike Lee said his staff created a fictitious account for a 13-year-old girl. As soon as she followed the top celebrity recommended by Instagram, he said inappropriate content was suggested.
It was hairstyling videos and innocuous stuff 1 minute. The next minute, after we followed a famous female celebrity, it changed and it went dark, fast.
If we recommended something that we shouldn't have, I'm accountable for that.
Starting next year, Mosseri said Instagram will allow users to see a chronological version of their feed instead of one created by algorithms. A significant step, but lawmakers are demanding more. Kate Snow, NBC News.
A legal showdown this morning over the Capitol riot investigation. Former Trump Chief of Staff Mark Meadows is now suing Speaker Nancy Pelosi and the January 6th committee investigating the Capitol riot in hopes of blocking the committee subpoenas. It claims the lawmakers have no legal authority to demand testimony. He had previously agreed to cooperate and had turned over thousands of pages of documents. The lawsuit came hours after the committee began moving forward with a criminal contempt case against Meadows.
A pair of newly released polls, President Biden's show approval ratings remain low. According to a Wall Street Journal poll, 41% of Americans approve of the job he's doing as president, and 57% disapprove of those polls. A Monmouth University poll showed similar results, with 40% approving and 50% disapproving, and a grim outlook from voters on the direction the country is going. A Wall Street Journal poll shows just 27% feel the nation is on the right track. A Monmouth poll shows 30%, and top worries for Americans include COVID and immigration. But inflation remained consistent across the board as a main concern, according to multiple polls. 34% of small business owners polled by CNBC feel inflation is the biggest risk to their livelihoods right now.
The fate of actor Jussie Smollett is now in the hands of a Chicago jury. Yesterday, after 5 hours of closing arguments, the jury began deliberating. They will continue this morning. The former Empire star is accused of staging an anti-gay racist attack against himself. Smollett could face up to 3 years in prison if found guilty.
It was a day of emotional testimony in the trial of former Minneapolis officer Kim Potter. The first witness to take the stand was the mother of Daunte Wright, who recounted the moment she arrived and found her son dead. And for the first time, we also saw footage of Potter after the shooting, screaming and crying on the ground. NBC's Ron Allen is in Minneapolis with the latest.
You guys shot him. Why?
Katie Bryant, Daunte Wright's mother, seen on police video, arriving at the scene after her son had been shot and killed by a police officer during a traffic stop last April.
And I wanted to protect him because that's what mothers do.
Bryant, the first witness at the trial of former officer Kimberly Potter, charged with manslaughter. She has pleaded not guilty. Potter's attorneys say she fired her gun, mistaking it for a taser. Jurors seeing new police video of her reaction.
This was an accident. She's a human being.
Prosecutors insist Potter, who had 25 years of experience, was reckless and flouted her training, showing the jury images of the two weapons, highlighting the differences.
She drew it, she aimed it, she pointed it directly at Daunte Wright. And she did those things without bothering to confirm what was in her hand.
While prosecutors portray Wright as a young father driving to a car wash, stopped because of an air freshener, illegal in this state, the defense telling the jury Wright had no driver's license, an outstanding arrest warrant, a case involving a weapon, and that Wright tried to flee in his car when the officers tried to take him into custody.
All he has to do is stop, and he'd be with us. But he goes. She can't let him leave because he's going to kill her partner. And so she does taser, 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 and she pulls the trigger, believing that it was a taser.
Prosecutors say the case is all about a former police officer failing to properly do her job and killing an innocent young man. Attorneys have said that Potter will testify in her own defense. Francis?
Hey, Ron, thank you.
Well, there's no oops, but the Free Britney movement did it again. The judge granted Britney Spears the power to execute documents herself, or as her lawyers put it, the power to do whatever she wants to do. This newest ruling comes just a month after the singer's 13-year-long conservatorship was terminated. The pop icon has taken to social media, thanking her fans and the Free Britney movement for supporting her during her fight for freedom.
All right, let's get a check on your day ahead with NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman, who's in for Janessa. Hi, Michelle. How are we looking today?
Hi there, guys. Well, we're looking at a pretty big winter storm, and this is going to be a cross-country storm, so we're going to see severe weather along the way tomorrow. But let's first start with the snow, because we could see snow in double digits in the Rockies. So we have alerts, warnings, watches all along from the west into the Intermountain West into the northern plains as well. This is going to track to the east as we head towards Friday, and that's going to bring some snow into the Great Lakes region, the upper Midwest, rain and snow, and also some really warm air. We could see some record-breaking temperatures, and then by Saturday, kicking off the weekend in the Northeast and also the Southeast with some wet weather. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, we're looking at cold temperatures still in place in the Northeast. That's not going to last long, though. We're looking at some warmer weather moving in. Where it's warm is in the south central states. We're looking at temperatures anywhere from 15 to 25 degrees above normal. All right, guys, we'll talk about that big time warm up in the Northeast on Saturday. The trade-off is going to be some rain, but we'll talk about that coming up.
It's welcomed after it snowed a little bit yesterday. All right. Thank you, Michelle. We got some good news for drivers ahead with some predictions on lower gasoline prices.
And we'll take you inside the courtroom where convicted murderer Scott Peterson learned his new fate. That's next.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We began our Across America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last one. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it
to make this trip.
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. Now the holidays can begin. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
We're super grateful to these 21 all-star chefs. Cheers, everybody.
Happy holidays from today.
Leading the news, there's potential relief on the horizon for drivers. The U.S. Energy and Information Administration projects that Americans will see gas prices fall below $3 by next year, averaging out at around $2.88 per gallon in 2022. In November, Americans were paying $3.39 per gallon on average. The government agency did say the 2022 projections could change depending on the pandemic's impact on demand.
Arizona's NHL team might be out in the desert later this month. The city of Glendale is threatening to lock the Arizona Coyotes out of the Gila River Arena over debts to the city and venue. The city says the Coyotes owe $1.3 million, including $250,000 in unpaid city taxes. This comes after Glendale announced it would not renew its lease agreement with the team beyond this season. Late last night, the Coyotes said that human error was the reason for those unpaid bills. The team says it will pay what they owe by this morning.
A new twist in the legal saga for Scott Peterson. Peterson was resentenced to life in prison without parole for murdering 27-year-old Laci Peterson and their unborn son, Connor. NBC's Aaron McLaughlin breaks it down for us.
After nearly 20 years on death row, Scott Peterson back in court, resentenced to life without parole for the murder of his wife Laci and unborn son Connor. Peterson, shackled to his seat and wearing a mask, showed little emotion in court, the judge declining his request to speak. Laci's mother, Sharon Rocha, addressing Peterson directly. "I've seen no sorrow and no remorse from you at all. I still feel the grief every day after 19 years. Peterson was moved off death row following a California Supreme Court decision overturning his death sentence, citing a series of clear and significant errors in jury selection. In 2004, Peterson was found guilty of murdering 27-year-old Laci, then 8 months pregnant with their son Connor, on Christmas Eve. Their remains washed ashore months later, just miles from where Peterson said he'd been fishing the day of her disappearance. Peterson's legal team now pushing for a retrial. With that pending, Rocha's chilling words to the man convicted of killing her daughter. "No matter what happens, no matter what transpires in the future, there are two things that will never change. Laci and Connor will always be dead, and you will always be their murderer." Peterson has always maintained his innocence. The defense plans to present their evidence of alleged juror misconduct in a hearing scheduled for late February.
Aaron, thank you.
Still to come, former OU coach Lincoln Riley could get a stretch of highway named after him in Oklahoma, but it's no compliment.
And all I want for Christmas is free food. Why Mariah Carey has the holiday hookup at McDonald's.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your newsfeed to life. streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
This holiday season, you're not getting the Mariah meal, you're getting the Mariah menu, and it's free.
Mariah Carey is celebrating the 12 days of Christmas with McDonald's. Every day from December 13th until Christmas Eve, a different item will be free with a minimum $1 purchase on the McDonald's app. The first free gift will be the Big Mac. That'll be on Monday.
All right, one state senator is proposing a dedication to former Oklahoma head football coach Lincoln Riley, who traveled west to fill the coaching vacancy at USC, by renaming a 3-inch stretch of a desolate interstate highway in the Panhandle after Riley. Republican Senator Bill Coleman said that he would front the cost of the signage himself should the road be renamed. The proposed Lincoln Riley Highway would be in the westbound lane, if you're curious. I don't know why they're salty there. I mean, it's Oklahoma. They're going to get another great football coach.
Yeah,
and it means way too much.
Just a little sting right there for now. All right, still to come, more countries join America's diplomatic boycott of the Beijing Winter Olympics.
And the Lord truly works in mysterious ways. The unexpected reward for the plumber who found piles of cash stashed in Joel Osteen's church. That's coming up.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. Now the holidays can begin. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
We're super grateful to these 21 all-star chefs. Cheers, everybody.
Happy holidays from today.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back on this Thursday. Well, it's sort of the battle of the seasons. We have that winter chill in the west, developing winter storm, and also feeling like summer in the central and southern states. It's actually hot. We're looking at temperatures in the upper 80s in some spots. So temperatures anywhere from 5 up to 25 degrees above normal for this time of year. Dallas, 80 degrees today. Houston, 82, and even warmer on Friday. We're looking at temperatures 24 degrees above what is typical for this time of year. So 87 degrees tomorrow in Austin, 77 in Little Rock, and that heat moves off to the east. We're looking at temperatures well above normal to kick off the weekend along the East Coast. Baltimore, 69 degrees. Back to you guys.
Okay, thank you. We've got your top stories. Plus, 10 months after a death-defying single-car accident, Tiger and Charlie Woods team up to take on the golf world.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. Now the holidays can begin. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
We're super grateful to these 21 all-star chefs. Cheers, everybody.
Happy holidays from today.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Our week-long journey across America. From Washington, D.C., a site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one. Was talking smack part of this?
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
In today's top stories, a father and son duo have been arrested on suspicion of starting the Caldor fire. David Scott Smith and his son Travis Shane Smith are accused of reckless arson. Formal charges have yet to be filed. The Caldor fire scorched more than 20,000 acres and caused thousands in the Lake Tahoe area to be displaced.
The list of countries announcing diplomatic boycotts of the Olympics is growing. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau announced Canada would not send representatives to Beijing for the Games, tweeting that Canada is deeply disturbed by reports of China's human rights violations. That decision comes after the U.S., the United Kingdom, and Australia made similar announcements earlier this week. New Zealand said it wouldn't send officials due to COVID.
Tiger Woods is getting back into the swing of things on the golf course very soon. Woods tweeted that he'll be playing in the PNC Championship next week with his son Charlie, adding, "I am playing as a dad and couldn't be more excited and proud." It'll be the first time Tiger competes in an event since his horrific car crash in February. Woods and his 12-year-old son Charlie tied for 7th in last year's PNC Championship. The event tees off next Saturday in Orlando.
That is amazing. All right, a new blessing for the plumber who found hundreds of thousands of dollars stashed in a bathroom wall at Joel Osteen's church. He just got a hefty reward for that discovery. From our Houston affiliate, KPRC's Rilwan Balagan has the story.
My heart stopped. Needless to say, I mean, I have really had, I had no clue that would come about.
Justin Cawley, or Justin the Plumber, says when Crime Stoppers called, he thought he was in trouble. Instead, he's getting $20,000 from the nonprofit for alerting Lakewood staff to money he found in its walls.
You know, bills are stacking up. Like I said, you know, work is trying to get slow, so I'm just trying to make the best of it. And today, that light shined through.
The cash is part of the original Crime Stoppers reward for the 2014 robbery. Over time, Lakewood made their portion into a charitable donation. This week, Crime Stoppers board said the man who found the money deserves it.
For us, again, very odd. I've been running Crime Stoppers since 2013, been with the organization since 2006. I've never seen anything like this.
In a statement to KPRC, a Lakewood representative says they are, quote, appreciative of the plumber and hope he pays the gift forward.
This money is going to help tremendously.
Now he says he wants to thank the Osteens.
It's a bit of a blessing, you know, because had you not have donated that money, probably wouldn't have been here today. And I want to thank you for that.
Our thanks to Rowan Balagun for that report. What a humble guy, too. And he deserves the money.
Yeah. Just in time for the holidays.
That's
Thanks
right.
for waking up with us. I'm Francis Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. Have a great Thursday.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, turn for the worse. COVID cases back on the rise in parts of the U.S. following Thanksgiving and heading into the December holidays. Health officials say they're also seeing an extremely concerning rise in hospitalizations. The good news, nearly 2/3 of Americans are fully vaccinated. This, as Dr. Anthony Fauci says, the time to get the booster is now.
It's very clear from the data, the booster raises up that level to the point where you can feel reasonably comfortable that most people will be very well protected.
We'll take you to one of the areas being hit hard despite high vaccination rates to break down what's behind the spike, plus what experts are saying about a potential change to what it means to be fully vaccinated. Resolution repeal, a legislative loss for President Biden. The Senate voted to roll back the White House's vaccine mandate in the private sector, and the decision was a bipartisan one. The Democrats who defected, what could happen next in the House, and what it means for the mandate moving forward. Troubling trend. We saw a record number of homicides in 2020, and this year could be even worse. We're digging into what's being blamed for the sky-high spike that some leaders say is impacting cities big and small. And season of stress between visiting family and friends, travel, work, and the pandemic, the holidays can bring an extra level of anxiety. We're going one-on-one with a professional to help you navigate the Christmas crunch and start off the new year right. Such an important discussion to
Absolutely.
have.
In case you didn't know, Christmas is about 2 weeks away.
Yeah,
Can I just add to your anxiety there?
Yeah, stress, anxiety. I mean, yeah, the shopping, the visiting, the schedules off. Yeah, it's absolutely understandable. So we'll help you out with that in a little bit. Begin this morning, though, with that alarming rise of COVID cases across the country. Hospitals are now flooded with new cases of the Delta variant at the same time that Omicron variant spreads quickly throughout the U.S.
6 states, Michigan, Ohio, Indiana, Pennsylvania, New York, and Illinois, now account for 60% of the country's recent COVID hospitalizations. New York and Maine have already called on the National Guard for extra support to help hospitals that are struggling to keep their ICU beds open. Dr. Anthony Fauci is urging more Americans to get their COVID booster shots immediately as the COVID death toll climbs once again.
We would hope that a third shot boost of an mRNA would not only increase the height of the response, the breadth of the response, but we're hoping that would increase the durability of response. And there's reason to believe that that might happen, because when you do a boost, you really increase what we call the affinity maturation of the response, which means you give it broader coverage. Hopefully that broader will also be broader duration.
Meanwhile, new data from Pfizer suggests their booster vaccine is effective in protecting against the Omicron variant and Delta variant, giving new hope for those who are looking to boost their protection. We have our expert, Dr. Bob Lahita, standing by to answer our questions. But first, let's bring in NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton from Stamford, Connecticut, with more on the rise of COVID cases in that state. All right, we're going to hold off on Antonia here for a second, and we'll bring in a few questions for Dr. Bob.
Yeah, Dr. Bob, always great to have you. Thank you so much for joining us. Dr. Lahita is, of course, a professor at the Hackensack Meridian School of Medicine and the director of the Institute for Autoimmune and Rheumatic Diseases at St. Joseph Health. Dr. Bob, so let's first talk about what Dr. Anthony Fauci told our Lester Holt last night, and it's about booster shots and kind of talking through what it means to be fully vaccinated. First, let's go ahead and listen to that if we have that sound.
This is something that's on the table, that's being discussed. I don't see it happening immediately, but I think as time goes by and we learn more about the importance of this with regard to the new variant, I think you'll be seeing at least a consideration of this.
Do you think we're headed in that direction, though, making that new recommendation?
I believe so, Lester. I can't say for sure, and I don't want to have any promises for people, but at least it's being seriously discussed.
So, Dr. Bob, what do you think about that? Is it time to change the series recommendation given this spike in cases we're seeing, especially in the Northeast? That's where Antonia was, as Joe just mentioned, and we'll get to in a moment. That's really where we're seeing this spike, especially as it gets colder, things like that. What do you think about what it means to be fully vaccinated?
We predicted this, Savannah, going forward. Remember, we talked about the holidays and the fact that we clumped together in homes, some vaccinated, some unvaccinated. I think Tony Fauci's comment about the durability of the vaccine and the need for a booster. Everybody should get a booster. There's no question about it. And for once, they're talking about T cells and B cells, the cellular aspects of the immune system, which are very important and probably more important than neutralizing antibody. So yes, we have a rise in cases in the Northeast, and we hope we're having durable vaccination and durable effects on our immune systems.
So, Dr. Bob, what we're going to talk about in just a moment is the fact that in some of these Northeast states, we're seeing this spike in COVID cases. States like Connecticut, and Connecticut was actually the first state that successfully vaccinated half of its adults. Here in New York, where I am, state leaders have pushed for strict COVID guidelines, and we have had those good vaccination rates. Does this tell us anything about the Delta variant that we're seeing some of these states that seem to have had this full court press on COVID have these spikes?
Well, what's happening is exactly what was predicted because of the unvaccinated population. And even if you've got 20% of the population unvaccinated, the vaccinated can still carry the virus. The unvaccinated get the virus and get the severe disease and wind up populating our hospitals, our intensive care units, and oftentimes on ventilators die. So people have to realize that this is a cycle which could be broken, but right now it's not, Savannah.
Now let's talk about this new variant, the Omicron variant. What we're actually seeing right now is mostly Delta spreading, but according to preliminary reports from the World Health Organization, Omicron, this new variant that we are seeing in several states across the country, is more transmissible than the Delta variant, but it might not cause as severe of cases. So we still have a lot to learn here. But what does that mean? And kind of what's your takeaway from that? Does decreased severity mean less dangerous? And could people still be getting that long COVID? Does this make you more or less worried than we were about Delta?
Well, we don't know about the long-term effects of the Omicron variant. We do know that it's about 5 to 6 times more transmissible, meaning more sticky, meaning if you have it in a room and you have unvaccinated people in your Christmas party and you're carrying Omicron, everybody's going to have Omicron, including those who are vaccinated. But the ones who are vaccinated, according to Pfizer and the CDC, are not going to be as sick. So yes, we're going to see it spread, and I predict that by March 1st, that'll be the predominant strain.
By March 1st, you heard it from Dr. Bob Lahida. Dr. Bob, always great to have you. Thank you so much for your time this morning.
Thank you, Savannah. Good to see you.
Let's bring in Antonia Hilton. She is in hard-hit Connecticut this morning. So, Antonia, Connecticut was the first state in the country to successfully vaccinate half of its adults. It's continued to lead the nation in vaccination rates. Why are we seeing such a sharp rise in cases there right now?
Well, Joe, that is exactly what officials here are scrambling to respond to as we get closer and closer to Christmas, to New Year's. And look, what we're seeing happen, according to NBC data, is about a 60% uptick in cases. And according to statewide data, about 575 people are hospitalized right now. And that represents about actually more than 3 times where they were just a couple weeks ago. So officials are working on this, and what they're focusing on their attention on as in terms of causes is that they think that the cold weather, the amount of time that people are starting to spend inside with loved ones and friends indoors, and then most crucially, waning immunity among those who already went out and got vaccinated. So that's where a huge focus is going to be all day today where I am at Scalzi Park. There's going to be a vaccination clinic, and while they are, of course, are targeting folks who haven't been vaccinated, it's many of those folks who have waning immunity, who got vaccinated many, many months ago, who they now are trying to reach.
So on top of clinics like that, what else are leaders doing, including state leaders, to try and bring down hospitalization rates and slow down the spread of COVID there? All right, and we might have
disconnected again.
We might have had tech issues again with Antonia. We thank Antonia Hilton for that report from Stamford, Connecticut. Now, the COVID battle is colliding with politics on Capitol Hill. Last night, the Senate voted to roll back President Biden's vaccine mandate for large private employers. 2 Democrats joined Republicans to pass the resolution, which now goes to the House, where it faces a very uncertain future.
Yeah, that's right. And the mandate is actually already stalled in the courts amid a wave of litigation. And this was a bipartisan rebuke of a key component of the White House's plan to fight the virus.
Joining us now is NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Leanne Caldwell and NBCNews.com senior White House reporter Shannon Pettypiece. Good morning to both of you. Leanne, we're going to start with you. Republicans brought this to the Senate floor under what's known as the Congressional Review Act, which allows Congress to review presidential executive orders. So was this a serious blow to the mandate, or was it more just political theater?
It's more just political theater, Joe, and that's because of the rules that mandate how these things come up. So when it goes to the House, Speaker Pelosi does not have to bring it up. Republicans can force it, but they need to find 5 Democrats to do so. But yesterday on the Senate floor, the fact that this got a vote, it was necessary, is mandated that it got a vote. It did re-emerge the debate over vaccine mandates. Leader Schumer warned the body that they are on the verge of pushing an anti-vaccine message. Let's listen to what Schumer said and then how McConnell responded.
There should be one message, and one message only, coming from this chamber to the American people. Get vaccinated, get boosted, stay safe yourself, keep your families, your communities, and our country safe. The worst thing we can do is tie our own hands behind our backs.
The federal government, elites in Washington, cannot micromanage citizens' personal choices without a legitimate basis in law and the Constitution. And that goes double for presidents going far beyond the bounds of their office and their authority. President Biden's absurd private sector vaccine mandate is blatant overreach. It is illegal.
So in the vote, it got the support of all Republicans. 2 Democrats supported it, Joe Manchin of West Virginia and John Tester of Montana, signaling that this is a toxic political issue, something that Republicans hope to carry into 2022 and the midterm elections, Joe.
And Shannon, let's bring you in here. So how is the White House responding to that vote, as well as the fact that federal courts have blocked this mandate?
Yeah, well, you're right. They are fighting this on a number of fronts. There's the court, there is Congress, and now there's also the court of public opinion. We have seen a number of Democratic governors come out now and raise questions or concerns about this vaccine mandate. But the White House is standing by their position on this. They say that they do have a legal right to mandate large employers require their employees to be vaccinated under the laws and regulations that enable the federal government to regulate workplace safety. So that's the sort of case the administration is making. Now, they also believe that these mandates work, and they have seen when they're put in place, they significantly drive up the rate of vaccination. For example, there is a federal workplace mandate. When that went in place, the administration said 92% of federal workers were in compliance. So they are defending these mandates. They say the number one task of this administration is to get people vaccinated if they want to get people beyond the pandemic, and they found mandates to be a very effective way to do that.
Leanne, let's stick with the Senate, but hit a different topic. Tell us about the debt ceiling vote that's scheduled for later today.
Yeah, that is finally going to come up before the December 15th deadline, but this is not the final step, Joe. What's going to happen today is they attached a rule change to a Medicare bill that would change the rules on how the Senate is able to lift the debt limit. So the vote today will need 60 votes. That means it'll need the support of all Democrats plus 10 Republicans. After this rule change is signed into law by the president, then the Senate can come back and actually lift the debt limit with just a simple majority, with just simple Democrats. This is legislative gymnastics to appease Republican politics of not actually voting to lift the debt limit, but it should get done before the December 15th deadline that Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen says is the time it must happen by. Joe, Savannah.
And Shannon, let's also cover, before we let you guys go, the January 6th committee investigating the Capitol attack. So yesterday, Former President Trump's chief of staff, Mark Meadows, didn't show for a scheduled deposition. We've seen a lot of this, a lack of cooperation. What's the latest there?
Well, he is now suing the committee, asking a federal court to block enforcement of this subpoena coming from the committee. He is citing executive privilege, which is a protection the courts have given to previous presidents, saying that conversations between top advisors should be confidential. The White House has waived that executive privilege, saying that it is the right of the office of the president to determine who gets to assert executive privilege, not a former president. Here's a bit more what Meadows had to say last night.
This lawsuit really goes to the heart of the matter. The fact is that we've been trying for weeks and weeks to make accommodations to share non-privileged, and I want to stress that, non-privileged information while protecting the executive privilege that President Trump has claimed. And yet what we found is each and every time there was an overreach on the part of the committee. And then in the last 72 hours, we received a subpoena that went to our telecommunication carrier that was so broad that you would have to do some type of legislative contortions to find a legislative reason for that subpoena. And I can tell you, they did this without notifying us.
And the committee pushed back in a statement yesterday saying that they believe that this lawsuit will fail and that they will be meeting next week to advance a report recommending that the House cite Meadows for contempt of Congress and refer him to the Department of Justice for prosecution. So we've certainly not seen the end of this back and forth here, guys.
All right, Shannon and Leanne, thank you so much.
Testimony resumes this morning for the second day of the trial of Kim Potter. She's the former Minnesota police officer who shot and killed 20-year-old Daunte Wright earlier this year during a traffic stop. Potter is facing first-degree and second-degree manslaughter charges. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster joins us now from the courthouse in Minneapolis. Shaq, good morning to you. So yesterday we heard emotional testimony from Daunte Wright's mother. What did she say?
Extremely emotional testimony, Joe. And this is someone who is not just a fact witness, but was a so-called spark of life witness. Someone who can go in the courtroom and bring life, talk about the memories of Daunte Wright. But she had extremely powerful testimony. I want you to listen to some of it now.
Female answered the phone because it was FaceTime. She was screaming. And I was like, what's wrong? And she said that they shot him. And she faced the phone towards the driver's seat. And my son was laying there. He was unresponsive.
Katie then says she called 911 to see exactly where her son was, arrived at the scene and stayed there for several hours because although she couldn't reach her son's body, she identified it as it being her son based on his shoes that poked out underneath the white sheet. Joe?
So, Shaq, what is Kim Potter's defense saying about what happened the day of the shooting?
Well, in the opening statements, we heard Kim Potter's attorneys frame this as being about Daunte Wright's actions, that the stop was legal. They say that he was evading arrest, and despite the fact that he had a warrant, and that him evading arrest by getting back in that car put her partners at risk, and that is why she used force. But they say it was a mistaken use of force in terms of it being a gun. They say she was reaching for her taser and instead used her firearm. She's pleading not guilty to the charges that she's facing. Remember, those two charges of first and second degree manslaughter, they carry up to 15 years in prison if she's convicted.
And Shaq, we also heard from a fellow police officer who responded to the stop. What did we learn from him about the moments leading up to the shooting?
Who actually who made the decision to pull Daunte Wright's car over. He said the car hesitated before making a left turn, and then he noticed the air freshener dangling, and when he ran the tags, he saw that they were expired plates, or it was expired registration. So that is why he decided to pull Daunte Wright over. He says that he tried to get him out the car once he realized that that warrant existed, and then listen to a little bit more of his testimony from there.
I heard her say, I'm going to tase you again, I believe a second time, and then I believe That is when I heard taser, taser. At that same time, when she yelled that, that's when I was reaching into the vehicle trying to grab what I believed was the stick shift when Dante grabbed in that area of the steering column. I just tried to undo whatever he did, and then that's when I just heard a bang.
What was it?
It was a firearm.
Yesterday, we saw a brand new body camera video of the moment after that moment that you just heard that officer describe. And you saw Kim Potter inconsolable. She was on the ground. She was crying. She kept saying, "Oh, my God, I just shot a kid." She even said, "I am going to prison." That is all evidence that is coming up as the prosecution tries to paint her as someone who acted recklessly, who should have known better when she reached her for her Glock instead of her taser. Joe?
Shaq Brewster recapping a big day of testimony in Minnesota. Thank you, Shaq.
Jury deliberations are underway in the trial of Jussie Smollett, who's charged with staging an anti-gay racist attack against himself and lying to police about it. Smollett testified over 2 days that he was the victim of a real hate crime, calling the claims he faked it 100% false. But the two brothers accused of attacking the former Empire actor also testified under oath and said they were recruited by Smollett. For more on this, let's go to NBC News correspondent Megan Fitzgerald, who's on the ground in Chicago with the latest. Megan, good morning. So I just mentioned those jury deliberations have begun after the trial that lasted just over a week. Tell us what jurors heard during closing arguments and what do we know about the deliberations so far this morning?
Savannah, good morning. You know, this was the last opportunity that both sides had to really try and plead their case. So we saw the prosecution going after Smollett, saying that he lied about this entire thing, that it was a hoax, reminding jurors that he didn't cooperate with this police investigation. He didn't turn over his DNA. He didn't turn over his cell phone. And then also pointing out that in the days leading up to this attack, Smollett told police that he received a racist phone call. Police wanting to dig a little bit deeper, wanting to get his cell phone to try and see if they could track down that caller, but that he wouldn't cooperate. So the prosecution telling jurors, look, he never wanted police to get to the bottom of this entire situation because it was a hoax. And then, of course, we saw the defense going after the prosecution's star witnesses, the Osundario brothers. These are the men that the prosecution says that Smollett allegedly paid that $3,500 to orchestrate this entire attack. The defense saying that they're liars and that they shouldn't be believed, and also going after this police investigation, saying that this was shoddy police work. And remember, all the defense has to do is sow a piece of doubt here. If jurors have any doubt at all, they are to find him not guilty.
So,
Savannah?
Megan, as I laid out and as you just did a great job in terms of the closing arguments, but this has really been a he said, they said back and forth between Smollett and those two brothers. And anytime any piece of evidence was introduced, anytime anything was brought up, they really both had these different explanations for what it was that was going on there. So for the jury now, is there hard evidence that they're considering, or is it mostly going to come down to this cross-examination of the witnesses that have these two different stories?
I mean, Savannah, you're absolutely right. You really hit the nail on the head there. I mean, this ultimately does sort of come down to he said, they said. But there is some evidence. The prosecution pointing to one of the pieces of evidence here is the stitched together surveillance video that shows the moment. The prosecution says Smollett took the brothers on a dry run of the attack. And so you could see his car, and they paint the picture that this was going over, what they need to do at the time that they're going to attack. So the practice run, if you will. The defense arguing that, no, that's not the case, that this is a routine situation, that Smollett would pick up the brothers, they would drive around, they would smoke a blunt, and then he just dropped them off. So nothing unusual there. So again, it really does come down to testimony and who jurors will believe based off of their explanation of what happened when they took the witness stand. Savannah.
All right, Megan, we will be watching as that jury starts deliberating. Thank you so much.
Time for a check on your morning news now weather.
Which, of course, means time for Bill Cairns to join us. Hi, Bill. Good morning.
Do you know what the best snow is?
Fluffy.
Lots.
It's the snow that will make it look pretty, but not stick on the roads.
Stay.
And that is
stick on the roads,
right.
Bill, or
looks
stick
nice.
in your driveway?
for you to have to shovel?
Either way, if I don't have to shovel it and I can just look at it, that's perfect. I didn't get it, but my friends to the north did. Let me take you into Connecticut. Connecticut, Massachusetts, a little bit in upstate New York around Albany. They got their first accumulating snow of the year. It took long enough. It was only about an inch, maybe 1 or 2 inches. But again, it made it look pretty, but the roads were just wet and they were fine. Now, overnight, unfortunately, the temperatures have dropped a little bit, and I did hear about some areas with some slick spots. So you do have to be a little extra careful, especially traveling over any bridges or interpasses. But that's about it. So it wasn't a big event, but it was the first snow of the year in a few spots. So let's get to the next big storm. It is moving into the west. This one will go across the country over the upcoming weekend. And this one, unlike the one I just showed you, will bring some significant snows. We got about 8 to 10 million people that are under winter storm warnings or watches or advisories. And this one's finally going to deliver some snow to the high country of Utah, Colorado. And then this one spills into the plains. And this could be a decent little snowstorm for our friends in Nebraska, northern portions of South Dakota, northern Iowa, southern Minnesota. And the snow forecast has been increasing for Minneapolis. So the trend is going up. Right now, Minneapolis looks like about 6 inches of snow. But just to the south of there, around Rochester and through central Wisconsin, possibilities of 6 to 12. So for today's forecast, a little cold in New England, still very warm in Texas. Next hour, guys, we are going to talk about this epic heat wave that is coming for the U.S. next week. We have a chance of breaking all-time record December high temperatures. It's going to be something else. We'll talk about that coming up.
All right. No shoveling there. All right. Thank you, Bill.
Really? Thanks, Bill. And coming up, tragedy at a tourist hotspot. A car stuck in the water just feet away from the edge of Niagara Falls.
We're going to show you the video as first responders battled wind, snow, and freezing water to try and save the driver inside.
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Welcome back. A tragic scene unfolded yesterday above Niagara Falls. The Coast Guard tried to rescue a woman trapped in a submerged car just feet from the brink of the waterfall.
Yeah, that's right. And NBC News Now correspondent Isa Gutierrez has the details.
Dramatic video of a car stuck in the water just 50 yards from the brink of Niagara Falls. You're watching the Coast Guard fly above the vehicle and one rescuer descending into waves to retrieve whoever's inside.
We've never had a vehicle in the water this close to the brink.
Officials responding to a call from eyewitnesses who said they saw the car floating down the river before it got stuck here.
We saw a lot of tourists here taking pictures, trying to document what was going on.
Jeff Preval is a reporter at our local affiliate in Buffalo, WGRZ. He filmed these videos on his phone.
The rip currents are extremely fast. They're crashing. They're very aggressive. The weather, it's lightly snowing here. It's cold as well.
What was the biggest question in your mind when you got there and you saw what was going on?
The question that we had, that a lot of people had right there at the scene, was how this car was able to get into the water.
Praval stood there watching as the Coast Guard prepared for their rescue for 2 hours. In the meantime, rescuers used a drone to see how many people were inside the car. Despite the incredible attempt, it was too late. Officials saying the driver was deceased, a woman in her 60s and from the area.
A lot of people were out there and were troubled by what they saw.
In his 14 years of reporting, Praval says he's never seen anything quite like this.
Yeah, this was different. This is difficult. This is something that I'm probably going to have to, talk to my mom and, loved ones and friends about. Just to sort of decompress.
Isa Gutierrez, NBC News.
Investigators are looking into how the car got so close to Niagara Falls in the first place. Eyewitnesses say they first saw it floating near a pedestrian bridge farther up the Niagara River.
Wow, some stunning video there. All right, now let's look at what's making news around the world this morning.
NBC's Claudio Lavanga joins us from Rome. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Savannah. Well, a prosecutor in Paris said that a man was arrested on Tuesday in connection with the murder of Saudi journalist Jamal Khashoggi was released because he was not the right man. Well, now the name of the man arrested was among 17 names of other Saudi nationals sought in connection with the brutal killing of the Saudi journalist. You may remember in October 8, 2018, in the Saudi consulate in Istanbul, but the Saudi embassy in France today also said that there was absolutely no connection between that man and the Khashoggi affair. And New Zealand revealed some bold plans about banning the sale of cigarettes or tobacco products to the younger generation in order to phase out completely smoking in the country in the future. Well, now, starting from next year, anyone who was born after 2008 will not be able to buy cigarettes or tobacco products in their lifetime. Now, this is part of a wider and sweeping crackdown on smoking in the country. And last but not least, in Finland, the Prime Minister was forced to apologize after she spent a night out in the capital, Helsinki, despite the fact that she was exposed to COVID-19. And now Sanna Marin, this is the name of the Finnish Prime Minister, was photographed in a crowded nightclub in Helsinki on the same day she was told that her foreign minister, the foreign minister in the government with whom she had close contact, tested positive. Now, on her Facebook page, Marin said that she was sorry and she should have used more consideration. Guys?
All right, Claudio, thank you so much. Good to see you.
Coming up, new insight into the relationship between disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, the photos seized from Epstein's mansion, and the new testimony from his former pilot as the prosecution nears the end of its case.
And could 2021 be the deadliest year for homicides ever? The troubling trend that's left families devastated across the country. That's up next.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
The hosts have been confirmed for the rest of this season of Jeopardy! Mayim Bialik and Ken Jennings will continue to share hosting duties now into 2022. Sony Pictures Entertainment originally announced back in September that Bialik would split hosting duties with Jennings through the end of this year, 2021. The actress and real-life neuroscientist was a fan favorite when she guest hosted in May and June. And Ken Jennings, who had an unprecedented 74-game winning streak, was the first guest host following Alex Trebek's death, and then he returned in September to split hosting duties with Bialik. Both stepped in after former executive producer Mike Richards stepped down as host in the wake of controversy over some of his past comments. You all caught up there? All right, Jeopardy's current season, its 38th, is scheduled to run now until July. So we'll see the split for many, many, many more months.
I think you know more about this than anyone on the planet.
It's my area of expertise,
Yes.
and I guess I'll be reporting on it a while longer. So
Exactly. There is much more to come. I can't believe we still don't know
we still
who's
don't
going
know.
to host
Yeah.
Jeopardy.
I don't know.
All right, Joe. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, taking a turn now to a tragic statistic. 2020 was a record year for homicides in the U.S., but with only 3 weeks left in 2021, this year is shaping up to be even worse as murder rates soar across the country. NBC News correspondent Gabe Gutierrez takes a closer look.
Savannah and Joe, good morning. Experts nationwide are having a tough time pinpointing exactly why murder rates are skyrocketing in some cities or whether this trend might continue into next year. For many cities, big and small, this has been the deadliest year ever. In Philadelphia alone, more than 520 homicides, breaking a record that had stood for over 30 years. And for Desiree Goodson, too many agonizing moments to count. What will you miss most about him?
Oh, Samir always smiles. Samir, he makes me happy, like he cheers me up.
She still speaks about her 14-year-old son, Samir Jefferson, as if he's still here. But as the high school freshman waited for a bus last week, he was killed. Police say 2 people got out of a car, chased him across the street, then fired about 35 shots. These are some of the bullet holes still on the side of this pharmacy. Samir was hit 18 times.
The people that kill Samir ain't killers, they monsters. Like, they shot my son 18 times.
Among the other cities already setting records for murders this year, Portland, Tucson, Toledo, St. Paul, Austin, and Albuquerque. The debate over why is raging. Some experts blame the pandemic in part. Bail reform keeping more criminals out of jail, more guns, and fewer officers. Indianapolis also hitting an all-time homicide high.
We're definitely recruiting, but I want to put those officers on the streets.
Philadelphia District Attorney Larry Krasner argues that while homicides are up in his city, other crimes such as rape and robberies that don't involve a gun are down.
We don't have a crisis of lawlessness. We don't have a crisis of crime. We don't have a crisis of violence.
But former Mayor Michael Nutter is slamming those comments as white privilege, saying the progressive DA has not been tough enough on criminals and demanding Krasner apologize to victims' families, like Desiree Goodson.
My son's not coming back. I don't care about no justice. None of that brings Samir back. None of it. None of it.
Police here have arrested 2 suspects in connection with her son's murder. This morning, 2 more are still on the run. Savannah and Joe.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez, thank you for that report. And coming up, a brewing battle at Starbucks, how the company is responding to the push to create a first-of-its-kind union at a handful of locations and the impact this could have at stores across the country.
And seasonal stress kicks into overdrive for many this time of year. We've got an expert to tell you how you can break up with anxiety and navigate the havoc holidays can cause next.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Starbucks workers in upstate New York are deciding whether to unionize. Voting wrapped up yesterday and ballots will start to be counted later today.
Yeah, if successful, the new union formed by the baristas would be the first of its kind at Starbucks stores in the U.S. NBC News Now correspondent Dasha Burns joins us with the latest. Hi, Dasha. Good morning.
Hey, Savannah. Good morning. Buffalo, New York. It's an unlikely epicenter of America's labor comeback, and it's being led by an unlikely group. Gen Z and millennial baristas at Starbucks. They want a seat at the table with corporate leaders, and we spent some time with them as they made their last-ditch effort to make some history. Watch.
Jazz Brissack is a 24-year-old Starbucks barista.
So I'm one of the openers at my store, so getting up at 4:30 is pretty standard. Make sure everything's ready for the day, feed the cats, make sure they have water.
She works at an unassuming Starbucks store in Buffalo, New York.
I love working at Starbucks. Some of the most amazing people I've ever met work at the store with me.
This young service worker and this coffee shop could make history this week. Jazz has become an unlikely leader of an effort to create the first unionized corporate Starbucks stores in the country. Employees at 3 Starbucks stores in the Buffalo area are voting on whether or not to form a union.
This old Model T factory is now home to the Starbucks unionization effort here in Buffalo. And inside, the clock is ticking for these organizers.
Jazz and her fellow barista, 37-year-old Michelle Eisen, are here on their off hours to help quarterback the final moments of the campaign.
Well, Starbucks historically has been viewed as a really great place to work, a lot of benefits. Why does Starbucks need a union?
When I started with them in 2010, that's what I came into. I really do feel like they were that company. And in the last 4 or 5 years, those little kind of perks have slowly kind of been pulled away. Like we've seen the benefits packages, we've seen those costs go up and the benefits go down. And I've got partners who can't pay their rent and put groceries in their fridge at the same time.
Why now?
You're seeing people who were forced to work through some pretty intense, awful conditions, and realizing that these corporations made billions of dollars off the backs of our labor in the middle of a global pandemic, and we've reaped little to no benefits from that.
After they started organizing, Jazz and Michelle say Starbucks flooded Buffalo area stores with managers from other parts of the country. A company spokesperson told NBC News the personnel are there independent of the union vote to help fill staffing gaps, improve how stores function, and help with training at request of employees.
We had support managers from all over the country. That's what Starbucks calls them, support managers. The quotes are necessary because they're not really here to support us. In fact, they're here solely to come into our store, make sure that there's not any time that there's not management watching. We used to talk about the union at work. We were signing up people, talking about organizing as we were making drinks.
When did you start noticing these new people coming in, these support managers?
Within a week of us filing, I believe. Rosanne Williams, who is the president of Starbucks North America, she oversees, to the best of my knowledge, corporate Starbucks in North America, came into town, started holding active listening sessions. That's what they call them.
Had she been to town before?
I've never seen anyone higher than a regional director in Buffalo, let alone anyone to the level that she's at. She pops into stores whenever she feels like it, grabs a bucket of ice, takes out a trash bag.
A Starbucks spokesperson said, "We categorically deny any claims of surveillance, union busting, or anything of the sort," adding that it is normal for executives like Rosanne Williams to visit stores when they hear Starbucks partners, the company's term for employees, are unhappy. Back in the union war room, the effort that started among a few baristas has taken on a national significance. Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez met with organizers to offer her support, and Senator Bernie Sanders hosted a live stream to showcase the movement.
Many of Starbucks employees are younger people who come from a generation that has really struggled economically and through no fault of their own now has a lower standard of living than their parents.
With ballots being counted Thursday, Michelle and Jazz are making big plans.
We win on Thursday. We have the first unionized Starbucks in the United States of America, and then we get Starbucks to the bargaining table and negotiate the best contract that the service industry has ever seen. I mean, that's the goal.
Savannah, we also spoke to a longtime union organizer who's lending a hand to this movement, and he said what these young folks are doing is akin to what their grandparents and great-grandparents did with manufacturing back in the 30s and 40s. It's just this time it's with the service industry, and of course that work in the 30s and 40s left a very long legacy. So we'll see what happens today. The results of the vote should be announced this afternoon, guys.
All right, Dasha Burns, great interviews there. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Time for our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter to you.
Silvana Henao is with us today. Good morning, Silvana.
Hey guys, good morning. Yeah, so CVS says it expects sales will accelerate next year as the company expands the services it offers at drugstores. The announcement comes ahead of CVS's Investor Day today. It's the first one since the start of the pandemic and since Karen Lynch stepped into the CEO role earlier this year. CVS also said it will resume share buybacks and increase its dividend, the first time CVS has done that since 2017. Meanwhile, Lyft is giving its employees another year to work remotely, delaying a full return to office to 2023 at the earliest. The move follows other companies scrapping their return to work plans. Just last week, Google delayed its office return, originally set for January 10th, while Lyft competitor Uber has postponed its return date indefinitely. Lyft will still reopen its offices in February of 2022 as planned, but working from the office will be optional for all of next year. The company did not tie these changes to concerns around the Omicron variant, instead saying the new plan offers employees more flexibility. And the White House is set to spend billions of dollars to expand its federal fleet of electric vehicles and add more clean electricity to the country's grid. In an executive order signed Wednesday, President Biden set new goals to slash the government's carbon emissions by 65% by 2030 and achieve net zero greenhouse gas emissions by mid-century. Under the order, the president aims to leverage the federal government's massive annual buying power of $650 billion to upgrade efficiency at its 300,000 buildings and replace its fleet of 600,000 cars and trucks with electric vehicles. Guys, back to you.
Silvana, thanks so much.
Thank you. You got it.
Now to the latest on the trial of Ghislaine Maxwell, the British socialite accused of luring and grooming teenage girls for convicted sex offender and disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein. The prosecution is nearing the end of its case. Yesterday, the court heard testimony from an accuser's ex-boyfriend and Epstein's former pilot. Maxwell denies all the charges. NBC News investigations correspondent Tom Winter is outside the courthouse for us this morning. So, Tom, walk us through what happened in court yesterday and what some of the witnesses had to say.
Joe, a couple of notable things. As you said, the ex-boyfriend of the third accuser, Carolyn, testifying yesterday in court about his experiences taking her to the Epstein home in Palm Beach, which has been such a center of this trial for obvious reasons. On top of that, we also heard from one of the other pilots. There were two kind of main pilots for Jeffrey Epstein spanning nearly 2 decades. This individual, David Rogers, came forward yesterday, spoke and testified to the government about what he saw on the plane. What was most notable about his testimony is that he was the pilot who kept a personal logbook. So he detailed every single flight that he flew for Jeffrey Epstein, of the various aircraft that he took, but most importantly, who was on those planes. The reason why we know former President Bill Clinton was on the plane or Kevin Spacey was on the plane, because of the notes and the detailed information that he took. He talked about some of the victims that were on board the plane, but he did say he didn't witness anything sexually. Of course, he also noted that his hands were at the controls with the cockpit door closed, so it wasn't really a situation where he could have potentially witnessed anything, but he says that he never saw sexual activity. Joe.
So, Tom, what's in store for the rest of the week? How close is the prosecution to wrapping up its case?
I suspect that they're going to wrap up their case as soon as today. That's what the federal prosecutors have kind of mentioned in court after proceedings yesterday. They anticipate to wrap either today or perhaps tomorrow morning at the latest. Because their case, and they've admitted that they've cut some of the witnesses that they were going to call. The defense asked the judge if they could begin their case next Thursday, so a week from today. The judge granted that because of a scheduling conflict. There's no court Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday. So this case, which was expected to last 6 weeks, Joe, rapidly coming to an end.
Tom, thanks so much. As we approach the height of the holiday season, millions of Americans are struggling with the added anxiety that the holidays bring.
Yeah, I'm sure you know it, whether it's feeling overwhelmed by the pressure to buy presents or losing control of your schedule because family and friends are around or staying with you. The extra stress is real. So how can you manage it?
Well, a new book out titled Dear Anxiety, Let's Break Up has some insights that might help, especially right now.
Great name.
Joining us now is the author of that book, Dr. Amanda Porter. Good to have you with us. So tell us more about your book, how you came up with different ways that people can cope with anxiety.
Yes, good morning. Good morning. Thank you so much for having me. I think, one of my primary goals in writing this book and on this topic was to just talk about what it's been like for me personally as a mental health clinician, also living with an anxiety disorder. I think, anxiety is an emotion, first and foremost. It's a universal human experience, and emotions drive our behavior that we may or may not regret later on. I like to tell my patients that emotions get a seat at the metaphorical table, but they don't get to sit at the head of the table. And one of my primary goals also for writing this book in particular was to kind of speak to the tensions that Christians in particular feel when they're dealing with mental health issues.
Absolutely. All great points. Now let's talk about what the holidays kind of add to this whole mix. Is there some advice you can give to people who are especially stressed out around this time of year?
100%. It is a very stressful time of year on top of a very difficult year because of COVID. And I just like to encourage all of my patients, let's get back to basics. Let's focus on our self-care. I talk to everyone about, how is your hydration been? How's your nutrition? Are you incorporating any body work into your daily life? And then kind of next to your self-care, I like to talk about doing some soul work and the practice of gratitude, incorporating elements of positive self-talk. Self-compassion is huge. Working on those mindfulness practices. I think the holidays in particular can be really stressful because we are seeing people, family, around that dinner table that we may or may not agree with or get along with. And that can absolutely be a source of strife and contention. And so setting those boundaries, setting those limits is paramount for this holiday season.
Those seem like some good year-round tips, too. And as we head into the new year, get through the holidays, what are some other helpful tips and practices that people can rely on, especially if their stress levels do start to increase?
Yes. I would say my number one recommendation heading into the new year, if you're someone who struggles with anxiety, is hire yourself a therapist. There is no shame in seeking help for what you're struggling with, but getting a therapist on your team, on your side, so that you can start that process, that work of reframing and radical acceptance.
Wow, great advice, and something that nobody should be ashamed to talk about or to go ahead and do. Yeah.
Right, and help you dump anxiety, which I like as well. All right.
Yes, let's break up. I
right.
love that.
Dr. Amanda Porter, thanks so much for joining us this morning. We appreciate it.
My pleasure.
Coming up, a musical film favorite going back to the big screen.
Yeah, after the break, we'll go behind the scenes for the new West Side Story with the women bridging the gap between new and old. That's up next.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right? Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
It's a fresh take on an American classic, and it hits theaters this week.
You know it. It's West Side Story, the iconic musical turned film from over 6 decades ago. And it's getting a big screen remake, with Steven Spielberg even directing. NBC Nightly News anchor Lester Holt has more.
Good morning, Savannah and Joe. It's a classic being reborn on the silver screen this week. West Side Story, with one of the original film's enduring stars, Rita Moreno, back in a whole new role. It's the classic tale of two teenage gangs battling for the same turf. In the 1961 movie West Side Story. Now, after 60 years since the original release, director Steven Spielberg reimagines the film's energetic portrayal of love and family, bringing together two generations. Rita Moreno first starred as Anita.
I like to be in America.
Now she'll take on the role as Valentina, a newly created character. Ariana DeBose plays the co-lead and idolized Moreno as a child. Were you playing Rita's Anita, or were you playing your Anita?
I was very adamant that whatever interpretation I delivered for this performance was massively different. But by virtue of being a Black woman, that makes it a different portrayal.
I loved it that an Afro-Latina was going to play Anita. It seemed absolutely right.
Moreno also serves as executive producer of the film. Were you concerned that in a remake it may lose some of its soul?
On the contrary, I think it has way more soul.
It's got more authenticity.
Absolutely. There isn't a Latino in this script of characters who isn't being played by a Hispanic person.
In the original cast, actors wore brown makeup to represent Puerto Ricans.
It was so thick and dark. And I said to the makeup man, I don't understand this. I'm Puerto Rican.
This time is different.
It's still the same story, but there is an underlying seriousness to it that the original film didn't have.
There's a place for us.
The music carrying a message, helping connect a younger generation to their history.
West Side Story was actually a gift to me. We learned about tradition, and Spanish was spoken every day, and I felt more myself than I've actually ever felt. Ever.
Our thanks, of course, to Lester Holt for that report. And if you're interested, as I'm sure you are after that great piece, West Side Story debuts in theaters starting tomorrow.
The reviews so far are very, very good.
Yeah,
so
you're going to see
it's got like 90-some% on Rotten Tomatoes. Yeah, we'll check it out at some point. I don't know if it'll be in a theater or what, but we'll definitely
exactly.
check it out.
Yeah, very exciting though.
All right, that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
Right now on Morning News Now, fighting the variants. As doctors try to learn more about Omicron, it's the Delta variant that's driving a new spike in cases. The COVID death toll now climbing once again in some states. We'll show you what's happening inside hospitals as health officials push for more people to get a booster shot to prevent an onslaught of Omicron and Delta cases. Paying respects. Former Senator Bob Dole will lie in state at the U.S. Capitol today. It's the same place he spent more than 30 years of his career. The tributes to the decorated war veteran, one-time presidential candidate, and stalwart of the Senate, and the plans underway for his funeral. The show must go on. A program during the pandemic has been helping theaters across the country stay open. Billions of dollars have already been handed out by the smallest cabinet-level agency in the U.S. I spoke with the leader of that agency on the much-needed help going to venues and the challenges they've been facing as we approach the start of year 3 of the pandemic. Plus, a year in pictures. National Geographic is out with its best photos of 2021. From the COVID vaccine rollout to climate change, we'll take you through the images we'll remember about this year. Always no shortage of incredible images, but it's always just incredible to see some of the things that they capture and put in that magazine.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they're so known for that, you know.
Exactly.
I mean, people even buy them as art and everything. Well, hello. That's not my chair. But yes, we'll get
That's
to
an
that
image
a
we'll
little
forget
later.
right there. All right. We begin this morning with a troubling rise in new COVID cases, an increase that's overwhelming hospitals in several states that are already calling on the National Guard for help.
Yeah, the Delta variant is continuing to sweep through the country, with 6 states accounting for over half of new COVID hospitalizations. Meanwhile, the Biden administration has hit a wall in its efforts to get more people vaccinated. That's because the Senate delivered a bipartisan vote against vaccine mandates for private employees. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello has the latest from Washington, D.C.
Hey, Joe and Savannah, good morning to you. You know, we have been hearing from doctors and nurses on the front lines nationwide who say they are getting an earful right now of disbelief and anger. Disbelief that they are ending up in the ER and ICU with COVID, even though they're not vaccinated. Anger directed at the very people trying to help them. While Omicron is spreading around the country, those are very mild cases. It is the Delta variant that is really causing major problems nationwide. More than 1,000 deaths every day. On Capitol Hill overnight, a symbolic blow to President Biden's vaccine mandate for private companies. The requirements for companies with 100-plus employees already facing opposition on the courts, now rejected by the Senate, though the vote not expected to go to the House. It comes as frustration is rising at hospitals across the country as COVID infections and deaths are yet again surging.
Another day, another shift with no beds.
1,100 people dying every day, the vast majority unvaccinated despite ample vaccine supply. Frontline doctors and nurses exhausted and even walking away from the job.
Us nurses, other coworkers, respiratory therapists, all the medical team, we are tired.
This is so frustrating when you have this continuing to occur when it's really self-inflicted.
Just 6 states now make up half the country's hospitalizations: Ohio, Indiana, Pennsylvania, New York, Illinois, and Michigan.
Our whole teams, we're exhausted.
ER Dr. Geneva Tatum at Henry Ford Hospital in Detroit.
I have the privilege of training younger doctors in the field as well, and see their struggle, especially when they see people of their younger age group come in so critically ill. And so it takes quite a bit of an emotional toll on all of us.
Meanwhile, President Biden's celebrating news that Pfizer's booster shot provides robust protection against the new Omicron variant.
If you get the booster, you're really in good shape.
Pfizer says its first 2 vaccine doses do not hold up well against Omicron, but the third shot, the booster, provides 25 times the protection against Omicron.
It just came out.
On Wednesday, Pfizer's CEO talked to Savannah.
3 doses against Omicron are almost equivalent to the 2 doses effectiveness we had against the wild type, the original variant.
It's the booster shot that may provide the most robust protection against COVID's current mutations. So will the definition of fully vaccinated change to 3 shots or more?
That's certainly being discussed.
Meanwhile, new research out of Israel this morning and published in the New England Journal of Medicine finds that boosters in Israel dramatically cut the infection rate. In fact, increased protection tenfold. Again, that's the Pfizer booster, and it dropped the mortality rate by 90%. So a real significant finding, further evidence of the role that boosters play in protecting you not only against Omicron, but also against the Delta variant. And oh, by the way, we asked Dr. Fauci, do you believe that the Moderna booster will have the same effect as the Pfizer booster in giving you the protection against Omicron? And he said that's their belief at this point. All the evidence points towards that. Joe and Savannah, back to you guys.
All right, Tom Costello, thank you so much.
Let's bring in Dr. Clyde Yancey, Chief of Cardiology at Northwestern Memorial Hospital. Dr. Yancey, good morning. So Pfizer says the Omicron variant may require a 4th vaccine 12 months after the booster to ensure full immunity against the variant. Other companies say new vaccines may need to be administered altogether. Help us understand all this and what is really the future of the COVID vaccine, do you think?
Well, good morning, Joe. And certainly this is a very, very important issue for us to consider. Remember that one of the advantages of this vaccine is that we can iterate the vaccine, meaning we can change the vaccine as necessary. The evidence is already telling us we likely do need the 3rd dose. The booster dose is really important to protect against Omicron, and it's possible that there will be a 4th down the road. We also have to understand that science gave us this vaccine, and science can help us create a better vaccine if necessary. But Joe, there's one prevailing message. We've been at this for 2 years, over 700,000 deaths. What comes through time and time again, getting the vaccine works. We know that as of this morning, 200 million people in this country are fully vaccinated. That's good news. But we know as of this morning, 30% still are not vaccinated. As long as this virus can find a host, it can continue to mutate. And as it mutates, new variants will emerge. We may not have seen the last variant, and the protection is couched in the vaccines.
Dr. Yancey, I want to ask you about another development. The FDA has now authorized the first injectable monoclonal antibody cocktail for long-term prevention of COVID-19. It's from AstraZeneca. So who's eligible to receive this treatment, and how does this help in our overall fight against COVID?
So, Joe, think about this. When this whole process started, we had no tools. We just had public health strategies and hard work by a lot of healthcare workers and public health advocates and community volunteers. Now we have vaccines, but the portfolio is expanding. Just yesterday, we have an approved monoclonal antibody for those that are immunocompromised that either did not generate an antibody response to the vaccine, we can measure that, or are so averse to the vaccine biologically that they can't tolerate it. Those people have been in a terribly lonely place because of their immunocompromised circumstance. So now there's an agent that they can be given that actually preempts the infection. And the data look very promising that about once every 6 months, giving this injectable monoclonal antibody protects them substantially from developing COVID. As we fill out this portfolio, this suite of therapies, we may find that we're eventually able to live with. We may not be able to get rid of COVID-19. That's a difficult thing to say, but we may be able to live with it better as we get more therapies online.
That'll be the key. Finally, I want to ask you, a new report from the Global Health Security Index shows not a single country, not one in the world, is prepared for another global pandemic. So what are some of the biggest reasons for this? What do we need to be learning from the pandemic we're in right now?
You know, Joe, what we learned the first time through was that we really did not have an adequately resourced and an appropriately ready public health response for an outsized stress, which was the pandemic. We've exhausted so many of our resources. We've been in this almost 2 years, Joe, that we haven't had a chance to re-equip our public health resources, and we started from a less than ideal circumstance. As we're thinking about becoming more adept, more facile, more capable of dealing with this in the future, we must pay attention to building up our public health resource. It's pretty evident that we will face challenges like this again, so we need to be better prepared. And we know what we need to do, which is the good news. We just have to have the will to move forward and make it happen.
Dr. Clyde Yancey, always happy to talk with someone wearing my beloved Northwestern purple. Thanks so much for joining us this morning.
That's a good way. Thanks so much, man.
Now this morning, a warning from President Biden to Russia of, quote, severe consequences if Russia invades Ukraine. Speaking a day after that virtual meeting with President Putin, Biden ruled out American troops on the ground, saying it was not on the table. It comes as Russian forces continue to amass along the border with Ukraine. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel is in Ukraine with the latest.
Joe, Savannah, we are in eastern Ukraine, not far from the Russian border. This is a closed military zone controlled by the Ukrainian military. No civilians live here. And you can see there's been extensive damage from years of fighting already. And this is where the whole world is watching right now to see if Russian troops will launch an invasion.
The front lines along Ukraine's border with Russia harken back to World War II, or even earlier. Miles of narrow paths flanked by landmines and trenches. Muddy today, often frozen solid.
So we better just
These positions are designed to stop or at least slow down a Russian advance. And they're on high alert now. Russian troops, around 100,000, and tanks and artillery are massed along 3 sides of the Ukrainian border. And in addition to the regular Russian army, there are pro-Russian militias already operating inside Ukraine.
This is the most dangerous flashpoint. Ukrainian troops occupy these trenches 24/7, and pro-Russian forces are just about 50 yards away. And according to the Ukrainian soldiers here, those Russian-backed troops fire on them almost every day. And it wouldn't take much for an escalation here to trigger a much wider war.
We have trench with guys, they have trench with guys. Below this locate minefields. So basically when some side start that attacking, it's have casualties, no matter what they do.
30-year-old Lieutenant Ivan Skorotovsky has been serving on the front for 8 years.
Putin, I think, not stop in the Ukraine.
Do you think Russia's going to do it?
In our language, we have some words like hope for the best and get ready for the worst.
So this is one of the forward lookout positions.
Nearby, squad commander Alexander Timoshuk showed me where the enemy is. Those pro-Russian militias on Ukrainian territory, backed and armed by Moscow.
But it's not very far away.
An all-out ground war could also expand beyond Ukraine. The U.S. State Department warns neighboring Belarus, Putin's closest and increasingly dependent ally, could also be drawn in.
President Biden has effectively ruled out sending combat troops to Ukraine, so it is highly likely that you would see American soldiers in positions like this going toe-to-toe against Russian forces. But the U.S. and other countries already do send military advisors that offer specialized training, and the Ukrainian government wants more of those advisors and more weapons. Joe, Savannah?
Richard Engel, fascinating look. Stay safe. Thank you so much.
U.S. State Department has issued a new travel advisory for Mexico, citing rising COVID cases in the country and a recent surge in violence there. The warning comes just days after Mexican authorities said a group of armed men on jet skis started firing guns near a Cancun beach resort full of tourists. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock has more on that story for us. Sam, good morning.
Joe, good morning. So many families, of course, look forward to these holiday trips. Travel to Mexico at the moment is surging for a variety of reasons. And for millions of people, Joe, there's probably minimal impact here. But for families like the Joneses from Utah, the nightmare of running around for their lives is going to stick for some time.
In Mexico, along with sunbathers and white sand beaches, a new image emerging: armed troops protecting one of the country's most important resources, tourists. Mexico beefing up its security following a string of violent attacks, the latest just 2 days ago, sending terrified vacationers, including Americans, fleeing for cover.
Everybody started scrambling and screaming and crying.
Witnesses say armed attackers appeared on jet skis in the middle of Cancun's hotel zone and, according to local authorities, opened fire near several popular resorts. Zane Jones was resting in his hotel room when the shots rang out. His wife and 2 kids were at the pool.
Instantly, the adrenaline hit me, and it was just like, figure out where they are, make sure they're safe.
You're thinking about cutting your trip short at this point because of what happened?
Absolutely.
The Mexican government recently ramping up reinforcements in the popular tourist haven of Quintana Roo, which includes Cancun and Tulum, deploying more than 1,400 National Guardsmen on December 1st. But it wasn't enough to stop the terrifying incident on this beach. And now some Americans thinking about traveling to Mexico may be reconsidering after a series of violent incidents there recently. Last month, frightened tourists and staff sheltered in a Cancun hotel after police say suspected drug dealers opened fire on the beach. And in October, 2 tourists were killed in nearby Tulum during a reported shootout between gangs. An updated State Department travel advisory put in place yesterday urges increased caution due to crime in Mexico's Quintana Roo state.
When someone comes to you and says, I'm worried about my safety after something like this, what do you advise them?
The government has already taken drastic measures by putting armed guards in military fatigues on the beach, is something that perhaps should instill some confidence to a certain degree.
A literal army now guarding one of Mexico's top tourist attractions.
Joe, some other tips here to really go over for travelers. One of them, seek out name brand hotels. We mentioned that the hotel zone in Cancun is miles long, but those hotels are more likely to have comprehensive security plans in place and the resources to help you. You don't have to stay right in Cancun. There are so many cities that are 20 or 30 miles away, like Mayacoba, for example, that are still accessible to those beaches. And lastly, the State Department has an enrollment program that is free for travelers. It offers emergency services if you need them. So this can be done safely. But of course, be cautious, especially with everything that's happened the last couple of months. Joe?
All right, Sam Brock. Thanks, Sam.
Now to the Capitol, where Bob Dole, a giant of the Senate and 3-time presidential candidate, will lie in state today before tomorrow's funeral service at the Washington National Cathedral. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Leanne Caldwell joins us now. Hi, Leanne. Good morning. So this is something of a homecoming for Senator Dole, who spent so many years on Capitol Hill. What do we know about the service that will be held today in the Capitol Rotunda?
Good morning, Savannah. It is a homecoming. The senator spent 35 years in that building behind me, mostly as a senator, 11 years as Republican leader, both majority and minority leader. And so his casket and his family will arrive at 9:45 a.m. this morning. The ceremony in the rotunda behind me is going to start around 10 a.m. And at that ceremony, speaking will be President Biden, who served with the senator for 24 years in the Senate. Also attending is the Pentagon Secretary and Austin, who represents Dole's World War II service. The military was extremely important to him. He was injured badly in World War II, spent 3 years in the hospital, and the military has always been very close to him. And so it's only going to be about a 45-minute ceremony today where people will pay their respects, and then he will stay for the rest of the day into the night for members of Congress, staff, and friends and family to come visit him. Savannah.
And then, Leanne, the celebration of his life, I know, continues tomorrow. Let's look ahead. There will be a service at the National Cathedral and another at the World War II monument that he actually had such an important role in creating. Tell us what we can expect to see.
Yeah, that's right. His funeral service will be tomorrow at the National Cathedral. That is the place in the nation's capital where so many dignitaries have their funerals, former presidents, former majority leaders like Senator Dole as well. The president will speak again tomorrow as well. And then finally, he will go to the World War II Memorial, something that he was instrumental in commissioning and helped to build, something that when he was in town, he would stop by and just talk to people who were coming to visit it. So those are going to be two also very important days and visits on his homecoming tour. Savannah.
And Leanne, I mean, to be honored in the Capitol Rotunda or the National Cathedral like he will be tomorrow is quite symbolic. Talk about the significance of those places and also what it says about the legacy of Bob Dole as this unique figure in American history.
Yeah, not many people are honored in the rotunda behind me to lay in state. Just 13 senators before him, and so it is a significant honor that not many people have. It goes to show how beloved he was. He was, of course, a partisan. He was a Republican, but he also reached across the aisle on many things. He was liked by both members of both parties. He was instrumental in the current day food stamp program. He expanded Social Security. He was instrumental in the Americans with Disabilities Act, something that he fought for throughout his career. And so this is the both parties coming together to really reminisce and talk about a time where bipartisanship was much more common. Savannah.
All right, Leanne Caldwell, thank you so much.
On Capitol Hill, Instagram CEO Adam Mosseri testified for the first time under oath. He faced tough questions about the app's safety, especially for its youngest users. Well, the social media platform did unveil new safety features just ahead of Mosseri's appearance. Senators on both sides of the aisle say that is not enough. NBC News senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson has the latest.
Hey there, Savannah and Joe. Good morning to you. So the Instagram CEO defended the app, pointing to what they're doing to make it safer for teens, but that wasn't good enough for many of the lawmakers he faced, who say they just can't trust the company to make the changes they want to see.
A contentious debut for the head of Instagram, with a bipartisan browbeating in his first time testifying on Capitol Hill.
Self-policing based on trust is no longer a viable solution.
We are asking you, have some empathy and take some responsibility.
Our kids aren't cash cows. Both Republicans and Democrats demanding to know more about how the company plans to protect its youngest users after internal research shared by a whistleblower showed Instagram execs knew the platform could be harmful to some teen users, especially girls.
You're the new tobacco, whether you like it or not.
Instagram CEO Adam Mosseri on defense.
We all want teens to be safe online.
Pointing to new safety tools the company just rolled out, like a take a break feature to stop endless scrolling, nudges to keep teens from dwelling on one topic for too long, and soon parental controls to let adults set time limits for teens.
There's no area more important than youth safety.
Some lawmakers dismissing the moves as too little, too late, insisting Congress needs to pass tough new regulations with new pressure after those leaked documents suggested Instagram led 1 out of 3 teen girl users to feel worse about their body image. Gabriela Bermudez, now 19, knows what that's like. She says she started struggling with body image issues when she was just 12 after comparing herself to models and celebrities on Instagram.
I would just cover my face whenever I took a picture and just try to pose my body in a certain way.
Instagram and parent company Facebook, now known as Meta, dispute the characterizations of some of the leaked research. And while Mosseri told Craig in September they're putting plans for Instagram Kids on hold,
But we want to take the time to talk to parents and researchers and safety experts and get to more consensus about how to move forward.
He testified they're not spiking the idea altogether.
I believe as a parent, it's going to be more responsible to develop an age-appropriate version of Instagram for those under 13.
Mosseri suggested the creation of an industry panel to help create best practices for companies, and also said Instagram next year will let users see a chronological feed, so that's based on timeline, instead of one that's based on algorithms around what you engage with. Savannah, Joe, back to you.
Thank you, Hallie.
Let's now get a check on your morning news now weather.
Bill Cairns is back with us. Bill, good morning.
Hey, good morning. So let's talk climate crisis, climate emergency, climate change. Let's first go and review what happened and then what's going to happen in this next week. So we got all our numbers in. You have to remember on the weather calendar, fall is September, October, November, and then winter starts December. It's just easier for record keeping. So this ended up being a top 10 warm November for the country. But a lot of that was because the West was so extraordinarily warm and above average. It was actually a little bit below average, and I mean everywhere pretty much east of the Mississippi. But it was the 7th warmest, and it was the 8th driest also on record. And as far as the extremes went, this was the 2nd warmest November ever recorded. California, Nevada, Utah, Arizona, New Mexico. And of course, those are the areas that are hit by the prolonged decade-long drought. And as far as the autumn goes, that's the 3-month period, September, October, November, temperatures were well warmer than normal. This was the 3rd warmest fall that we've ever had on record. And the top 3 warmest falls have all been since 2015. Yes, we are causing climate change and what we're now calling our climate emergency. So remember, climate is over a long period of time. When we talk weather, that's like the forecast just for today. And the map today is pretty quiet, a little bit of snow in areas of the West. As we go throughout this week, though, we're going to watch this warmth expanding. It's not normal to still be in the 70s in Oklahoma this time of year. And even by the time we get into the weekend, we're going to see the 50s and 60s all the way through the Ohio Valley. The warm Pacific air is going to move Saturday all the way up through New England. Syracuse, New York could be mid-60s on Saturday. Typically, they have like a foot or two of snow on the ground this time of year. Not this year. Whatever's on the ground now will be melting. And then as the time we get to Sunday, we kind of go back to a normal weather pattern, but it's still pretty mild in the middle of the country. Still 50s in Kansas City, 60s in Kansas, southern Kansas. But look what happens next week, guys. This is going to be a well-advertised. We're going to talk a lot about this. Next week, the 6 to 10 day outlook, which includes pretty much from about Monday through Thursday, we are going to see record-breaking temperatures in the middle of the country. I just saw one of my friends in Des Moines, Iowa, posting they're calling for 72 degrees on Wednesday next week. The hottest temperature they've ever had in December is 68. Wow. So this could be some off-the-chart type stuff.
That is a big chunk of the country that's going to be well above average.
Yeah,
all right.
Look at that map.
Thank you, Bill.
Yeah,
record-breaking, too, yes.
Yeah. All right, and coming up, convicted murderer Scott Peterson is off of death row.
Resentenced to life in prison for the murder of his wife, Lacey, and their unborn child. The message Lacey's family had for Peterson in court and why this case is still not over.
Plus, a new documentary is giving us a look inside the controversial death of a police detective. The creator joins us next with the reason the investigation has turned to the very department the officer worked for. Up next.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. Now the holidays can begin. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
We're super grateful to these 21 all-star chefs. Cheers, everybody.
Happy holidays from today. Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are. It's here now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are. It's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. Scott Peterson will now spend the rest of his life in prison without the possibility of parole. He had originally been sentenced to death for the murder of his pregnant wife and unborn baby.
Peterson's attorney, Pat Harris, spoke about the case this morning on Today. Here's a little bit of what he said in response to Peterson not being able to address the court.
Well, essentially what Scott wanted to do was to make it clear that how he's been presented in the media and in court isn't who Scott Peterson is. I think what he wanted to do is make people understand that when you have things like a billboard outside the courtroom with his picture saying man or monster, that he is not a monster, that he did not commit this crime, and I think he wants people to know that.
NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin has more on the emotional day in court yesterday.
Good morning, Joe and Savannah. I was in court for yesterday's hearing. It was heartbreaking to see Laci's family. They addressed Scott Peterson directly. Their tone was measured yet full of fury. Laci and Connor will have been gone 19 years this Christmas Eve. Laci Peterson's family speaking out in anger and anguish. In court Wednesday, Laci's convicted killer, Scott Peterson, was just feet away, shackled, dressed in a red jumpsuit, wearing a mask, and staring directly at Laci's mother, Sharon Rocha, as she lashed out at him. Laci's dead, Scott, because she loved you. She trusted you and she believed in you. And you betrayed her and your son and everybody else. Peterson was in court for his official resentencing. His 2005 death sentence reduced to life without parole after the California Supreme Court found significant errors in jury selection at his trial. Peterson was found guilty of murdering Laci, then 8 months pregnant, and their unborn baby Connor on Christmas Eve 2002. Since his 2004 trial, Peterson has remained silent. On Wednesday, the judge denied his request to speak, his lawyer saying he wanted the opportunity to challenge the public's perception of him.
One of the things that really upsets him is this concept that he did not want to have a child. And he wanted to talk a little bit about that and the fact that he would never, ever harm Laci and Connor.
In the hearing, Laci's mother recounting in chilling detail the last time she saw her daughter. She and I were sitting on the sofa, and I was resting my hand on her stomach, waiting for the baby to move. And she looked at me and she said, Scott doesn't want to do that. He doesn't want to feel the baby move. All the while we were there that evening, you were already planning her murder. Supporting Peterson at the hearing, his family, including his sister-in-law, Janie.
There is no forensic evidence. There is no timeline to this crime. Scott Peterson is innocent.
Peterson's defense team pushing for a retrial, citing evidence of alleged juror misconduct. With that pending, Sharon Rocha directed her closing words to the man convicted of killing her daughter. No matter what happens, there are two things that will never change. Laci and Connor will always be dead, and you will always be their murderer. This isn't the end for Scott Peterson's case. His next hearing is scheduled for February 25th, where his defense team plans to present evidence of alleged juror misconduct. Back to you.
All right, Aaron McLaughlin, thank you so much.
A new documentary is out on HBO centered on the controversial death of a Baltimore detective. Sean Suiter was killed in the line of duty back in 2017. His killer never found.
Yeah, Suiter's death sparked a massive manhunt by the Baltimore Police Department to find his killer. But the case took a surprising twist when the public found out that Suiter was supposed to testify about alleged corruption among his fellow officers. the day after he was killed. That triggered a wave of questions and scrutiny toward the police department itself. Sonia Sohn, the director of the Slow Hustle, and Jeremy Elridge, the Suter family attorney, join us now. Good morning to the both of you. Thank you so much for being with us this morning. Sonia, I want to start with you. First, just walk us through the main focus of this documentary and why it was that you wanted to tell people about Sean Suter's story.
Well, the focus really, we follow a few investigative reporters as they try to unravel the mystery behind Sean Suter's death. And also we follow the family, particularly the widow, as she is patiently initially waiting for justice for her husband's death, which never comes.
Jeremy, when it comes to the investigation into Sean's death, how possible is it in your mind and the eyes of Sean's family that foul play was at hand here?
Well, I think it's incredibly possible, and we've actually been able to provide the Baltimore City Police Department with what I believe are some very fruitful leads. However, with some of the turnover between commissioners, some of the obvious corruption in the department, it's been really justice delayed for this family. They are still investigating the case, and we're really hopeful that some of these leads and some of this evidence that they have will result in the arrest of the person that killed him.
And Sonia, we know the documentary actually takes a broader look at the Baltimore Police Department really as a whole. There's a long history there of corruption. What were you able to learn about the police department while making this film?
Well, yeah, absolutely. There is a long history of corruption within the Baltimore Police Department, and that history speaks for itself. The Gun Trace Task Force case, which it had already unfolded by the time Sean had passed away, it was so egregious that the city, and I'm going to sort of go back to sort of why I decided to move forward with this documentary. You know, the city, the folks in the city were so suspicious of the police department that they suspected that someone in the department had something to do with Suter's death. And then we had this, you know, on the other end, this dichotomy of the wife and the family being, you know, what I would call a good police family, they were trusting of the department and they were patient with the process. And, you know, in the end, I felt that there was such a space between, a gulf, like between, you know, what would happen, what's going to happen in the unfolding of this case, this mystery, which I felt quite possibly wouldn't be solved, and what were the ramifications of that on the family and within the city. And sort of, you know, that's the story I was interested in covering there.
And Jeremy, we're tight on time here, but quickly, for the Suter family at this point, what does justice look like?
What justice, I hope, will look like is that we have a young, energetic mayor in Brandon Scott, and I'm hoping that this amazing documentary really causes the city to move forward, to realize the importance of getting justice for this family. And hopefully this mayor forces the police department to actually find Sean's killer and to preserve Sean's legacy.
It is a big platform on HBO. All right, Sonia and Jeremy, we appreciate you joining us this morning. Thanks so much and good luck.
Let's now take a look at what is making news around the world this morning.
NBC's Claudio Lavanga is back with us from Rome. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Savannah. Well, 7 United Nations peacekeepers were killed and 3 others were seriously injured by a roadside bomb explosion in central Mali. Now, the IED exploded as the UN convoy was driving in an area where groups known to be affiliated with ISIS usually operate, even though no group has claimed responsibility for the blast yet. And according to a survey on press freedom that is published every year at this time, this year a record number of journalists were put behind bars for the job they do. 293 reporters were imprisoned this year. That's 15 more than last year, and 24 more were killed because of what they write or what they say. Now, according to the to the U.S. non-profit organization that keeps track to a number of journalists who are imprisoned or killed every year, this is another testament or a sign that there is a growing intolerance of independent journalism. Last but not least, an Israeli company has produced the largest steak built in a lab in the world. Now, this steak is it weighs 4 ounces and was built or produced, I don't know how to say that, it was produced by putting cow cells into some sort of 3D printer. Now, I'm sure it's more complicated than that. But anyway, the companies that produce cell-cultured meat in laboratories say that, of course, it's better for the environment and it's better, of course, for the animals because they don't have to be slaughtered to produce the meat. Well, now, after vegetarians and vegans, the next generation, guys, may become laboratarians. That means that are people that only eat meat produced in a laboratory. You heard it here first, remember that.
Right? Hey, I'm blown away that anything to do with a steak and a 3D printer. What?
I'm not sure.
Wow.
I have no idea.
We might need to do more on this. All right.
Yeah, Claudia, look into that one.
Thank you. All right, coming up, golf's biggest star is making a comeback.
Tiger Woods is set to play his first tournament since a car crash left him with severe injuries, and it's with a very special partner joining him on the green. That's up next.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Our week-long journey across America. From Washington, D.C., a side of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. Pantone has unveiled its annual color of the year for 2022. And for the first time since the company started the tradition 22 years ago, it's created a brand new color. And here it is. It is called Very Peri. Look at that. Or Pantone 173938. The company says the new color, quote, encourages personal inventiveness and creativity and reflects a desire to overcome the COVID-19 pandemic. A statement said it brings a new perspective to qualities of the blue family, as you can see there, while also highlighting violet-red undertones. It's pretty.
It's very blue. Is that the accurate color?
Right. Yeah, I know. And yeah, blue doesn't exactly equate to me to like, let's overcome it.
I don't know.
But
maybe we're not getting the full picture there, but
yeah.
Blue hair is in.
It also, it's, you know, does it look like something you've never seen
before? I have questions about this. I have questions about the 3D printer steak. I have a lot of questions. Right
Exactly.
Right.
It's very pretty. I don't know.
Okay. Maybe you can try it out if you
like.
There we go. All right. Thank you.
We'll get outfits in this color.
Exactly. All right, nearly a year after surviving a car crash that nearly took his life, Tiger Woods announced he's coming back and will take part in a tournament next week. He won't be alone. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer has details.
Savannah and Joe, good morning. Good news for golf fans. Tiger Woods is back, announcing he'll be in a tournament in the coming days. This after some thought he may never play the game again.
Tiger Woods is teeing up for his latest comeback.
You called it there.
The golfing great announcing on Twitter his return to the sport he's dominated for decades. Although it's been a long and challenging year, I am very excited to close it out by competing in the PNC Championship with my son Charlie. I'm playing as a dad and couldn't be more excited and proud. Woods and 12-year-old Charlie will return to the course together next week, a repeat of their appearance in the family tournament last year. Some are calling the Team Woods rematch miraculous. In late February, Woods was involved in a single-car crash that threatened to end his golf career.
I'm very, very grateful that someone upstairs was taking care of me, that I'm able to not only be here, but also to walk without a prosthesis.
Father to Charlie and 14-year-old daughter Sam, Woods has cited his children as motivation in his long road to recovery.
It's been tough at times, yes. Some dark moments, but then again, as I was making progress through it too, I could see some light. I'm able to participate more with my kids and their activities and more, and just in life in general.
Some of the first images after the accident showed Woods cheering on his son as he competed in tournaments of his own. But in recent weeks, Woods has made it clear he's not ready to be a permanent spectator. Days ago, the legend practicing in his signature Sunday red at the Hero World Challenge. And this 3-second clip of his famous swing captioned, "Making progress."
Playing hit and giggle golf, it's easy, but playing tour golf and being prepared to play and try and shoot scores against these best players on the toughest golf courses, that's a totally different deal. And I am a long way away from that.
At almost 46 years old, Woods has long been considered one of the greatest golfers of all time. Now, all eyes will be watching as he attempts his latest comeback.
In Tiger Woods' own words, he still has a long way to go, saying he's only at about the halfway point of his recovery, but in the coming days, we'll see exactly how far he has come. Savannah and Joe, back to you guys.
I think a lot of folks will be watching that one. All right, thank you, Miguel.
And coming up, more than $1 trillion have been handed out to businesses hurt by the pandemic.
That includes entertainment venues like theaters. As more shows return to the stage, what's being done to make sure they're able to get back on their feet? I spoke with the head of the agency that's helping them. That's next. Plus,
that's also ahead. She calls herself Baroque Barbie, and she's taking New York City subway riders back in time with her performances. Look at that. We'll introduce you to the musician whose pandemic career switch is now inspiring commuters. You're watching Morning News Now.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life in primetime and streaming live. It's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It is by far the smallest cabinet-level agency, yet during the pandemic, the Small Business Administration was given a big role, handing out more than $1 trillion in emergency funds. Billions were dispersed through something called the Shuttered Venue Grant Program, which helps theaters, music clubs, and other entertainment spots hit hard by the pandemic. I sat down inside a Broadway theater with the SBA administrator, Isabella Casillas Guzman, to talk about the program's successes and its challenges. In your mind, was this program a success, and what did the money accomplish?
Yes, I mean, this was a complicated grant program that we were charged with administering on behalf of the federal government, and I think it's been a great success. And hearing directly from these operators, they were saved by these funds.
You mentioned it was complicated. It wasn't perfect, was it?
It was not perfect, and when I walked in, it was not where I wanted it to be, and I asked my team to be as entrepreneurial as the small businesses we serve, and that means be agile, adapt, and try to figure out how we could improve processes along the way.
Early on, there were tech glitches that made it hard to apply. Then as the process got going, some business owners say it took too long to get the money. To those who were frustrated by the process, what's your message to them?
My message is that I agree. We need to always focus on making something as important as this more customer friendly, easier to access, of course, balanced with the controls that are needed to make sure the funds get into the hands of the businesses or institutions it's intended to serve. So we really appreciate the situation that they were in. They were hard hit, first to close, probably last to reopen. And so we were just working around the clock to try to make this available.
During the pandemic, the responsibility that was put upon the Small Business Administration, is it fair to say, was significantly larger than before the pandemic?
It significantly is probably even an understatement. I mean, we're a small agency that put out about $40 billion a year in loans and investments, and this went to $1.2 trillion of relief nearly. And so that's been astronomical.
Moving forward, we're still in the pandemic, businesses are reopening, but there are still a lot of struggles. What do you see your biggest role being, especially for these venues that were part of the Shuttered Venues program? What are the biggest challenges they face, and how can you help them?
I think there's continued uncertainty, and clearly, while they've been able to reopen, obviously we need to make sure that first off, that consumers are shopping small and entertaining with small venues and dining small, and especially during this holiday season, it's such an important time for them.
That Shuttered Venue program has awarded more than $13 billion so far. The applications process is now closed, but the SBA still has about $2.5 billion to dole out to venues that have already applied for help.
Great interview. Now it's time for our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter to you.
Silvana Henao is back with us. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. Yeah, so we're getting the latest read on the labor market this morning. Just out, 184,000 Americans filed for unemployment benefits last week. That's the lowest level in more than 52 years. All of Google's employees globally, including the company's extended workforce and interns, will get a one-time cash bonus of $1,600 this year. A company spokesperson told Reuters that bonus is in addition to Google's work-from-home allowance and its $500 well-being bonus. Meanwhile, the tech giant just last week delayed its return to office plans indefinitely. Google earlier expected employees to return to the office starting January 10th, but now will wait until the new year to make decisions on bringing employees back. Apple will not have to make changes to its in-app payment system for now. Those changes would have allowed developers to add links for users to choose alternate payment methods for in-app purchases outside the App Store. In a court battle earlier this year with Epic Games, the judge ordered Apple to stop preventing developers from linking to these payment options. Apple originally had until today to make those changes, but an appeals court in San Francisco granted the company more time while both Apple and Epic appeal the original ruling. The state temporarily protects Apple's control over its App Store and the fees it generates, which can range up to 30% of digital transactions. This until the appeal is decided. Guys, back to you.
All right, Silvana Henao, thank you so much. Sure thing. And coming up, hard to believe we're about 3 weeks away from 2022.
So we're going to look back at 2021 and ask ourselves, what are going to be some of the moments we'll remember? Well, National Geographic is out with its Year in Pictures. We'll go through the 2021's most memorable images next.
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. Now the holidays can begin. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
We're super grateful to these 21 all-star chefs. Cheers, everybody.
Happy holidays from today.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
As we continue our year in review, we're taking a look back at the best images and visuals that captured the biggest events and most important messages over 2021.
Yeah, National Geographic is out with its Year in Pictures campaign today. From the global vaccination push to the continued impact climate change is having on our world, 2021 had its fair share of memorable visual moments. And we're lucky to have Whitney Johnson, National Geographic's Director of Visual and Immersive Experiences, with us this morning. Whitney, good morning. So National Geographic is, of course, known for its stunning photography, really the way moments are captured and preserved. And today we get your guys' look at a year in pictures. So tell us about what went into this project and deciding on which moments really encapsulate a year.
Yeah, good morning. Yes, National Geographic is, of course, synonymous with photography, and I think our Year in Pictures campaign is really no exception. We try to bring our audience just a selection of really powerful single images, but we really try to do more than that. We try to tell a story and try to help our audience make sense of, well, another pretty crazy year.
Yeah. So crazy is an understatement. We're getting used to saying that. So when it comes to putting this issue together, is this a year-round process? And then how do you ultimately decide which pictures will make their way onto the 4 different covers?
Well, it is a year-round process in the sense that we have a great team of photo editors here who are working with photographers all year round on the stories that go into our issues throughout the year. Our photographers made almost 2 million photographs this year. I think it was 1,944,644 to be exact, and we narrowed it down to fewer than 50 for this particular issue. So it's really a group effort over the course of the year.
So, Whitney, we're seeing some of these images up on our screens here, but can you tell us about any of these kind of big themes? I mentioned, obviously, COVID's impact with vaccination efforts, climate change. Tell us about what are the big moments that really mean 2021 to you all.
Yeah, like I said, we really try to help our audience make sense of the year. So we looked at our content through what we think are the biggest stories of the year. You've talked about some of them. COVID, of course, climate change, conflict is another one. And for us, conservation is a really important story here at National Geographic. So that also rose to the top. We certainly have some favorite pictures in here. You saw the image of an elephant drinking out of a bottle. That is a good news COVID story in the sense that these baby elephants used to be fed with human infant formula, but because of the pandemic, the folks at the sanctuary were unable to get that milk, and they had to turn to the local economy instead. So the elephants are now being fed goat milk, and it's also really kind of boosting the local economy there too.
Oh, so great to hear the stories behind those powerful images as well.
And you're so right. That one, I mean, it's just amazing just to be up close and personal like that with an animal like an elephant. But what a great story behind it as well.
Whitney, thanks so much. We appreciate it. Good to have you with us.
Thank you, Whitney.
Thanks for having me.
Now, during the pandemic, many people switched careers, and we wanted to end the hour by hearing from a woman who walked away from her job to return to her love of the cello.
That's right. And the performer calls herself the Baroque Barbie, dressing like Marie Antoinette and playing classical music in New York City's subways. Take a look.
Say a lot of the time it's just shock and surprise. My costume is a little bit inspired by Marie Antoinette. I did go to music school. Cello was really my passion, but after that, you know, student loans and everything takes over, and you end up in the workforce. I worked in the restaurant industry for 10 years. But during the pandemic, as a lot of people did, I decided it was time to reinvent myself. My goal is to play at as many subway stops as possible. One of the most beautiful things is that when you're listening to music, it brings everyone together.
And she says she wants to play every subway station in New York, which means she'll have to play, get this, about 424 different places. That's a lot of concerts.
A lot of chances for us to maybe run into her
exactly.
on the subway.
But now when I see her, I will know.
Yeah,
this is what's going on here.
Exactly.
So.
Hey, Baroque Barbie. That's what I'm going to say.
Can't miss her. All right. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, turn for the worse. COVID cases back on the rise in parts of the U.S. following Thanksgiving and heading into the December holidays. Health officials say they're also seeing an extremely concerning rise in hospitalizations. The good news, nearly 2/3 of Americans are fully vaccinated. This, as Dr. Anthony Fauci says, the time to get the booster is now.
It's very clear from the data, the booster raises up that level to the point where you can feel reasonably comfortable that most people will be very well protected.
We'll take you to one of the areas being hit hard despite high vaccination rates to break down what's behind the spike, plus what experts are saying about a potential change to what it means to be fully vaccinated. Resolution repeal, a legislative loss for President Biden. The Senate voted to roll back the White House's vaccine mandate in the private sector, and the decision was a bipartisan one. The Democrats who defected, what could happen next in the House, and what it means for the mandate moving forward. Troubling trend. We saw a record number of homicides in 2020, and this year could be even worse. We're digging into what's being blamed for the sky-high spike that some leaders say is impacting cities big and small. And season of stress between visiting family and friends, travel, work, and the pandemic, the holidays can bring an extra level of anxiety. We're going one-on-one with a professional to help you navigate the Christmas crunch and start off the new year right. Such an important discussion to
Absolutely.
have.
In case you didn't know, Christmas is about 2 weeks away.
Yeah,
Can I just add to your anxiety there?
Yeah, the stress, anxiety. I mean, yeah, the shopping, the visiting, the schedule's off. Yeah, it's absolutely understandable. So we'll help you out with that in a little bit. We begin this morning, though, with that alarming rise of COVID cases across the country. Hospitals are now flooded with new cases of the Delta variant at the same time that Omicron variant spreads quickly throughout the U.S.
6 states, Michigan, Ohio, Indiana, Pennsylvania, New York, and Illinois, now account for 60% of the country's recent COVID hospitalizations. New York and Maine have already called on the National Guard for for extra support to help hospitals that are struggling to keep their ICU beds open. Dr. Anthony Fauci is urging more Americans to get their COVID booster shots immediately as the COVID death toll climbs once again.
We would hope that a third shot boost of an mRNA would not only increase the height of the response, the breadth of the response, but we're hoping that would increase the durability of response. And there's reason to believe that that might happen, because when you do a boost, you really increase what we call the affinity maturation of the response, which means you give it broader coverage. Hopefully that broader will also be broader duration.
Meanwhile, new data from Pfizer suggests their booster vaccine is effective in protecting against the Omicron variant and Delta variant, giving new hope for those who are looking to boost their protection.
Dr. Bob, always great to have you. Thank you so much for joining us. Dr. Lahita is, of course, a professor at the Hackensack Meridian School of Medicine and the director of the Institute for Autoimmune and Rheumatic Diseases at St. Joseph Health. Dr. Bob, so let's first talk about what Dr. Anthony Fauci told our Lester Holt last night, and it's about booster shots and kind of talking through what it means to be fully vaccinated. First, let's go ahead and listen to that if we have that sound.
This is something that's on the table, that's being discussed. I don't see it happening immediately, but I think as time goes by and we learn more about the importance of this with regard to the new variant, I think you'll be seeing at least a consideration of this.
Do you think we're headed in that direction, though, making that new recommendation?
I believe so, Lester. I can't say for sure, and I don't want to have any promises for people, but at least it's being seriously discussed.
So, Dr. Bob, what do you think about that? Is it time to change the series recommendation given this spike in cases we're seeing, especially in the Northeast? That's where Antonia was, as Joe just mentioned, and we'll get to in a moment. That's really where we're seeing this spike, especially as it gets colder, things like that. What do you think about what it means to be fully vaccinated?
We predicted this, Savannah, going forward. Remember, we talked about the holidays and the fact that we clumped together in homes, some vaccinated, some unvaccinated. I think Tony Fauci's comment about the durability of the vaccine and the need for a booster, everybody should get a booster. There's no question about it. And for once, they're talking about T cells and B cells, the cellular aspects of the immune system, which are very important and probably more important than neutralizing antibody. So yes, we have a rise in cases in the Northeast, and we hope we're having durable vaccination and durable effects on our immune systems.
So, Dr. Bob, what we're going to talk about in just a moment is the fact that in some of these Northeast states, we're seeing this spike in COVID cases. States like Connecticut, and Connecticut was actually the first state that successfully vaccinated half of its adults. Here in New York, where I am, state leaders have pushed for strict COVID guidelines, and we have had those good vaccination rates. Does this tell us anything about the Delta variant that we're seeing some of these states that seem to have had this full court press on COVID have these spikes?
Well, what's happening is exactly what was predicted because of the unvaccinated population. And even if you've got 20% of the population unvaccinated, the vaccinated can still carry the virus. The unvaccinated get the virus and get the severe disease and wind up populating our hospitals, our intensive care units, and oftentimes on ventilators die. So people have to realize that this is a cycle which could be broken, but right now it's not, Savannah.
Now let's talk about this new variant, the Omicron variant. What we're actually seeing right now is mostly Delta spreading, but according to preliminary reports from the World Health Organization, Omicron, this new variant that we are seeing in several states across the country, is more transmissible than the Delta variant, but it might not cause as severe of cases. So we still have a lot to learn here. But what does that mean? And kind of what's your takeaway from that? Does decreased severity mean less dangerous? And could people still be getting that long COVID? Does this make you more or less worried than we were about Delta?
Well, we don't know about the long-term effects of the Omicron variant. We do know that it's about 5 to 6 times more transmissible, meaning more sticky, meaning if you have it in a room and you have unvaccinated people in your Christmas party and you're carrying Omicron, everybody's going to have Omicron, including those who are vaccinated. But the ones who are vaccinated, according to Pfizer and the CDC, are not going to be as sick. So yes, we're going to see it spread, and I predict that by March 1st, that'll be the predominant strain.
By March 1st, you heard it from Dr. Bob Lahita. Dr. Bob, always great to have you. Thank you so much for your time this morning.
Thank you, Savannah. Good to see you.
Let's bring in Antonia Hilton. She is in hard-hit Connecticut this morning. So, Antonia, Connecticut was the first state in the country to successfully vaccinate half of its adults. It's continued to lead the nation in vaccination rates. Why are we seeing such a sharp rise in cases there right now?
Well, Joe, that is exactly what officials here are scrambling to respond to as we get closer and closer to Christmas, to New Year's. And look, what we're seeing happen, according to NBC data, is about a 60% uptick in cases. And according to statewide data, about 575 people are hospitalized right now. And that represents about actually more than 3 times where they were just a couple weeks ago. So officials are working on this, and what they're focusing on their attention on as in terms of causes is that they think that the cold weather, the amount of time that people are starting to spend inside with loved ones and friends indoors, and then most crucially, waning immunity among those who already went out and got vaccinated. So that's where a huge focus is going to be all day today where I am at Scalzi Park. There's going to be a vaccination clinic, and while they are, of course, are targeting folks who haven't been vaccinated, it's many of those folks who have waning immunity, who got vaccinated many, many months ago, who they now are trying to reach.
We thank Antonia Hilton for that report from Stamford, Connecticut. Now, the COVID battle is colliding with politics on Capitol Hill. Last night, the Senate voted to roll back President Biden's vaccine mandate for large private employers. 2 Democrats joined Republicans to pass the resolution, which now goes to the House, where it faces a very uncertain future.
Yeah, that's right. And the mandate is actually already stalled in the courts amid a wave of litigation. And this was a bipartisan rebuke of a key component of the White House's plan to fight the virus.
Joining us now is NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Leanne Caldwell and NBCNews.com senior White House reporter Shannon Pettypiece. Good morning to both of you. Leanne, we're going to start with you. Republicans brought this to the Senate floor under what's known as the Congressional Review Act, which allows Congress to review presidential executive orders. So was this a serious blow to the mandate, or was it more just political theater?
It's more just political theater, Joe, and that's because of the rules that mandate how these things come up. So when it goes to the House, Speaker Pelosi does not have to bring it up. Republicans can force it, but they need to find 5 Democrats to do so. But yesterday on the Senate floor, the fact that this got a vote, it was necessary, is mandated that it got a vote. It did re-emerge the debate over vaccine mandates. Leader Schumer warned the body that they are on the verge of pushing an anti-vaccine message. Let's listen to what Schumer said and then how McConnell responded.
There should be one message and one message only coming from this chamber to the American people. Get vaccinated, get boosted, stay safe yourself, keep your families, your communities, and our country safe. The worst thing we can do is tie our own hands behind our backs.
The federal government, elites in Washington, cannot micromanage citizens' personal choices without a legitimate basis in law and the Constitution. And that goes double for presidents going far beyond the bounds of their office and their authority. President Biden's absurd private sector vaccine mandate is blatant overreach. It is illegal.
So in the vote, it got the support of all Republicans. 2 Democrats supported it, Joe Manchin of West Virginia and John Tester of Montana, signaling that this is a toxic political issue, something that Republicans hope to carry into 2022 and the midterm elections, Joe.
And Shannon, let's bring you in here. So how is the White House responding to that vote, as well as the fact that federal courts have blocked this mandate?
Yeah, well, you're right. They are fighting this on a number of fronts. There's the court, there is Congress, and now there's also the court of public opinion. We have seen a number of Democratic governors come out now and raise questions or concerns about this vaccine mandate. But the White House is standing by their position on this. They say that they do have a legal right to mandate large employers require their employees to be vaccinated under the laws and regulations that enable the federal government to regulate workplace safety. So that's the sort of case the administration is making. Now, they also believe that these mandates work, and they have seen when they're put in place, they significantly drive up the rate of vaccination. For example, there is a federal workplace mandate. When that went in place, the administration said 92% of federal workers were in compliance. So they are defending these mandates. They say the number one task of this administration is to get people vaccinated if they want to get people beyond the pandemic, and they found mandates to be a very effective way to do that.
Leanne, let's stick with the Senate, but hit a different topic. Tell us about the debt ceiling vote that's scheduled for later today.
Yeah, that is finally going to come up before the December 15th deadline, but this is not the final step, Joe. What's going to happen today is they attached a rule change to a Medicare bill that would change the rules on how the Senate is able to lift the debt limit. So the vote today will need 60 votes. That means it'll need the support of all Democrats plus 10 Republicans. After this rule change is signed into law by the president, then the Senate can come back and actually lift the debt limit with just a simple majority, with just simple Democrats. This is legislative gymnastics to appease Republican politics of not actually voting to lift the debt limit, but it should get done before the December 15th deadline that Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen says is the time it must happen by. Joe, Savannah.
And Shannon, let's also cover, before we let you guys go, the January 6th committee investigating the Capitol attack. So yesterday, former President Trump's chief of staff, Mark Meadows, didn't show for a scheduled deposition. We've seen a lot of this, a lack of cooperation. What's the latest there?
Well, he is now suing the committee, asking a federal court to block enforcement of this subpoena coming from the committee. He is citing executive privilege, which is a protection the courts have given to previous presidents, saying that conversations between top advisors should be confidential. The White House has waived that executive privilege, saying that it is the right of the office of the president to determine who gets to assert executive privilege, not a former president. Here's a bit more what Meadows had to say last night.
This lawsuit really goes to the heart of the matter. The fact is that we've been trying for weeks and weeks to make accommodations to share non-privileged, and I want to stress that, non-privileged information while protecting the executive privilege that President Trump has claimed. And yet what we found is each and every time there was an overreach on the part of the committee. And then in the last 72 hours, we received a subpoena that went to our telecommunication carrier that was so broad that you would have to do some type of legislative contortions to find a legislative reason for that subpoena. And I can tell you, they did this without notifying us.
And the committee pushed back in a statement yesterday saying that they believe that this lawsuit will fail and that they will be meeting next week to advance a report recommending that the House cite Meadows for contempt of Congress and refer him to the Department of Justice for prosecution. So we've certainly not seen the end of this back and forth here, guys.
All right, Shannon and Leanne, thank you so much.
Testimony resumes this morning for the second day of the trial of Kim Potter. She's the former Minnesota police officer who shot and killed 20-year-old Daunte Wright earlier this year during a traffic stop. Potter is facing first-degree and second-degree manslaughter charges. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster joins us now from the courthouse in Minneapolis. Shaq, good morning to you. So yesterday we heard emotional testimony from Daunte Wright's mother. What did she say?
Extremely emotional testimony, Joe. And this is someone who is not just a fact witness, but was the so-called spark of life witness. Someone who can go in the courtroom and bring life, talk about the memories of Daunte Wright. But she had extremely powerful testimony. I want you to listen to some of it now.
Female answered the phone because it was FaceTime. She was screaming. And I was like, what's wrong? And she said that they shot him. And she faced the phone towards the driver's seat. And my son was laying there. He was unresponsive.
Katie then says she called 911 to see exactly where her son was, arrived at the scene and stayed there for several hours because although she couldn't reach her son's body, she identified it as it being her son based on his shoes that poked out underneath the white sheet. Joe?
So, Shaq, what is Kim Potter's defense saying about what happened the day of the shoot?
Well, in the opening statements, we heard Kim Potter's attorneys frame this as being about Daunte Wright's actions, that the stop was legal. They say that he was evading arrest, and despite the fact that he had a warrant, and that him evading arrest by getting back in that car put her partners at risk, and that is why she used force. But they say it was a mistaken use of force in terms of it being a gun. They say she was reaching for her taser and instead used her firearm. She's pleading not guilty to the charges that she's facing. Remember, those 2 charges of first and second degree manslaughter, they carry up to 15 years in prison if she's convicted.
And Shaq, we also heard from a fellow police officer who responded to the stop. What did we learn from him about the moments leading up to the shooting?
Who actually who made the decision to pull Daunte Wright's car over. He said the car hesitated before making a left turn, and then he noticed the air freshener dangling, and when he ran the tags, he saw that they were expired plates, or it was expired registration. So that is why he decided to pull Daunte Wright over. He says that he tried to get him out the car once he realized that that warrant existed, and then listen to a little bit more of his testimony from there.
I heard her say, I'm going to tase you again, I believe a second time. And then I believe that is when I heard taser, taser. At that same time, when she yelled that, that's when I was reaching into the vehicle trying to grab what I believed was the stick shift when Daunte grabbed in that area of the steering column. I just tried to undo whatever he did. And then that's when I just heard a bang.
What was it?
It was a firearm.
Yesterday, we saw a brand new body camera video of the moment after that moment that you just heard that officer describe. And you saw Kim Potter inconsolable. She was on the ground. She was crying. She kept saying, "Oh, my God, I just shot a kid." She even said, "I am going to prison." That is all evidence that is coming up as the prosecution tries to paint her as someone who acted recklessly, who should have known better when she reached her for her Glock instead of her taser. Joe?
Shaq Brewster recapping a big day of testimony in Minnesota. Thank you, Shaq.
Jury deliberations are underway in the trial of Jussie Smollett, who's charged with staging an anti-gay racist attack against himself and lying to police about it. Smollett testified over 2 days that he was the victim of a real hate crime, calling the claims he faked it 100% false. But the 2 brothers accused of attacking the former Empire actor also testified under oath and said they were recruited by Smollett. For more on this, let's go to NBC News correspondent Megan Fitzgerald, who's on the ground in Chicago with the latest. Megan, good morning. So I just mentioned those jury deliberations have begun after the trial that lasted just over a week. Tell us what jurors heard during closing arguments and what do we know about the deliberations so far this morning?
Savannah, good morning. You know, this was the last opportunity that both sides had to really try and plead their case. So we saw the prosecution going after Smollett, saying that he lied about this entire thing, that it was a hoax, reminding jurors that he didn't cooperate with this police investigation. He didn't turn over his DNA. He didn't turn over his cell phone. And then also pointing out that in the days leading up to this attack, Smollett told police that he received a racist phone call, police wanting to dig a little bit deeper, wanting to get his cell phone to try and see if they could track down that caller, but that he wouldn't cooperate. So the prosecution telling jurors, look, he never wanted police to get to the bottom of this entire situation because it was a hoax. And then, of course, we saw the defense going after the prosecution's star witnesses, the Osundario brothers. These are the men that the prosecution says that Smollett allegedly paid that $3,500 to orchestrate this entire attack. The defense saying that they're liars and that they shouldn't be believed, and also going after this police investigation, saying that this was shoddy police work. And remember, all the defense has to do is sow a piece of doubt here. If jurors have any doubt at all, they are to find him not guilty.
So,
Savannah?
Megan, as I laid out and as you just did a great job in terms of the closing arguments, but this has really been a he said, they said back and forth between Smollett and those 2 brothers. And anytime any piece of evidence was introduced, anytime anything was brought up, they really both had these different explanations for what it was that was going on there. So for the jury now, is there hard evidence that they're considering, or is it mostly going to come down to this cross-examination of the witnesses that have these 2 different stories?
I mean, Savannah, you're absolutely right. You really hit the nail on the head there. I mean, this ultimately does sort of come down to he said, they said. But there is some evidence, the prosecution pointing to one of the pieces of evidence here is the stitched together surveillance video that shows the moment the prosecution says Smollett took the brothers on a dry run of the attack. And so you could see his car, and they paint the picture that this was going over, what they need to do at the time that they're going to attack. So the practice run, if you will. The defense arguing that, no, that's not the case, that this is a routine situation, that Smollett would pick up the brothers, they would drive around, they would smoke a blunt, and then he just dropped them off. So nothing unusual there. So again, it really does come down to testimony and who jurors will believe based off of their explanation of what happened when they took the witness stand, Savannah.
All right, Megan, we will be watching as that jury starts deliberating. Thank you so much.
Time for a check on your morning news now weather.
Which, of course, means time for Bill Cairns to join us. Hi, Bill. Good morning.
Do you know what the best snow is?
Fluffy.
Lots. It's the snow that will make it look pretty, but not stick on the roads.
Stay.
And that is
Stick on the roads, Bill, or stick
nice.
in your driveway for you to have to shovel?
Either way, if I don't have to shovel it and I can just look at it, that's perfect. I didn't get it, but my friends to the north did. Let me take you into Connecticut. Connecticut, Massachusetts, a little bit in upstate New York around Albany. They got their first accumulating snow of the year. It took long enough. It was only about an inch, maybe 1 or 2 inches. But again, it made it look pretty, but the roads were just wet and they were fine. Now, overnight, unfortunately, the temperatures have dropped a little bit, and I did hear about some areas with some slick spots. So you do have to be a little extra careful, especially traveling over any bridges or interpasses. But that's about it. So it wasn't a big event, but it was the first snow of the year in a few spots. So let's get to the next big storm. It is moving into the west. This one will go across the country over the upcoming weekend. And this one, unlike the one I just showed you, will bring some significant snows. We got about 8 to 10 million people that are under winter storm warnings or watches or advisories. And this one's finally going to deliver some snow to the high country of Utah, Colorado. And then this one spills into the plains, and this could be a decent little snowstorm for our friends in Nebraska, northern portions of South Dakota, northern Iowa, southern Minnesota. And the snow forecast has been increasing for Minneapolis, so the trend is going up. Right now, Minneapolis looks like about 6 inches of snow, but just to the south of there around Rochester and through central Wisconsin, possibilities of 6 to 12. So for today's forecast, a little cold in New England, still very warm in Texas. Next hour, guys, we are going to talk about this epic heat wave that is coming for the U.S. next week. We have a chance of breaking all-time record December high temperatures. It's going to be something else. We'll talk about that coming up.
All right. No shoveling there. All right. Thank you, Bill.
Really? Thanks, Bill. And coming up, tragedy at a tourist hotspot. A car stuck in the water just feet away from the edge of Niagara Falls.
We're going to show you the video as first responders battled wind, snow, and freezing water to try and save the driver inside.
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. Now the holidays can begin. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
We're super grateful to these 21 all-star chefs. Cheers, everybody.
Happy holidays from today.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this?
Welcome back. A tragic scene unfolded yesterday above Niagara Falls. The Coast Guard tried to rescue a woman trapped in a submerged car just feet from the brink of the waterfall.
Yeah, that's right. And NBC News Now correspondent Isa Gutierrez has the details.
Dramatic video of a car stuck in the water just 50 yards from the brink of Niagara Falls. You're watching the Coast Guard fly above the vehicle and one rescuer descending into waves to retrieve whoever's inside.
We've never had a vehicle in the water this close to the brink.
Officials responding to a call from eyewitnesses who said they saw the car floating down the river before it got stuck here.
We saw a lot of tourists here taking pictures, trying to document what was going on.
Jeff Preval is a reporter at our local affiliate in Buffalo, WGRZ. He filmed these videos on his phone.
The rip currents are extremely fast. They're crashing. They're very aggressive. The weather, it's lightly snowing here. It's cold as well.
What was the biggest question in your mind when you got there and you saw what was going on?
The question that we had, that a lot of people had right there at the scene, was how this car was able to get into the water.
Preval stood there watching as the Coast Guard prepared for their rescue for 2 hours. In the meantime, rescuers used a drone to see how many people were inside the car. Despite the incredible attempt, it was too late. Officials saying the driver was deceased, a woman in her 60s and from the area.
A lot of people were out there and were troubled by what they saw.
In his 14 years of reporting, Preval says he's never seen anything quite like this.
Yeah, this was different. This is difficult. This is something that I'm probably going to have to, talk to my mom and, loved ones and friends about. Just to sort of decompress.
Isa Gutierrez, NBC News.
Investigators are looking into how the car got so close to Niagara Falls in the first place. Eyewitnesses say they first saw it floating near a pedestrian bridge farther up the Niagara River.
Wow, some stunning video there. All right, now let's look at what's making news around the world this morning.
NBC's Claudio Lavanga joins us from Rome. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Savannah. Well, a prosecutor in Paris said that a man who was arrested on Tuesday in connection with the murder of Saudi journalist Jamal Khashoggi was released because he was not the right man. Well, now the name of the man arrested was among 17 names of other Saudi nationals sought in connection with the brutal killing of the Saudi journalist. You may remember in October 8, 2018 in the Saudi consulate in Istanbul, but the Saudi embassy in France today also said that there was absolutely no connection between that man and the Khashoggi affair. And New Zealand revealed some bold plans about banning the sale of tobacco, cigarettes or tobacco products to the younger generation in order to phase out completely smoking in the country in the future. Well, now, starting from next year, anyone who was born after 2008 will not be able to buy cigarettes or tobacco products in their lifetime. Now, this is part of a wider and sweeping crackdown on smoking in the country. And last but not least, in Finland, the Prime Minister was forced to apologize after she spent a night out in the capital, Helsinki, despite the fact that she was exposed to COVID-19. And now, Sanna Marin, this is the name of the Finnish Prime Minister, was photographed in a crowded nightclub in Helsinki on the same day she was told that her foreign minister, the foreign minister in the government with whom she had close contact, tested positive. Now, on a Facebook page, on her Facebook page, Marin said that she was sorry and she should have used more consideration. Guys.
All right, Claudio, thank you so much. Good to see you.
Coming up, new insight into the relationship between disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, the photos seized from Epstein's mansion, and the new testimony from his former pilot as the prosecution nears the end of its case.
And could 2021 be the deadliest year for homicides ever? The troubling trend that's left families devastated across the country. That's up next.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last movie.
Was talking smack part of this?
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead, this is it.
The hosts have been confirmed for the rest of this season of Jeopardy! Mayim Bialik and Ken Jennings will continue to share hosting duties now into 2022. Sony Pictures Entertainment originally announced back in September that Bialik would split hosting duties with Jennings through the end of this year, 2021. The actress and real-life neuroscientist was a fan favorite when she guest hosted in May and June. And Ken Jennings, who had an unprecedented 74-game winning streak, was the first guest host following Alex Trebek's death, and then he returned in September to split hosting duties with Bialik. Both stepped in after former executive producer Mike Richards stepped down as host in the wake of controversy over some of his past comments. You all caught up there? All right, Jeopardy's current season, its 38th, is scheduled to run now until July. So we'll see the split for many, many, many more months.
I think you know more about this than anyone on the planet.
It's my area of expertise,
Yes.
and I guess I'll be reporting on it a while longer. So
Exactly. There is much more to come. I can't believe we still don't know
we still
who's
don't
going
know.
to host
Yeah.
Jeopardy.
I don't know.
All right, Joe. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, taking a turn now to a tragic statistic. 2020 was a record year for homicides in the U.S., but with only 3 weeks left in 2021, this year is shaping up to be even worse as murder rates soar across the country. NBC News correspondent Gabe Gutierrez takes a closer look.
Savannah and Joe, good morning. Experts nationwide are having a tough time pinpointing exactly why murder rates are skyrocketing in some cities or whether this trend might continue into next year. For many cities, big and small, this has been the deadliest year ever. In Philadelphia alone, more than 520 homicides, breaking a record that had stood for over 30 years. And for Desiree Goodson, too many agonizing moments to count. What will you miss most about him?
Oh, Samir always smiles. Samir, he makes me happy, like he cheers me up.
She still speaks about her 14-year-old son, Samir Jefferson, as if he's still here. But as the high school freshman waited for a bus last week, he was killed. Police say 2 people got out of a car, chased him across the street, then fired about 35 shots. These are some of the bullet holes still on the side of this pharmacy. Samir was hit 18 times.
The people that killed Samir ain't killers, they monsters. Like, they shot my son 18 times.
Among the other cities already setting records for murders this year, Portland, Tucson, Toledo, St. Paul, Austin, and Albuquerque. The debate over why is raging. Some experts blame the pandemic in part. Bail reform keeping more criminals out of jail, more guns, and fewer officers. Indianapolis also hitting an all-time homicide high.
We're definitely recruiting, but I want to put those officers on the streets.
Philadelphia District Attorney Larry Krasner argues that while homicides are up in his city, other crimes such as rape and robberies that don't involve a gun are down.
We don't have a crisis of lawlessness. We don't have a crisis of crime. We don't have a crisis of violence.
But former Mayor Michael Nutter is slamming those comments as white privilege, saying the progressive DA has not been tough enough on criminals and demanding Krasner apologize to victims' families, like Desiree Goodson.
My son's not coming back. I don't care about no justice. None of that brings Samir back. None of it. None of it.
Police here have arrested 2 suspects in connection with her son's murder. This morning, 2 more are still on the run. Savannah and Joe.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez, thank you for that report. And coming up, a brewing battle at Starbucks, how the company is responding to the push to create a first-of-its-kind union at a handful of locations and the impact this could have at stores across the country.
And seasonal stress kicks into overdrive for many this time of year. We've got an expert to tell you how you can break up with anxiety and navigate the havoc holidays can cause next.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint. What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right? Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Starbucks workers in upstate New York are deciding whether to unionize. Voting wrapped up yesterday and ballots will start to be counted later today.
Yeah, if successful, the new union formed by the baristas would be the first of its kind at Starbucks stores in the U.S. NBC News Now correspondent Dasha Burns joins us with the latest. Hi, Dasha. Good morning.
Hey, Savannah. Good morning. Buffalo, New York. It's an unlikely epicenter of America's labor comeback, and it's being led by an unlikely group, Gen Z and millennial baristas at Starbucks. They want a seat at the table with corporate leaders, and we spent some time with them as they made their last-ditch effort to make some history. Watch.
Jazz Brissack is a 24-year-old Starbucks barista.
So I'm one of the openers at my store, so getting up at 4:30 is pretty standard. Make sure everything's ready for the day, feed the cats, make sure they have water.
She works at an unassuming Starbucks store in Buffalo, New York.
I love working at Starbucks. Some of the most amazing people I've ever met work at the store with me.
This young service worker and this coffee shop could make history this week. Jazz has become an unlikely leader of an effort to create the first unionized corporate Starbucks stores in the country. Employees at 3 Starbucks stores in the Buffalo area are voting on whether or not to form a union.
This old Model T factory is now home to the Starbucks unionization effort here in Buffalo. And inside, the clock is ticking for these organizers.
Jazz and her fellow barista, 37-year-old Michelle Eisen, are here on their off hours to help quarterback the final moments of the campaign.
Well, Starbucks historically has been viewed as a really great place to work, a lot of benefits. Why does Starbucks need a union?
When I started with them in 2010, that's what I came into. I really do feel like they were that company. And in the last 4 or 5 years, those little kind of perks have slowly kind of been pulled away. Like we've seen the benefits packages, we've seen those costs go up and the benefits go down. And I've got partners who can't pay their rent and put groceries in their fridge at the same time.
Why now?
You're seeing people who were forced to work through some pretty intense, awful conditions, and realizing that these corporations made billions of dollars off the backs of our labor in the middle of a global pandemic, and we've reaped little to no benefits from that.
After they started organizing, Jazz and Michelle say Starbucks flooded Buffalo area stores with managers from other parts of the country. A company spokesperson told NBC News the personnel are there independent of the union vote to help fill staffing gaps, improve how stores function, and help with training at request of employees.
We had support managers from all over the country. That's what Starbucks calls them, support managers. The quotes are necessary because they're not really here to support us. In fact, they're here solely to come into our store, make sure that there's not any time, that there's not management watching. We used to talk about the union at work. We were signing up people, talking about organizing as we were making drinks.
When did you start noticing these new people coming in, these support managers?
Within a week of us filing, I believe. Rossann Williams, who is the president of Starbucks North America, she oversees, to the best of my knowledge, corporate Starbucks in North America, came into town, started holding active listening sessions. That's what they call them.
Had she been to town before?
I've never seen anyone higher than a regional director in Buffalo, let alone anyone to the level that she's at. She pops into stores whenever she feels like it, grabs a bucket of ice, takes out a trash bag.
A Starbucks spokesperson said, "We categorically deny any claims of surveillance, union busting, or anything of the sort," adding that it is normal for executives like Rossann Williams to visit stores when they hear Starbucks partners, the company's term for employees, are unhappy. Back in the union war room, the effort that started among a few baristas has taken on a national significance. Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez met with organizers to offer her support, and Senator Bernie Sanders hosted a live stream to showcase the movement.
Many of Starbucks employees are younger people who come from a generation that has really struggled economically, and through no fault of their own, now has a lower standard of living than their parents.
With ballots being counted Thursday, Michelle and Jazz are making big plans.
We win on Thursday. We have the first unionized Starbucks in the United States of America, and then we get Starbucks to the bargaining table and negotiate the best contract that the service industry has ever seen. I mean, that's the goal.
Savannah, we also spoke to a longtime union organizer who's lending a hand to this movement, and he said what these young folks are doing is akin to what their grandparents and great-grandparents did with manufacturing back in the 30s and 40s. It's just this time it's with the service industry, and of course that work in the 30s and 40s left a very long legacy. So we'll see what happens today.
have the attending physician in the room. Over. Have we got our medical team upstairs yet? Over. You should call the OAPASA.
They just got.
Oh, they just got there?
Yep,
okay.
They just copied. So they should be around.
T-shirt, any solid medical team? Copy that, Rob. I'll get everybody in place. Rob, I have to bring you still under the principles.
COVID deaths are yet again surging.
Another day, another shift with no beds.
1,100 people dying every day, the vast majority unvaccinated despite ample vaccine supply. Frontline doctors and nurses exhausted and even walking away from the job.
Us nurses, other coworkers, respiratory therapists, all the medical team, we are tired.
It's so frustrating when you have this continuing to occur when it's really self-inflicted.
Just 6 states now make up half the country's hospitalizations: Ohio, Indiana, Pennsylvania, New York, Illinois, and Michigan.
Our whole teams, we're exhausted.
ER Dr. Geneva Tatum at Henry Ford Hospital in Detroit.
I have the privilege of training younger doctors in the field as well, and see their struggle, especially when they see people of their younger age group come in so critically ill. And so it takes quite a bit of an emotional toll on all of us.
Meanwhile, President Biden celebrating news that Pfizer's booster shot provides robust protection against the new Omicron variant.
If you get the booster, you're really in good shape.
Pfizer says its first 2 vaccine doses do not hold up well against Omicron, but the third shot, the booster, provides 25 times the protection against Omicron.
It just came out.
On Wednesday, Pfizer's CEO talked to Savannah.
3 doses against Omicron are almost equivalent to the 2 doses effectiveness we had against the wild type, the original variant.
It's the booster shot that may provide the most robust protection against COVID's current mutations. So will the definition of fully vaccinated change to 3 shots or more?
That's certainly being discussed.
Meanwhile, new research out of Israel this morning and published in the New England Journal of Medicine finds that boosters in Israel dramatically cut the infection rate. In fact, increased protection tenfold. Again, that's the Pfizer booster, and it dropped the mortality rate by 90%. So a real significant finding, further evidence of the role that boosters play in protecting you not only against Omicron, but also against the Delta variant. And oh, by the way, we asked Dr. Fauci, do you believe that the Moderna booster will have the same effect as the Pfizer booster in giving you the protection against Omicron? And he said that's their belief at this point. All the evidence points towards that. Joe and Savannah, back to you guys.
All right, Tom Costello, thank you so much.
Let's bring in Dr. Clyde Yancey, Chief of Cardiology at Northwestern Memorial Hospital. Dr. Yancey, good morning. So Pfizer says the Omicron variant may require a 4th vaccine 12 months after the booster to ensure full immunity against the variant. Other companies say new vaccines may need to be administered altogether. Help us understand all this, and what is really the future of the COVID vaccine, do you think?
Well, good morning, Joe. And certainly this is a very, very important issue for us to consider. Remember that one of the advantages of this vaccine is that we can iterate the vaccine, meaning we can change the vaccine as necessary. The evidence is already telling us we likely do need the 3rd dose. The booster dose is really important to protect against Omicron, and it's possible that there will be a 4th down the road. We also have to understand that science gave us this vaccine, and science can help us create a better vaccine if necessary. But Joe, there's one prevailing message. We've been at this for 2 years. Over 700,000 deaths. What comes through time and time again, getting the vaccine works. We know that as of this morning, 200 million people in this country are fully vaccinated. That's good news. But we know as of this morning, 30% still are not vaccinated. As long as this virus can find a host, it can continue to mutate. And as it mutates, new variants will emerge. We may not have seen the last variant, and the protection is couched in the vaccines.
Dr. Yancey, I want to ask you about another development. The FDA has now authorized the first injectable monoclonal antibody cocktail for long-term prevention of COVID-19. It's from AstraZeneca. So who's eligible to receive this treatment, and how does this help in our overall fight against COVID?
So, Joe, think about this. When this whole process started, we had no tools. We just had public health strategies and hard work by a lot of healthcare workers and public health advocates and community volunteers. Now we have vaccines, but the portfolio is expanding. Just yesterday, we have an approved monoclonal antibody for those that are immunocompromised that either did not generate an antibody response to the vaccine, we can measure that, or are so averse to the vaccine biologically that they can't tolerate it. Those people have been in a terribly lonely place because of their immunocompromised circumstance. So now there's an agent that they can be given that actually preempts the infection. And the data look very promising that about once every 6 months, giving this injectable monoclonal antibody protects them substantially from developing COVID. As we fill out this portfolio, this suite of therapies, we may find that we're eventually able to live with. We may not be able to get rid of COVID-19. That's a difficult thing to say, but we may be able to live with it better as we get more therapies online.
That'll be the key. Finally, I want to ask you, a new report from the Global Health Security Index shows not a single country, not one in the world, is prepared for another global pandemic. So what are some of the biggest reasons for this? What do we need to be learning from the pandemic we're in right now?
You know, Joe, what we learned the first time through was that we really did not have an adequately resourced and an appropriately ready public health response for an outsized stress, which was the pandemic. We've exhausted so many of our resources. We've been in this almost 2 years, Joe, that we haven't had a chance to re-equip our public health resources, and we started from a less than ideal circumstance. As we're thinking about becoming more adept, more facile, more capable of dealing with this in the future, we must pay attention to building up our public health resource. It's pretty evident that we will face challenges like this again, so we need to be better prepared. And we know what we need to do, which is the good news. We just have to have the will to move forward and make it happen.
Dr. Clyde Yancey, always happy to talk with someone wearing my beloved Northwestern purple. Thanks so much for joining us this morning.
That's a good way. Thanks so much, man.
Now this morning, a warning from President Biden to Russia of, quote, severe consequences if Russia invades Ukraine. Speaking a day after that virtual meeting with President Putin, Biden ruled out American troops on the ground, saying it was not on the table. It comes as Russian forces continue to amass along the border with Ukraine. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel is in Ukraine with the latest.
Joe, Savannah, we are in eastern Ukraine, not far from the Russian border. This is a closed military zone controlled by the Ukrainian military. No civilians live here. And you can see there's been extensive damage from years of fighting already. And this is where the whole world is watching right now to see if Russian troops will launch an invasion.
The front lines along Ukraine's border with Russia harken back to World War II, or even earlier. Miles of narrow paths flanked by landmines and trenches. Muddy today, often frozen solid.
So we better just
These positions are designed to stop or at least slow down a Russian advance. And they're on high alert now. Russian troops, around 100,000, and tanks and artillery are massed along 3 sides of the Ukrainian border. And in addition to the regular Russian army, there are pro-Russian militias already operating inside Ukraine.
This is the most dangerous flashpoint. Ukrainian troops occupy these trenches 24/7, and pro-Russian forces are just about 50 yards away. And according to the Ukrainian soldiers here, those Russian-backed troops fire on them almost every day. And it wouldn't take much for an escalation here to trigger a much wider war.
We have trench with guys, they have trench with guys. Below this locate minefields. So basically when some side start that attacking, it's have casualties, no matter what they do.
30-year-old Lieutenant Ivan Skorotovsky has been serving on the front for 8 years.
Putin, I think, not stop in the Ukraine.
Do you think Russia's going to do it?
In our language, we have some words like hope for the best and get ready for the worst.
So this is one of the forward lookout positions.
Nearby, squad commander Alexander Timoshuk showed me where the enemy is. Those pro-Russian militias on Ukrainian territory, backed and armed by Moscow.
But it's not very far away.
An all-out ground war could also expand beyond Ukraine. The U.S. State Department warns neighboring Belarus, Putin's closest and increasingly dependent ally, could also be drawn in.
President Biden has effectively ruled out sending combat troops to Ukraine, so it is highly likely that you would see American soldiers in positions like this going toe-to-toe against Russian forces. But the U.S. and other countries already do send military advisors that offer specialized training, and the Ukrainian government wants more of those advisors and more weapons. Joe, Savannah?
Richard Engel, fascinating look. Stay safe. Thank you so much.
U.S. State Department has issued a new travel advisory for Mexico, citing rising COVID cases in the country and a recent surge in violence there. The warning comes just days after Mexican authorities said a group of armed men on jet skis started firing guns near a Cancun beach resort full of tourists. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock has more on that story for us. Sam, good morning.
Joe, good morning. So many families, of course, look forward to these holiday trips. Travel to Mexico at the moment is surging for a variety of reasons. And for millions of people, Joe, there's probably minimal impact here. But for families like the Joneses from Utah, the nightmare of running around for their lives is going to stick for some time.
In Mexico, along with sunbathers and white sand beaches, a new image emerging: armed troops protecting one of the country's most important resources, tourists. Mexico beefing up its security following a string of violent attacks, the latest just 2 days ago, sending terrified vacationers, including Americans, fleeing for cover.
Everybody started scrambling and screaming and crying.
Witnesses say armed attackers appeared on jet skis in the middle of Cancun's hotel zone and, according to local authorities, opened fire near several popular resorts. Zane Jones was resting in his hotel room when the shots rang out. His wife and 2 kids were at the pool.
Instantly, the adrenaline hit me, and it was just like, figure out where they are, make sure they're safe.
You're thinking about cutting your trip short at this point because of what happened?
Absolutely.
The Mexican government recently ramping up reinforcements in the popular tourist haven of Quintana Roo, which includes Cancun and Tulum, deploying more than 1,400 National Guardsmen on December 1st. But it wasn't enough to stop the terrifying incident on this beach. And now some Americans thinking about traveling to Mexico may be reconsidering after a series of violent incidents there recently. Last month, frightened tourists and staff sheltered in a Cancun hotel after police say suspected drug dealers opened fire on the beach. And in October, 2 tourists were killed in nearby Tulum during a reported shootout between gangs. An updated State Department travel advisory put in place yesterday urges increased caution due to crime in Mexico's Quintana Roo state.
When someone comes to you and says, I'm worried about my safety after something like this, what do you advise them?
The government has already taken drastic measures by putting armed guards in military fatigues on the beach, is something that perhaps should instill some confidence to a certain degree.
A literal army now guarding one of Mexico's top tourist attractions.
Joe, some other tips here to really go over for travelers. One of them, seek out name brand hotels. We mentioned that the hotel zone in Cancun is miles long, but those hotels are more likely to have comprehensive security plans in place and the resources to help you. You don't have to stay right in Cancun. There are so many cities that are 20 or 30 miles away, like Mayacoba, for example, that are still accessible to those beaches. And lastly, the State Department has an enrollment program that is free for travelers. It offers emergency services if you need them. So this can be done safely. But of course, be cautious, especially with everything that's happened the last couple of months. Joe?
All right, Sam Brock. Thanks, Sam.
Now to the Capitol, where Bob Dole, a giant of the Senate and 3-time presidential candidate, will lie in state today before tomorrow's funeral service at the Washington National Cathedral. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Leanne Caldwell joins us now. Hi, Leanne. Good morning. So this is something of a homecoming for Senator Dole, who spent so many years on Capitol Hill. What do we know about the service that will be held today in the Capitol Rotunda?
Good morning, Savannah. It is a homecoming. The senator spent 35 years in that building behind me, mostly as a senator, 11 years as Republican leader, both majority and minority leader. And so his casket and his family will arrive at 9:45 a.m. this morning. The ceremony in the rotunda behind me is going to start around 10 a.m. And at that ceremony, speaking will be President Biden, who served with the senator for 24 years in the Senate. Also attending is the Pentagon Secretary and Austin, who represents Dole's World War II service. The military was extremely important to him. He was injured badly in World War II, spent 3 years in the hospital, and the military has always been very close to him. And so it's only going to be about a 45-minute ceremony today where people will pay their respects, and then he will stay for the rest of the day into the night for members of Congress, staff, and friends and family to come visit him. Savannah.
And then, Leanne, the celebration of his life, I know, continues tomorrow. Let's look ahead. There will be a service at the National Cathedral and another at the World War II monument that he actually had such an important role in creating. Tell us what we can expect to see.
Yeah, that's right. His funeral service will be tomorrow at the National Cathedral. That is the place in the nation's capital where so many dignitaries have their funerals, former presidents, former majority leaders like Senator Dole as well. The president will speak again tomorrow as well. And then finally, he will go to the World War II Memorial, something that he was instrumental in commissioning and helped to build, something that when he was in town, he would stop by and just talk to people who were coming to visit it. So those are going to be two also very important days and visits on his homecoming tour. Savannah.
And Leanne, I mean, to be honored in the Capitol Rotunda or the National Cathedral like he will be tomorrow is quite symbolic. Talk about the significance of those places and also what it says about the legacy of Bob Dole as this unique figure in American history.
Yeah, not many people are honored in the rotunda behind me to lay in state. Just 13 senators before him, and so it is a significant honor that not many people have. It goes to show how beloved he was. He was, of course, a partisan. He was a Republican, but he also reached across the aisle on many things. He was liked by both members of both parties. He was instrumental in the current day food stamp program. He expanded Social Security. He was instrumental in the Americans with Disabilities Act, something that he fought for throughout his career. And so this is the both parties coming together to really reminisce and talk about a time where bipartisanship was much more common. Savannah.
All right, Leanne Caldwell, thank you so much.
On Capitol Hill, Instagram CEO Adam Mosseri testified for the first time under oath. He faced tough questions about the app's safety, especially for its youngest users. Well, the social media platform did unveil new safety features just ahead of Mosseri's appearance. Senators on both sides of the aisle say that is not enough. NBC News senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson has the latest.
Hey there, Savannah and Joe. Good morning to you. So the Instagram CEO defended the app, pointing to what they're doing to make it safer for teens. But that wasn't good enough for many of the lawmakers he faced, who say they just can't trust the company to make the changes they want to see.
A contentious debut for the head of Instagram, with a bipartisan browbeating in his first time testifying on Capitol Hill.
Self-policing based on trust is no longer a viable solution.
We are asking you, have some empathy and take some responsibility.
Our kids aren't cash cows.
Both Republicans and Democrats demanding to know more about how the company plans to protect its youngest users after internal research shared by a whistleblower showed Instagram execs knew the platform could be harmful to some teen users, especially girls.
You're the new tobacco, whether you like it or not.
Instagram CEO Adam Mosseri on defense.
We all want teens to be safe online.
Pointing to new safety tools the company just rolled out, like a take a break feature to stop endless scrolling, nudges to keep teens from dwelling on one topic for too long, and soon parental controls to let adults set time limits for teens.
There's no area more important than youth safety.
Some lawmakers dismissing the moves as too little too late, insisting Congress needs to pass tough new regulations with new pressure after those leaked documents suggested Instagram led 1 out of 3 teen girl users to feel worse about their body image. Gabriela Bermudez, now 19, knows what that's like. She says she started struggling with body image issues when she was just 12 after comparing herself to models and celebrities on Instagram.
I would just cover my face whenever I took a picture and just try to pose my body in a certain way.
Instagram and parent company Facebook, now known as Meta, dispute the characterizations of some of the leaked research. And while Mosseri told Craig in September they're putting plans for Instagram Kids on hold,
but we want to take the time to talk to parents and researchers and safety experts and get to more consensus about how to move forward.
He testified they're not spiking the idea altogether.
I believe as a parent, it's going to be more responsible to develop an age-appropriate version of Instagram for those under 13.
Messeri suggested the creation of an industry panel to help create best practices for companies, and also said Instagram next year will let users see a chronological feed, so that's based on timeline, instead of one that's based on algorithms around what you engage with. Savannah, Joe, back to you.
Thank you, Hallie.
Let's now get a check on your morning news now weather.
Bill Cairns is back with us. Bill, good morning.
Hey, good morning. So let's talk climate crisis, climate emergency, climate change. Let's first go and review what happened and then what's going to happen in this next week. So we got all our numbers in. You have to remember on the weather calendar, fall is September, October, November, and then winter starts December. It's just easier for record keeping. So this ended up being a top 10 warm November for the country. But a lot of that was because the West was so extraordinarily warm and above average. It was actually a little bit below average, and I mean everywhere pretty much east of the Mississippi. But it was the 7th warmest, and it was the 8th driest also on record. And as far as the extremes went, this was the 2nd warmest November ever recorded. California, Nevada, Utah, Arizona, New Mexico. And of course, those are the areas that are hit by the prolonged decade-long drought. And as far as the autumn goes, that's the 3-month period, September, October, November. Temperatures were well warmer than normal. This was the 3rd warmest fall that we've ever had on record. And the top 3 warmest falls have all been since 2015. Yes, we are causing climate change and what we're now calling our climate emergency. So remember, climate is over a long period of time. When we talk weather, that's like the forecast just for today. And the map today is pretty quiet, a little bit of snow in areas of the West. As we go throughout this week, though, we're going to watch this warmth expanding. It's not normal to still be in the 70s in Oklahoma this time of year. And even by the time we get into the weekend, we're going to see the 50s and 60s all the way through the Ohio Valley. The warm Pacific air is going to move Saturday all the way up through New England. Syracuse, New York could be mid-60s on Saturday. Typically, they have like a foot or two of snow on the ground this time of year. Not this year. Whatever's on the ground now will be melting. And then as the time we get to Sunday, we kind of go back to a normal weather pattern, but it's still pretty mild in the middle of the country. Still 50s in Kansas City, 60s in Kansas, southern Kansas. But look what happens next week, guys. This is going to be a well-advertised. We're going to talk a lot about this. Next week, the 6 to 10 day outlook, which includes pretty much from about Monday through Thursday, we are going to see record-breaking temperatures in the middle of the country. I just saw one of my friends in Des Moines, Iowa, posting they're calling for a 72 degrees on Wednesday next week. The hottest temperature they've ever had in December is 68. Wow. So this could be some off-the-chart type stuff.
That is a big chunk of the country that's going to be well above average.
Yeah,
all right.
Look at that map.
Thank you, Bill.
Yeah, and record-breaking, too,
Bill.
yes.
Yeah. All right, and coming up, convicted murderer Scott Peterson is off of death row.
Resentenced to life in prison for the murder of his wife, Lacey, and their unborn child. The message Lacey's family had for Peterson in court and why this case is still not over.
Plus, a new documentary is giving us a look inside the controversial death of a police detective. The creator joins us next with the reason the investigation has turned to the very department the officer worked for. Up next.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Welcome back. Scott Peterson will now spend the rest of his life in prison without the possibility of parole. He had originally been sentenced to death for the murder of his pregnant wife and unborn baby.
Peterson's attorney, Pat Harris, spoke about the case this morning on Today. Here's a little bit of what he said in response to Peterson not being able to address the court.
Well, essentially what Scott wanted to do was to make it clear that how he's been presented in the media and in court isn't who Scott Peterson is. I think what he wanted to do is make people understand that when you have things like a billboard outside the courtroom with his picture saying man or monster, that he is not a monster, that he did not commit this crime, and I think he wants people to know that.
NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin has more on the emotional day in court yesterday.
Good morning, Joe and Savannah. I was in court for yesterday's hearing. It was heartbreaking to see Laci's family. They addressed Scott Peterson directly. Their tone was measured yet full of fury. Laci and Connor will have been gone 19 years this Christmas Eve. Laci Peterson's family speaking out in anger and anguish. In court Wednesday, Laci's convicted killer, Scott Peterson, was just feet away, shackled, dressed in a red jumpsuit, wearing a mask, and staring directly at Laci's mother, Sharon Rocha, as she lashed out at him. Laci's dead, Scott, because she loved you. She trusted you and she believed in you, and you betrayed her and your son and everybody else. Peterson was in court for his official resentencing. His 2005 death sentence reduced to life without parole after the California Supreme Court found significant errors in jury selection at his trial. Peterson was found guilty of murdering Laci, then 8 months pregnant, and their unborn baby Connor on Christmas Eve 2002. Since his 2004 trial, Peterson has remained silent. On Wednesday, the judge denied his request to speak, his lawyer saying he wanted the opportunity to challenge the public's perception of him.
One of the things that really upsets him is this concept that he did not want to have a child. And he wanted to talk a little bit about that and the fact that he would never, ever harm Laci and Connor.
In the hearing, Laci's mother recounting in chilling detail the last time she saw her daughter. She and I were sitting on the sofa, and I was resting my hand on her stomach, waiting for the baby to move. And she looked at me and she said, Scott doesn't want to do that. He doesn't want to feel the baby move. All the while we were there that evening, you were already planning her murder. Supporting Peterson at the hearing, his family, including his sister-in-law, Janie.
There is no forensic evidence. There is no timeline to this crime. Scott Peterson is innocent.
Peterson's defense team pushing for a retrial, citing evidence of alleged juror misconduct. With that pending, Sharon Rocha directed her closing words to the man convicted of killing her daughter. No matter what happens, there are two things that will never change. Laci and Connor will always be dead, and you will always be their murderer. This isn't the end for Scott Peterson's case. His next hearing is scheduled for February 25th, where his defense team plans to present evidence of alleged juror misconduct. Back to you.
All right, Aaron McLaughlin, thank you so much.
A new documentary is out on HBO centered on the controversial death of a Baltimore detective. Sean Suiter was killed in the line of duty back in 2017. His killer never found.
Yeah, Suiter's death sparked a massive manhunt by the Baltimore Police Department to find his killer. But the case took a surprising twist when the public found out that Suiter was supposed to testify about alleged corruption among his fellow officers the day after he was killed. That triggered a wave of questions and scrutiny toward the police department itself. Sonia Sohn, the director of the Slow Hustle, and Jeremy Elridge, the Suiter family attorney, join us now. Good morning to the both of you. Thank you so much for being with us this morning. Sonia, I want to start with you. First, just walk us through the main focus of this documentary and why it was that you wanted to tell people about Sean Suiter's story.
Well, the focus really, we follow a few investigative reporters as they try to unravel the mystery behind Sean Suiter's death. And also we follow the family, particularly the widow, as she is patiently initially waiting for justice for her husband's death, which never comes.
Jeremy, when it comes to the investigation into Sean's death, how possible is it in your mind and the eyes of Sean's family that foul play was at hand here?
Well, I think it's incredibly possible, and we've actually been able to provide the Baltimore City Police Department with what I believe are some very fruitful leads. However, with some of the turnover between commissioners, some of the obvious corruption in the department, it's been really justice delayed for this family. They are still investigating the case, and we're really hopeful that some of these leads and some of this evidence that they have will result in the arrest of the person that killed him.
And Sonia, we know the documentary actually takes a broader look at the Baltimore Police Department really as a whole. There's a long history there of corruption. What were you able to learn about the police department while making this film?
Well, yeah, absolutely. There is a long history of corruption within the Baltimore Police Department, and that history speaks for itself. The Gun Trace Task Force case, which it had already unfolded by the time Sean had passed away, it was so egregious that the city, and I'm going to sort of go back to sort of why I decided to move forward with this documentary. You know, the city, the folks in the city were so suspicious of the police department that they suspected that someone in the department had something to do with Suiter's death. And then we had this, you know, on the other end, this dichotomy of the wife and the family being, you know, what I would call a good police family, they were trusting of the department and they were patient with the process. And, you know, in the end, I felt that there was such a space between, a gulf, like between, you know, what would happen, what's going to happen in the unfolding of this case, this mystery, which I felt quite possibly wouldn't be solved, and what were the ramifications of that on the family and within the city. And sort of, you know, that's the story I was interested in covering there.
And Jeremy, we're tight on time here, but quickly, for the Suiter family at this point, what does justice look like?
What justice, I hope, will look like is that we have a young, energetic mayor in Brandon Scott, and I'm hoping that this amazing documentary really causes the city to move forward, to realize the importance of getting justice for this family. And hopefully this mayor forces the police department to actually find Sean's killer and to preserve Sean's legacy.
It is a big platform on HBO. All right, Sonia and Jeremy, we appreciate you joining us this morning. Thanks so much and good luck.
Let's now take a look at what is making news around the world this morning.
NBC's Claudio Lavanga is back with us from Rome. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Savannah. Well, 7 United Nations peacekeepers were killed and 3 others were seriously injured by a roadside bomb explosion in central Mali. Now, the IED exploded as the UN convoy was driving in an area where groups known to be affiliated with ISIS usually operate, even though no group has claimed responsibility for the blast yet. And according to a survey on press freedom that is published every year at this time. This year, a record number of journalists were put behind bars for the job they do. 293 reporters were imprisoned this year. That's 15 more than last year, and 24 more were killed because of what they write or what they say. Now, according to the to the U.S. non-profit organization that keeps track to a number of journalists who are imprisoned or killed every year, this is another testament or a sign that there is a growing intolerance of independent journalism. Last but not least, an Israeli company has produced the largest steak built in a lab in the world. Now, this steak is it weighs 4 ounces and was built or produced, I don't know how to say that, it was produced by putting cow cells into some sort of 3D printer. Now, I'm sure it's more complicated than that. But anyway, the companies that produce cell-cultured meat in laboratories say that, of course, it's better for the environment and it's better, of course, for the animals because they don't have to be slaughtered to produce the meat. Well, now, after vegetarians and vegans, the next generation, guys, may become laboratarians. That means that are people that only eat meat produced in a laboratory. You heard it here first. Remember that. Right?
Hey, I'm blown away that anything to do with a steak and a 3D printer. What?
I'm not sure.
Wow.
I have no idea. We might need to do more on this. All right.
Yeah, Claudia, look into that one.
Thank you. All right, coming up, golf's biggest star is making a comeback.
Tiger Woods is set to play his first tournament since a car crash left him with severe injuries, and it's with a very special partner joining him on the green. That's up next.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Welcome back. Pantone has unveiled its annual color of the year for 2022. And for the first time since the company started the tradition 22 years ago, it's created a brand new color. And here it is. It is called Very Perry. Look at that. Or Pantone 173938. The company says the new color, quote, encourages personal inventiveness and creativity and reflects a desire to overcome the COVID-19 pandemic. A statement said it brings a new perspective to qualities of the blue family, as you can see there, while also highlighting violet-red undertones. It's pretty.
It's very blue. Is that the accurate color?
Right. Yeah, I know. And yeah, blue doesn't exactly equate to me to like, let's overcome it.
I don't know.
But
Maybe we're not getting the full picture there, but
yeah.
Blue hair is in.
It also, it's, you know, does it look like something you've never seen before?
I have questions about this. I have questions about the 3D printer steak. I have a lot of questions. Right
Exactly. It's very pretty. It just, I don't know.
Okay. Maybe you can try it out if you
There we
like.
go.
All right. Thank you.
We'll get outfits in this color.
Exactly. All right, nearly a year after surviving a car crash that nearly took his life, Tiger Woods announced he's coming back and will take part in a tournament next week. He won't be alone. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer has details.
Savannah and Joe, good morning. Good news for golf fans. Tiger Woods is back, announcing he'll be in a tournament in the coming days. This after some thought he may never play the game again.
Tiger Woods is teeing up for his latest comeback.
You called it there.
The golfing great announcing on Twitter his return to the sport he's dominated for decades. Although it's been a long and challenging year, I am very excited to close it out by competing in the PNC Championship with my son Charlie. I'm playing as a dad and couldn't be more excited and proud. Woods and 12-year-old Charlie will return to the course together next week, a repeat of their appearance in the family tournament last year. Some are calling the Team Woods rematch miraculous. In late February, Woods was involved in a single car crash that threatened to end his golf career.
I'm very, very grateful that someone upstairs was taking care of me, that I'm able to not only be here, but also to walk without a prosthesis.
Father to Charlie and 14-year-old daughter Sam, Woods has cited his children as motivation in his long road to recovery.
It's been tough at times, yes. Some dark moments, but then again, as I was making progress through it too, you know, I could see some light. I'm able to participate more with my kids and their activities and more, and just in life in general.
Some of the first images after the accident showed Woods cheering on his son as he competed in tournaments of his own. But in recent weeks, Woods has made it clear he's not ready to be a permanent spectator. Days ago, the legend practicing in his signature Sunday red at the Hero World Challenge. And this 3-second clip of his famous swing captioned, "Making Progress."
Playing hit and giggle golf, it's easy, but playing tour golf and being prepared to play and try and shoot scores against the best players on the toughest golf courses, that's a totally different deal. And I am a long way away from that.
At almost 46 years old, Woods has long been considered one of the greatest golfers of all time. Now, all eyes will be watching as he attempts his latest comeback.
In Tiger Woods' own words, he still has a long way to go, saying he's only at about the halfway point of his recovery, but in the coming days, we'll see exactly how far he has come. Savannah and Joe, back to you guys.
I think a lot of folks will be watching that one. All right, thank you, Miguel.
And coming up, more than $1 trillion have been handed out to businesses hurt by the pandemic.
That includes entertainment venues like theaters. As more shows return to the stage, what's being done to make sure they're able to get back on their feet? I spoke with the head of the agency that's helping them. That's next. Plus,
That's also ahead. She calls herself Baroque Barbie, and she's taking New York City subway riders back in time with her performances. Look at that. We'll introduce you to the musician whose pandemic career switch is now inspiring commuters. You're watching Morning News Now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. Now the holidays can begin. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
We're super grateful to these 21 all-star chefs. Cheers, everybody.
Happy holidays from today.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
It is by far the smallest cabinet-level agency, yet during the pandemic, the Small Business Administration was given a big role, handing out more than $1 trillion in emergency funds. Billions were dispersed through something called the Shuttered Venue Grant Program, which helps theaters, music clubs, and other entertainment spots hit hard by the pandemic. I sat down inside a Broadway theater with the SBA administrator, Isabella Casillas Guzman, to talk about the program's successes and its challenges. In your mind, was this program a success, and what did the money accomplish?
Yes, I mean, this was a complicated grant program that we were charged with administering on behalf of the federal government, and I think it's been a great success. And hearing directly from these operators, they were saved by these funds.
You mentioned it was complicated. It wasn't perfect, was it?
It was not perfect, and when I walked in, it was not where I wanted it to be, and I asked my team to be as entrepreneurial as the small businesses we serve, and that means be agile, adapt, and try to figure out how we could improve processes along the way.
Early on, there were tech glitches that made it hard to apply. Then as the process got going, some business owners say it took too long to get the money. To those who were frustrated by the process, what's your message to them?
My message is that I agree. We need to always focus on making something as important as this more customer friendly, easier to access, of course, balanced with the controls that are needed to make sure the funds get into the hands of the businesses or institutions it's intended to serve. So we really appreciate the situation that they were in. They were hard hit, first to close, probably last to reopen. And so we were just working around the clock to try to make this available.
During the pandemic, the responsibility that was put upon the Small Business Administration, is it fair to say, was significantly larger than before the pandemic?
It significantly is probably even an understatement. I mean, we're a small agency that put out about $40 billion a year in loans and investments, and this went to $1.2 trillion of relief nearly. And so that's been astronomical.
Moving forward, we're still in the pandemic. Businesses are reopening, but there are still a lot of struggles. What do you see your biggest role being, especially for these venues that were part of the Shuttered Venues program? What are the biggest challenges they face, and how can you help them?
I think there's continued uncertainty, and clearly, while they've been able to reopen, obviously we need to make sure that first off, that consumers are shopping small and entertaining with small venues and dining small, and especially during this holiday season, it's such an important time for them.
That Shuttered Venue program has awarded more than $13 billion so far. The applications process is now closed, but the SBA still has about $2.5 billion to dole out to venues that have already applied for help.
Great interview. Now it's time for our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter to you.
Silvana Henao is back with us. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. Yeah, so we're getting the latest read on the labor market this morning. Just out, 184,000 Americans filed for unemployment benefits last week. That's the lowest level in more than 52 years. All of Google's employees globally, including the company's extended workforce and interns, will get a one-time cash bonus of $1,600 this year. A company spokesperson told Reuters that bonus is in addition to Google's work-from-home allowance and its $500 well-being bonus. Meanwhile, the tech giant just last week delayed its return to office plans indefinitely. Google earlier expected employees to return to the office starting January 10th, but now will wait until the new year to make decisions on bringing employees back. Apple will not have to make changes to its in-app payment system for now. Those changes would have allowed developers to add links for users to choose alternate payment methods for in-app purchases outside the App Store. In a court battle earlier this year with Epic Games, the judge ordered Apple to stop preventing developers from linking to these payment options. Apple originally had until today to make those changes, but an appeals court in San Francisco granted the company more time while both Apple and Epic appealed the original ruling. The state temporarily protects Apple's control over its App Store and the fees it generates, which can range up to 30% of digital transactions. This until the appeal is decided. Guys, back to you.
All right, Silvana Henao, thank you so much.
Sure thing.
And coming up, hard to believe we're about 3 weeks away from 2022.
So we're going to look back at 2021 and ask ourselves, what are going to be some of the moments we'll remember? Well, National Geographic is out with its Year in Pictures. We'll go through the 2021's most memorable images next. Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your newsfeed to life. Streaming live every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
As we continue our year in review, we're taking a look back at the best images and visuals that captured the biggest events and most important messages over 2021.
Yeah, National Geographic is out with its Year in Pictures campaign today. From the global vaccination push to the continued impact climate change is having on our world, 2021 had its fair share of memorable visual moments. And we're lucky to have Whitney Johnson, National Geographic's Director of Visual and Immersive Experiences, with us this morning. Whitney, good morning. So National Geographic is, of course, known for its stunning photography, really the way moments are captured and preserved. And today we get your guys' look at a year in pictures. So tell us about what went into this project and deciding on which moments really encapsulate a year.
Yeah, good morning. Yes, National Geographic is, of course, synonymous with photography, and I think our Year in Pictures campaign is really no exception. We try to bring our audience just a selection of really powerful single images, but we really try to do more than that. We try to tell a story and try to help our audience make sense of, well, another pretty crazy year.
Yeah. So crazy is an understatement, though we're getting used to saying that. So when it comes to putting this issue together, is this a year-round process? And then how do you ultimately decide which pictures will make their way onto the 4 different covers?
Well, it is a year-round process in the sense that we have a great team of photo editors here who are working with photographers all year round on the stories that go into our issues throughout the year. Our photographers made almost 2 million photographs this year. I think it was 1,944,644 to be exact, and we narrowed it down to fewer than 50 for this particular issue. So it's really a group effort over the course of the year.
So, Whitney, we're seeing some of these images up on our screens here, but can you tell us about any of these kind of big themes? I mentioned, obviously, COVID's impact with vaccination efforts, climate change. Tell us about what are the big moments that really mean 2021 to you all.
Yeah, like I said, we really try to help our audience make sense of the year. So we looked at our content through what we think are the biggest stories of the year. You've talked about some of them. COVID, of course, climate change, conflict is another one. And for us, conservation is a really important story here at National Geographic. So that also rose to the top. We certainly have some favorite pictures in here. You saw the image of an elephant drinking out of a bottle. That is a good news COVID story in the sense that these baby elephants used to be fed with human infant formula, but because of the pandemic, the folks at the sanctuary were unable to get that milk, and they had to turn to the local economy instead. So the elephants are now being fed goat milk, and it's also really kind of boosting the local economy there too.
Oh,
so great to hear the stories behind those powerful images as well.
And you're so right. That one, I mean, it's just amazing just to be up close and personal like that with an animal like an elephant. But what a great story behind it as well.
Whitney, thanks so much. We appreciate it. Good to have you with us.
Thank you, Whitney.
Thanks for having me.
Now, during the pandemic, many people switched careers, and we wanted to end the hour by hearing from a woman who walked away from her job to return to her love of the cello.
That's right. And the performer calls herself the Baroque Barbie, dressing like Marie Antoinette and playing classical music in New York City's subways. Take a look.
Say a lot of the time it's just shock and surprise. My costume is a little bit inspired by Marie Antoinette. I did go to music school. Cello was really my passion, but after that, you know, student loans and everything takes over, and you end up in the workforce. I worked in the restaurant industry for 10 years. But during the pandemic, as a lot of people did, I decided it was time to reinvent myself. My goal is to play at as many subway stops as possible. One of the most beautiful things is that when you're listening to music, it brings everyone together.
And she says she wants to play every subway station in New York, which means she'll have to play, get this, about 424 different places. That's a lot of concerts.
A lot of chances for us to maybe run into her on the subway.
But now when I see her, I will know.
Yeah, exactly.
This is what's going on here.
Exactly.
So.
Hey, Baroque Barbie, that's what I'm going to say.
Can't miss her. All right. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
On NBC News now, remembering Bob Dole. Capitol Hill pays tribute to a giant of American politics. How lawmakers on both sides of the aisle are honoring a war hero and an icon of the Senate.
Showdown. The fight between former Trump Chief of Staff Mark Meadows and the January 6th committee is escalating. We'll tell you how Meadows is now firing back after committee members announced plans to hold him in contempt.
Delta danger. So much attention paid to Omicron, but the other COVID variant is causing a new surge in cases. The frontline doctors and nurses struggling to keep up with a new stream of patients.
And talk about a drug dilemma. A simple tool that can help save lives could also land people in jail. The catch-22 some are now facing over fentanyl strips and why they're illegal in dozens of states. We are so happy to be with you this Thursday morning. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. We begin this hour remembering the life and legacy of an American giant. That is how President Biden described former Senator and Republican presidential nominee Bob Dole.
Now, the former Senate Majority Leader is lying in state at the Capitol Rotunda. It's an honor reserved for presidents, military commanders, Supreme Court justices, and members of Congress. President Joe Biden, Speaker Nancy Pelosi, as well as other lawmakers paid their respects to a man admired really on both sides of the aisle.
Joining us now, NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Leanne Caldwell at the Capitol Rotunda for us, and MSNBC political analyst and presidential historian Jonathan Alter. Let's start with you, Leanne, actually outside the Capitol, I should say. An emotional morning, we know, inside, behind you there. Tell us about the remembrance so far today.
Good morning, guys. So the remembrance was pretty much a homecoming for the late Senator Bob Dole. He spent 35 years of his life in this building behind me. He was the Republican leader for 11 of those years. And today, Speaker Pelosi, Leader McConnell, and Leader Schumer paid tribute to him. So did President Biden as well. The President Biden and the late senator served together in the Senate for 24 years. So they did have a close relationship. Things that were said about the late senator was a lot about his humor, especially Leader McConnell talked about how he was humble but humorous. He could be a stand-up comic. And so there was a lot of talk about civility and what people cherished about him. And now he will lie in state for the rest of the day, where friends and family, other members of Congress who weren't part of this ceremony, and staff are able to come and pay their tributes, Aaron.
And Leanne, Dole left his mark on Congress for years after he retired, we know. What are lawmakers saying about how they are remembering him?
Yeah, so let's start with Leader McConnell, who actually served in the Senate with Dole, and he referenced some of his background and how it influenced Dole's thinking, saying that he was the son of a Dust Bowl hardship, and that relates to Dole's leading on food stamps, creating the food stamp program as we now know it today. Leader McConnell also said that he was a wounded warrior, of course, from World War II, and that was an instrumental role because he was also a leader in the Americans with Disabilities Act. And Leader Schumer, he talked once again about this civility. Let's listen to what he had to say during the ceremony.
Bob Dole was a champion of those whose lives were marred by struggle, who came not from citadels of privilege, but from humble origins like his own. No matter how high he climbed up the ranks, he never forgot the reason he entered public service.
And Speaker Pelosi, she not only referenced Dole and spoke highly about him, but about his love for his wife, Elizabeth Dole, who was a senator in her own right. And a Senate staffer who used to work for Elizabeth Dole told me that the love that he had for Elizabeth was tremendous, and he supported her career without question. Aaron.
Leanne Caldwell at the Capitol for us today. Leanne, thank you.
Let's go ahead and bring in MSNBC political analyst and presidential historian, Mr. Jonathan Alter. Jonathan, thanks so much for being with us. We really appreciate your time. And, you know, as we just heard Leanne report, Dole had this really incredibly impressive career in politics after being a hero in World War II. So talk to us a little bit about the power that he had in Washington, even in his later years.
So he was severely wounded at the very end of World War II, spent close to 3 years in the hospital and lost the use of his right arm. So when I or other reporters or politicians, when we would go up and say hello to him, say when I was covering his 1996 presidential campaign, we'd shake hands with his left hand. And that was just the beginning of the effects of his wounds. He, of course, led a long life, but it was always in the shadow of this suffering. And as we heard today from different speakers, this suffering ennobled him, and it gave him a kind of a rare stature, even though for much of his career, he was described as a hatchet man, a Republican, very partisan hatchet man, as soon-to-be Vice President Walter Mondale called him in their vice presidential debate in 1976. But over time, he was able to transcend that hatchet man image and come together across the aisle for some genuine legislative accomplishment. And I think that one of the themes of today, Morgan, was that the two parties really can get together and get things done if they have leaders who understand the boundaries. I think what's happened in recent years, we've gone through the guardrails, and it used to be that there was very intense partisanship, and everybody acknowledges he was a partisan, but they did it with a spirit of trying to inspire the country to do better.
Mr. Jonathan Alter, thanks so much for being with us, remembering the life and legacy of Mr. Bob Dole. We appreciate it.
And there is other major news on Capitol Hill today. Former President Donald Trump's chief of staff, Mark Meadows, is suing the January 6th committee. The lawsuit comes as that committee plans to move forward with contempt proceedings against him. NBC News senior congressional correspondent Garrett Haake joining us now from Washington. Garrett, can you break down this lawsuit for us? What is Meadows alleging here?
Meadows has two basic problems with the way the committee has conducted itself and the reasons he says he is counter-suing them. He says that their subpoenas to him have been overly broad. They are reaching too widely and too deep into his records, including his personal phone records. And he argues that the subpoenas would force him to violate executive privilege that's been asserted by former President Trump. Now, there's a lot of legal ink to be spilled in the future about who has the right to assert that privilege. The Biden administration says it's President Biden, not Donald Trump. Meadows says that's fine. Let's let the court decide. Here's how he explained the lawsuit on Fox News last night.
This lawsuit really goes to the heart of the matter. The fact is that we've been trying for weeks and weeks to make accommodations to share non-privileged, and I want to stress that, non-privileged information while protecting the executive privilege that President Trump has claimed. And yet what we found is each and every time there was an overreach on the part of the committee. And then in the last 72 hours, we received a subpoena that went to our telecommunication carrier that was so broad that you would have to do some type of legislative contortions to find a legislative reason for that subpoena. And I can tell you, they did this without notifying us.
Aaron, I can tell you the committee isn't buying any of this. They say it's crocodile tears. They say that Meadows' lawsuit is flawed, and they look at it as kind of a classic Trump-style delaying tactic, that he's not even really trying to win the lawsuit. He's trying to push off being forced to testify. The committee says they're going to move forward to try to initiate contempt proceedings, possibly as soon as next week.
So, Garrett, the committee is interested in some text messages by Meadows on January 6th. What do we know about those messages?
So this is part of what's odd about all of this, Aaron, because Meadows had already started turning over documents during the brief time in which he was set to cooperate with this committee. And among those documents he turned over were text messages, including some with an as yet unidentified lawmaker about the activities that would happen on January 6th. The lawmaker tells Meadows they're going to try to do something to uphold or to essentially block the election results. Could be controversial. Meadows tells the lawmaker, I love it. This is the kind of thing that has already been turned over, and it's part of the evidence that the committee says that Meadows should be talking. If he can hand over this, if he can talk about January 6th in his book that he has been out promoting, they argue he ought to be able to come in and sit for a deposition.
All right, Garrett Haake for us on Capitol Hill today. Garrett, thank you.
You bet.
We are also tracking an alarming rise in COVID infections, one that's raising concerns among health experts around the country.
And that's right. New daily cases are averaging around 117,000 a day, while daily COVID deaths are averaging just above 1,000. So just take a look at this map here. Over the last week, nearly every single state saw some sort of increase in cases, which are those states you see on your screen highlighted in yellow, orange, or red. Now, the rise in cases is mostly driven actually by the Delta variant, and it's forcing some states to call for backup.
New York and Maine, for example, now activating their National Guards to help manage their COVID response. New York deploying more than 100 Army medics and Air Force personnel. They're going to nursing homes and other facilities across the state. Maine Governor Janet Mills said she hopes this measure will help hospitals that are struggling with capacity issues.
We have a lot of COVID news to unpack this hour, so let's go ahead and begin with NBC News' Tom Costello and the dramatic impact that the Delta variant specifically is now having on doctors and nurses.
Aaron and Morgan, good day. We are hearing from a lot of doctors and nurses on the front lines and hospitals across the country, especially in the upper Midwest. They are burned out, stressed out, some of them walking off the job. They say they are getting an earful every day from patients who show up and who are angry that they have been diagnosed with COVID, even though they haven't been vaccinated, and angry at the very people trying to help them. The Delta variant is the concern here. Omicron is really offering mild symptoms. Delta is killing more than 1,000 people every day. On Capitol Hill overnight, a symbolic blow to President Biden's vaccine mandate for private companies. The requirements for companies with 100-plus employees already facing opposition on the courts, now rejected by the Senate, though the vote not expected to go to the House. It comes as frustration is rising at hospitals across the country as COVID infections and deaths are yet again surging.
Another day, another shift with no beds.
1,100 people dying every day. The vast majority unvaccinated despite ample vaccine supply. Frontline doctors and nurses exhausted and even walking away from the job.
Us nurses, other coworkers, respiratory therapists, all the medical team, we are tired.
It's so frustrating when you have this continuing to occur when it's really self-inflicted.
Just 6 states now make up half the country's hospitalizations: Ohio, Indiana, Pennsylvania, New York, Illinois, and Michigan.
Our whole teams, we're exhausted.
ER Dr. Geneva Tatum at Henry Ford Hospital in Detroit.
I have the privilege of training younger doctors in the field as well and see their struggle, especially when they see people of their younger age group come in so critically ill. And so it takes quite a bit of an emotional toll on all of us.
Meanwhile, President Biden celebrating news that Pfizer's booster shot provides robust protection against the new Omicron variant.
If you get the booster, you're really in good shape.
Pfizer says its first 2 vaccine doses do not hold up well against Omicron, but the third shot, the booster, provides 25 times the protection against Omicron.
It just came out.
On Wednesday, Pfizer's CEO talked to Savannah.
3 doses against Omicron are almost equivalent to the 2 doses effectiveness we had against the wild type, the original variant.
It's the booster shot that may provide the most robust protection against COVID's current mutations. So will the definition of fully vaccinated change to 3 shots or more?
That's certainly being discussed.
Also this morning, the New England Journal of Medicine reporting 2 studies out of Israel, underscoring the role that boosters are playing in dramatically ramping up protection. The Pfizer booster in Israel added a 10-fold increase in protection, cutting the death rate by 90%. We asked Dr. Fauci, would you expect to see the same thing with Moderna's booster, also providing that level of protection against Omicron and Delta? And in fact, Dr. Fauci said there is every reason to believe that because it's an mRNA vaccine, Moderna's booster will offer the same protection as well. Aaron and Morgan, back to you guys.
That was Tom Costello reporting, and let's go ahead and bring in NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres right now. Dr. John, thanks for being with us. We know that the World Health Organization shared some new information about Omicron's transmissibility as well as its severity. So what do we know now, Dr. John, that we did not know before?
And Morgan, we know a little bit more now than we didn't know before. We're going to learn more as the weeks go on. But what they're saying now is they're truly finding out that it is definitely more transmissible, that there are more breakthrough infections happening because of this. But what they're also finding out is the symptoms tend to be milder. People aren't being hospitalized at quite the rates. The death rates aren't there. But this is very preliminary data. We still have more information. Remember, the first case was traced back to November 9th. That was just a month ago. And in 1 month time period, it's been in over 50 countries. It's over 19 states here in the U.S. But here in the U.S., it's still less than 1% of the cases. And so Delta is the concern, and that's what they're saying. We want to make sure we protect against the Delta, but at the same time, keep an eye on this Omicron Delta variant or Omicron variant, because that could be the next thing coming up, and it could be something that sweeps the nation. We're hoping not, though, Morgan.
And Dr. John, you know, as we see more and more breakthrough infections happening, some people are really starting to wonder if it's actually time that we change the definition of what it means to be fully vaccinated. I know that's something that Dr. Fauci had referenced possibly discussing at the federal level, but what kind of impact would actually changing the definition have on our race to just get out of this pandemic once and for all?
And that's one of the things that the experts are also wrestling with, because we know right now that if you're vaccinated, it protects you from that severe disease, from hospitalization and death, but it doesn't do as good a job at the lower end of the spectrum of mild disease and passing it on to other people. But that booster shot, like Tom was saying, really gives you that boost in antibody protection, and we think that might be something. In general, people are considered fully vaccinated, just so they understand the definition, if they have gotten the second dose of the mRNA vaccine 2 weeks after that, and 2 weeks after the single dose of the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. And so getting a booster shot beyond that could be important, and we think it's important, and that's why they are pushing this booster shot, because as Tom said, there's more information coming out from around the world that booster shot is providing those neutralizing antibodies in a laboratory, and in real life also seems to be cutting down on hospitalizations and deaths, which is the important endpoint, Morgan.
NBC's Dr. John Torres. Dr. Torres, as always, thank you so much. Right now, we are on verdict watch in Chicago.
The jury deliberating in the case of actor Jussie Smollett. The latest we're hearing from inside the courthouse. Next.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. Now the holidays can begin. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
We're super grateful to these 21 all-star chefs. Cheers, everybody.
Happy holidays from today.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Right now, the second day of the trial of former Minnesota police officer Kim Potter is underway. She's accused of fatally shooting Daunte Wright, an unarmed black man, while trying to arrest him during a traffic stop back in April. Wright's girlfriend testified today, tearing up on the witness stand there. She was in the car when Wright was shot. Wright's mother was the state's first witness to testify against Potter yesterday. Potter has pleaded not guilty to 2 counts of first and second-degree manslaughter. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster joins us now from the courthouse there in Minneapolis. Shaq, thanks for being with us. You know, what specifically did his girlfriend say on the stand today, Shaq?
Well, it was a really emotional testimony that we heard from her. She was openly sobbing on the stand many times. This was the person who was actually in the vehicle as Wright was initially pulled over and was there throughout after he got shot. And even once the police, once there was a car crash afterwards and the police then pulled them out the vehicle. You see some of her testimony there right now. But she said that earlier in the day they were spending it together, that they did smoke marijuana in the morning, and then they went to stop at his house before going over and being pulled over by the police. But she says he was respectful throughout the interaction. And then she said things just escalated dramatically. And, you know, one really powerful moment was when she apologized to Wright's mother, Katie, who we heard from yesterday, saying that she was sorry that she called her in a panic after Wright was shot and actually turned the camera towards Wright. We heard Katie mention the feeling of seeing her son's lifeless body at that point. She said she was sorry for doing that. She just reacted in a way that was emotional because of the trauma that she just experienced, Morgan.
There was also a Brooklyn Center police officer, Shaquille, who testified. What new facts did we learn that were added to the case because of his particular testimony?
This was the officer that made the decision to pull Wright's car over. He says he initially saw that Wright was hesitating and had his right turn signal on in a left lane and then eventually made that left turn. He then saw the air fresheners dangling from the rearview mirror, which is illegal in the state of Minnesota, and then realized that the plates had expired tabs on them. That is what led to the stop. I want you to listen to a little bit of his testimony, which, by the way, he says he believes the stop was legal, but then he describes what happened after once Kim Potter then arrived.
I wanted to protect him because that's what mothers do. You protect your children. You make sure that they're safe.
And that was actually Katie, who is Wright's mother. But you heard Officer Luckley later in his testimony essentially talk about how Kim Potter immediately got emotional and distraught. She was down in the grass, and she said that she was going to prison, highlighting the idea that she believed or that she made a mistake when she shot with her handgun instead of using her taser. Morgan?
All right, NBC Shaquille Brewster there for us. Shaquille, thank you.
We are awaiting a verdict in the trial of Jussie Smollett in Chicago. The jury resumes its deliberations today. It's considering whether the actor actually staged a fake hate crime against himself back in 2019. Smollett has pleaded not guilty to 6 counts of disorderly conduct. NBC News correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joins us now from Chicago. Megan, what do we know about deliberations so far? Have we heard anything from the jury?
Aaron, we have actually yesterday, before the jurors left for the day, they asked the judge to see an exhibit. We know it's a calendar that marked off important key days leading up to this attack. Now, because it's an exhibit and it's not considered evidence, it's still unclear at this point if the judge is going to turn that over to jurors. Aaron.
Megan, can you lay out the case for us from both sides here? What is each side trying to convince this jury of?
Yeah, so let's start with the prosecution. They are trying to convince jurors that this was all a big lie. This was a hoax that Jussie Smollett made up to try and boost his career, to get media sympathy. And so they tried doing that by bringing on 2 of their star witnesses. These are brothers who they say Smollett paid $3,500 to orchestrate this attack. They also went after Smollett's credibility, saying that he didn't cooperate with this investigation with police. He didn't turn over DNA. He didn't didn't turn over his cell phone. They made a point in saying that there was a police officer who he made a report to saying that he received this racist call. And so police wanted to follow up on that, and that Smollett wouldn't let them do that. And so they argued that he really didn't want police to get to the bottom of this because this was a big lie. The defense is saying that's not true, that this really did happen. And they're trying to discredit those two brothers that took the witness stand. They're also saying that the police work here was spotty. So again, all the defense has to do is to sow doubt in the minds of jurors for them to determine that Smollett is not guilty, Aaron.
All right, we'll find out what they decide soon. Megan Fitzgerald for us in Chicago today. Megan, thanks.
The head of Instagram is defending the social media app's ability to protect its youngest users. In his first ever appearance before Congress, Adam Mosseri faced a grilling Wednesday over what is and is not being done to protect kids and teens online. Here's NBC News senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson.
Hey there, Aaron and Morgan. The head of Instagram defended the app, pointing to what they're doing to make it safer for teens. But that wasn't good enough for many of the lawmakers he faced, who say they just can't trust the company to make the changes they want to see.
A contentious debut for the head of Instagram, with a bipartisan browbeating in his first time testifying on Capitol Hill.
Self-policing based on trust is no longer a viable solution.
We are asking you, have some empathy and take some responsibility.
Our kids aren't cash cows. Both Republicans and Democrats demanding to know more about how the company plans to protect its youngest users after internal research shared by a whistleblower showed Instagram execs knew the platform could be harmful to some teen users, especially girls.
You're the new tobacco, whether you like it or not.
Instagram CEO Adam Mosseri on defense.
We all want teens to be safe online.
Pointing to new safety tools the company just rolled out, like a take a break feature to stop endless scrolling, nudges to keep teens from dwelling on one topic for too long, and soon parental controls to let adults set time limits for teens.
There's no area more important than youth safety.
Some lawmakers dismissing the moves as too little too late, insisting Congress needs to pass tough new regulations with new pressure after those leaked documents suggested Instagram led 1 out of 3 teen girl users to feel worse about their body image. Gabriela Bermudez, now 19, knows what that's like. She says she started struggling with body image issues when she was just 12 after comparing herself to models and celebrities on Instagram.
I would just cover my face whenever I took a picture and just try to pose my body in a certain way.
Instagram and parent company Facebook, now known as Meta, dispute the characterizations of some of the leaked research. And while Mosseri told Craig in September they're putting plans for Instagram Kids on hold.
But we want to take the time to talk to parents and researchers and safety experts and get to more consensus about how to move forward.
He testified they're not spiking the idea altogether.
I believe as a parent, it's going to be more responsible to develop an age-appropriate version of Instagram for those under 13.
Mosseri suggested the creation of an industry panel to help create best practices for companies, and also said Instagram next year will let users see a chronological feed, so that's based on timeline, instead of one that's based on algorithms around what you engage with. Aaron, Morgan, back to you.
Coming up, a controversial new take on the fight against the opioid epidemic.
We are going to take you inside a facility where people are openly using drugs and being watched while they do it. It's an NBC News exclusive next.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. Now the holidays can begin. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
We're super grateful to these 21 all-star chefs. Cheers, everybody.
Happy holidays from today.
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead, this is it.
Making news right now, dramatic body cam video showing the moments New York City police saved a man from a burning car. That video was captured last month when two cars collided in the Bronx. You can see one of the officers try to put out the flames with a fire extinguisher before moving in to help that trapped man who is inside the car. The driver of that car walked away with only minor injuries. NASA's new X-ray telescope is now in orbit. A SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket lifted off from Kennedy Space Center in Florida overnight. The rocket later boosted NASA's Imaging X-ray Explorer into space. NASA says its new telescope will be used to explore some of the most extreme and mysterious objects in the universe. And a costume from the iconic Christmas movie just sold at auction for big bucks. One of the 3 costumes worn by Will Ferrell in the 2003 movie Elf sold for $75,000 yesterday. Auction house Botham's says this is one of the film's so-called hero costumes, and the hero costumes are typically worn by the star of the film.
Right now, nearly 100,000 Russian combat troops are stationed along the Ukrainian border. President Biden is vowing tough economic sanctions if Russia does, in fact, move forward with an attack. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel is on the ground in Ukraine and spoke with troops directly about how they're preparing for a possible invasion.
We are in eastern Ukraine, not far from the Russian border, and this is where the world's attention is focused right now, to see if Russia will send its roughly 100,000 troops and tanks and artillery over the border and invade Ukraine. But Russia already has a presence inside Ukraine. There are enclaves on Ukrainian territory controlled by pro-Russian separatists that are backed by Moscow, armed by Moscow, and according to the Ukrainian military, there are Russian advisors operating in those enclaves, giving them direct guidance and support. And the pro-Russian separatists and Ukrainian forces come into contact and are fighting almost on a daily basis. And that's why you see that there's so much damage in this area. Nobody lives here. This is a highly militarized zone. There are deep trenches on the Ukrainian side to prevent the Russians, pro-Russian separatists from advancing even further. There are landmines all around the area. And on the other side, on the separatist side, they also have trenches and landmines. And the two sides come into contact, exchanging mortar fire, sniper fire, often. And the real danger right now, considering the tensions are so high, is that you could have a skirmish here, a fight, an escalation that could trigger a much wider conflict. And this is not just theoretical. If you listen to the rhetoric that is coming out of Moscow right now, a lot of Russian officials and commentators and the Russian state media are talking about this region. They say that one of the reasons they have deployed all the troops around the edges of Ukraine is to prevent Ukraine from joining NATO, which is still aspirational at this stage. And they say that it is Ukraine that is provoking a conflict because it is harassing the pro-Russian community in this country. Ukraine says just the opposite. Ukraine says it is those separatists who are trying to goad them into a fight, and that Russia is trying to intimidate them by having massed all of the troops around its border. All big wars have the potential of starting with very small incidents, and that incident could happen right in this area.
An emotional day in a California courtroom for the resentencing of Scott Peterson. On Wednesday, a judge reduced Peterson's death sentence to life without parole. He was convicted 17 years ago of killing his wife, Laci, and their unborn child. In the courtroom yesterday, Laci's family faced Peterson for the first time since 2004. Here's NBC News correspondent Erin McLaughlin.
Hey, Aaron and Morgan, I was in the courtroom for yesterday's hearing. It was heartbreaking to see Laci's family in so much pain. They addressed Scott Peterson directly. Their tone was measured yet full of fury. Laci and Connor will have been gone 19 years this Christmas Eve.
Laci Peterson's family speaking out in anger and anguish. In court Wednesday, Laci's convicted killer, Scott Peterson, was just feet away, shackled, dressed in a red jumpsuit, wearing a mask, and staring directly at Laci's mother, Sharon Rocha, as she lashed out at him. Laci's dead, Scott, because she loved you. She trusted you and she believed in you. And you betrayed her and your son and everybody else. Peterson was in court for his official resentencing. His 2005 death sentence reduced to life without parole after the California Supreme Court found significant errors in jury selection at his trial. Peterson was found guilty of murdering Laci, then 8 months pregnant, and their unborn baby Connor on Christmas Eve 2002. Since his 2004 trial, Peterson has remained silent. On Wednesday, the judge denied his request to speak, his lawyer saying he wanted the opportunity to challenge the public's perception of him.
One of the things that really upsets him is this concept that he did not want to have a child. And he wanted to talk a little bit about that and the fact that he would never, ever harm Laci and Connor.
In the hearing, Laci's mother recounting in chilling detail the last time she saw her daughter. She and I were sitting on the sofa, and I was resting my hand on her stomach, waiting for the baby to move. And she looked at me and she said, "Scott doesn't want to do that. He doesn't want to feel the baby move." All the while we were there that evening, you were already planning her murder. Supporting Peterson at the hearing, his family, including his sister-in-law, Janie.
There is no forensic evidence. There is no timeline to this crime. Scott Peterson is innocent.
Peterson's defense team pushing for a retrial, citing evidence of alleged juror misconduct. With that pending, Sharon Rocha directed her closing words to the man convicted of killing her daughter. No matter what happens, there are two things that will never change. Laci and Connor will always be dead, and you will always be their murderer.
This isn't the end for Scott Peterson's case. His next hearing is scheduled for February 25th, where his defense team plans to present evidence of alleged juror misconduct in the hopes of securing him a new trial. Back to you.
There's a growing controversy over a tool used to fight against the opioid epidemic. These small bits of paper called fentanyl strips. They can detect whether a drug is contaminated with fentanyl before a user takes it. But in some states, using those life-saving strips could actually send you to jail. NBC News correspondent Zinklea Samoa went to one of the largest openly aired drug markets in the country to really learn how those strips could save lives.
We insert this white end into the cooker up to the blue line.
About how long does it take for folks to get results?
Within a couple of minutes.
There's a tool that can be used to detect if a drug has been contaminated with fentanyl. Test strips. But in some states, this tool that can save lives can also land you in jail.
You could just call this a fentanyl epidemic because that's how most people are dying.
In the U.S., drug overdose deaths are up by nearly 29% since last year. Experts say fentanyl is a large reason why, contaminating pharmaceutical pills and what some consider more recreational drugs like marijuana. With the test strip, a user can tell if a drug contains fentanyl or its analogs.
Most of the pills that people are buying on the street are counterfeit, and they're oftentimes contaminated with fentanyl.
But obtaining a test strip isn't so easy. At least 32 states have drug paraphernalia laws that include controlled substance testing equipment, making the use of test strips illegal in most of those states.
How easy is it to get a fentanyl test strip?
It's very hard. You would have to order them online, and they're very expensive. They can be over $100 for a box.
Prevention Point Philadelphia hands out fentanyl test strips on this bus legally. Philly's mayor recently signed an executive order decriminalizing the tool.
Prior to decriminalizing decriminalization, even though folks weren't being arrested for them, there were very few places that would distribute fentanyl testing strips.
The nonprofit supplies the strips for free with bilingual info sheets and overdose reversal kits, including Narcan, which reverses opioid overdose.
So talk to me about this mobile overdose surge bus.
When there's an overdose surge in a neighborhood, the bus drives to help. It doesn't leave until there's a reduction in overdose deaths.
And we have a private room to conduct any medical services.
The strips they use detect fentanyl and its analogs like carfentanil, with hopes of ending what they deem preventable deaths.
We don't really know what day he died because they found him days later. So we say it's May 17th, but we actually don't know.
Alex Passator lost her brother Luke Johnson to a drug overdose. Luke found dead days after his 22nd birthday. The drug, heroin.
He got a bad batch that was laced with carfentanil. Test strips should be widely available for anyone who's using drugs like heroin, but also now like drugs like cocaine and marijuana.
2021 did bring wins for testing advocates, at least 6 states passing bills that would exempt fentanyl testing strips from the drug paraphernalia definition. In April, the CDC authorizing use of government funds for the strips, saying the tests will, in part, quote, save lives. Prior to decriminalization, the Philly Police Department tells NBC they did not track arrests for test strips. It's unclear how many arrests for the tests happen nationally each year. To combat what Prevention Point calls an overdose epidemic, experts say the strips are just a first step.
We use Narcan, syringe services, and that's why all of those other tools work only in conjunction.
As the U.S. passes a CDC estimated 100,000 overdose deaths this year, families like Luke's hope widespread test decriminalization comes soon.
It's not this faceless epidemic. Luke wasn't a junkie. He was my brother, and he was an incredible person, and he happened to have a disease. It could be literally anybody.
And Aaron and Morgan, just Wednesday, the White House announced new investments in harm reduction measures that include syringe services and, you guessed it, fentanyl test strips. Of course, public health experts are saying a large-scale, long-term, multi-pronged approach will be needed to get these overdose numbers down.
Meanwhile, New York City has a controversial idea for how to prevent heroin overdoses by supervising the people who are doing it. The city has opened the nation's first ever sanctioned supervised injection facility. Drug users will be monitored by trained observers who can really reverse overdoses with the drug Narcan. But some worry that these centers could actually cause more harm than good. Our very own NBC News correspondent Jacob Soboroff had an exclusive inside look at one of those facilities, and he joins us now. Jacob, I have to ask, how will these centers actually work, and how are they different from the other sort of controversial attempts that other cities have tried to create in the past?
Hey, Morgan, they're going to work exactly as the name sounds. New York City is calling them overdose prevention centers, but in many other cities all around the world, and they've been doing this for decades, they call them supervised injection facilities or safe consumption sites. And people can go in and use heroin, fentanyl, any other illegal narcotic under the supervision of a trained professional in order to be able to reverse an overdose in real time. And I think, it's important to note the context, which is we are in the middle of the deadliest overdose crisis in American history. 100,000 people died in 2020 alone, and fentanyl, the synthetic opioid, is so many multiples times stronger than morphine and also stronger than heroin. It is killing people almost instantaneously oftentimes. So inside this center, people are able to walk in to get clean needles, clean syringes. They don't bring their own equipment inside to the facilities and use the drugs, as I mentioned, under the supervision of a professional. And yesterday, and this is truly historic, we got to see what's going on inside in the United States for the very first time. This is my conversation with one person, a client, who was using drugs as I was speaking to him. Watch this.
Like the staff actually introduce themselves to you. They get to know you a little bit. It becomes a little personal where you build a relationship with these people, and they go out of their way to help you. Let me tell you, they sent me to detox, they sent me to rehab, they did everything they could within their power to help me, and they do that for anyone. I'm a United States Marine Corps veteran, and I've gotten more help here than I've gotten from the VA.
What do you use?
I use heroin. But this is the thing. you never know if what you're buying is heroin.
He said that United States Marine Corps veteran, he's gotten more help there in Harlem at that facility than he's ever gotten before. The whole idea is to keep folks alive because, as they'll tell you, activists in this community, you cannot help people who die of an overdose. Morgan?
And Jacob, the reality of it is this is controversial because there are some people who do not want it. What about those people? I mean, it sounds like a lot of the pushback is people who are saying they don't want those facilities in their neighborhood or next door with their kids. What are they telling you and why are they saying they don't want this?
I've talked to several people who live in the area and who are obviously concerned about this. The administrators of the program have a direct response to them. They say, we understand you. We understand why you feel that way. But the science is on our side. People survive. They get into treatment from these programs. Needles are not on the street. And crime goes down in the neighborhoods surrounding these facilities. And so it's going to be an interesting debate that I think is only going to become more prominent in American life.
And especially more prominent during the pandemic when so many treatment centers had to close their in-person treatment, which is when we saw a lot of people really struggling, sometimes relapse.
Very true.
Jacob Soboroff, thank you so much for your reporting. We really
Thanks,
appreciate
Morgan.
it. And you can be sure to see Jacob's full story tonight on NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt. Catch it at 6:30 Eastern on your local NBC station.
A big announcement from Tiger Woods.
That's right. Less than a year after a horrible car crash, the pro golfer is back on the course, at least for now. Stay with us.
We began our across-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. Now the holidays can begin. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
We're super grateful to these 21 all-star chefs. Cheers, everybody.
Happy holidays from today.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Well, after announcing plans to stop playing golf full-time, Tiger Woods is still making a comeback.
That's right. The golf legend said he will play in the PNC Championship Tournament next week. And this all comes less than 10 months after Woods survived a horrific car crash. As NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer tells us, it's a return to the course that many thought wouldn't even be possible.
Aaron and Morgan, Tiger Woods is back, announcing he'll play in a tournament in the coming days. This after recovering from a car accident less than 10 months ago.
Tiger Woods is teeing up for his latest comeback.
You called it there. The golfing great announcing on Twitter his return to the sport he's dominated for decades. Although it's been a long and challenging year, I am very excited to close it out by competing in the PNC Championship with my son Charlie. I'm playing as a dad and couldn't be more excited and proud. Woods and 12-year-old Charlie will return to the course together next week, a repeat of their appearance in the family tournament last year. Some are calling the Team Woods rematch miraculous. In late February, Woods was involved in a single-car crash that threatened to end his golf career.
I'm very, very grateful that someone upstairs was taking care of me, that I'm able to not only be here, but also to walk without a prosthesis.
Father to Charlie and 14-year-old daughter Sam, Woods has cited his children as motivation in his long road to recovery.
It's been tough at times, yes. Some dark moments, but then again, as I was making progress through it too, I could see some light. I'm able to participate more with my kids and their activities and more, and just in life in general.
Some of the first images after the accident showed Woods cheering on his son as he competed in tournaments of his own. But in recent weeks, Woods has made it clear he's not ready to be a permanent spectator. Days ago, the legend practicing in his signature Sunday red at the Hero World Challenge. And this 3-second clip of his famous swing captioned, "Making Progress."
Playing hit and giggle golf, it's easy, but playing tour golf and being prepared to play and try and shoot scores against the best players on the toughest golf courses, that's a totally different deal. And I am a long way away from that.
At almost 46 years old, Woods has long been considered one of the greatest golfers of all time. Now, all eyes will be watching as he attempts his latest comeback.
And Aaron and Morgan, in Tiger Woods' own words, he's only about at the halfway point of his recovery. So in the coming days, we'll see exactly how far he's come. Guys, back to you.
Well, the holiday season is really in full swing. Trees are being lit now. Presents are being bought, too.
Everything's getting lit. But how is Santa preparing for the big day? We'll take you on a trip up north, way up north, right when we come back.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
We began our across America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
and good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Steven Spielberg's highly anticipated remake of West Side Story hits the theaters this Friday. This year marks the 60th anniversary since the original release. NBC Nightly News anchor Lester Holt spoke with actress Rita Moreno and Ariana DeBose about the importance of sharing this long-told story with the next generation.
Aaron and Morgan, it's a classic being reborn on the silver screen this week. West Side Story, with one of the original film's enduring stars, Rita Moreno, back in a whole new role. It's the classic tale of two teenage gangs battling for the same turf. In the 1961 movie West Side Story. Now, after 60 years since the original release, director Steven Spielberg reimagines the film's energetic portrayal of love and family, bringing together two generations. Rita Moreno first starred as Anita.
I like to be in America.
Now she'll take on the role as Valentina, a newly created character. Ariana DeBose plays the co-lead and idolized Moreno as a child. Were you playing Rita's Anita or were you playing your Anita?
I was very adamant that whatever interpretation I delivered for this performance was massively different. But by virtue of being a Black woman, that makes it a different portrayal.
I loved it that an Afro-Latina was going to play Anita. It seemed absolutely right.
Moreno also serves as executive producer of the film. Were you concerned that in a remake it may lose some of its soul?
On the contrary, I think it has way more soul.
It's got more authenticity.
Absolutely. There isn't a Latino in this script of characters who isn't being played by a Hispanic person.
In the original cast, actors wore brown makeup to represent Puerto Ricans.
It was so thick and dark. And I said to the makeup man, I don't understand this. I'm Puerto Rican.
This time is different.
It's still the same story, but there is an underlying seriousness to it that the original film didn't have.
There's a place for us.
The music carrying a message, helping connect a younger generation to their history.
West Side Story was actually a gift to me. We learned about tradition, and Spanish was spoken every day, and I felt more myself than I've actually ever felt, ever.
Lester Holt reporting there. Christmas a little more than 2 weeks away now, and this year the holiday season is in full swing, but memories of last year's quiet Christmas haven't exactly faded. The question on a lot of people's minds now, is Christmas really back? To find out, NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley traveled all the way to Santa's Village. Not exactly the North Pole, but pretty close.
Hey, Aaron and Morgan, I'm here at London's Leadenhall Market, and around here, it really feels like Christmas is back. Everybody's out and about, everything's decked out. But in order to find out if truly Christmas was back, I went all the way up to Santa's Village, right up there near the North Pole. Here in Santa's adopted hometown, tourists are finally frolicking again after months of closed borders and COVID quiet. There's still some travel restrictions, but this year, Christmas is making a comeback. So I went on a Christmas quest to find out what the new normal looks like at the North Pole. Destination Lapland in northern Finland, where Rovaniemi has become Santa's adopted hometown. Here, Yuletide is year-round, and sleigh rides are an extreme sport. It's home to over 100 huskies. The dogs miss the customers and the kids.
Yeah, of course. So the dogs, they love attention, what customers give them.
This is Batman. He's only 5 years old, and last Christmas he wasn't really working, but now he's thrilled to be back at it. And if the pandemic was hard on the huskies, it hasn't been easy for the humans either. The drop in customers leading to staff cutbacks, even for those who've been on the nice list. What was it like last year for Santa for the North Pole? How was it?
For Santa, I think it wasn't so bad,
Right.
but for us other who are working here, we didn't have anything to do. We didn't have any customers here.
But now Rudolph and his pals are back at work. Business isn't quite back to normal, but it still feels pretty merry. This is exactly what it feels like to be Santa. Well, almost. Santa gets fan mail, and that didn't stop. Santa's elves take in 500,000 letters a year, so I thought I might give them a hand with the sorting. We got New Jersey, Ramona, age 9. But some kids couldn't leave the naughty or nice question to snail mail. When I ran into Sophia from Houston, she had just met Santa Claus himself.
There was like these checks that said, are you bad? Were you okay? Or were you really nice? And then we all checked off nice, but he kept saying, wait, you checked off naughty? And then he was joking around with us.
But don't you think saying you're nice is something that a naughty kid would say?
Yes, but we are really nice.
And just like that, it was my turn to meet the big man. Compared to last year, have you gotten the number of more and more children coming to visit this year?
Yeah, that's true. We have lots of more people, adults and children, of course, families, and from all over the world.
I found out that when it comes to questions and gifts, Santa gives as good as he gets.
Have you been naughty? Because you're asking about that all the time.
No comment.
Okay.
I'm asking the questions here, Santa. But he also had the kind of wisdom that only the Father of Christmas can provide. Would you say that Christmas is back?
Yes, it's been here all the time.
It never went away?
No.
Okay.
Because Christmas is in your heart and in your mind.
I'd come all the way to the Arctic looking for a Christmas comeback. But I learned that Christmas had never really left. Yeah, so Aaron and Morgan, I sent you guys a little gift. It's a little husky all the way from Lapland, but I sent it by snail mail, so it didn't arrive. I was going to send it by Santa Claus himself, but I just couldn't be sure that you two were on the nice list.
He wasn't sure. It was the supply chain crisis. We're not sure if that husky made it here or not. Listen, thanks for being with us on NBC News Now. Another booster. 3 doses of the COVID vaccine are already recommended, but could a 4th now be coming? How the nation is bracing for the Omicron variant.
Remembering Bob Dole, Congress paying tribute to the war hero and former Republican leader, what President Biden and other leaders are saying about the man who spent 36 years on the Hill.
Holiday classic. You might love It's a Wonderful Life, but not as much as one upstate New York town. We'll tell you about a community that takes it to a whole new level.
And Meme MVP, the 9-year-old boy who went viral with an online video, has come a long way. We're going to check in with him now that he's in high school, why he's making some big moves.
Hey there, everyone. Thank you so much for being with us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. We begin this hour with big news on the booster front.
That's right. The FDA has just authorized the use of the Pfizer vaccine booster for 16 and 17-year-olds. It's currently the only vaccine available to children. They can receive the booster 6 months after they complete their primary series, but the CDC still has yet to give the final sign-off before older teens can get boosted.
Now, across the nation, an alarming rise in infections over the last 2 weeks. Cases are up 27%, hospitalizations up nearly 20%, deaths are up 13%. And there's also been a jump in the number of COVID deaths since the end of November. And many health experts are attributing the rise in infections to Thanksgiving travel and other gatherings.
The FDA has also authorized AstraZeneca's COVID antibody treatment for immunocompromised teens and adults. Now, this is the first injectable monoclonal antibody cocktail and requires people to get preventative injections around every 6 months.
We have a lot of COVID news to get to at this hour as we bring in our team of correspondents and experts. We'll begin with NBC News medical contributor Dr. Vin Gupta. Dr. Gupta, I want to ask you first about this Pfizer booster news we just told people about, opening it up to teenagers 16 and 17 years old to get boosted. How significant is that, do you think?
Well, Aaron, good afternoon. It's gonna mean that we're gonna have more of our younger people optimally protected against this Omicron variant going into the winter months, which we know are going to be quite tricky with cold, dry air. The question will be ultimately when will 12 and up get access to that additional booster shot? I'm hearing likely turn of the new year, if not slightly sooner. So in the next 3 to 4 weeks, parents should expect that not only will they have access, their children have access to 2 shots, but also to that additional shot.
I want to ask you also about this antibody cocktail from AstraZeneca. These cocktails are usually used as treatment as opposed to prevention. In layman's terms, how does this really work? And how does it differ from the vaccine as a form of prevention?
So this antibody therapy, the idea here is that these are made in a lab and they're targeted towards coronavirus. So these are synthetic antibodies that, to your point, have previously existed as monoclonal antibodies that you give to somebody who's high risk that already has the disease. We're trying to prevent progression. Now we're saying for that group of individuals who have high risk medical conditions or immunocompromised. So think active chemotherapy because of cancer, high doses of steroids because of, say, rheumatoid arthritis. We know that these individuals, Aaron, do not mount an appropriate response to the vaccines. So they've been left out wondering how protected are they? So for that specific group, we're saying this is going to provide that extra protection for at least up to 6 months. And so that's why that's the specific targeting of this therapy for that specific group, because we thought that they needed that additional protection.
Why is this something being considered only for the immunocompromised as opposed to something for everybody?
Well, because the rest of us don't need it. The rest of us are actually mounting the appropriate response. We're 95+ % protected from even testing positive for coronavirus if we get our full shot of vaccines. And I think that is now 3 vaccines, not 2. You're going to soon see CDC update the definition of fully vaccinated to account for 3. So we simply just do not need it.
All right, Dr. Vin Gupta, we appreciate your perspective on all this. Thank you, sir.
Let's go ahead and bring in our NBC News correspondent, Antonia Hilton. She's live for us in Stamford, Connecticut. Antonia, I first want to thank you for being out there. We know that Connecticut is experiencing a pretty sharp rise in cases, which is interesting because this was once a vaccination success story. So what happened? What's going on there right now?
Well, Morgan, officials are scrambling to figure this out. Look, like you said, this is a state that has often led the way in terms of vaccination. It was the first state to actually reach herd immunity here. And now they're seeing this uptick in cases and hospitalizations. They have 575 people currently in the hospital, and that's more than 3 times what they were looking at just a couple weeks ago. Officials say that what they think has contributed to all of this is the amount of travel, the time spent indoors as temperatures have dropped, and frankly, Thanksgiving gatherings. And they're aware now that as we get closer to Christmas and to New Year's, we're only going to start seeing more and more of that. So they're trying to get ahead of this as they're fighting now 2 variants, and they have 2 confirmed cases of the Omicron variant here. They're trying to raise the alarms and just make sure that people who need boosters, who need their first shots, are really getting the message to get out here to sites like this one and take care of it, Morgan.
But I guess the question is the how, Antonia. I mean, how is the state actually responding to this latest uptick in cases? And really, what about those new cases of Omicron that you mentioned they've already detected?
Well, what's interesting is while they're continuing their messaging toward unvaccinated folks, and by that I mean adults who remain hesitant, but also children who are newly eligible and still need to get their first or second shots, they're also really emphasizing boosting because, on the flip side of being a state that was on the front lines of getting vaccinated, that means you have a large population of people who got their vaccines quite a long time ago and now have waning protections, waning immunity. So they may have 2 shots and think that they're fine, but they're actually starting to contribute to some of the cases. And we're seeing breakthrough cases here in Connecticut and elsewhere. So the message on boosters is really get here before the holidays. This is a site here at Scalzi Park where you don't even need an appointment. People have just been walking up and getting boosted all day long in between work, dropping their kids off at school. And they're really trying to emphasize that as the key to keeping people safe in this state that's been widely vaccinated. And they are trying to get people here before the holidays start. Take a listen to some of my conversation with the mayor here, Caroline Simmons.
our state Department of Public Health. We are working closely with them, monitoring this variant, and we are much more prepared than we are now than we were back in December of 2020 in terms of our hospital capacity, our PPE supplies, and we know so much more too about the virus now and how to treat it. And we have innovative treatments for individuals, but still, we can't let our guard down.
The city is also working with statewide officials on an Excelsior Pass, or a vaccine passport similar to what we have in New York City. And the idea is that that will also help keep people safe, because employers can start keeping track of who really is and isn't vaccinated, and the guests that come through here, what are we looking at? And they can start bringing in new measures for safety and security as we head into these really critical months, Morgan.
All right, Antonia Hilton live for us in Connecticut. Antonia, thank you.
Right now, former Senator Bob Dole is lying in state at the U.S. Capitol Rotunda. Flags will remain at half-staff across the country through Saturday in his honor. Lawmakers from both parties showing their respects for a man President Biden said was among the greatest of the greatest generation. Dole spent almost 4 decades in Congress after fighting in World War II, where he was badly wounded. Awarded the Medal of Freedom by President Bill Clinton, he's being remembered as an inspiration for public service and for democracy.
My fellow Americans, America has lost one of our greatest patriots. We may follow his wisdom, I hope, and his timeless truth. But the truth of the matter is, as divided as we are, the only way forward for democracy is unity, consensus, the only way.
Let's bring in NBC News national political reporter Steve Kornacki now. Steve, Bob Dole may not have been president, but his presence really did loom large in politics for decades, we know now. For those who may not know, can you give us a sense of just how much of a force Bob Dole was in Washington?
He was a central player in the American political story, really, for 3 decades, the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, in different capacities in each of those periods. You know, he was the Republican national, in addition to being United States Senator for almost 30 years, he was the Republican national chairman for part of Richard Nixon's administration. He was Gerald Ford's running mate in 1976. That ticket, that Ford-Dole ticket, actually came extremely close to winning the election in 1976. Dole very well could have been vice president, back then. He became the Senate Majority Leader in the 1980s during the Reagan presidency, had a real shot at the White House when he ran in 1988. He won the Iowa caucuses over George H.W. Bush. Bush was the sitting vice president at that time. Dole won the Iowa caucuses 2-1 over Bush. There was a period there of about a week when it looked like Dole might actually just run away with the Republican nomination. Got tripped up in New Hampshire. Bush went on to win the nomination, win the presidency. Dole went back to the Senate. And then when Bill Clinton became president in 1993, Dole really was kind of the last Republican left standing after George H.W. Bush was voted out, and Dole, as the Senate Republican leader, was sort of the face of the opposition to Bill Clinton in 1993, 1994, and of course that culminated in the Republican Revolution in '94, and Dole took that one last crack at the White House that, again, didn't quite work out for him. I mean, he did everything but actually attain national office, but otherwise an absolutely central figure for 3 decades.
There's also been a lot of discussion, Steve, about Dole's reputation for bipartisanship on the Hill. What can you tell us about his history of working across the aisle?
Yeah, I guess it seems quaint now when you look back at it. I mean, I don't want to sugarcoat it too much. Bob Dole, could be a very partisan figure. Yeah. And I don't mean that with any disrespect. I think that's something he would have said himself. He was the Senate Republican leader, for years, and there was a lot of partisanship and partisan warfare involved in that. That's just it's the nature of the job, either party. But he also believed that there was honor in politics and that there could be honor found in reaching across the party lines. And he did that, say in the 1970s. He teamed up with the most liberal United States Senator, George McGovern, Democrat from South Dakota, was the Democratic candidate for president in '72. Dole and McGovern teamed up on food stamps. 20 years later, Dole teamed up with Tom Harkin, liberal Democrat from Iowa, helped to get the Americans with Disabilities Act through. So there was some bipartisan legislation, some serious bipartisan legislation that he had his hands in, that he was central to, I should say. And also, I think there's just the way he conducted himself in politics. I mentioned Bill Clinton versus Bob Dole. Obviously, they ran against each other in 1996. During that campaign, one of the sort of subplots of that campaign was, would the Dole campaign try to make Bill Clinton's personal character an issue in the campaign? And Dole was given, in the presidential debate, he was given basically an invitation by the moderator, feel free to attack President Clinton. Didn't say it that way, but that was essentially the question. And Dole just said, let me be clear. I like President Clinton personally. This is not about personal attacks. This is about issues. And he really tried to, I think, create that line and live by it.
All right, NBC Steve Kornacki. Steve, thank you.
You got it.
Former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows is suing the House committee that's investigating the events of January 6th. The lawsuit comes just as the committee says it plans to hold Meadows in contempt and refer him for criminal prosecution for defying their subpoena. NBC News national political reporter Sahil Kapoor joins us now live from Capitol Hill. Sahil, why is Meadows suing?
Morgan, Meadows is claiming that the committee is exceeding what is known as the valid legislative purpose clause under the statute. A committee cannot simply investigate whoever and whatever it wants. It has to have a legislative justification for doing so. And Meadows, in this lawsuit, to try to dissolve the subpoena against him, is making a case that the committee is overstepping its bounds. Let's have a listen from Meadows himself as to how he tries to explain this. We'll talk about it on the other side.
This lawsuit really goes to the heart of the matter. The fact is that we've been trying for weeks and weeks to make accommodations to share non-privileged, and I want to stress that, non-privileged information while protecting the executive privilege that President Trump has claimed. And yet what we found is each and every time there was an overreach on the part of the committee. And then in the last 72 hours, we received a subpoena that went to our telecommunication carrier that was so broad that you would have to do some type of legislative contortions to find a legislative reason for that subpoena. And I can tell you, they did this without notifying us.
And the committee does not accept that, Morgan. They've called this a flawed lawsuit that will not slow down or stop their efforts to get to the truth and to continue this investigation.
So what do the next steps in that effort look like, Sahil? I mean, if the committee says it plans to move forward with contempt proceedings, what do those next steps look like in the days ahead?
The next step is the committee plans to meet next week to vote to hold Mark Meadows in contempt. That should be a speedy and likely unanimous vote on the committee. It would be referred to the full House of Representatives. Once they approve it, and that is also likely, it would be certified to a U.S. attorney in Washington who would make the decision about whether and when to prosecute Meadows criminally for defying a lawful subpoena in Congress. This is the same template used on Steve Bannon, the former Trump advisor, who also sought to stonewall this committee and its investigation. And between the moment the committee met and the time the indictment was issued for Steve Bannon, 24 days went by. So that gives you a sense of how quickly this can go, Morgan.
All right, NBC News' Sahil Kapoor. Thank you so much, Sahil.
Day 2 in the trial of former Minnesota police officer Kim Potter is now underway. She's accused of fatally shooting Daunte Wright, an unarmed black man, while trying to arrest him at a traffic stop earlier this year. Now, we just heard from Wright's girlfriend, who cried on the witness stand today. She was in the car when Wright was shot. Potter has pleaded not guilty to 2 counts of first and second-degree manslaughter. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen joins us now from outside the courthouse. Ron, what did Wright's girlfriend say on the stand today?
Well, Ilana Albrecht Payton is her name, and she was very powerful. She was distraught. She is someone who witnessed this incident very close up. She was sitting in the passenger seat when all this happened. And she just told the jury this heartbreaking story about watching this situation unfold. She said that Wright got out of the car, got back into the car, the officer fired the gun. She saw this happen. The car then took off down the road, we know. It crashed, and then she describes this scene where she is, as she says, the only person trying to help Daunte Wright, and she's screaming his name, trying to give him, compress his chest, try to get him breathing, trying to get him to say something. And of course, he was dead at the scene, and she talked about how this was an image that plays over and over in her mind every day. The point of all this, again, is to drive home to the jury the loss here, the humanity here, that in fact Daunte Wright was a 20-year-old father, that he had hopes and dreams. And his girlfriend, who is also just 20 years old, really made the emotional connection to him. On cross-examination, the defense attorneys were able to get her to say that she and Wright, they spent the night together, previous night, and that they smoked marijuana that morning before all this happened, before the fatal encounter. But she stopped short of saying that there was any impairment, that this affected them in any way. The defense trying to suggest that Wright was using drugs and that contributed to his behavior that they say caused and fueled this entire confrontation.
All right, Ron Allen for us in Minneapolis today. Ron, thank you.
We're also closely watching for a verdict in the trial of actor Jussie Smollett. The Chicago jury resumed its deliberations today, deciding whether or not they believed the actor actually organized a fake hate crime against himself back in 2019. Now, Smollett has pleaded not guilty to 6 counts of disorderly conduct. NBC News correspondent Rahema Ellis joins us now from Chicago. Rahema, have we heard anything from the jury at all today?
Not today. We know that they've been deliberating now for just about 2 hours today on the first full day of deliberations. But yesterday, when the case went to the jurors and they deliberated for about 2.5 hours, before they left for the day, Morgan, they did have a question, and it was about a request for the prosecution's calendar of the timeline of these events. Thus far, we have not heard from the court whether or not the judge has responded to that question. So there's no word of anything about that, but that's all we've heard from the jury so far. Morgan?
And Rahema, can you really just lay out for us the case as it's viewed from both sides? What is each side really trying to convince the jury of?
Well, in a 7-day trial, of which 2 days the Empire actor Jussie Smollett spent on the witness stand testifying, he is trying to convince everyone that he is innocent of these charges, that he faked an attack on himself, an anti-gay, or a racist attack on himself of people yelling, "This is MAGA country." On the witness stand, he vehemently insisted that this was not a hoax, that he is innocent, that he did not stage this. The prosecution, on the other hand, told the jurors in their closing arguments that this was all orchestrated by Smollett, who hired 2 brothers, one of whom is his trainer, that he hired them because he wanted media publicity and possibly in order to garner some public sympathy. Again, the defense says that's not what happened, that this has been a real detriment to Smollett's career. This has not helped him in any way, and that he is a true victim of a crime and not someone who staged a crime. Morgan?
NBC's Rahema Ellis for us there. Rahema, thank you.
A big change is brewing for your daily cup of joe.
That's right. Starbucks employees have just made a major decision about their future. What this could mean for your morning routine, coming up next.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right? Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Starbucks workers in Buffalo, New York are considering unionizing.
That's right. Voting just wrapped up, and now ballots are being counted today. And if the move is in fact successful, it will be the first union at any Starbucks store in the entire country. NBC News Now correspondent Dasha Burns joins us live. Dasha, I know you've been following this union vote really closely. What's happening there in Buffalo? And frankly, what could this mean for Starbucks workers as well as customers across the country?
Yeah, Morgan, Buffalo, New York. It's an unlikely new epicenter for America's labor comeback, and it's an unlikely group leading it. Gen Z and millennial baristas who want a seat at the corporate table. We followed this group of young union organizers as they made their last-ditch effort to make a little history. Watch. Jazz Brissack is a 24-year-old Starbucks barista.
So I'm one of the openers at my store, so getting up at 4:30 is pretty standard. Make sure everything's ready for the day, feed the cats, make sure they have water.
This young service worker and this coffee shop could make history this week. Jazz has become an unlikely leader of an effort to create the first unionized corporate Starbucks stores in the country. Employees at 3 Starbucks stores in the Buffalo area are now voting on whether or not to form a union. This old Model T factory is now home to the Starbucks unionization effort here in Buffalo, and inside the clock is ticking for these organizers. Jazz and her fellow barista, 37-year-old Michelle Eisen, are here on their off hours to help quarterback the final moments of the campaign. Well, Starbucks historically has been viewed as a really great place to work, a lot of benefits. Why does Starbucks need a union?
When I started with them in 2010, that's what I came into. I really do feel like they were that company. And in the last 4 or 5 years, those little kind of perks have slowly kind of been pulled away. Like we've seen the benefits packages, we've seen those costs go up and the benefits go down. And I've got partners who can't pay their rent and put groceries in their fridge at the same time. Why now? You're seeing people who were forced to work through some pretty intense, awful conditions, and realizing that these corporations made billions of dollars off the backs of our labor in the middle of a global pandemic, and we've reaped little to no benefits from that.
After they started organizing, Jazz and Michelle say Starbucks flooded Buffalo area stores with managers from other parts of the country. A company spokesperson told NBC News the personnel are there independent of the union vote to help fill staffing gaps, improve how stores function, and help with training at request of employees.
We had support managers from all over the country. That's what Starbucks calls them, support managers. The quotes are necessary because they're not really here to support us. In fact, they're here solely to come into our store, make sure that there's not any time, that there's not management watching. We used to talk about the union at work. We were signing up people, talking about organizing as we were making drinks.
When did you start noticing these new people coming in, these support managers?
Within a week of us filing, I believe. Rosanne Williams, who is the president of Starbucks North America, she oversees, to the best of my knowledge, corporate Starbucks in North America, came into town, started holding active listening sessions. That's what they call them.
Had she been to town before?
I've never seen anyone higher than a regional director in Buffalo, let alone anyone to the level that she's at. She pops into stores whenever she feels like it, grabs a bucket of ice, takes out a trash bag.
A Starbucks spokesperson said, "We categorically deny any claims of surveillance, union busting, or anything of the sort," adding that it is normal for executives like Rosanne Williams to visit stores when they hear Starbucks partners, the company's term for employees, are unhappy. Back in the union war room, the effort that started among a few baristas has taken on a national significance. With ballots being counted Thursday, Michelle and Jazz are making big plans.
We win on Thursday. We have the first unionized Starbucks in the United States of America, and then we get Starbucks to the bargaining table and negotiate the best contract that the service industry has ever seen. I mean, that's the goal.
Senator Bernie Sanders and Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez have also thrown their support behind this movement. And guys, we also talked to a longtime union organizer who said that what this group of young people is doing for the service industry is kind of akin to what their grandparents and great-grandparents did for manufacturing back in the 30s and 40s. And of course, that left a long legacy in the United States. So we'll see what happens today in just a few hours.
Really interesting comparison. Dasha Burns for us there. Dasha, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, a troubling trend across the country, murder rates setting records this year in multiple cities.
In just a moment, we'll tell you what's causing 2021 to be the deadliest year ever in some places right when we come back. Stay with us.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are. It's here now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are. It's here now.
We're following some breaking news now. Former reality TV star Josh Duggar was just convicted of downloading and possessing child pornography on his work computer. A federal jury in Arkansas found the 33-year-old guilty. Now he faces up to 20 years in prison and fines of up to $250,000 for each of the two counts. No word yet on a sentencing date here. His attorney says he does intend to appeal.
Meanwhile, making news right now, stunning video of a car stuck in the Niagara River just feet away from the Niagara Falls. A dramatic rescue attempt all caught right here on camera. Ultimately, the passenger in the car was found dead. The woman's identity has not yet been released, but she's believed to be in her 60s. In the Pacific Northwest, a winter storm is whipping through Washington state. Heavy snow blanketed parts of the Cascade Mountains, with meteorologists predicting up to 1 to 2 feet of snow. A winter weather advisory remains in effect until tonight. And Broadway mourning the life of one of its biggest and brightest stars Wednesday night. Marquee lights all along Broadway dimmed for exactly 1 minute to commemorate the life and legacy of Stephen Sada, the legendary songwriter known for his work on West Side Story as well as Gypsy. He's credited with reshaping American musical theater with his songs. The Pulitzer-winning composer died last month, and he was 91 years old.
Day 9 of the trial of accused Jeffrey Epstein recruiter Ghislaine Maxwell has wrapped up early. The jury now expected to hear from another alleged victim when court is back in session. I want to bring in NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk now. Steph, can you bring us up to speed here? Why did court end early today?
Yeah, sure, Aaron. We actually expected the prosecution to wrap up potentially today, but what happened, there was a sidebar when court opened earlier today, and there was some concern back and forth, some shuffling of papers. They went into into chambers to have a discussion, and turns out one of the prosecutors is sick, not with COVID, but too sick to do the questioning of the fourth and final accuser, a woman named Annie. We had expected her to take the stand today. You know, the prosecution had predicted that this this case would last 4 weeks, and now it looks like they're wrapping up in under 2. So they're really blazing forward, Aaron.
Steph, can you tell us what we did hear in the last testimony the jury was able to hear?
Yeah, it was an interesting couple of days this week in court, Aaron. One of the things the defense has tried to do over the course of cross-examinations and in their opening statement is to try to distance Ghislaine Maxwell from Jeffrey Epstein. They made the point that although they had what they called a companionship for a short period of time, that it ended and then she was an employee. Well, what we saw this week was a trove of images that were recovered during a search of Jeffrey Epstein's mansion here in New York City in 2019 by the FBI. And those pictures, although they're not dated and we don't know exactly where all of them were taken, they really do seem to paint a picture of not a short companionship, but one that may have lasted very long. And if you think about the jury trying to consider plausible deniability, in other words, if Ghislaine Maxwell knew about these massage sessions in the Palm Beach mansion with minor girls, if she somehow didn't know what was going on behind those closed doors, if the jury is considering that, then this kind of belies a much more intimate personal relationship between these two that lasted for quite a long period of time, Aaron.
All right, Stephanie Goss for us today. Steph, thanks.
You're welcome.
Disgraced former CEO of Theranos, Elizabeth Holmes, is on the stand once again. The 37-year-old has pleaded not guilty to 11 counts of criminal fraud, consistently denying allegations that she lied to her investors. CNBC's Yasmin Karam joins us now from San Francisco with the latest on that trial. Yasmin, we know that Holmes' final appearance on the stand was really different from her very emotional testimony that made headlines back in November. So how does she respond to yesterday's cross-examination?
Morgan, on Elizabeth Holmes' final appearance on the stand, she took a closing shot at company president and her ex-boyfriend, Sunny Balwani. While she admitted to the jury that the buck stopped with her and as CEO, she was ultimately responsible for the company. A major revelation hanging over the jury right now is how much control Balwani exerted over Elizabeth Holmes, which she says affected her decision-making. This is a very fine line here, because over the 7 days Elizabeth Holmes has been on the stand, she has acknowledged certain allegations that the government has leveled against her. But at the same time, yesterday, she told the jury that her most trusted, most important advisor was Balwani, and she took direction from him. For the last couple of weeks, my sources have been telling me that Elizabeth Holmes is her own best witness. These are people that worked very closely to Holmes at Theranos and also knew her very well outside of the company. One thing that they all tell me is that she has this amazing ability to charm people. And Morgan, I have to tell you, as she stepped off that witness stand yesterday, she turned over and stared at every single juror as she walked over to her defense attorneys.
And Yasmin, just very briefly before we go, with yesterday being the last day of testimony, what should we expect next in this trial?
Well, Morgan, it's been 13 weeks that this jury of 8 men and 4 women have been listening to testimony from 32 witnesses on the government side and on the defense attorney's side. And, they're really going to have to think about whether Elizabeth Holmes intended to mislead investors and patients, or whether this is simply a case of good intentions gone wrong here. The judge has scheduled closing arguments for next Thursday and Friday, and then this case goes straight into deliberations. The judge is hoping we will have a verdict before the holidays.
All right, CNBC's Yasmin Karam, thank you so much for joining us, Yasmin.
American cities from coast to coast are grappling with a dramatic rise in murder rates. Large and small cities have already broken records in 2021, and there are still 3 weeks left in this year. NBC News correspondent Gabe Gutierrez is in Philadelphia with more on this disturbing trend.
Aaron and Morgan, experts around the country are having a tough time pinpointing exactly why murder rates are skyrocketing in some cities, or whether this trend might continue into next year. For many cities, big and small, this has been the deadliest year ever. In Philadelphia alone, more than 520 homicides, breaking a record that had stood for over 30 years. And for Desiree Goodson, too many agonizing moments to count.
What will you miss most about him?
Oh, Samir always smiles. Samir, he makes me happy, like he cheers me up.
She still speaks about her 14-year-old son, Samir Jefferson, as if he's still here. But as the high school freshman waited for a bus last week, he was killed. Police say 2 people got out of a car, chased him across the street, then fired about 35 shots. These are some of the bullet holes still on the side of this pharmacy. Samir was hit
18 times.
The people that killed Samir ain't killers. They monsters. Like, they shot my son 18 times.
Among the other cities already setting records for murders this year, Portland, Tucson, Toledo, St. Paul, Austin, and Albuquerque. The debate over why is raging. Some experts blame the pandemic in part. Bail reform keeping more criminals out of jail, more guns, and fewer officers. Indianapolis also hitting an all-time homicide high.
We are definitely recruiting, but I want to put those officers on the streets.
Philadelphia District Attorney Larry Krasner argues that while homicides are up in his city, other crimes such as rape and robberies that don't involve a gun are down.
We don't have a crisis of lawlessness. We don't have a crisis of crime. We don't have a crisis of violence.
But former Mayor Michael Nutter is slamming those comments as white privilege, saying the progressive DA has not been tough enough on criminals and demanding Krasner apologize to victims' families, like Desiree Goodson.
My son's not coming back. I don't care about no justice. None of that brings Samir back. None of it. None of it.
Police here in Philadelphia have arrested 2 suspects in connection with her son's murder. But at the moment, 2 more are still on the run. Aaron, Morgan.
We're joined now by Cedric Alexander, a former member of President Obama's task force on 21st century policing and an MSNBC law enforcement analyst. Cedric, I want to thank you for being with us this afternoon. We just heard from Gabe Gutierrez what some people think accounts for the spike in murders. In your estimation, professionally, what do you think accounts for this dramatic rise, even just this year alone?
Well, I think from Dave's report, he's absolutely on point with those variables that were pointed out there, whether it's bail reform, whether it's less policing, or whatever the case may happen to be. But we can say this, even prior to COVID, we know that we are already headed towards a spike in violent crime across this country. Did COVID exacerbate some of that? Maybe, maybe not. We're going to see what the researchers say in years to come. But we do know this, a lot of people unemployed, a lot more stressors in the environment than ever before. A lot of children home from school without guidance or supervision. And there is a lawlessness that is taking place out there. And I totally disagree with the DA there in Philadelphia. There is a lawlessness. And it's just not in that city. It's in many cities across the country. Bail reform has a lot to do with it. I think we're going to have to go back and really revisit these issues around some of these violent crimes in which people are being released back onto the streets. I understand the premise of it, but we got to go back and we got to revisit that. And yes, we got to increase our ranks within policing across this country. We have those who are leaving, those who don't want to come on board. We got to make the job more attractive. We got to pay, we got to benefit. But not just hiring more police officers. We got to hire police officers and we got to train them different and supervise them different as well. We can't continue to see and be in the same rhythm in which we always have been and find ourselves in precarious situations. So yes, we need to recruit more officers, but we got to train different and supervise different and have more accountability. So there's a lot of variables that are involved here. If you look at that victim we just talked to, the mother of that young 14-year-old kid who was shot 18 times on a Philadelphia street, that could be anywhere USA. The fact of the matter is, what causes that type of outrage and anger and frustration in young people, where we see an insurmountable number of these events that take place across the country? We got some issues that we got to address.
A lot of people dying and a lot of people hurting. A lot of families dealing with trauma right now in this moment. All right, yes. Cedric Alexander, thanks so much for being with us.
Thank you.
We want to move overseas now to Ukraine, where tensions continue to run high as 120,000 Russian troops line the Ukrainian border. President Biden now hoping the threat of unprecedented sanctions will be enough to persuade Vladimir Putin to withdraw. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel is on the ground for us in Ukraine.
Morgan, Aaron, we are in eastern Ukraine, not very far from the Russian border, and this is a closed military zone. It is controlled by the Ukrainian military. No civilians live here now, and it has already been extensively damaged from years of fighting. And this is where the entire world is watching right now to see if Ukrainian troops will cross into Ukraine and launch an invasion.
The front lines along Ukraine's border with Russia harken back to World War II.
or even earlier. Miles of narrow paths flanked by landmines and trenches. Muddy today, often frozen solid.
So we better just
These positions are designed to stop or at least slow down a Russian advance. And they're on high alert now. Russian troops, around 100,000, and tanks and artillery are massed along 3 sides of the Ukrainian border. And in addition to the regular Russian army, there are pro-Russian militias already operating inside Ukraine. This is the most dangerous flashpoint. Ukrainian troops occupy these trenches 24/7, and pro-Russian forces are just about 50 yards away. And according to the Ukrainian soldiers here, those Russian-backed troops fire on them almost every day. And it wouldn't take much for an escalation here to trigger a much wider war.
We have trench with guys, they have trench with guys. Below this locate minefields. So basically when some side start that attacking, it's have casualties, no matter what they do.
30-year-old Lieutenant Ivan Skorotovsky has been serving on the front for 8 years.
Putin, I think, not stop in the Ukraine.
Do you think Russia's going to do it?
In our language, we have some words like hope for the best and get ready for the worst.
So this is one of the forward lookout positions. Nearby, Squad Commander Alexander Timoshuk showed me where the enemy is. Those pro-Russian militias on Ukrainian territory, backed and armed by Moscow. That's not very far away. An all-out ground war could also expand beyond Ukraine. The U.S. State Department warns neighboring Belarus, Putin's closest and increasingly dependent ally, could also be drawn in. President Biden has effectively ruled out sending combat troops to Ukraine, so it is highly unlikely you would see American soldiers or Marines taking up positions in places like this to go potentially head-to-head against Russian forces. But the U.S. and other governments already send military advisors to Ukraine to offer specialized training, and the Ukrainian government wants the U.S. to send more of those advisors and more weapons. Aaron, Morgan?
The U.S. State Department has issued a new travel advisory for Mexico, citing rising COVID cases in the country and a recent spike in violence. It comes just days after Mexican authorities say attackers on jet skis started firing guns near a beach full of tourists in Cancun. Americans were among them. Now Mexican troops are moving in. Here's NBC News correspondent Sam Brock.
Aaron and Morgan, good morning. There's a lot of questions about this right now as travel to Mexico is surging for a variety of reasons. For millions of families who've had no issues, it's minimal impact. But for some, like the Joneses from Utah, the nightmare of running around for their lives is going to stick for some time.
In Mexico, along with sunbathers and white sand beaches, a new image emerging: armed troops protecting one of the country's most important resources, tourists. Mexico beefing up its security following a string of violent attacks, the latest just 2 days ago, sending terrified vacationers, including Americans, fleeing for cover.
Everybody started scrambling and screaming and crying.
Witnesses say armed attackers appeared on jet skis in the middle of Cancun's hotel zone and, according to local authorities, opened fire near several popular resorts. Zane Jones was resting in his hotel room when the shots rang out. His wife and 2 kids were at the pool.
Instantly, the adrenaline hit me, and it was just like, figure out where they are, make sure they're safe.
You're thinking about cutting your trip short at this point because of what happened?
Absolutely.
The Mexican government recently ramping up reinforcements in the popular tourist haven of Quintana Roo, which includes Cancun and Tulum, deploying more than 1,400 National Guardsmen on December 1st. But it wasn't enough to stop the terrifying incident on this beach. And now some Americans thinking about traveling to Mexico may be reconsidering after a series of violent incidents there recently. Last month, frightened tourists and staff sheltered in a Cancun hotel after police say suspected drug dealers opened fire on the beach. And in October, 2 tourists were killed in nearby Tulum during a reported shootout between gangs. An updated State Department travel advisory put in place yesterday urges increased caution due to crime in Mexico's Quintana Roo state.
When someone comes to you and says, I'm worried about my safety after something like this, what do you advise them?
The government has already taken drastic measures by putting armed guards
in military fatigues on the beach is something that perhaps should instill some confidence to a certain degree.
A literal army now guarding one of Mexico's top tourist attractions.
Travel experts say there are some things you can do to safeguard your trip. One of them is to look for name brand hotels. The hotel zone in Cancun is miles long, but those hotels are more likely to have comprehensive safety plans and resources to help you. You don't need to stay directly in Cancun. Other cities like Mayakoba, 20, 30 minutes away, are close but not right in the middle of the action. And the State Department has a Smart Traveler enrollment program, free services to help you in the event of an emergency. Aaron and Morgan, back to you.
A mass grave discovered in Croatia, and it's about to get a lot harder to smoke cigarettes in New Zealand. Let's go around the world in 60 seconds. Croatia, where a mass grave has been discovered near the town of Vukovar. 11 bodies were found at the site, making it the 151st mass grave discovered in Croatia. The graves are a painful reminder of Croatia's bloody war of independence in the 90s, in which an estimated 20,000 people died. Germany, where newly sworn-in Chancellor Olaf Scholz is spending his first full day in office. Scholz replaces Angela Merkel, who led Germany for 16 years. He has pledged to continue the previous administration's priorities. And New Zealand, where anyone who is 14 and under starting in 2027 will be banned from buying cigarettes for life.
We are legislating for a smoke-free generation. The truth is, there is no safe age to start smoking.
Currently, about 12% of New Zealanders over 14 smoke, with that percentage rising to 29% among Indigenous Maori adults. The government's goal is to bring that down to below 5%. And that's the world now.
A holiday classic that's touched the hearts of several generations celebrates a major milestone this year.
Up next, we're going to take you to the town believed to be the inspiration behind It's a Wonderful Life.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians?
How do you explain why your case has become so important?
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. Now the holidays can begin.
And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
We're super grateful to these 21 all-star chefs.
Cheers, everybody.
Happy holidays from today.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
it. The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Few movies are as widely beloved as the Christmas classic It's a Wonderful Life.
But there's one town in upstate New York that may have us all beat. It is filled with superfans. NBC's Harry Smith went to Seneca Falls to find out why.
Hey, Aaron and Morgan, the town of Seneca Falls, New York, embodies the spirit behind It's a Wonderful Life. And every year it holds a festival honoring the iconic film and attracts fans with its outstandingly curated museum.
Spend a little time in Seneca Falls, New York this time of year, and you'll begin to wonder if the town is having an identity crisis.
Hello, Bedford Falls!
If you notice the signs coming into town that normally say "Welcome to Seneca Falls,"
right?
There's a placard that goes over Seneca that says Bedford.
Fran Carasillo was town planner here for years and says the connection between Seneca and Bedford Falls starts with a bridge. Movie fans remember a distraught Jimmy Stewart wondering if his life had been worth living.
I suppose it'd been better if I'd never been born at all.
Well, says Carasillo, listen to this.
What happened here on this bridge in 1917?
So in 1917, young Ruth Dunham came up onto the bridge and jumped. Young Antonio Veracali, working near the bridge, saw it. He went into the water to get her. He managed to get her close enough to shore where another gentleman lifted her from Antonio's arms, saving her, but Antonio disappeared from sight.
He was the angel?
He was the angel.
Clarence?
Yes.
That's what I was sent down for. I'm your guardian angel.
Frank Capra had visited Seneca Falls just a few years before the film was made. And the story about the bridge, locals are sure he heard it.
Here's Jimmy Stewart, right, looking into the water. A real angel jumped in the water here.
Yes.
No wonder then that Seneca Falls throws an It's a Wonderful Life festival every December. And the fans come.
How many times do you think you've seen it?
Probably about 15 or 20.
No way. You're way old. We've seen it every year. We've been married 40 years.
Yeah.
We've seen it at least 40 times. A minimum of 40 times.
What do you want? You want the moon? Just say the word and I'll throw a lasso around it and pull it down.
No rom-com has ever come close. And Jimmy Stewart, near the end,
show me the way.
I read that when he was just praying and thinking about everyone out there, it just came over him.
Your reporter has tears in his eyes just thinking about it. Our personal favorite, though, when Stewart goes full throttle after Lionel Barrymore, Mr. Potter.
Just remember this, Mr. Potter, that this rabble you're talking about, they do most of the working and paying and living and dying in this community.
If you come to Seneca, Bedford Falls for the festival, be sure to stop at It's a Wonderful Life Museum. And swing by the Dodge dealership. The old car, yes, the old car, Jimmy Stewart runs into the tree, is there, though the fender has been repaired. But the real draw, the stars from the movie.
I'm Carolyn Grimes, and I played the role of Zuzu.
So nice to meet you.
Thank you.
And
I'm Jimmy Hawkins. I played Tommy Bailey in the film.
Excuse me.
Excuse you for what?
I burped.
do you remember shooting the scene with Jimmy Stewart when you're sick in bed?
Things I remember is at the end of the scene, his hands were so big. It almost covered my whole face when he put his fingers over my hand to feel if I had any fever. It was a sweet scene.
Both are thankful for their roles in the film and for the fact that the movie still means so much to so many people.
Every time a bell rings, an angel gets his wings.
Sheldon Leonard, we were talking about the film.
Hey, look, mister.
He said, you know something, Jimmy? The film never changed. The people changed. They need that message more than ever now. And that's what that movie tells them.
Strange, isn't it? Each man's life touches so many other lives.
Like Fran Carasillo, who keeps Seneca Falls' connection to the great film alive.
So what's your favorite scene in the movie?
At the end, when Harry raises a toast to his big brother George.
To my big brother
Gets me
George.
every time.
Say the words. To George.
The richest man in town.
The richest man in town.
Harry Smith reporting there. So what happens after you become a meme?
I hope to never find out. But 19 million people saw this 9-year-old boy in a viral video. Wait until you see what he's up to now as a high school student, right when we come back.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Our week-long journey across America. From Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, so these days it seems like anyone, anywhere can become a meme at any time. And for some, it might launch their career.
How about that? What happens when you're memeified and you're just a kid? Well, that is exactly what happened to Dennis Collin, whose side-eye became a worldwide sensation when he was just 9 years old. He's in high school now. NBC News Now anchor Tom Llamas caught up with him.
You might recognize Dennis Collin from this viral video.
Say ooh. Say ooh.
It was back in 2013 when he was 9 years old. The images of him standing in line at a Popeyes giving a side-eye glare became an internet sensation and was forever immortalized as a meme. But for him, viral fame was not exactly easy.
When it first came out, I felt real sad about it. Started crying about it.
Since the video was released in 2013, Collin had a hard time separating himself from his internet fame.
I couldn't do anything because I was just a small guy in middle school, and they never got the chance to know me as a person, know Dennis. Most of it was really uncool.
But 8 years later, Collin has come into his own, a standout on his New Jersey high school football team.
4th and goal from the 1-yard line for Clifton.
Over the weekend, the East Orange Jaguars capped off their undefeated season by winning the state championship in a thrilling triple overtime stunner.
This would win the game into the end zone. Oh, what a play!
Collin's team winning the title with a final score of 30-24.
Threw my helmet, started crying because I worked real hard for this since freshman year.
Collin once again going viral, but this time for all the right reasons and adding a nod to his 9-year-old self.
Thank you so much for being with us this hour. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. The news continues right now. On NBC News Now, remembering Bob Dole. Capitol Hill pays tribute to a giant of American politics. How lawmakers on both sides of the aisle are honoring a war hero and an icon of the Senate.
Showdown. The fight between former Trump Chief of Staff Mark Meadows and the January 6th committee is escalating. We'll tell you how Meadows is now firing back after committee members announced plans to hold him in contempt.
Delta danger. So much attention paid to Omicron, but the other COVID variant is causing a new surge in cases. The frontline doctors and nurses struggling to keep up with a new stream of patients.
And talk about a drug dilemma. A simple tool that can help save lives could also land people in jail. The catch-22 some are now facing over fentanyl strips and why they're illegal in dozens of states. We are so happy to be with you this Thursday morning. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. We begin this hour remembering the life and legacy of an American giant. That is how President Biden described former Senator and Republican presidential nominee Bob Dole.
Now, the former Senate Majority Leader is lying in state at the Capitol Rotunda. It's an honor reserved for presidents, military commanders, Supreme Court justices, and members of Congress. President Joe Biden, Speaker Nancy Pelosi, as well as other lawmakers paid their respects to a man admired really on both sides of the aisle.
Joining us now, NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Leanne Caldwell at the Capitol Rotunda for us, and MSNBC political analyst and presidential historian Jonathan Alter. Let's start with you, Leanne, actually outside the Capitol, I should say. An emotional morning, we know, inside, behind you there. Tell us about the remembrance so far today.
Good morning, guys. So the remembrance was pretty much a homecoming for the late Senator Bob Dole. He spent 35 years of his life in this building behind me. He was the Republican leader for 11 of those years. And today, Speaker Pelosi, Leader McConnell, and Leader Schumer paid tribute to him. So did President Biden as well. The President Biden and the late senator served together in the Senate for 24 years. So they did have a close relationship. Things that were said about the late senator was a lot about his humor, especially Leader McConnell talked about how he was humble but humorous. He could be a stand-up comic. And so there was a lot of talk about civility and what people cherished about him. And now he will lie in state for the rest of the day, where friends and family, other members of Congress who weren't part of this ceremony, and staff are able to come and pay their tributes, Aaron.
And Leanne, Dole left his mark on Congress for years after he retired, we know. What are lawmakers saying about how they are remembering him?
Yeah, so let's start with Leader McConnell, who actually served in the Senate with Dole, and he referenced some of his background and how it influenced Dole's thinking, saying that he was the son of a Dust Bowl hardship, and that relates to Dole's leading on food stamps, creating the food stamp program as we now know it today. Leader McConnell also said that he was a wounded warrior, of course, from World War II, and that was an instrumental role because he was also a leader in the Americans with Disabilities Act. And Leader Schumer, he talked once again about this civility. Let's listen to what he had to say during the ceremony.
Bob Dole was a champion of those whose lives were marred by struggle, who came not from citadels of privilege, but from humble origins like his own. No matter how high he climbed up the ranks, he never forgot the reason he entered public service.
And Speaker Pelosi, she not only referenced Dole and spoke highly about him, but about his love for his wife, Elizabeth Dole, who is a senator in her own right. And a Senate staffer who used to work for Elizabeth Dole told me that the love that he had for Elizabeth was tremendous, and he supported her career without question, Aaron.
Leanne Caldwell at the Capitol for us today. Leanne, thank you.
Let's go ahead and bring in MSNBC political analyst and presidential historian, Mr. Jonathan Alter. Jonathan, thanks so much for being with us. We really appreciate your time. And, you know, as we just heard Leanne report, Dole had this really incredibly impressive career in politics after being a hero in World War II. So talk to us a little bit about the power that he had in Washington, even in his later years.
So he was severely wounded at the very end of World War II, spent close to 3 years in the hospital and lost the use of his right arm. So when I or other reporters or politicians, when we would go up and say hello to him, say when I was covering his 1996 presidential campaign, we'd shake hands with his left hand. And that was just the beginning of the effects of his wounds. He, you know, of course, led a long life, but it was always in the shadow of this suffering. And as we heard today from different speakers, this suffering ennobled him, and it gave him a kind of a rare stature, even though for much of his career, he was described as a hatchet man, a Republican, very partisan hatchet man, as soon-to-be Vice President Walter Mondale called him in their vice presidential debate in 1976. But over time, he was able to transcend that hatchet man image and come together across the aisle for some genuine legislative accomplishment. And I think that one of the themes of today, Morgan, was that the two parties really can get together and get things done if they have leaders who understand the boundaries. I think what's happened in recent years, we've gone through the guardrails, and it used to be that there was very intense partisanship, and everybody acknowledges he was a partisan, but they did it with a spirit of trying to inspire the country to do better.
Mr. Jonathan Alter, thanks so much for being with us, remembering the life and legacy of Mr. Bob Dole. We appreciate it.
And there is other major news on Capitol Hill today. Former President Donald Trump's chief of staff, Mark Meadows, is suing the January 6th committee. The lawsuit comes as that committee plans to move forward with contempt proceedings against him. NBC News senior congressional correspondent Garrett Haake joining us now from Washington. Garrett, can you break down this lawsuit for us? What is Meadows alleging here?
Meadows has two basic problems with the way the committee has conducted itself and the reasons he says he is counter-suing them. He says that their subpoenas to him have been overly broad. They are reaching too widely and too deep into his records, including his personal phone records. And he argues that the subpoenas would force him to violate executive privilege that's been asserted by former President Trump. Now, there's a lot of legal ink to be spilled in the future about who has the right to assert that privilege. The Biden administration says it's President Biden, not Donald Trump. Meadows says, that's fine, let's let the court decide. Here's how he explained the lawsuit on Fox News last night.
This lawsuit really goes to the heart of the matter. The fact is that we've been trying for weeks and weeks to make accommodations to share non-privileged, and I want to stress that, non-privileged information while protecting the executive privilege that President Trump has claimed. And yet what we found is each and every time there was an overreach on the part of the committee. And then in the last 72 hours, we received a subpoena that went to our telecommunication carrier that was so broad that you would have to do some type of legislative contortions to find a legislative reason for that subpoena. And I can tell you, they did this without notifying us.
Aaron, I can tell you the committee isn't buying any of this. They say it's crocodile tears. They say that Meadows' lawsuit is flawed, and they look at it as kind of a classic Trump-style delaying tactic, that he's not even really trying to win the lawsuit. He's trying to push off being forced to testify. The committee says they're going to move forward to try to initiate contempt proceedings, possibly as soon as next week.
So, Garrett, the committee is interested in some text messages by Meadows on January 6th. What do we know about those messages?
So this is part of what's odd about all of this, Aaron, because Meadows had already started turning over documents during the brief time in which he was set to cooperate with this committee. And among those documents he turned over were text messages, including some with an as-yet unidentified lawmaker about the activities that would happen on January 6th. The lawmaker tells Meadows they're going to try to do something to uphold or to essentially block the election results. Could be controversial. Meadows tells the lawmaker, I love it. This is the kind of thing that has already been turned over, and it's part of the evidence that the committee says that Meadows should be talking. If he can hand over this, if he can talk about January 6th in his book that he has been out promoting, they argue he ought to be able to come in and sit for a deposition.
All right, Garrett Haake for us on Capitol Hill today. Garrett, thank you.
You bet.
We are also tracking an alarming rise in COVID infections, one that's raising concerns among health experts around the country.
And that's right. New daily cases are averaging around 117,000 a day, while daily COVID deaths are averaging just above 1,000. So just take a look at this map here. Over the last week, nearly every single state saw some sort of increase in cases, which are those states you see on your screen highlighted in yellow, orange, or red. Now, the rise in cases is mostly driven actually by the Delta variant, and it's forcing some states to call for backup.
New York and Maine, for example, now activating their National Guards to help manage their COVID response. New York deploying more than 100 Army medics and Air Force personnel. They're going to nursing homes and other facilities across the state. Maine Governor Janet Mills said she hopes this measure will help hospitals that are struggling with capacity issues.
We have a lot of COVID news to unpack this hour, so let's go ahead and begin with NBC News' Tom Costello and the dramatic impact that the Delta variant specifically is now having on doctors and nurses.
Aaron and Morgan, good day. We are hearing from a lot of doctors and nurses on the front lines and hospitals across the country, especially in the upper Midwest. They are burned out, stressed out, some of them walking off the job. They say they are getting an earful every day from patients who show up and who are angry that they have been diagnosed with COVID, even though they haven't been vaccinated, and angry at the very people trying to help them. The Delta variant is the concern here. Omicron is really offering mild symptoms. Delta is killing more than 1,000 people every day. On Capitol Hill overnight, a symbolic blow to President Biden's vaccine mandate for private companies. The requirements for companies with 100-plus employees already facing opposition on the courts, now rejected by the Senate, though the vote not expected to go to the House. It comes as frustration is rising at hospitals across the country as COVID infections and deaths are yet again surging.
Another day, another shift with no beds.
1,100 people dying every day, the vast majority unvaccinated despite ample vaccine supply. Frontline doctors and nurses exhausted and even walking away from the job.
Us nurses, other coworkers, respiratory therapists, all the medical team, we are tired.
This is so frustrating when you have this continuing to occur when it's really self-inflicted.
Just 6 states now make up half the country's hospitalizations: Ohio, Indiana, Pennsylvania, New York, Illinois, and Michigan.
Our whole teams, we're exhausted.
ER Dr. Geneva Tatum at Henry Ford Hospital in Detroit.
I have the privilege of training younger doctors in the field as well, and see their struggle, especially when they see people of their younger age group come in so critically ill. And so it takes quite a bit of an emotional toll on all of us.
Meanwhile, President Biden celebrating news that Pfizer's booster shot provides robust protection against the new Omicron variant.
If you get the booster, you're really in good shape.
Pfizer says its first 2 vaccine doses do not hold up well against Omicron, but the third shot, the booster, provides 25 times the protection against Omicron.
It just came out.
On Wednesday, Pfizer's CEO talked to Savannah.
3 doses against Omicron are almost equivalent to the 2 doses effectiveness we had against the wild type, the original variant.
It's the booster shot that may provide the most robust protection against COVID's current mutations. So will the definition of fully vaccinated change to 3 shots or more?
That's certainly being discussed.
Also this morning, the New England Journal of Medicine reporting 2 studies out of Israel, underscoring the role that boosters are playing in dramatically ramping up protection. The Pfizer booster in Israel added a 10-fold increase in protection, cutting the death rate by 90%. We asked Dr. Fauci, would you expect to see the same thing with Moderna's booster, also providing that level of protection against Omicron and Delta? And in fact, Dr. Fauci said there is every reason to believe that because it's an mRNA vaccine, Moderna's booster will offer the same protection as well. Aaron and Morgan, back to you guys.
That was Tom Costello reporting, and let's go ahead and bring in NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres right now. Dr. John, thanks for being with us. We know that the World Health Organization shared some new information about Omicron's transmissibility as well as its severity. So what do we know now, Dr. John, that we did not know before?
And Morgan, we know a little bit more now than we didn't know before. We're going to learn more as the weeks go on. But what they're saying now is they are truly finding out that it is definitely more transmissible, that there are more breakthrough infections happening because of this. But what they're also finding out is the symptoms tend to be milder. People aren't being hospitalized at quite the rates. The death rates aren't there. But this is very preliminary data. We still have more information. Remember, the first case was traced back to November 9th. That was just a month ago. And in 1 month time period, it's been in over 50 countries. It's over 19 states here in the U.S. But here in the U.S., it's still less than 1% of the cases. And so Delta is the concern, and that's what they're saying. We want to make sure we protect against the Delta, but at the same time, keep an eye on this Omicron Delta variant or Omicron variant, because that could be the next thing coming up, and it could be something that sweeps the nation. We're hoping not, though, Morgan.
And Dr. John, you know, as we see more and more breakthrough infections happening, some people are really starting to wonder if it's actually time that we change the definition of what it means to be fully vaccinated. I know that's something that Dr. Fauci had referenced possibly discussing at the federal level, but what kind of impact would actually changing the definition have on our race to just get out of this pandemic once and for all?
And that's one of the things that the experts are also wrestling with, because we know right now that if you're vaccinated, it protects you from that severe disease, from hospitalization and death, but it doesn't do as good a job at the lower end of the spectrum of mild disease and passing it on to other people. But that booster shot, like Tom was saying, it really gives you that boost in antibody protection, and we think that might be something. In general, people are considered fully vaccinated, just so they understand the definition, if they have gotten the second dose of the mRNA vaccine 2 weeks after that, and 2 weeks after the single dose of the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. And so getting a booster shot beyond that could be important, and we think it's important, and that's why they are pushing this booster shot, because as Tom said, there's more information coming out from around the world that booster shot is providing those neutralizing antibodies in the laboratory, and in real life also seems to be cutting down on hospitalizations and deaths, which is the important endpoint, Morgan.
NBC's Dr. John Torres. Dr. Torres, as always, thank you so much. Right now, we are on verdict watch in Chicago.
The jury deliberating in the case of actor Jussie Smollett. The latest we're hearing from inside the courthouse. Next.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In prime time and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Right now, the second day of the trial of former Minnesota police officer Kim Potter is underway. She's accused of fatally shooting Daunte Wright, an unarmed black man, while trying to arrest him during a traffic stop back in April. Wright's girlfriend testified today, tearing up on the witness stand there. She was in the car when Wright was shot. Wright's mother was the state's first witness to testify against Potter yesterday. Potter has pleaded not guilty to 2 counts of first and second-degree manslaughter. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster joins us now from the courthouse there in Minneapolis. Shaq, thanks for being with us. You know, what specifically did his girlfriend say on the stand today, Shaq?
Well, it was a really emotional testimony that we heard from her. She was openly sobbing on the stand many times. This was the person who was actually in the vehicle as Wright was initially pulled over and was there throughout after he got shot. And even once there was a car crash afterwards and the police then pulled them out the vehicle. You see some of her testimony there right now. But she said that earlier in the day they were spending it together, that they did smoke marijuana in the morning and then they went to stop at his house before going over and being pulled over by the police, but she says he was respectful throughout the interaction. And then she said things just escalated dramatically. And, you know, one really powerful moment was when she apologized to Wright's mother, Katie, who we heard from yesterday, saying that she was sorry that she called her in a panic after Wright was shot and actually turned the camera towards Wright. We heard Katie mention the feeling of seeing her son's lifeless body at that point. She said she was sorry for doing that. She just reacted in a way that was emotional because of the trauma that she just experienced, Morgan.
There was also a Brooklyn Center police officer, Shaquille, who testified. What new facts did we learn that were added to the case because of his particular testimony?
This was the officer that made the decision to pull Wright's car over. He says he initially saw that Wright was hesitating and had his right turn signal on in a left lane and then eventually made that left turn. He then saw the air fresheners dangling from the rearview mirror, which is illegal in the state of Minnesota, and then realized that the plates had expired tabs on them. That is what led to the stop. I want you to listen to a little bit of his testimony, which, by the way, he says he believes the stop was legal, but then he describes what happened after once Kim Potter then arrived.
I wanted to protect him because that's what mothers do. You protect your children. You make sure that they're safe.
And that was actually Katie, who is Wright's mother. But you heard Officer Luckley later in his testimony essentially talk about how Kim Potter immediately got emotional and distraught. She was down in the grass and she said that she was going to prison, highlighting the idea that she believed or that she made a mistake when she shot with her handgun instead of using her taser. Morgan?
All right, NBC Shaquille Brewster there for us. Shaquille, thank you.
We are awaiting a verdict in the trial of Jussie Smollett in Chicago. The jury resumes its deliberations today. It's considering whether the actor actually staged a fake hate crime against himself back in 2019. Smollett has pleaded not guilty to 6 counts of disorderly conduct. NBC News correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joins us now from Chicago. Megan, what do we know about deliberations so far? Have we heard anything from the jury?
Aaron, we have actually yesterday, before the jurors left for the day, they asked the judge to see an exhibit. We know it's a calendar that marked off important key days leading up to this attack. Now, because it's an exhibit and it's not considered evidence, it's still unclear at this point if the judge is going to turn that over to jurors. Aaron.
Megan, can you lay out the case for us from both sides here? What is each side trying to convince this jury of?
Yeah, so let's start with the prosecution. They are trying to convince jurors that this was all a big lie. This was a hoax that Jussie Smollett made up to try and boost his career, to get media sympathy. And so they tried doing that by bringing on 2 of their star witnesses. These are brothers who they say Smollett paid $3,500 to orchestrate this attack. They also went after Smollett's credibility, saying that he didn't cooperate with this investigation with police. He didn't turn over DNA. He didn't turn over his cell phone. They made a point in saying that there was a police officer who he made a report to saying that he received this racist call. And so police wanted to follow up on that, and that Smollett wouldn't let them do that. And so they argued that he really didn't want police to get to the bottom of this because this was a big lie. The defense is saying that's not true, that this really did happen. And they're trying to discredit those 2 brothers that took the witness stand. They're also saying that the police work here was spotty. So again, all the defense has to do is to sow doubt in the minds of jurors for them to determine that Smollett is not guilty, Aaron.
All right, we'll find out what they decide soon. Megan Fitzgerald for us in Chicago today. Megan, thanks.
The head of Instagram is defending the social media app's ability to protect its youngest users. In his first ever appearance before Congress, Adam Mosseri faced a grilling Wednesday over what is and is not being done to protect kids and teens online. Here's NBC News senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson.
Hey there, Aaron and Morgan. The head of Instagram defended the app, pointing to what they're doing to make it safer for teens. But that wasn't good enough for many of the lawmakers he faced, who say they just can't trust the company to make the changes they want to see.
A contentious debut for the head of Instagram, with a bipartisan browbeating in his first time testifying on Capitol Hill.
Self-policing based on trust is no longer a viable solution.
We are asking you, have some empathy and take some responsibility.
Our kids aren't cash cows.
Both Republicans and Democrats demanding to know more about how the company plans to protect its youngest users after internal research shared by a whistleblower showed Instagram execs knew the platform could be harmful to some teen users, especially girls.
You're the new tobacco, whether you like it or not.
Instagram CEO Adam Mosseri on defense.
We all want teens to be safe online.
Pointing to new safety tools the company just rolled out, like a take a break feature to stop endless scrolling, nudges to keep teens from dwelling on one topic for too long, and soon parental controls to let adults set time limits for teens.
There's no area more important than youth safety.
Some lawmakers dismissing the moves as too little, too late, insisting Congress needs to pass tough new regulations with new pressure after those leaked documents suggested Instagram led 1 out of 3 teen girl users to feel worse about their body image. Gabriela Bermudez, now 19, knows what that's like. She says she started struggling with body image issues when she was just 12 after comparing herself to models and celebrities on Instagram.
I would just cover my face whenever I took a picture and just try to pose my body in a certain way.
Instagram and parent company Facebook, now known as Meta, dispute the characterizations of some of the leaked research. And while Mosseri told Craig in September they're putting plans for Instagram Kids on hold,
But we want to take the time to talk to parents and researchers and safety experts and get to more consensus about how to move forward.
he testified they're not spiking the idea altogether.
I believe as a parent, it's going to be more responsible to develop an age-appropriate version of Instagram for those under 13.
Mosseri suggested the creation of an industry panel to help create best practices for companies, and also said Instagram next year will let users see a chronological feed, so that's based on timeline, instead of one that's based on algorithms around what you engage with. Aaron, Morgan, back to you. Coming up, a controversial new take on the fight against the opioid epidemic.
We are going to take you inside a facility where people are openly using drugs and being watched while they do it. It's an NBC News exclusive next.
We began our Across America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts. The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Making news right now, dramatic body cam video showing the moments New York City police saved a man from a burning car. That video was captured last month when two cars collided in the Bronx. You can see one of the officers try to put out the flames with a fire extinguisher before moving in to help that trapped man who is inside the car. The driver of that car walked away with only minor injuries. NASA's new X-ray telescope is now in orbit. A SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket lifted off from Kennedy Space Center in Florida overnight. The rocket later boosted NASA's Imaging X-ray Explorer into space. NASA says its new telescope will be used to explore some of the most extreme and mysterious objects in the universe. And a costume from the iconic Christmas movie just sold at auction for big bucks. One of the 3 costumes worn by Will Ferrell in the 2003 movie Elf sold for $75,000 yesterday. Auction house Botham's says this is one of the film's so-called hero costumes, and the hero costumes are typically worn by the star of the film.
Right now, nearly 100,000 Russian combat troops are stationed along the Ukrainian border. President Biden is vowing tough economic sanctions if Russia does, in fact, move forward with an attack. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel is on the ground in Ukraine and spoke with troops directly about how they're preparing for a possible invasion.
We are in eastern Ukraine, not far from the Russian border, and this is where the world's attention is focused right now, to see if Russia will send its roughly 100,000 troops and tanks and artillery over the border and invade Ukraine. But Russia already has a presence inside Ukraine. There are enclaves on Ukrainian territory controlled by pro-Russian separatists that are backed by Moscow, armed by Moscow, and according to the Ukrainian military, there are Russian advisors operating in those enclaves, giving them direct guidance and support. And the pro-Russian separatists and Ukrainian forces come into contact and are fighting almost on a daily basis. And that's why you see that there's so much damage in this area. Nobody lives here. This is a highly militarized zone. There are deep trenches on the Ukrainian side to prevent the Russians, pro-Russian separatists from advancing even further. There are landmines all around the area. And on the other side, on the separatist side, they also have trenches and landmines. And the two sides come into contact, exchanging mortar fire, sniper fire, often. And the real danger right now, considering the tensions are so high, is that you could have a skirmish here, a fight, an escalation that could trigger a much wider conflict. And this is not just theoretical. If you listen to the rhetoric that is coming out of Moscow right now, a lot of Russian officials and commentators and the Russian state media are talking about this region. They say that one of the reasons they have deployed all the troops around the edges of Ukraine is to prevent Ukraine from joining NATO, which is still aspirational at this stage. And they say that it is Ukraine that is provoking a conflict because it is harassing the pro-Russian community in this country. Ukraine says just the opposite. Ukraine says it is those separatists who are trying to goad them into a fight, and that Russia is trying to intimidate them by having massed all of the troops around its border. All big wars have the potential of starting with very small incidents, and that incident could happen right in this area.
An emotional day in a California courtroom for the resentencing of Scott Peterson. On Wednesday, a judge reduced Peterson's death sentence to life without parole. He was convicted 17 years ago of killing his wife, Lacey, and their unborn child. In the courtroom yesterday, Lacey's family faced Peterson for the first time since 2004. Here's NBC News correspondent Erin McLaughlin.
Hey, Aaron and Morgan, I was in the courtroom for yesterday's hearing. It was heartbreaking to see Lacey's family in so much pain. They addressed Scott Peterson directly. Their tone was measured, yet full of fury. Lacey and Connor will have been gone 19 years this Christmas Eve.
Lacey Peterson's family speaking out in anger and anguish. In court Wednesday, Lacey's convicted killer, Scott Peterson, was just feet away, shackled, dressed in a red jumpsuit, wearing a mask, and staring directly at Lacey's mother, Sharon Rocha, as she lashed out at him. Lacey's dead, Scott, because she loved you. She trusted you and she believed in you. And you betrayed her and your son and everybody else. Peterson was in court for his official resentencing. His 2005 death sentence reduced to life without parole after the California Supreme Court found significant errors in jury selection at his trial. Peterson was found guilty of murdering Lacey, then 8 months pregnant, and their unborn baby Connor on Christmas Eve 2002. Since his 2004 trial, Peterson has remained silent. On Wednesday, the judge denied his request to speak, his lawyer saying he wanted the opportunity to challenge the public's perception of him.
One of the things that really upsets him
is this concept that he did not want to have a child. And he wanted to talk a little bit about that and the fact that he would never, ever harm Laci and Conner.
In the hearing, Laci's mother recounting in chilling detail the last time she saw her daughter. She and I were sitting on the sofa, and I was resting my hand on her stomach, waiting for the baby to move. And she looked at me and she said, "Scott doesn't want to do that. He doesn't want to feel the baby move." All the while we were there that evening, you were already planning her murder. Supporting Peterson at the hearing, his family, including his sister-in-law, Janie.
There is no forensic evidence. There is no timeline to this crime. Scott Peterson is innocent.
Peterson's defense team pushing for a retrial, citing evidence of alleged juror misconduct. With that pending, Sharon Rocha directed her closing words to the man convicted of killing her daughter. No matter what happens, there are two things that will never change. Laci and Conner will always be dead, and you will always be their murderer.
This isn't the end for Scott Peterson's case. His next hearing is scheduled for February 25th, where his defense team plans to present evidence of alleged juror misconduct in the hopes of securing him a new trial. Back to you.
There's a growing controversy over a tool used to fight against the opioid epidemic. These small bits of paper called fentanyl strips. They can detect whether a drug is contaminated with fentanyl before a user takes it. But in some states, using those life-saving strips could actually send you to jail. NBC News correspondent Zinklea Samoa went to one of the largest openly aired drug markets in the country to really learn how those strips could save lives.
We insert this white end into the cooker up to the blue line.
About how long does it take for folks to get results?
Within a couple of minutes.
There's a tool that can be used to detect if a drug has been contaminated with fentanyl. Test strips. But in some states, this tool that can save lives can also land you in jail.
You could just call this a fentanyl epidemic because that's how most people are dying.
In the U.S., drug overdose deaths are up by nearly 29% since last year. Experts say fentanyl is a large reason why, contaminating pharmaceutical pills and what some consider more recreational drugs like marijuana. With the test strip, a user can tell if a drug contains fentanyl or its analogs.
Most of the pills that people are buying on the street are counterfeit, and they're oftentimes contaminated with fentanyl.
But obtaining a test strip isn't so easy. At least 32 states have drug paraphernalia laws that include controlled substance testing equipment, making the use of test strips illegal in most of those states.
How easy is it to get a fentanyl test strip?
It's very hard. You would have to order them online, and they're very expensive. They can be over $100 for a box.
Prevention Point Philadelphia hands out fentanyl test strips on this bus legally. Philly's mayor recently signed an executive order decriminalizing the tool.
Prior to decriminalization, even though folks weren't being arrested for them, there were very few places that would distribute fentanyl testing strips.
The nonprofit supplies the strips for free with bilingual info sheets and overdose reversal kits, including Narcan, which reverses opioid overdose.
So talk to me about this mobile overdose surge bus.
When there's an overdose surge in a neighborhood, the bus drives to help. It doesn't leave until there's a reduction in overdose deaths.
And we have a private room to conduct any medical services.
The strips they use detect fentanyl and its analogs like carfentanil, with hopes of ending what they deem preventable deaths.
We don't really know what day he died because they found him days later. So we say it's May 17th, but we actually don't know.
Alex Passator lost her brother Luke Johnson to a drug overdose. Luke found dead days after his 22nd birthday. The drug, heroin.
He got a bad batch that was laced with carfentanil. Test strips should be widely available for anyone who's using drugs like heroin, but also now like drugs like cocaine and marijuana.
2021 did bring wins for testing advocates, at least 6 states passing bills that would exempt fentanyl testing strips from the drug paraphernalia definition. In April, the CDC authorizing use of government funds for the strips, saying the tests will, in part, quote, save lives. Prior to decriminalization, the Philly Police Department tells NBC they did not track arrests for test strips. It's unclear how many arrests for the tests happen nationally each year. To combat what Prevention Point calls an overdose epidemic, experts say the strips are just a first step.
We use Narcan, syringe services, and that's why all of those other tools work only in conjunction.
As the U.S. passes a CDC estimated 100,000 overdose deaths this year, families like Luke's hope widespread test decriminalization comes soon.
It's not this faceless epidemic. Luke wasn't a junkie. He was my brother, and he was an incredible person, and he happened to have a disease. It could be literally anybody.
And Aaron and Morgan, just Wednesday, the White House announced new investments in harm reduction measures that include syringe services and, you guessed it, fentanyl test strips. Of course, public health experts are saying a large-scale, long-term, multi-pronged approach will be needed to get these overdose numbers down.
Meanwhile, New York City has a controversial idea for how to prevent heroin overdoses by supervising the people who are doing it. The city has opened the nation's first ever sanctioned supervised injection facility. Drug users will be monitored by trained observers who can really reverse overdoses with the drug Narcan. But some worry that these centers could actually cause more harm than good. Our very own NBC News correspondent Jacob Soboroff had an exclusive inside look at one of those facilities, and he joins us now. Jacob, I have to ask, how will these centers actually work, and how are they different from the other sort of controversial attempts that other cities have tried to create in the past?
Hey, Morgan, they're going to work exactly as the name sounds. New York City is calling them overdose prevention centers, but in many other cities all around the world, and they've been doing this for decades, they call them supervised injection facilities or safe consumption sites. And people can go in and use heroin, fentanyl, any other illegal narcotic under the supervision of a trained professional in order to be able to reverse an overdose in real time. And I think, it's important to note the context, which is we are in the middle of the deadliest overdose crisis in American history. 100,000 people died in 2020 alone, and fentanyl, the synthetic opioid, is so many multiples times stronger than morphine and also stronger than heroin. It is killing people almost instantaneously oftentimes. So inside this center, people are able to walk in to get clean needles, clean syringes. They don't bring their own equipment inside to the facilities and use the drugs, as I mentioned, under the supervision of a professional. And yesterday, and this is truly historic, we got to see what's going on inside in the United States for the very first time. This is my conversation with one person, a client, who was using drugs as I was speaking to him. Watch this.
Like the staff actually introduce themselves to you. They get to know you a little bit. It becomes a little personal where you build a relationship with these people, and they go out of their way to help you. Let me tell you, they sent me to detox, they sent me to rehab, they did everything they could within their power to help me, and they do that for anyone. I'm a United States Marine Corps veteran, and I've gotten more help here than I've gotten from the VA.
What do you use?
I use heroin. But this is the thing. You never know if what you're buying is heroin.
He said that United States Marine Corps veteran, he's gotten more help there in Harlem at that facility than he's ever gotten before. The whole idea is to keep folks alive because, as they'll tell you, activists in this community, you cannot help people who die of an overdose. Morgan?
And Jacob, the reality of it is this is controversial because there are some people who do not want it. What about those people? I mean, it sounds like a lot of the pushback is people who are saying they don't want those facilities in their neighborhood or next door with their kids. What are they telling you, and why are they saying they don't want this?
I've talked to several people who live in the area and who are obviously concerned about this. The administrators of the program have a direct response to them. They say, we understand you. We understand why you feel that way. But the science is on our side. People survive. They get into treatment from these programs. Needles are not on the street. And crime goes down in the neighborhoods surrounding these facilities. And so it's going to be an interesting debate that I think is only going to become more prominent in American life.
And especially more prominent during the pandemic when so many treatment centers had to close their in-person treatment, which is when we saw a lot of people really struggling, sometimes relapse.
Very true.
Jacob Soboroff, thank you so much for your reporting. We really appreciate
Morgan.
it. And you can be sure to see Jacob's full story tonight on NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt. Catch it at 6:30 Eastern on your local NBC station.
A big announcement from Tiger Woods.
That's right. Less than a year after a horrible car crash, the pro golfer is back on the course, at least for now. Stay with us.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the side of our nation's capital you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Well, after announcing plans to stop playing golf full-time, Tiger Woods is still making a comeback.
That's right. The golf legend said he will play in the PNC Championship Tournament next week. And this all comes less than 10 months after Woods survived a horrific car crash. As NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer tells us, it's a return to the course that many thought wouldn't even be possible.
Aaron and Morgan, Tiger Woods is back, announcing he'll play in a tournament in the coming days. This after recovering from a car accident less than 10 months ago.
Tiger Woods is teeing up for his latest comeback.
You called it there.
The golfing great announcing on Twitter his return to the sport he's dominated for decades. Although it's been a long and challenging year, I am very excited to close it out by competing in the PNC Championship with my son Charlie. I'm playing as a dad and couldn't be more excited and proud. Woods and 12-year-old Charlie will return to the course together next week, a repeat of their appearance in the family tournament last year. Some are calling the Team Woods rematch miraculous. In late February, Woods was involved in a single car crash that threatened to end his golf career.
I'm very, very grateful that someone upstairs was taking care of me, that I'm able to not only be here, but also to walk without a prosthesis.
Father to Charlie and 14-year-old daughter Sam, Woods has cited his children as motivation in his long road to recovery.
It's been tough at times, yes. Some dark moments, but then again, as I was making progress through it too, I could see some light. I'm able to participate more with my kids and their activities and more and just in life in general.
Some of the first images after the accident showed Woods cheering on his son as he competed in tournaments of his own. But in recent weeks, Woods has made it clear he's not ready to be a permanent spectator. Days ago, the legend practicing in his signature Sunday red at the Hero World Challenge. And this 3-second clip of his famous swing captioned, "Making progress."
Playing hit and giggle golf, it's easy, but playing tour golf and being prepared to play and try and shoot scores against the best players on the toughest golf courses, that's a totally different deal. And I am a long way away from that.
At almost 46 years old, Woods has long been considered one of the greatest golfers of all time. Now, all eyes will be watching as he attempts his latest comeback.
And Aaron and Morgan, in Tiger Woods' own words, he's only about at the halfway point of his recovery. So in the coming days, we'll see exactly how far he's come. Guys, back to you.
Well, the holiday season is really in full swing. Trees are being lit now. Presents are being bought, too.
Everything's getting lit. But how is Santa preparing for the big day? We'll take you on a trip up north, way up north, right when we come back.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hand. What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right? Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Steven Spielberg's highly anticipated remake of West Side Story hits the theaters this Friday. This year marks the 60th anniversary since the original release. NBC Nightly News anchor Lester Holt spoke with actress Rita Moreno and Ariana DeBose about the importance of sharing this long-told story with the next generation.
Aaron and Morgan, it's a classic being reborn on the silver screen this week. West Side Story, with one of the original film's enduring stars, Rita Moreno, back in a whole new role. It's the classic tale of two teenage gangs battling for the same turf. In the 1961 movie West Side Story. Now, after 60 years since the original release, director Steven Spielberg reimagines the film's energetic portrayal of love and family, bringing together two generations. Rita Moreno first starred as Anita.
I like to be in America.
Now she'll take on the role as Valentina, a newly created character. Ariana DeBose plays the co-lead and idolized Moreno as a child. Were you playing Rita's Anita or were you playing your Anita?
I was very adamant that whatever interpretation I delivered for this performance was massively different. But by virtue of being a black woman, that makes it a different portrayal.
I loved it.
that an Afro-Latina was going to play Anita. It seemed absolutely right.
Moreno also serves as executive producer of the film. Were you concerned that in a remake it may lose some of its soul?
On the contrary, I think it has way more soul.
It's got more authenticity.
Absolutely. There isn't a Latino in this script of characters who isn't being played by a Hispanic person.
In the original cast, actors wore brown makeup to represent Puerto Ricans.
It was so thick and dark. And I said to the makeup man, I don't understand this. I'm Puerto Rican.
This time is different.
It's still the same story, but there is an underlying seriousness to it that the original film didn't have.
There's a place for us.
The music carrying a message, helping connect a younger generation to their history.
West Side Story was actually a gift to me. We learned about tradition, and Spanish was spoken every day, and I felt more myself than I've actually ever felt, ever.
Lester Holt reporting there. Christmas a little more than 2 weeks away now, and this year the holiday season is in full swing, but memories of last year's quiet Christmas haven't exactly faded. The question on a lot of people's minds now, is Christmas really back? To find out, NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley traveled all the way to Santa's Village. Not exactly the North Pole, but pretty close.
Hey, Aaron and Morgan, I'm here at London's Leadenhall Market, and around here, it really feels like Christmas is back. Everybody's out and about, everything's decked out. But in order to find out if truly Christmas was back, I went all the way up to Santa's Village, right up there near the North Pole. Here in Santa's adopted hometown, tourists are finally frolicking again after months of closed borders and COVID quiet. There's still some travel restrictions, but this year, Christmas is making a comeback. So I went on a Christmas quest to find out what the new normal looks like at the North Pole. Destination Lapland in northern Finland, where Rovaniemi has become Santa's adopted hometown. Here, Yuletide is year-round, and sleigh rides are an extreme sport. It's home to over 100 huskies. The dogs miss the customers and the kids.
Yeah, of course. So the dogs, they love attention what customers give them.
This is Batman. He's only 5 years old, and last Christmas he wasn't really working, but now he's thrilled to be back at it. And if the pandemic was hard on the huskies, it hasn't been easy for the humans either. The drop in customers leading to staff cutbacks, even for those who've been on the nice list. What was it like last year for Santa for the North Pole? How was it?
For Santa, I think it wasn't so bad,
right.
But for us other who are working here, we didn't have anything to do. We didn't have any customers here.
But now Rudolph and his pals are back at work. Business isn't quite back to normal, but it still feels pretty merry. This is exactly what it feels like to be Santa. Well, almost. Santa gets fan mail, and that didn't stop. Santa's elves take in 500,000 letters a year, so I thought I might give them a hand with the sorting. We got New Jersey, Ramona, age 9. But some kids couldn't leave the naughty or nice question to snail mail. When I ran into Sophia from Houston, she had just met Santa Claus himself.
There was like these checks that said, are you bad, were you okay, or were you really nice? And then we all checked off nice, but he kept saying, wait, you checked off naughty? And then he was joking around with us.
But don't you think saying you're nice is something that a naughty kid would say?
Yes, but we are really nice.
And just like that, it was my turn to meet the big man. Compared to last year, have you gotten the number of more and more children coming to visit this year?
Yeah, that's true. We have lots of more people, adults and children, of course, families, and from all over the world.
I found out that when it comes to questions and gifts, Santa gives as good as he gets.
Have you been naughty? Because you're asking about that all the time.
No comment.
Okay.
I'm asking the questions here, Santa. But he also had the kind of wisdom that only the Father of Christmas can provide. Would you say that Christmas is back?
Yes, it's been here all the time.
It never went away?
No.
Okay.
Because Christmas is in your heart and in your mind.
I'd come all the way to the Arctic looking for a Christmas comeback. But I learned that Christmas had never really left. Yeah, so Aaron and Morgan, I sent you guys a little gift. It's a little husky all the way from Lapland, but I sent it by snail mail, so it didn't arrive. I was going to send it by Santa Claus himself, but I just couldn't be sure that you two were on the nice list.
He wasn't sure. It was the supply chain crisis. We're not sure if that husky made it here or not. Listen, thanks for being with us on NBC News Now. Another booster. 3 doses of the COVID vaccine are already recommended, but could a 4th now be coming? How the nation is bracing for the Omicron variant.
Remembering Bob Dole, Congress paying tribute to the war hero and former Republican leader, what President Biden and other leaders are saying about the man who spent 36 years on the Hill.
Holiday classic. You might love It's a Wonderful Life, but not as much as one upstate New York town. We'll tell you about a community that takes it to a whole new level.
And Meme MVP, the 9-year-old boy who went viral with an online video, has come a long way. We're going to check in with him now that he's in high school, why he's making some big moves.
Hey there, everyone. Thank you so much for being with us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. We begin this hour with big news on the booster front.
That's right. The FDA has just authorized the use of the Pfizer vaccine booster for 16 and 17-year-olds. It's currently the only vaccine available to children. They can receive the booster 6 months after they complete their primary series, but the CDC still has yet to give the final sign-off before older teens can get boosted.
Now, across the nation, an alarming rise in infections over the last 2 weeks. Cases are up 27%, hospitalizations up nearly 20%, deaths are up 13%. And there's also been a jump in the number of COVID deaths since the end of November. And many health experts are attributing the rise in infections to Thanksgiving travel and other gatherings.
The FDA has also authorized AstraZeneca's COVID antibody treatment for immunocompromised teens and adults. Now, this is the first injectable monoclonal antibody cocktail and requires people to get preventative injections around every 6 months.
We have a lot of COVID news to get to at this hour as we bring in our team of correspondents and experts. We'll begin with NBC News medical contributor Dr. Vin Gupta. Dr. Gupta, I want to ask you first about this Pfizer booster news we just told people about, opening it up to teenagers 16 and 17 years old to get boosted. How significant is that, do you think?
Well, Aaron, good afternoon. It's gonna mean that we're gonna have more of our younger people optimally protected against this Omicron variant going into the winter months, which we know are going to be quite tricky with cold, dry air. The question will be ultimately, when will 12 and up get access to that additional booster shot? I'm hearing likely turn of the new year, if not slightly sooner. So in the next 3 to 4 weeks, parents should expect that not only will they have access, their children have access to 2 shots, but also to that additional shot.
I want to ask you also about this antibody cocktail from AstraZeneca. These cocktails are usually used as treatment as opposed to prevention. In layman's terms, how does this really work, and how does it differ from the vaccine as a form of prevention?
So this antibody therapy, the idea here is that these are made in a lab and they're targeted towards coronavirus. So these are synthetic antibodies that, to your point, have previously existed as monoclonal antibodies that you give to somebody who's high risk that already has the disease. We're trying to prevent progression. Now we're saying for that group of individuals who have high risk medical conditions or immunocompromised. So think active chemotherapy because of cancer, high doses of steroids because of, say, rheumatoid arthritis. We know that these individuals, Aaron, do not mount an appropriate response to the vaccines. So they've been left out wondering how protected are they? So for that specific group, we're saying this is going to provide that extra protection for at least up to 6 months. And so that's why that's the specific targeting of this therapy for that specific group, because we thought that they needed that additional protection.
Why is this something being considered only for the immunocompromised as opposed to something for everybody?
Well, because the rest of us don't need it. The rest of us are actually mounting the appropriate response. We're 95+% protected from even testing positive for coronavirus if we get our full shot vaccines. And I think that is now 3 vaccines, not 2. You're going to soon see CDC update the definition of fully vaccinated to account for 3. So we simply just do not need it.
All right, Dr. Vin Gupta, we appreciate your perspective on all this. Thank you, sir.
Let's go ahead and bring in our NBC News correspondent, Antonia Hilton. She's live for us in Stamford, Connecticut. Antonia, I first want to thank you for being out there. We know that Connecticut is experiencing a pretty sharp rise in cases, which is interesting because this was once a vaccination success story. So what happened? What's going on there right now?
Well, Morgan, officials are scrambling to figure this out. Look, like you said, this is a state that has often led the way in terms of vaccination. It was the first state to actually reach herd immunity here. And now they're seeing this uptick in cases and hospitalizations. They have 575 people currently in the hospital, and that's more than 3 times what they were looking at just a couple weeks ago. Officials say that what they think has contributed to all of this is the amount of travel, the time spent indoors as temperatures have dropped, and frankly, Thanksgiving gatherings. And they're aware now that as we get closer to Christmas and to New Year's, we're only going to start seeing more and more of that. So they're trying to get ahead of this as they're fighting now 2 variants, and they have 2 confirmed cases of the Omicron variant here. You know, they're trying to raise the alarms and just make sure that people who need boosters, who need their first shots, are really getting the message to get out here to sites like this one and take care of it, Morgan.
But I guess the question is the how, Antonia. I mean, how is the state actually responding to this latest uptick in cases? And really, what about those new cases of Omicron that you mentioned that they've already detected?
Well, what's interesting is while they're continuing their messaging toward unvaccinated folks, and by that I mean adults who remain hesitant, but also children who are newly eligible and still need to get their first or second shots, they're also really emphasizing boosting because, you know, on the flip side of being a state that was on the front lines of getting vaccinated, that means you have a large population of people who got their vaccines quite a long time ago and now have waning protections, waning immunity. So they may have 2 shots and think that they're fine, but they're actually starting to contribute to some of the cases. And we're seeing breakthrough cases here in Connecticut and elsewhere. So the message on boosters is really get here before the holidays. This is a site here at Scalzi Park where you don't even need an appointment. People have just been walking up and getting boosted all day long in between work, dropping their kids off at school. And they're really trying to emphasize that as the key to keeping people safe in this state that's been widely vaccinated. And they are trying to get people here before the holidays start. Take a listen to some of my conversation with the mayor here, Caroline Simmons.
Our state Department of Public Health, we are working closely with them, monitoring this variant, and we are much more prepared than we are now than we were back in December of 2020 in terms of our hospital capacity, our PPE supplies, and we know so much more, too, about the virus now and how to treat it, and we have innovative treatments for individuals. But still, we can't let our guard down.
The city is also working with statewide officials on an Excelsior Pass or a vaccine passport similar to what we have in New York City. And the idea is that that will also help keep people safe because employers can start keeping track of who really is and isn't vaccinated and the guests that come through here, what are we looking at? And they can start bringing in new measures for safety and security as we head into these really critical months, Morgan.
All right, Antonia Hilton live for us in Connecticut. Antonia, thank you.
Right now, former Senator Bob Dole is lying in state at the U.S. Capitol Rotunda. Flags will remain at half-staff across the country through Saturday in his honor. Lawmakers from both parties showing their respects for a man President Biden said was among the greatest of the greatest generation. Dole spent almost 4 decades in Congress after fighting in World War II, where he was badly wounded. Awarded the Medal of Freedom by President Bill Clinton, he's being remembered as an inspiration for public service and for democracy.
My fellow Americans, America has lost one of our greatest patriots. We may follow his wisdom, I hope, and his timeless truth. But the truth of the matter is, as divided as we are, the only way forward for democracy is unity, consensus, the only way.
Let's bring in NBC News national political reporter Steve Kornacki now. Steve, Bob Dole may not have been president, but his presence really did loom large in politics for decades, we know now. For those who may not know, can you give us a sense of just how much of a force Bob Dole was in Washington?
He was a central player in the American political story, really, for 3 decades, the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, in different capacities in each of those periods. You know, he was the Republican national, in addition to being United States Senator for almost 30 years, he was the Republican national chairman for part of Richard Nixon's administration. He was Gerald Ford's running mate in 1976. That ticket, that Ford-Dole ticket, actually came extremely close to winning the election in 1976. Dole very, very well could have been vice president, you know, back then. He became the Senate Majority Leader in the 1980s during the Reagan presidency, had a real shot at the White House when he ran in 1988. He won the Iowa caucuses over George H.W. Bush. Bush was the sitting vice president at that time. Dole won the Iowa caucuses 2-1 over Bush. There was a period there of about a week when it looked like Dole might actually just run away with the Republican nomination. Got tripped up in New Hampshire. Bush went on to win the nomination, win the presidency. Dole went back to the Senate. And then when Bill Clinton became president in 1993, Dole really was kind of the last Republican left standing after George H.W. Bush was voted out. And Dole, as the Senate Republican leader, was sort of the face of the opposition to Bill Clinton in 1993, 1994. And, of course, that culminated in the Republican Revolution in 94. And Dole took that one last crack at the White House that, again, didn't quite work out for him. I mean, he did everything but actually attain national office, but otherwise an absolutely central figure for 3 decades.
You know, there's also been a lot of discussion, Steve, about Dole's reputation for bipartisanship on the Hill. What can you tell us about his history of working across the aisle?
Yeah, I guess it seems quaint now when you look back at it. I mean, I don't want to sugarcoat it too much. Bob Dole, you know, could be a very partisan figure. Yeah. And I don't mean that with any disrespect. I think that's something he would have said himself. He was the Senate Republican leader, you know, for years, and there was a lot of partisanship and partisan warfare involved in that. That's just it's the nature of the job, either party. But he also believed that there was honor in politics and that there could be honor found in reaching across the party lines. And he did that, you know, say in the 1970s. He teamed up with the most liberal United States Senator, George McGovern, Democrat from South Dakota, was the Democratic candidate for president in 72. Dole and McGovern teamed up on food stamps. You know, 20 years later, Dole teamed up with Tom Harkin, liberal Democrat from Iowa, helped to get the Americans with Disabilities Act through. So there was some bipartisan legislation, some serious bipartisan legislation that he had his hands in, that he was central to, I should say. And also, I think there's just the way he conducted himself in politics. You know, I mentioned Bill Clinton versus Bob Dole. Obviously, they ran against each other in 1996. During that campaign, you know, one of the sort of subplots of that campaign was, would the Dole campaign try to make you know, Bill Clinton's personal character an issue in the campaign? And Dole was given, in the presidential debate, he was given basically an invitation by the moderator, you know, feel free to attack President Clinton. Didn't say it that way, but that was essentially the question. And Dole just said, let me be clear, you know, I like President Clinton personally. This is not about personal attacks. This is about issues. And he really tried to, I think, create that line and live by it.
All right, NBC Steve Kornacki. Steve, thank you.
You got it.
Former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows is suing the House committee that's investigating the events of January 6th. The lawsuit comes just as the committee says it plans to hold Meadows in contempt and refer him for criminal prosecution for defying their subpoena. NBC News national political reporter Sahil Kapoor joins us now live from Capitol Hill. Sahil, why is Meadows suing?
Morgan, Meadows is claiming that the committee is exceeding what is known as the valid legislative purpose clause under the statute. A committee cannot simply investigate whoever and whatever it wants. It has to have a legislative justification for doing so. And Meadows, in this lawsuit, to try to dissolve the subpoena against him, is making a case that the committee is overstepping its bounds. Let's have a listen from Meadows himself as to how he tries to explain this. We'll talk about it on the other side.
This lawsuit really goes to the heart of the matter. The fact is that we've been trying for weeks and weeks to make accommodations to share non-privileged, and I want to stress that, non-privileged information while protecting the executive privilege that President Trump has claimed. And yet what we found is each and every time there was an overreach on the part of the committee. And then in the last 72 hours, we received a subpoena that went to our telecommunication carrier that was so broad that you would have to do some type of legislative contortions to find a legislative reason for that subpoena. And I can tell you, they did this without notifying us.
And the committee does not accept that, Morgan. They've called this a flawed lawsuit that will not slow down or stop their efforts to get to the truth and to continue this investigation.
So what do the next steps in that effort look like, Sahil? I mean, if the committee says it plans to move forward with contempt proceedings, what do those next steps look like in the days ahead?
The next step is the committee plans to meet next week to vote to hold Mark Meadows in contempt. That should be a speedy and likely unanimous vote on the committee. It would be referred to the full House of Representatives. Once they approve it, and that is also likely, it would be certified to a U.S. attorney in Washington who would make the decision about whether and when to prosecute Meadows criminally for defying a lawful subpoena in Congress. This is the same template used on Steve Bannon, the former Trump advisor, who also sought to stonewall this committee and its investigation. And between the moment the committee met and the time the indictment was issued for Steve Bannon, 24 days went by. So that gives you a sense of how quickly this can go, Morgan.
All right, NBC News' Sahil Kapoor. Thank you so much, Sahil.
Day 2 in the trial of former Minnesota police officer Kim Potter is now underway. She's accused of fatally shooting Daunte Wright, an unarmed black man, while trying to arrest him at a traffic stop earlier this year. Now, we just heard from Wright's girlfriend, who cried on the witness stand today. She was in the car when Wright was shot. Potter has pleaded not guilty to 2 counts of first and second-degree manslaughter. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen joins us now from outside the courthouse. Ron, what did Wright's girlfriend say on the stand today?
Well, Ilana Albrecht-Payton is her name, and she was very powerful. She was distraught. She is someone who witnessed this incident very close up. She was sitting in the passenger seat when all this happened. And she just told the jury this heartbreaking story about watching this situation unfold. She said that Wright got out of the car, got back in the car, the officer fired the gun. She saw this happen. The car then took off down the road, we know. It crashed, and then she describes this scene where she is, as she says, the only person trying to help Daunte Wright, and she's screaming his name, trying to give him, compress his chest, try to get him breathing, trying to get him to say something. And of course, he was dead at the scene, and she talked about how this was an image that plays over and over in her mind every day. The point of all this, again, is to drive home to the jury the loss here, the humanity here, that in fact Daunte Wright was a 20-year-old father, that he had hopes and dreams, and his girlfriend, who is also just 20 years old, really made the emotional connection to him. On cross-examination, the defense attorneys were able to get her to say that she and Wright, they spent the night together, previous night, and that they smoked marijuana that morning before all this happened, before the fatal encounter. But she stopped short of saying that there was any impairment, that this affected them in any way. The defense trying to suggest that Wright was using drugs and that contributed to his behavior that they say caused and fueled this entire confrontation.
All right, Ron Allen for us in Minneapolis today. Ron, thank you.
We're also closely watching for a verdict in the trial of actor Jussie Smollett. The Chicago jury resumed its deliberations today, deciding whether or not they believed the actor actually organized a fake hate crime against himself back in 2019. Now, Smollett has pleaded not guilty to 6 counts of disorderly conduct. NBC News correspondent Rahema Ellis joins us now from Chicago. Rahema, have we heard anything from the jury at all today?
Not today. We know that they've been deliberating now for just about 2 hours today on the first full day of deliberations. But yesterday, when the case went to the jurors and they deliberated for about 2.5 hours, before they left for the day, Morgan, they did have a question, and it was about a request for the prosecution's calendar of the timeline of these events. Thus far, we have not heard from the court whether or not the judge has responded to that question. So there's no word of anything about that, but that's all we've heard from the jury so far. Morgan?
And Rahema, can you really just lay out for us the case as it's viewed from both sides? What is each side really trying to convince the jury of?
Well, in a 7-day trial, of which 2 days the Empire actor Jussie Smollett spent on the witness stand testifying, he is trying to convince everyone that he is innocent of these charges, that he faked an attack on himself, an anti-gay, or a racist attack on himself of people yelling, "This is MAGA country." On the witness stand, he vehemently insisted that this was not a hoax, that he is innocent, that he did not stage this. The prosecution, on the other hand, told the jurors in their closing arguments that this was all orchestrated by Smollett, who hired two brothers, one of whom is his trainer, that he hired them because he wanted media publicity and possibly in order to garner some public sympathy. Again, the defense says that's not what happened, that this has been a real detriment to Smollett's career. This has not helped him in any way, and that he is a true victim of a crime and not someone who staged a crime. Morgan?
NBC's Rahema Ellis for us there. Rahema, thank you.
A big change is brewing for your daily cup of joe.
That's right. Starbucks employees have just made a major decision about their future. What this could mean for your morning routine, coming up next.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. Now the holidays can begin. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
We're super grateful to these 21 all-star chefs. Cheers, everybody.
Happy holidays from today.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
We began our across-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Starbucks workers in Buffalo, New York are considering unionizing.
That's right. Voting just wrapped up, and now ballots are being counted today. And if the move is in fact successful, it will be the first union at any Starbucks store in the entire country. NBC News Now correspondent Dasha Burns joins us live. Dasha, I know you've been following this union vote really closely. What's happening there in Buffalo? And frankly, what could this mean for Starbucks workers as well as customers across the country?
Yeah, Morgan, Buffalo, New York. It's an unlikely new epicenter for America's labor comeback, and it's an unlikely group leading it. Gen Z and millennial baristas who want a seat at the corporate table. We followed this group of young union organizers as they made their last-ditch effort to make a little history. Watch.
Jazz Brissack is a 24-year-old Starbucks barista.
So I'm one of the openers at my store, so getting up at 4:30 is pretty standard. Make sure everything's ready for the day, feed the cats, make sure they have water.
This young service worker and this coffee shop could make history this week. Jazz has become an unlikely leader of an effort to create the first unionized corporate Starbucks stores in the country. Employees at 3 Starbucks stores in the Buffalo area are now voting on whether or not to form a union.
This old Model T factory is now home to the Starbucks unionization effort here in Buffalo. And inside, the clock is ticking for these organizers.
Jazz and her fellow barista, 37-year-old Michelle Eisen, are here on their off hours to help quarterback the final moments of the campaign.
Well, Starbucks historically has been viewed as a really great place to work, a lot of benefits. Why does Starbucks need a union?
When I started with them in 2010, that's what I came into. I really do feel like they were that company. And in the last 4 or 5 years, those little kind of perks have slowly kind of been pulled away. Like we've seen the benefits packages. We've seen those costs go up and the benefits go down. And I've got partners who can't pay their rent and put groceries in their fridge at the same time.
Why now?
You're seeing people who were forced to work through some pretty intense, awful conditions and realizing that these corporations made billions of dollars off the backs of our labor in the middle of a global pandemic, and we've reaped little to no benefits from that.
After they started organizing, Jazz and Michelle say Starbucks flooded Buffalo area stores with managers from other parts of the country. A company spokesperson told NBC News the personnel are there independent of the union vote to help fill staffing gaps, improve how stores function, and help with training at request of employees.
We had support managers from all over the country. That's what Starbucks calls them, support managers. The quotes are necessary because they're not really here to support us. In fact, they're here solely to come into our store, make sure that there's not any time that there's not management watching. We used to talk about the union at work. We were signing up people, talking about organizing as we were making drinks.
When did you start noticing these new people coming in, these support managers?
Within a week of us filing, I believe. Rossann Williams, who is the president of Starbucks North America, she oversees, to the best of my knowledge, corporate Starbucks in North America, came into town, started holding active listening sessions. That's what they call them.
Had she been to town before?
I've never seen anyone higher than a regional director in Buffalo, let alone anyone to the level that she's at. She pops into stores whenever she feels like it, grabs a bucket of ice, takes out a trash bag.
A Starbucks spokesperson said, "We categorically deny any claims of surveillance, union busting, or anything of the sort," adding that it is normal for executives like Rossann Williams to visit stores when they hear Starbucks partners, the company's term for employees, are unhappy. Back in the union war room, the effort that started among a few baristas has taken on a national significance. With ballots being counted Thursday, Michelle and Jazz are making big plans.
We win on Thursday. We have the first unionized Starbucks in the United States of America, and then we get Starbucks to the bargaining table and negotiate the best contract that the service industry has ever seen. I mean, that's the goal.
Senator Bernie Sanders and Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez have also thrown their support behind this movement. And guys, we also talked to a longtime union organizer who said that what this group of young people is doing for the service industry is kind of akin to what their grandparents and great-grandparents did for manufacturing back in the 30s and 40s. And of course, that left a long legacy in the United States. So we'll see what happens today in just a few hours.
Really interesting comparison. Dasha Burns for us there. Dasha, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, a troubling trend across the country, murder rates setting records this year in multiple cities.
In just a moment, we'll tell you what's causing 2021 to be the deadliest year ever in some places right when we come back. Stay with us.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Well, What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
We're following some breaking news now. Former reality TV star Josh Duggar was just convicted of downloading and possessing child pornography on his work computer. A federal jury in Arkansas found the 33-year-old guilty. Now he faces up to 20 years in prison and fines of up to $250,000 for each of the 2 counts. No word yet on a sentencing date here. His attorney says he does intend to appeal.
Meanwhile, making news right now, stunning video of a car stuck in the Niagara River just feet away from the Niagara Falls. A dramatic rescue attempt all caught right here on camera. Ultimately, the passenger in the car was found dead. The woman's identity has not yet been released, but she's believed to be in her 60s. In the Pacific Northwest, a winter storm is whipping through Washington state. Heavy snow blanketed parts of the Cascade Mountains, with meteorologists predicting up to 1 to 2 feet of snow. A winter weather advisory remains in effect until tonight. And Broadway mourning the life of one of its biggest and brightest stars Wednesday night. Marquee lights all along Broadway dimmed for exactly 1 minute to commemorate the life and legacy of Stephen Sato, the legendary songwriter known for his work on West Side Story as well as Gypsy. He's credited with reshaping American musical theater with his songs. The Pulitzer-winning composer died last month, and he was 91 years old.
Day 9 of the trial of accused Jeffrey Epstein recruiter Ghislaine Maxwell has wrapped up early. The jury now expected to hear from another alleged victim when court is back in session. I want to bring in NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk now. Steph, can you bring us up to speed here? Why did court end early today?
Yeah, sure, Aaron. We actually expected the prosecution to wrap up potentially today, but what happened, there was a sidebar when court opened earlier today, and there was some concern back and forth, some shuffling of papers. They went into into chambers to have a discussion. It turns out one of the prosecutors is sick, not with COVID, but too sick to do the questioning of the fourth and final accuser, a woman named Annie. We had expected her to take the stand today. You know, the prosecution had predicted that this case would last 4 weeks, and now it looks like they're wrapping up in under 2. So they're really blazing forward, Aaron.
Steph, can you tell us what we did hear in the last testimony the jury was able to hear?
Yeah, you know, it was an interesting couple of days this week in court, Aaron. You know, one of the things the defense has tried to do over the course of cross-examinations and in their opening statement is to try to distance Ghislaine Maxwell from Jeffrey Epstein. They made the point that although they had what they called a companionship for a short period of time, that it ended and then she was an employee. Well, what we saw this week was a trove of images that were recovered during a search of Jeffrey Epstein's mansion here in New York City in 2019 by the FBI. And those pictures, although they're not dated and we don't know exactly where all of them were taken, they really do seem to paint a picture of not a short companionship, but one that may have lasted very long. And if you think about the jury trying to consider plausible deniability, in other words, if Ghislaine Maxwell knew about these massage sessions in the Palm Beach mansion with minor girls, if she somehow didn't know what was going on behind those closed doors, if the jury is considering that, then this kind of belies a much more intimate personal relationship between these two that lasted for quite a long period of time, Aaron.
All right, Stephanie Goss for us today. Steph, thanks.
You're welcome.
Disgraced former CEO of Theranos, Elizabeth Holmes, is on the stand once again. The 37-year-old has pleaded not guilty to 11 counts of criminal fraud, consistently denying allegations that she lied to her investors. CNBC's Yasmin Karam joins us now from San Francisco with the latest on that trial. Yasmin, we know that Holmes' final appearance on the stand was really different from her very emotional testimony that made headlines back in November. So how does she respond to yesterday's cross-examination?
Morgan, on Elizabeth Holmes' final appearance on the stand, she took a closing shot at company president and her ex-boyfriend, Sunny Balwani. While she admitted to the jury that the buck stopped with her and as CEO, she was ultimately responsible for the company. A major revelation hanging over the jury right now is how much control Balwani exerted over Elizabeth Holmes, which she says affected her decision-making. This is a very fine line here, because over the the 7 days Elizabeth Holmes has been on the stand, she has acknowledged certain allegations that the government has leveled against her. But at the same time yesterday, she told the jury that her most trusted, most important advisor was Balwani, and she took direction from him. For the last couple of weeks, my sources have been telling me that Elizabeth Holmes is her own best witness. These are people that worked very closely to Holmes at Theranos and also knew her very well outside of the company. One thing that they all tell me is that she has this amazing ability to charm people. And Morgan, I have to tell you, as she stepped off that witness stand yesterday, she turned over and stared at every single juror as she walked over to her defense attorneys.
And Yasmin, just very briefly before we go, with yesterday being the last day of testimony, what should we expect next in this trial?
Well, Morgan, it's been 13 weeks that this jury of 8 men and 4 women have been listening to testimony from 32 witnesses on the government side and on the defense attorney's side. And, you know, they're really going to have to think about whether Elizabeth Holmes intended to mislead investors and patients, or whether this is simply a case of good intentions gone wrong here. The judge has scheduled closing arguments for next Thursday and Friday, and then this case goes straight into deliberations. The judge is hoping we will have a verdict before the holidays.
All right, CNBC's Yasmin Karam, thank you so much for joining us, Yasmin.
American cities from coast to coast are grappling with a dramatic rise in murder rates. Large and small cities have already broken records in 2021, and there are still 3 weeks left in this year. NBC News correspondent Gabe Gutierrez is in Philadelphia with more on this disturbing trend.
Aaron and Morgan, experts around the country are having a tough time pinpointing exactly why murder rates are skyrocketing in some cities, or whether this trend might continue into next year. For many cities, big and small, this has been the deadliest year ever. In Philadelphia alone, more than 520 homicides, breaking a record that had stood for over 30 years. And for Desiree Goodson, too many agonizing moments to count.
What will you miss most about him?
Oh, Samir always smiles. Samir, he makes me happy, like he cheers me up.
She still speaks about her 14-year-old son, Samir Jefferson, as if he's still here. But as the high school freshman waited for a bus last week, he was killed. Police say 2 people got out of a car, chased him across the street, then fired about 35 shots. These are some of the bullet holes still on the side of this pharmacy. Samir was hit 18 times.
The people that killed Samir ain't killers, they monsters. Like, they shot my son 18 times.
Among the other cities already setting records for murders this year, Portland, Tucson, Toledo, St. Paul, Austin, and Albuquerque. The debate over why is raging. Some experts blame the pandemic in part. Bail reform keeping more criminals out of jail, more guns, and fewer officers. Indianapolis also hitting an all-time homicide high.
We're definitely recruiting, and I want to put those officers on the streets.
Philadelphia District Attorney Larry Krasner argues that while homicides are up in his city, other crimes such as rape and robberies that don't involve a gun are down.
We don't have a crisis of lawlessness. We don't have a crisis of crime. We don't have a crisis of violence.
But former Mayor Michael Nutter is slamming those comments as white privilege, saying the progressive DA has not been tough enough on criminals and demanding Krasner apologize to victims' families, like Desiree Goodson.
My son's not coming back. I don't care about no justice. None of that brings Samir back. None of it. None of it.
Police here in Philadelphia have arrested 2 suspects in connection with her son's murder. But at the moment, 2 more are still on the run. Aaron, Morgan.
We're joined now by Cedric Alexander, a former member of President Obama's task force on 21st century policing and an MSNBC law enforcement analyst. Cedric, I want to thank you for being with us this afternoon. We just heard from Gabe Gutierrez what some people think accounts for this spike in murders. In your estimation, professionally, what do you think accounts for this dramatic rise, even just this year alone?
Well, I think from Dave's report, he's absolutely on point with those variables that were pointed out there, whether it's bail reform, whether it's less policing, or whatever the case may happen to be. But we can say this, even prior to COVID, we know that we are already headed towards a spike in violent crime across this country. Did COVID exacerbate some of that? Maybe, maybe not. We're going to see what the researchers say in years to come. But we do know this, a lot of people are unemployed. a lot more stressors in the environment than ever before. A lot of children home from school without guidance or supervision. And there is a lawlessness that is taking place out there. And I totally disagree with the DA there in Philadelphia. There is a lawlessness. And it's just not in that city, it's in many cities across the country. Bail reform has a lot to do with it. I think we're going to have to go back and really revisit these issues around some of these violent crimes in which people are being released back onto the streets. I understand the premise of it, but we got to go back and we got to revisit that. And yes, we got to increase our ranks within policing across this country. We have those who are leaving, those who don't want to come on board. We got to make the job more attractive. We got to pay, we got to benefit. But not just hiring more police officers. We got to hire police officers and we got to train them different and supervise them different as well. We can't continue to see and be in the same rhythm in which we always have been and find ourselves in precarious situations. So yes, we need to recruit more officers, but we got to train different and supervise different and have more accountability. So there's a lot of variables that are involved here. If you look at that victim we just talked to, the mother of that young 14-year-old kid who was shot 18 times on a Philadelphia street, that could be anywhere USA. The fact of the matter is, what causes that type of outrage and anger and frustration in young people, where we see an insurmountable number of these events that take place across the country? We got some issues that we got to address.
A lot of people dying and a lot of people hurting. A lot of families dealing with trauma right now in this moment. All right, yes. Cedric Alexander, thanks so much for being with us.
Thank you.
We want to move overseas now to Ukraine, where tensions continue to run high as 120,000 Russian troops line the Ukrainian border. President Biden now hoping the threat of unprecedented sanctions will be enough to persuade Vladimir Putin to withdraw. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel is on the ground for us in Ukraine.
Morgan, Aaron, we are in eastern Ukraine, not very far from the Russian border, and this is a closed military zone. It is controlled by the Ukrainian military. No civilians live here now, and it has already been extensively damaged from years of fighting. And this is where the entire world is watching right now to see if Ukrainian troops will cross into Ukraine and launch an invasion.
The front lines along Ukraine's border with Russia harken back to World War II, or even earlier. Miles of narrow paths flanked by landmines and trenches. Muddy today, often frozen solid.
So we better just
These positions are designed to stop, or at least slow down, a Russian advance. And they're on high alert now. Russian troops, around 100,000, and tanks and artillery are massed along 3 sides of the Ukrainian border. And in addition to the regular Russian army, there are pro-Russian militias already operating inside Ukraine.
This is the most dangerous flashpoint. Ukrainian troops occupy these trenches 24/7, and pro-Russian forces are just about 50 yards away. And according to the Ukrainian soldiers here, those Russian-backed troops fire on them almost every day. And it wouldn't take much for an escalation here to trigger a much wider war.
We have trench with guys, they have trench with guys. Below this locate minefields. So basically when some side start that attacking, it's have casualties, no matter what they do.
30-year-old Lieutenant Ivan Skoratovsky has been serving on the front for 8 years.
Putin, I think, not stop in the Ukraine.
Do you think Russia's going to do it?
In our language, we have some words like hope for the best and get ready for the worst.
So this is one of the forward lookout positions.
Nearby, squad commander Alexander Timoshuk showed me where the enemy is. Those pro-Russian militias on Ukrainian territory, backed and armed by Moscow.
That's not very far away.
An all-out ground war could also expand beyond Ukraine. The U.S. State Department warns neighboring Belarus, Putin's closest and increasingly dependent ally, could also be drawn in.
President Biden has effectively ruled out sending combat troops to Ukraine, so it is highly unlikely you would see American soldiers or Marines taking up positions in places like this to go potentially head-to-head against Russian forces. But the U.S. and other governments already send military advisors to Ukraine to offer specialized training, and the Ukrainian government wants the U.S. to send more of those advisors and more weapons. Aaron Morgan.
The U.S. State Department has issued a new travel advisory for Mexico, citing rising COVID cases in the country and a recent spike in violence. It comes just days after Mexican authorities say attackers on jet skis started firing guns near a beach full of tourists in Cancun. Americans were among them. Now Mexican troops are moving in. Here's NBC News correspondent Sam Brock.
Aaron and Morgan, good morning. There's a lot of questions about this right now as travel to Mexico is surging for a variety of reasons. For millions of families who've had no issues, it's minimal impact. But for some, like the Joneses from Utah, the nightmare of running around for their lives is going to stick for some time.
In Mexico, along with sunbathers and white sand beaches, a new image emerging: armed troops protecting one of the country's most important resources, tourists. Mexico beefing up its security following a string of violent attacks, the latest just 2 days ago, sending terrified vacationers, including Americans, fleeing for cover.
Everybody started scrambling and screaming and crying.
Witnesses say armed attackers appeared on jet skis in the middle of Cancun's hotel zone and, according to local authorities, opened fire near several popular resorts. Zane Jones was resting in his hotel room when the shots rang out. His wife and 2 kids were at the pool.
Instantly, the adrenaline hit me, and it was just like, figure out where they are, make sure they're safe.
You're thinking about cutting your trip short at this point because of what happened?
Absolutely.
The Mexican government recently ramping up reinforcements in the popular tourist haven of Quintana Roo, which includes Cancun and Tulum, deploying more than 1,400 National Guardsmen on December 1st. But it wasn't enough to stop the terrifying incident on this beach. And now some Americans thinking about traveling to Mexico may be reconsidering after a series of violent incidents there recently. Last month, frightened tourists and staff sheltered in a Cancun hotel after police say suspected drug dealers opened fire on the beach. And in October, 2 tourists were killed in nearby Tulum during a reported shootout between gangs. An updated State Department travel advisory put in place yesterday urges increased caution due to crime in Mexico's Quintana Roo state.
When someone comes to you and says, I'm worried about my safety after something like this, what do you advise them?
The government has already taken drastic measures by putting armed guards in military fatigues on the beach, is something that perhaps should instill some confidence to a certain degree.
A literal army now guarding one of Mexico's top tourist attractions.
Travel experts say there are some things you can do to safeguard your trip. One of them is to look for name brand hotels. The hotel zone in Cancun is miles long, but those hotels are more likely to have comprehensive safety plans and resources to help you. You don't need to stay directly in Cancun. Other cities like Mayakoba, 20, 30 minutes away, are close but not right in the middle of the action. And the State Department has a Smart Traveler enrollment program, free services to help you in the event of an emergency. Aaron and Morgan, back to you.
A mass grave discovered in Croatia, and it's about to get a lot harder to smoke cigarettes in New Zealand. Let's go around the world in 60 seconds. Croatia, where a mass grave has been discovered near the town of Vukovar. 11 bodies were found at the site, making it the 151st mass grave discovered in Croatia. The graves are a painful reminder of Croatia's bloody war of independence in the 90s, in which an estimated 20,000 people died. Germany, where newly sworn-in Chancellor Olaf Scholz is spending his first full day in office. Scholz replaces Angela Merkel, who led Germany for 16 years. He has pledged to continue the previous administration's priorities. And New Zealand, where anyone who is 14 and under starting in 2027 will be banned from buying cigarettes for life.
We are legislating for a smoke-free generation. The truth is, there is no safe age to start smoking.
Currently, about 12% of New Zealanders over 14 smoke, with that percentage rising to 29% among Indigenous Maori adults. The government's goal is to bring that down to below 5%. And that's the world now.
A holiday classic that's touched the hearts of several generations celebrates a major milestone this year.
Up next, we're going to take you to the town believed to be the inspiration behind It's a Wonderful Life.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah.
Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Few movies are as widely beloved as the Christmas classic It's a Wonderful Life.
But there's one town in upstate New York that may have us all beat. It is filled with superfans. NBC's Harry Smith went to Seneca Falls to find out why.
Hey, Aaron and Morgan, the town of Seneca Falls, New York, embodies the spirit behind It's a Wonderful Life. And every year it holds a festival honoring the iconic film and attracts fans with its outstandingly curated museum.
Spend a little time in Seneca Falls, New York this time of year, and you'll begin to wonder if the town is having an identity crisis.
If you notice the signs coming into town that
Yes.
normally say welcome to Seneca Falls,
right?
There's a placard that goes over Seneca that says Bedford.
Fran Carasillo was town planner here for years and says the connection between Seneca and Bedford Falls starts with a bridge. Movie fans remember a distraught Jimmy Stewart wondering if his life had been worth living.
I suppose it'd been better if I'd never been born at all.
Well, says Carasillo, listen to this.
What happened here on this bridge in 1917?
So in 1917, young Ruth Dunham came up onto the bridge and jumped. Young Antonio Veracali, working near the bridge, saw it. He went into the water to get her. He managed to get her close enough to shore where another gentleman lifted her from Antonio's arms, saving her, but Antonio disappeared from sight.
He was the angel?
He was the angel.
Clarence?
Yes.
That's what I was sent down for. I'm your guardian angel.
Frank Capra had visited Seneca Falls just a few years before the film was made. And the story about the bridge, locals are sure he heard it.
Here's Jimmy Stewart, right, looking into the water. A real angel jumped in the water here.
Yes.
No wonder then that Seneca Falls throws an It's a Wonderful Life festival every December. And the fans come.
How many times do you think you've seen it?
Probably about 15 or 20.
No way. You're way old. We see it every year. We've been married 40 years.
Yeah.
We've seen it at least 40 times. A minimum of 40 times.
What do you want? You want the moon? Just say the word and I'll throw a lasso around it and pull it down.
No rom-com has ever come close. And Jimmy Stewart, near the end,
Show me the way.
I read that when he was just praying and thinking about everyone out there, it just came over him.
your reporter has tears in his eyes just thinking about it. Our personal favorite, though, when Stewart goes full throttle after Lionel Barrymore, Mr. Potter.
Just remember this, Mr. Potter, that this rabble you're talking about, They do most of the working and paying and living and dying in this community.
If you come to Seneca, Bedford Falls for the festival, be sure to stop at It's a Wonderful Life Museum. And swing by the Dodge dealership. The old car, yes, the old car, Jimmy Stewart runs into the tree, is there, though the fender has been repaired. But the real draw, the stars from the movie.
I'm Carolyn Grimes, and I played the role of Zuzu.
So nice to meet you.
Thank you.
And I'm Jimmy Hawkins. I played Tommy Bailey in the film.
Excuse me. Excuse you for what?
I burped.
Do you remember shooting the scene with Jimmy Stewart when you're sick in bed?
Things I remember is at the end of the scene, his hands were so big. It almost covered my whole face when he put his fingers over my hand to feel if I had any fever. It was a sweet scene.
Both are thankful for their roles in the film and for the fact that the movie still means so much to so many people.
Every time a bell rings, an angel gets his wings.
Sheldon Leonard, we were talking about the film.
Hey, look, mister.
I said, you know something, Jimmy? The film never changed. The people changed. They need that message more than ever now. And that's what that movie tells them.
Strange, isn't it? Each man's life touches so many other lives.
Like Fran Carasillo, who keeps Seneca Falls' connection to the great film alive.
So what's your favorite scene in the movie?
At the end, when Harry raises a toast to his big brother George.
To my big brother
Gets me every time.
Say the words. To George.
The richest man in town.
The richest man in town.
Harry Smith reporting there. So what happens after you become a meme?
I hope to never find out. But 19 million people saw this 9-year-old boy in a viral video. Wait until you see what he's up to now as a high school student, right when we come back.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts. These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, so these days it seems like anyone, anywhere can become a meme at any time. And for some, it might launch their career.
How about that? What happens when you're memeified and you're just a kid? Well, that is exactly what happened to Dennis Collin, whose side-eye became a worldwide sensation when he was just 9 years old. He's in high school now. NBC News Now anchor Tom Llamas caught up with him.
You might recognize Dennis Collin from this viral video.
Say ooh. Say ooh.
It was back in 2013 when he was 9 years old. The images of him standing in line at a Popeyes giving a side-eye glare became an internet sensation and was forever immortalized as a meme. But for him, viral fame was not exactly easy.
When it first came out, I felt real sad about it. Started crying about it.
Since the video was released in 2013, Colin had a hard time separating himself from his internet fame.
I couldn't do anything because I was just a small guy in middle school, and they never got like the chance to like know me as a person, like know Dennis. Most of it was really uncool.
But 8 years later, Colin has come into his own, a standout on his New Jersey high school football team.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kathy Parkin for Allison Morris. You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening. New help in the fight against COVID. The FDA signing off on Pfizer boosters for teens and AstraZeneca's antibody cocktail. But who should get them and when? Dr. John Torres is here with the answers. Armed guards now surrounding a popular tourist spot in Mexico. What does a new travel advisory mean for vacationers? And it's been a wonderful run for It's a Wonderful Life. Now the city that inspired the holiday classic is celebrating the movie's 75th anniversary. And we start this hour with a dangerous spike in COVID cases in Connecticut, a 60% increase. We have team coverage on the coronavirus pandemic. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton is at a vaccination site in Stamford, and NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres is with us as well. Antonia, I'll start with you. Connecticut recording a 60% increase in COVID cases, plus hospitalizations are on the rise as well. But just last night, the state's testing positivity rate dropped. So what more can you tell us on all this?
Well, Kathy, on Tuesday, the testing positivity rate was at over 8%, and that was really alarming to officials and public health workers here across the state. And, you know, Connecticut is an interesting case because this is a state that in many ways was on the front lines. People here were some of the first in the nation to get vaccinated, always had vaccination rates much higher than other parts of the country, and it was the first state to actually reach herd immunity. So now that they're seeing this uptick, and there are about 575 people hospitalized right now, you know, people are a bit alarmed, and officials are really trying to get the message out there to, of course, unvaccinated folks, adults who remain hesitant or young kids who haven't been vaccinated yet, but also to adults who may have waning immunity now, who may have been some of the first people eager to get their first 2 shots, but now it's been many months, they don't have as many antibodies, and they are urging people to get their booster shots before the holidays get here. Take a listen to some of my conversation with Stamford's Mayor Caroline Simmons.
Unfortunately, as we saw over the holidays, we saw a lot of people gathering indoors together without masks, and we know that that leads to transmission. We also know with the rise of variants, it's important that people get their boosters and that they get vaccinated.
And what's also really important for folks to know, and that I've actually been hearing as I talk to people in line here today, is that, you know, if you call private pharmacies or companies and you're told that you're going to be waiting in line for a booster shot, many of them don't have availability for weeks or maybe up to a month. It's sites like this one at Scalzi Park in Stamford where you can come right now and get a free vaccine, no appointment, no real questions asked, no health insurance needed. And people have been here lined up all day long, Kathy, and it's a helpful reminder to folks who may be at home in any part of the country right now struggling to get those appointments that it's these public sites that often have the most flexibility and availability right now.
And Antonia, you've been out there all day today. We see a line growing behind you. So what has the demand been like for those vaccines?
Yeah, the line has been growing. I mean, people were here. It started at 8:30 this morning, and by the time our crew was getting set up, people were already here, eager to get their shots before they went to work or dropped their young kids off at school. And it's been people of all ages. I talked to kids who were just over 5 who were really excited to get their shots and saying, you know, this means I get to go on my family vacation. It means that I'm going to feel comfortable at school. And then to adults who are getting boosted or in some cases getting their first and second shots finally. And so this line has been pretty consistent all day. And when I spoke to officials and asked if this has been typical, they say over the last several days it has been very busy. And they see that as a really positive point. They think that it's a sign that they're messaging about the need in particular to get boosted before people go on their travels over the next few weeks, or they invite a lot of family members over to their home for Christmas, that's part of what's going to make all the difference. I actually spoke to a couple that got their booster shots today. Take a listen to this conversation.
And we were in our driveway and we said,
we had called actually one of our healthcare providers, and they gave us an appointment for our January 14th, and we said, you know, it's not this hard. And I thought, Scalzi, we walk here. We actually walk here. We were already in the driveway. We'd gotten home. We came in, and they've made it so easy for us.
For that couple and other folks that we've spoken to, you know, the urgency here is safety around the holidays, but it's also a focus for parents on making sure that their entire families are safe so that schools stay open. That was, you know, something on top of mind for a lot of folks, that they've fought so hard over the last 2 years to be able to go to gatherings, to have a bit more of a more normal work schedule or routine for their kids. And that couple there, you know, their kids are ages 7 and 9 and are going back and getting their first experiences with friends or in the classroom, and they don't want to lose that, Kathy.
Antonia, you're obviously there because you're tracking the rise in COVID cases. So how are the hospitals handling the influx of COVID patients, and how does today's bed capacity compare to what we saw in recent months?
Well, the good news is that officials say that right now the bed capacity is okay. The hospitals are not overrun. They're not at the stage like other communities are, where they're starting to delay or cancel people's elective procedures. So that's good news. They are, though, alarmed about this uptick, and it's, you know, serious, and it requires this kind of renewed push and messaging because, as I mentioned earlier, 575 people currently hospitalized. That's more than 3 times what they were looking at just a couple weeks ago. And, you know, folks who are working in the healthcare system in Connecticut, like every state right now, you know, the healthcare workers, they are burnt out, they are exhausted, and they are really begging people, you know, get these vaccines, do what you can to keep your community safe so that we don't get to the point where Connecticut sees its hospital system strained and we're, you know, on the front lines exhausted. Kathy.
Those frontline workers working so hard for us. Antonia Hilton in Sanford, Connecticut. Antonia, thank you. Meanwhile, new weapon in the fight against COVID for people with compromised immune systems. The FDA approving AstraZeneca's monoclonal antibody treatment for emergency use in the U.S. NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres is here with me now. So, Dr. Torres, in a clinical trial, more than 5,000 unvaccinated participants got either the antibody treatment or a placebo. After 6 months, the antibody injection reduced the risk of symptomatic COVID by 83% compared to that placebo. That's according to AstraZeneca. The study hasn't been peer-reviewed. So what's your reaction to these latest results? And can you explain to us how this therapy exactly works?
You know, these results are good. Like you mentioned, 83% according to AstraZeneca. The FDA is saying 77% in their paperwork, but it's essentially the same. And what they're talking about is this monoclonal antibody cocktail that they're giving people. It's 2 different injections. You get one right after the other. Gives you 2 different monoclonal antibodies, and that has protected people for up to 6 months afterwards from developing COVID, like you mentioned. But they do want to make sure that people understand this is not a substitute for vaccine. It's instead what we call a pre-exposure prophylaxis. So people take it before they get exposed if they have immune-compromised issues, moderate to severe immune-compromised issues. That's the population this is meant for. And again, up to 6 months later, it can certainly help them. After that, would probably need it again. But this is one more tool we have in our toolbox to try and help prevent it. Other ones we use to try and help get it under control and treat it when somebody has it. But all these together are what we need to fight this pandemic. Not one of them is the answer, but all of them together are certainly helping, Kathy.
And Dr. Torres, the FDA also gave the green light today for 16 and 17-year-olds to get that Pfizer booster shot 6 months after their second dose. The CDC director also recommending it as well. It's a first booster authorized for this age group in the U.S. So what went into this decision-making, and what would you advise parents who are just receiving the news today?
And Kathy, the FDA has certainly had a couple of busy days. Like you mentioned yesterday, they gave the pre-exposure prophylaxis AstraZeneca treatment the authorization today. It's the boosters for 16 to 17-year-olds. And the experts I'm talking to, and I agree with them, say that, yes, this is something definitely needed because this is a population, too, that is getting to that point where they're 6 months out from their initial vaccines. They need to get this booster shot to get them back up, especially considering the Delta variant that is out there and still very dominant, causing a lot of issues. This Omicron variant that could become dominant as well. We need to make sure we have the tools that can fight that. This vaccine is the one they need because it not only keeps them out of the hospital, keeps them from serious illness, but hopefully can also help prevent them from getting COVID in the first place. But I definitely think this is a good step in the right direction. Now the CDC has to weigh in and make sure that they give their recommendations, and then they can start getting their booster shots in the arm.
And Dr. Torres, another hot headline that we are following, the World Health Organization expressed concern today that the push by wealthier nations for people to get booster shots, especially in light of Omicron, could undermine vaccine equity. Take a listen to this.
Africans remain largely unvaccinated against COVID-19. Only 8% of the continent's population is fully vaccinated as we speak. More than 80% of Africans are yet to receive a single dose. So with millions still unvaccinated in this pandemic, we are giving the virus an easy path to spread, mutate, and potentially pose dangerous challenges ahead.
The Biden administration announced last week it's sending 9 million vaccine doses to Africa, bringing its total donation to Africa to 100 million. The White House sending an additional 2 million vaccines elsewhere in the world. Dr. Torres, what more needs to be done? Because, you know, this is a global pandemic.
Exactly, Kathy, and I've talked about this for a month. Until you get the pandemic under control everywhere, you're not going to get it under control anywhere. And right now, what the Biden administration is trying to do is protect U.S. citizens by saying we need those booster shots, at the same time getting, like you mentioned, those 100 million vaccines out to other parts of the world. But they're also talking to other developed countries saying, hey, you need to step up too and do your part to make sure they get these vaccines as well. At the same time, you're protecting your own citizens. And that's the equation that needs to happen there. We need the world to come together and say we need to take care of more other nations that don't necessarily have the vaccine or can't get the vaccine to their citizens. At the same time, take care of your own citizens as well. We're going to need that cooperation to get this done. And again, until we get it done everywhere, it's not going to be done anywhere, Kathy.
We all need to do our part. Dr. Torres, thank you. Well, the Senate voting to pass a resolution with bipartisan support that will repeal President Biden's vaccine mandate on private businesses. NBC News reports the mandates were heralded as a way to help get America out of the COVID pandemic, but Biden now finds himself fighting for them, particularly the one that targets private businesses on three fronts: in the judicial system, in Congress, and in the court of public opinion. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale joins me now from the Hill. So, Ali, let's start with the Senate vote that received the support of every Republican and 2 Democrats. So why did Senators Manchin and Tester vote against this mandate?
Yeah, those are the 2 Democratic senators, Kathy, that joined with their Republican counterparts to make this a bipartisan rebuke of one of the centerpieces of President Joe Biden's efforts to combat the COVID-19 pandemic. Tester and Manchin both said that they were not comfortable with these kinds of private mandates on businesses of more than 100 people, and they joined with Republicans to make that known.
And Ali, give us a reality check. What's the likelihood the resolution would pass in the Democratic-controlled House or even come up for a vote?
Yeah, it's not likely it would pass, and it's not likely it would come up for a vote either, because for it to come up for a vote, a handful of Democratic lawmakers in the House would have to join with all of their Republican counterparts to get it on the floor. Our sources in Democratic leadership tell us they feel that is not likely to happen. I do think that there's an important caveat here that even as Republicans in the Senate pushed forward on this amendment referral, they made the point that it's not that they're anti-vaccine, it's that for them, they're anti-mandate. That's them trying to thread the needle there, having a science-based approach, but then also saying that they don't think that this is the way to mandate their way out of the pandemic.
Now let's talk about public opinion. A new Monmouth University poll finds inflation, the economy, and paying bills are the top concern of 35% of Americans. 18% say COVID is a top concern. Ending the pandemic and improving the economy are connected. But why are Democrats having such a hard time trying to make that point with voters?
Yeah, they are connected. They were connected when Joe Biden was running for president, and I was covering that campaign. This is a point that he made repeatedly throughout his transition into power, and it's the message that he had for the first several months of his administration, that you cannot take care of the economy without taking care of COVID. And that's why when you mention the fact that these kinds of vaccine mandates are held up in the courts and now being challenged in Congress, it's important because everything here is inextricably linked. What you're going to hear from Democrats Democrats, and frankly, you're already hearing this for Republicans, is this is going to be the message for the 2022 midterms. Republicans trying to run on economic turmoil. Democrats, they're likely to try to run on all of the agenda items that they have been trying to pass through this Build Back Better agenda, whether it's on traditional infrastructure or on the larger sweeping social safety net and climate change bills. Those things are still working their way through the Senate, but part of the reason why they want to get it done by the end of this year is so that they have time to message it over the course of the entirety of 2022. Many Democrats saying that that's the way that they're going to get out of this pandemic and help to bolster the economy is by doing the agenda items that have been laid out by the president and House and Senate Democrats.
All right, let's see if that happens. Ali Vitale joining us live from Capitol Hill. Ali, thank you.
Thanks, my friend.
And coming up, a safe space for drug users, an exclusive look inside the country's first supervised injection site and the controversy surrounding it.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your newsfeed to life. Streaming live every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
What is going to happen now?
going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
And welcome back. Let's go to NBC News digital reporter Maya Eaglin. She is following the latest headlines from NBCNews.com. Hey, Maya.
Hey, Kathy. We start with former TLC reality TV star Josh Duggar, convicted of downloading and possessing child sex abuse images. The 33-year-old potentially faces up to 20 years in prison and hundreds of thousands of dollars in fines. In Michigan, 2 lawsuits have been filed seeking $100 million after the Oxford school shooting last week. The school district, its superintendent, principal, and others are named in the suit. Amazon being fined more than $1 billion for abusing its market dominance. Italian antitrust regulators say the company harmed competitors in e-commerce. Amazon plans to appeal the fine. Rapper Travis Scott speaking out for the first interview since the Astroworld tragedy. A massive crowd rush killed 10 people during his concert last month. Scott says he has been on a, quote, emotional roller coaster. And UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson announcing the birth of his baby girl with wife Carrie. This is the second child for the couple, and a spokesperson says both mother and daughter are doing very well. Kathy, back to you.
All right, Maya, thank you. Well, history made in Buffalo, New York. It's now home to the first Starbucks in America to unionize, but a second store in this union election voting no to unionize. And I want to bring in NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns, who has been following this story. So, Dasha, we are still waiting on the election results from the third Buffalo Starbucks store. About 100 employees cast their ballots today. So what is the reaction from employees so far?
Kathy, this is all coming in very hot, so I'm just going to walk you guys through what we know so far. So there are 3 Starbucks stores in Buffalo, in the Buffalo area, that were voting on whether or not to unionize. The first store, you're seeing that reaction right now, the first store in Elmwood, the Elmwood location, voted yes. And you're seeing the emotional reaction from those organizers that we spent some time with earlier that week, who have been working on this for a very, very long time. The second location voted no. That got a little bit complicated, though, as a union lawyer said that there were some ballots that weren't counted there. So we'll see where that goes. It looks like it might turn into a bit of a legal battle. And then the third store, those votes are being counted as we speak. Kathy.
So, Josh, I want to go back to that store that voted yes. So what happens next?
Well, next, they go through that process of starting to negotiate a contract with Starbucks, with the company, which is what they were really asking for. The folks that we've been talking with said that they really want a seat at that table with executive leadership. What they saw over the course of the pandemic, these jobs, these service sector jobs that were once considered disposable, suddenly became essential, and they want to see that acknowledged by leadership, and they want to make sure that their voices are heard. So they'll start that negotiations process that can take sometimes a very long time. But at the end of the day, they are in that next step of making sure that they are listened to.
And this is certainly a big turn of events. So any response yet from Starbucks?
Not yet. I imagine that we'll likely hear from them as soon as all of the votes are counted. But throughout this process, Starbucks has been communicating with employees. They have been saying, look, we hear you. We're looking to make some changes. Though the pro-union workers say that what Starbucks has really done is flooded those stores that we're trying to unionize with what they call support managers, people from Starbucks corporate, to sort of keep an eye on things. Starbucks denies any claims of union busting or surveillance. They say they have sent people there to help out, to address any of the issues or problems or complaints. But at the end of the day, this is where we're at, the first ever unionized corporate-owned Starbucks store in the country.
But you mentioned there are 3 other Starbucks stores in Buffalo, one in Arizona as well, taking steps to unionize. But have not yet held a vote. So what's the impact that today's decision will have on those additional stores?
Well, it's setting a precedent, right, that this is possible, that this can happen. And in fact, the movement on the part of these Starbucks workers came after they saw another coffee shop chain in Buffalo successfully unionize and see their wages go up, see their benefits get better. And so that sort of planted the seed. This was pre-pandemic. And then once COVID hit, they suddenly felt like, look, this is the right time for us. So I think that there's a big shift in the way that labor is viewed, that unions are viewed in the country right now, as we're looking differently at what those jobs are, how essential they really are. You think about the delivery drivers that you relied on during COVID when you couldn't go out. So I think this is a moment for labor activists to really leverage what we've seen over the last almost 2 years now.
Dasha, this is a very big development. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Kathy.
Well, the nation's first supervised drug injection facility is now open in New York. The site in Harlem is being called an overdose prevention center, with 17 overdoses reversed there in the last week alone, according to the city. NBC News correspondent Jacob Soboroff got an exclusive look inside, and he's here with me now in the studio. So Jacob, talk us through exactly how this facility works and the impact this is going to have on those who are addicted to drugs.
You said, Kathy, that it was an overdose prevention center. That's what New York City is calling it. But around the world, these things have existed for decades in dozens of countries, and they've been called things like supervised injection facilities, which is exactly what they are, or safe consumption sites, which is what proponents call them as well. And the idea is you go into them and you use drugs under the supervision of a professional who can reduce an overdose in, let's set the context. What is the greatest overdose crisis in American history? 100,000 people died in 2020 alone, more than any year ever before, because largely of this synthetic opioid fentanyl, which is multiple stronger, not only than morphine, but also of heroin itself. And so I've seen these myself in Toronto, where they operated them for years, Vancouver as well, countries in Europe. But this is the first one in New York City. Actually, 2 of them have been opened in Upper Manhattan. And so they let us inside, and I went inside and I talked to a man who told us he was a Marine Corps veteran. His name was Oz, as he was using heroin yesterday. And this is a little bit of what he told me. Take a look at this.
Like the staff actually introduce themselves to you. They get to know you a little bit. It becomes a little personal, where you build a relationship with these people, and they go out of their way to help you. Let me tell you, they sent me to detox, they sent me to rehab, they did everything they could within their power to help me, and they do that for anyone. I'm a United States Marine Corps veteran, and I've gotten more help here than I've gotten from the VA.
What do you use?
I use heroin. But this is the thing. You never know if what you're buying is heroin.
You heard him say there, I get more help here than I've gotten in the VA. And what he's referring to is that this facility has wraparound services. So they allow people to come in and use drugs. They don't bring their own paraphernalia into the facility. The facility has clean and safe paraphernalia. And then they can get into treatment. They can get into treatment centers, rehabilitation programs, holistic medicine, all in this one facility. And obviously it's controversial. But what the facility says itself is that it makes, and the science says, is that it makes the streets safer, less crime, you find less needles on the ground, and 0 people have ever died of overdose inside one of these overdose prevention centers. The question is this going to expand throughout the United States? And that's an unanswered question at this point.
Right. You mentioned it's controversial, and there is a New York congresswoman who is, trying to defund this. Do you think she'll move forward with being able to kind of pull back?
I think they know that they will almost certainly face litigation. The question is, where is that litigation going to come from? Is it going to come from the Biden administration and the Department of Justice, who has leaned into what are known as harm reduction strategies, although not this particular strategy? Or will it come from community groups that say, we don't want this in our community? And then the question becomes, do they have legal standing to sue and get this facility shut down? And what the New York City Health Commissioner, we're going to have more on Nightly tonight, said to me is that, look, we got solid scientific facts here that say we're saving lives and there's a public health imperative to do this. And that's going to be the argument of New York City and perhaps other municipalities throughout the country.
Yeah, New York City is a first, but other cities are kind of exploring this idea as well.
Philly tried to do it and they were shut down in federal court. So, the courts could be ultimately where this is decided.
Wow. All right, Jacob Soboroff, you'll have much more on this on Nightly News. Good to see you.
Thank you. Good to see you as well.
Thank you. And with 3 weeks left in 2021, it is shaping up to be a record-shattering year for murders. So why are murder rates soaring in cities across the U.S.? NBC News correspondent Gabe Gutierrez takes a closer look at this troubling trend.
For many cities, big and small, this has been the deadliest year ever. In Philadelphia alone, more than 520 homicides, breaking a record that had stood for over 30 years. And for Desiree Goodson, too many agonizing moments to count.
What will you miss most about him?
Oh, Samir always smiles. Samir, he makes me happy, like he cheers me up.
She still speaks about her 14-year-old son, Samir Jefferson, as if he's still here. But as the high school freshman waited for a bus last week, he was killed. Police say 2 people got out of a car, chased him across the street, then fired about 35 shots. These are some of the bullet holes still on the side of this pharmacy. Samir was hit 18 times.
The people that killed Samir ain't killers, they monsters. Like, they shot my son 18 times.
Among the other cities already setting records for murders this year, Portland, Tucson, Toledo, St. Paul, Austin, and Albuquerque. The debate over why is raging. Some experts blame the pandemic in part. Bail reform keeping more criminals out of jail, more guns, and fewer officers. Indianapolis also hitting an all-time homicide high.
We are definitely recruiting, but I want to put those officers on the streets.
Philadelphia District Attorney Larry Krasner argues that while homicides are up in his city, other crimes such as rape and robberies that don't involve a gun are down.
We don't have a crisis of lawlessness. We don't have a crisis of crime. We don't have a crisis of violence.
But former Mayor Michael Nutter is slamming those comments as white privilege, saying the progressive DA has not been tough enough on criminals and demanding Krasner apologize to victims' families, like Desiree Goodson.
My son's not coming back. I don't care about no justice. None of that brings Samir back. None of it.
Armed troops guarding one of Mexico's top tourist destinations after a spike in violence. What it means for vacationers.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians?
How do you explain why your case has become so important?
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. Nice to see you.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education, and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education, and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
It was a frightening scene for vacationers in Mexico. Gunfire erupting on a beach in Cancun after attackers pulled up on jet skis Tuesday. Armed troops now lining the resort coast following a string of these violent crimes. The U.S. State Department now issuing a new travel advisory. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock reports.
So many families right now are looking forward to these vacations, and travel to Mexico is surging for a variety of reasons. For millions of people, there's minimal impact here. But for the families like the Joneses from Utah, the nightmare of running around for their lives is going to stick for some time. In Mexico, along with sunbathers and white sand beaches, a new image emerging: armed troops protecting one of the country's most important resources, tourists. Mexico beefing up its security following a string of violent attacks, the latest just 2 days ago, sending terrified vacationers, including Americans, fleeing for cover.
Everybody started scrambling and screaming and crying.
Witnesses say armed attackers appeared on jet skis in the middle of Cancun's hotel zone and, according to local authorities, opened fire near several popular resorts. Zane Jones was resting in his hotel room when the shots rang out. His wife and 2 kids were at the pool.
Instantly, the adrenaline hit me, and it was just like, figure out where they are, make sure they're safe.
You're thinking about cutting your trip short at this point because of what happened?
Absolutely.
The Mexican government recently ramping up reinforcements in the popular tourist haven of Quintana Roo, which includes Cancun and Tulum, deploying more than 1,400 National Guardsmen on December 1st. But it wasn't enough to stop the terrifying incident on this beach. And now some Americans thinking about traveling to Mexico may be reconsidering after a series of violent incidents there recently. Last month, frightened tourists and staff sheltered in a Cancun hotel after police say suspected drug dealers opened fire on the beach. And in October, 2 tourists were killed in nearby Tulum during a reported shootout between gangs. An updated State Department travel advisory put in place yesterday urges increased caution due to crime in Mexico's Quintana Roo state. When someone comes to you and says, I'm worried about my safety after something like this, what do you advise them?
The government has already taken drastic measures by putting armed guards in military fatigues on the beach, is something that perhaps should instill some confidence to a certain degree.
A literal army now guarding one of Mexico's top tourist attractions. Travel experts say there are some safety tips to keep in mind, namely to look for name brand hotels because they are more likely to have the kind of resources and security plans in place to keep you safe. You don't need to stay directly in Cancun. If you're 20 or 30 minutes away in a place like Mayacoba, you're close but not right in the middle of the action. And then the State Department, Kathy, has a free program called the Smart Travel Enrollment Program that offers services, complimentary, in the event you end up in an emergency. So there are ways to do this safely.
In Africa, vaccine supplies are finally ramping up. Millions of doses have been sent to the continent, but with less than 10% of Africans fully vaccinated, actually getting needles into arms is proving to be the hard part. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley explains why.
The dawn of the Omicron variant, which may have begun in southern Africa, has sparked a round of recriminations. Could we have avoided this mutation had the rich world distributed vaccines more equally? While most wealthy countries have jabbed about half of their populations, only 7% of Africans have been vaccinated, according to the World Health Organization. The situation was ripe for mutations, and governments and global health agencies rushed to address vaccine inequality.
The president has been clear from the start. To protect the American people and our economy, we must defeat the virus everywhere. Of the 11 million, 9 million are shipping to Africa, bringing our total doses donated to Africa to 100 million.
But it turns out it's not so simple. Even with more vaccine supply, health workers in southern Africa are running into a problem that's familiar just about everywhere: vaccine resistance, distrust, and doubt. Most of it coming from rampant government corruption, online misinformation, and leftover suspicions from the handling of the HIV/AIDS crisis.
Of course, at the heart of this, we have a country that's history is around the HIV pandemic particularly, and we had a big public debate about pharmaceuticals and the role of pharmaceuticals when it came to HIV. And so a historical mistrust of the pharmaceutical industry exists in this country that says that pharmaceutical industries are not actually acting in our best interest.
When the COVID vaccines first became available, it looked like Africa and other mid to low income countries were getting a raw deal. The wealthy countries where the virus had hit hardest and who had developed the vaccines got the lion's share of the jabs. But by the fall of this year, the situation had changed. Countries like South Africa were sending their vaccines back. Supply problems persisted, but also not enough people wanted the jab.
So now we are at the point
where we have improving supply, but still capacity problems because of the unpredictability in supply and lack of supply for most of last year. But issues of vaccine acceptance compounding these problems.
Lower income countries can't always launch sweeping ad campaigns to encourage vaccines, and infrastructure challenges within the country make distribution difficult.
So what has happened is that in a lot of low and middle income countries, there has been both a shortage of vaccines through most of the year and the unreliability in supply. So unlike high-income countries, low-middle-income countries cannot throw money at a problem.
The solution? People like Dooms tend to do their work amongst the community rather than encouraging vaccines from the top down. She says a friends and neighbors approach is the best bet for building trust.
The fact that they do not feel like the questions that they have as community members are being answered. One of the things we're learning about misinformation in the country is that it's driven actually through circles of trust.
The search for answers. Rosanne Boyland was killed at the U.S. Capitol on January 6th. Her family wants answers from the last person to see her alive. Ayman Mohyeldin with the latest episode of his new podcast, American Radical, next.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. Now the holidays can begin. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
We're super grateful to these 21 all-star chefs. Cheers, everybody.
Happy holidays from today.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. We began our Across America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last one. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
New York Attorney General Letitia James wants Donald Trump to appear for a deposition on January 7th as part of her office's civil investigation into potential financial fraud inside the Trump Organization. NBC News correspondent for investigations, Tom Winter, is here with me now. So, Tom, this investigation is about whether the Trump Organization committed fraud in reporting the value of certain properties to banks and tax authorities. So what else do we know?
Right. So there's two investigations that are really going on here. I mean, there's this criminal investigation and then there's the civil investigation. And so what they're really kind of looking at, and both are kind of looking at the same subject matter, is this idea whether or not Donald Trump inflated the property values to banks, to financial institutions, and then maybe devalued them in speaking with, in filing, I should say, with tax authorities based on whatever might be more advantageous for his tax records and what he would actually have to pay. So that's been one of the main areas of this inquiry. And it's not just this property you're looking at now, which is the Trump Tower a few blocks from us here at Rockefeller Plaza, but it's also Trump's properties elsewhere in New York State, including Westchester County and several other locations. So that's primarily what we're talking about here, and that's primarily what's being looked at by both the civil and criminal side.
And so how is the Trump team responding to this?
Right. So as you can imagine, they've responded rather full-throatedly to it. We have a statement from them, and I can tell you that my colleague Jonathan Dienst just got off the phone with Trump's attorney, Ron Fischetti, who said that they've now actually physically have the subpoena and that they intend to file a motion to quash the subpoena. But in their statement, effectively calling this a witch hunt, something that is politically motivated, saying, look, this is not something that they should be able to do as the Attorney General working hand in hand with the DA's office. They say that this is something where there should be a separation here between the civil and criminal side, and effectively what the Attorney General's office, at least this is what Trump's side of things claims, his attorney Ron Fischetti is effectively working to advance the criminal case through this civil deposition.
And Tom, you mentioned that this investigation is separate from that ongoing criminal investigation headed by the Manhattan DA. So jog our memories again. What is that case all about, and where does it stand right now?
Right. The subject matter there is largely covering the same thing. Of course, the Trump CFO, Alan Weisselberg, was indicted this summer in that case. Also, the Trump Organization indicted as well. Both have pleaded not guilty to their respective charges. That's over decision. That's over a case, rather, involving Weisselberg, that he was able to get benefits as a result of his work for the Trump Organization and then not have to pay the appropriate taxes on those gifts and benefits. That case and that investigation remains ongoing. The case itself, we won't get to trial until later next year. As far as the investigation by the Manhattan DA's office, it is still ongoing. Originally, the District Attorney Cy Vance saying that it would end this year, but given the timing of all this, it raises some questions about whether the next DA will in fact take over it.
And Tom, another big headline that we're following here in New York, Letitia James announcing that she's dropping her bid for New York State governor. What did she say about her decision?
Yeah, within hours of announcing, or at least this information becoming public, that there would be a deposition, she came out with a tweet saying that in her conclusion, she has to continue on as Attorney General, in noting that there are a number of important investigations and cases that are underway and that she intends to finish the job. She's now running for re-election, and in the meantime, while she announced her run for governor, a number of other high-profile people have come forward to run for Attorney General. So now she leaves one crowded field in a job she hopes she could get as the governor of the state of New York, and comes back to a crowded field for the job she currently has. That's what her political future looks like. As far as this case, though, it certainly promises to continue into her term here.
Yeah, turning a lot of heads with that announcement today. Tom, thank you.
Sure thing.
Rosanne Boyland was one of 5 people killed during the U.S. Capitol riot on January 6th. Now her family is searching for answers about the circumstances surrounding her death. In the latest episode of American Radical, MSNBC anchor Ayman Mohyeldin focuses on the man who traveled to the U.S. Capitol with Rosanne and who has since disappeared. Ayman is here with me now. Good to be with you.
It's great to be with you.
Yeah, so the second episode of your podcast is out, and you are following Mr. Justin Winchell.
Right.
And Rosanne, they left to Washington together, and he's nowhere to be found. So kind of bring us up to speed.
Yeah, so, this was such an interesting figure in Rosanne's life because the family believes that he played an important role in not only introducing her, or at least bringing her up to the Capitol, but introducing her to QAnon conspiracy theories, But what was most interesting that the family wants to find out are those final hours that they spent together in Washington, D.C. Justin was a person who had actually reached out to the family while they were going up to Washington. He sent selfies of them, involved in the protest. But at one point, he stopped communicating to them. And even after her death, the family tried to reach out to him and he disappeared. But before he actually vanished, and I use the word vanished in the sense that he stopped returning calls and texts and has become difficult to speak to, he actually did an interview with a local Atlanta reporter. And we have a clip from that interview that we want to play for you from our podcast. Watch.
So you're saying none of them were Trump supporters?
I'm not saying none of them, but I'm saying the fuel was fired. There was a fuse that was lit, and there was negative energy. I lost a dear friend, man, an amazing friend whom I miss dearly, but she was killed by an incited event, and it was not incited by Trump supporters.
It wasn't?
No, absolutely not. I just told you, man.
So the reason why it's so important to talk to him is because you could see from that clip his mindset about what happened on January 6th. The fact that this was after the fact, but he was so adamant that it was a peaceful event, that the people involved in the violence, which us and the world and commissions have proven were not Trump supporters. They were either instigators or agitators that were planted there, but not actually Trump supporters. So it gives you an insight into the mindset of what he was like in the final hours, and the family wants to know whether or not Roseanne shared those beliefs and why she had decided, after saying she was just going to stay in the lower part of the protests where President Trump was speaking, why did she end up marching up to the steps of the Capitol where it turned violent and where she ultimately died? And they're hoping he could provide some answers.
And how much does Roseanne's family actually know about Justin?
Very little. They only know about him from another friend of hers, and they say that she told them that Justin and Roseanne met at Alcoholics Anonymous. They were both struggling with the substance abuse, and so that's where they met, and that's how they got to know each other, and that he had been in the picture for the better part of 2 years, even by his own admission in that interview. But in terms of what they know specifically about him, not much. And of course, in the podcast, we try to contact Justin. We reach out to him. We do get a hold of his mother, who tells us that we could only speak to him if the lawyer agrees, and the lawyer has not returned our calls. So he is a person that a lot of people want to talk to, and he's also very difficult to hear from.
Wow, and a lot more that we can learn on your podcast. Yeah. All right, Amy Mohideen, good to see you. Thank you. And remember, the first 2 episodes of Eamon's new podcast series, American Radical, now available wherever you can get your podcast. And you can catch Eamon Saturday and Sunday nights right here on MSNBC. For some, it's not the holiday season until you've watched It's a Wonderful Life. We'll take you to the real-life Bedford Falls, celebrating the movie's 75th anniversary.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are. It's here now.
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are. It's here now.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker. My forecast, yummy. Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun.
Bringing the heat for the holidays. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
It's a Wonderful Life celebrating its 75th anniversary this year, and one city in upstate New York is honoring the Christmas classic like no other. It's even temporarily changed its name to Bedford Falls. NBC News correspondent Harry Smith visits a spot thought to have inspired some of the film's most iconic scenes.
Spend a little time in Seneca Falls, New York this time of year, and you'll begin to wonder if the town is having an identity crisis.
If you notice the signs coming into town that normally say "Welcome to Seneca Falls," right? There's a placard that goes over Seneca that says Bedford.
Fran Carasillo was town planner here for years and says the connection between Seneca and Bedford Falls starts with a bridge. Movie fans remember a distraught Jimmy Stewart wondering if his life had been worth living.
I suppose it'd been better if I'd never been born at all.
Well, says Carasillo, listen to this.
What happened here on this bridge in 1917? So in 1917, young Ruth Dunham came up onto the bridge and jumped. Young Antonio Veracali, working near the bridge, saw it. He went into the water to get her. He managed to get her close enough to shore where another gentleman lifted her from Antonio's arms, saving her, but Antonio disappeared from sight.
He was the angel?
He was the angel.
Clarence?
Yes.
That's what I was sent down for. I'm your guardian angel.
Frank Capra had visited Seneca Falls just a few years before the film was made. And the story about the bridge, locals are sure he heard it.
Here's Jimmy Stewart, right, looking into the water. A real angel jumped in the water here.
Yes.
No wonder then that Seneca Falls throws an It's a Wonderful Life festival every December. And the fans come.
How many times do you think you've seen it?
Probably about 15 or 20.
No way. You're way old. We've seen it every year. We've been married 40 years.
Yeah.
We've seen it at least 40 times. A minimum of 40 times.
What do you want? You want the moon? Just say the word and I'll throw a lasso around it and pull it down.
No rom-com has ever come close. And Jimmy Stewart, near the end,
show me the way.
I read that when he was just praying and thinking about everyone out there, it just came over him.
Your reporter has tears in his eyes just thinking about it. Our personal favorite, though, when Stewart goes full throttle after Lionel Barrymore, Mr. Potter.
Just remember this, Mr. Potter, that this rabble you're talking about, they do most of the working and paying and living and dying in this community.
If you come to Seneca, Bedford Falls for the festival, be sure to stop at It's a Wonderful Life Museum. And swing by the Dodge dealership. The old car, yes, the old car, Jimmy Stewart runs into the tree, is there, though the fender has been repaired. But the real draw, the stars from the movie.
I'm Carolyn Grimes, and I played the role of Zuzu.
So nice to meet you.
Thank you.
And
I'm Jimmy Hawkins. I played Tommy Bailey in the film.
Excuse me.
Excuse you for what?
I burped.
do you remember shooting the scene with Jimmy Stewart when you're sick in bed?
Things I remember is at the end of the scene, his hands were so big. It almost covered my whole face when he put his fingers over my hand to feel if I had any fever. It was a sweet scene.
Both are thankful for their roles in the film and for the fact that the movie still means so much to so many people.
Every time a bell rings, an angel gets his wings.
Sheldon Leonard, we were talking about the film.
Hey, look, mister.
I said, you know something, Jimmy? The film never changed. The people changed. They need that message more than ever now. And that's what that movie tells them.
Strange, isn't it? Each man's life touches so many other lives.
Like Fran Carasillo, who keeps Seneca Falls' connection to the great film alive.
So what's your favorite scene in the movie?
At the end, when Harry raises a toast to his big brother George.
To my big brother
Gets me every time.
Say the words. To George.
The richest man in town.
A giant of our history and one of our greatest patriots, President Biden and fellow lawmakers remembering late Senator Bob Dole on Capitol Hill today. Dole's flag-draped casket is lying in state in the Capitol Rotunda, his wife Elizabeth placing her hand and head on his casket. An emotional moment this morning. Here are some of the tributes from today's ceremony.
Today, we pay tribute to a remarkable leader. Over the course of his life, knew more than his fair share of suffering, who turned that suffering into endurance, whose endurance became central to his character, and whose character whose essential goodness leaves us with hope.
We recognize Senator Dole's among the pantheon of patriots, honoring his duty. He always talked about his duty to our nation with courage, dignity, and integrity. Over the course of his storied career, he earned a reputation as a fighter for hardworking American families, a leader who could be trusted as a man of his word.
Through all his decades in public service, Bob Dole knew exactly where he came from. A son of Dust Bowl hardship, who was laser focused on food security and rural issues.
Bob Dole was a champion of those whose lives were marred by struggle, who came not from citadels of privilege, but from humble origins like his own.
He taught us over time and all the time to respect people for what they can do and not judge them for what they cannot.
I'd like to read a portion of his final message that he left to the country, and I quote Bob Dole. I've always served my country best when I did it so first and foremost as an American, where we prioritize principles over party, humanity over personal legacy. When we do that, we accomplish far more as a nation. We've always found ways to come together. We can find that unity again. May we follow his wisdom and his timeless truth and reach consensus on the basic fundamental principles we all agree on. May God bless Bob Dole.
Bob Dole, the former Senate Majority Leader and presidential candidate, died Sunday at the age of 98. Hi, everyone. I'm Kathy Parkin for Allison Morris. You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening. President Biden meeting with his COVID-19 task force to discuss the spreading Omicron variant. We are live at the White House. He was just gasping. Daunte Wright's girlfriend breaking down, describing the moment he was shot by police. The emotional second day of testimony at Kim Potter's trial. Plus, riding the crypto wave, the new digital revolution for artists in Cuba. We start this hour with a very busy day at the White House. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli is on the North Lawn. So, Mike, President Biden will meet with the White House COVID response team any moment now. Omicron is on the agenda. So what else will they be discussing?
Yeah, what the White House is telling us is that the president will be getting the latest updates from his COVID response team to what we know, frankly, about Omicron at this point. We know it's been over a week since we saw the first U.S. cases here, since we learned of the variant's existence just over the Thanksgiving holiday. And we're waiting still for some of that important data. Just how transmissible is it? Just how much do our vaccines hold up to the variant here? But it's also an opportunity for the president, and we will have some reporters in the room, potentially hear some comments from him to speak about the importance of both booster shots and the importance of still masking and his vaccine mandates. Those vaccine mandates are under assault, really, in the House and Senate. We saw the Senate voting yesterday, including 2 Democratic senators voting with all of the Republicans to pass a resolution that would essentially gut the president's new masking and vaccine mandate. We also see the court of public opinion as polls are evenly split in terms of whether Americans support vaccine and masking rules that the president is still trying to impose, and also as there's still legal challenges to the president's new rules. So the White House is really trying to reassert the importance of vaccines, of mandates, even if they're not ultimately pushed through, because one of the messages from the White House has been, even if this ultimately doesn't hold up in court, that we still want private businesses to follow through here. And that's a really important message we're going to hear in just a few minutes.
And, Mike, the president also had a very important conversation, spoke with Ukraine's president earlier this afternoon about the Russian troop buildup. So how did that call go?
Yeah, a lot of high-stakes diplomacy happening at the White House these days. Just a couple days ago, of course, that 2-hour phone call between the president and Russian President Vladimir Putin. And so this call today with President Zelensky of Ukraine, which lasted just a little over an hour and 16 minutes to be exact, was a chance for the president to read out, to speak directly to Zelensky about what he and Putin discussed. We heard from the president yesterday that he believed Putin heard his message that there would be severe economic sanctions should he escalate this potential conflict further, should he invade Ukraine's borders. The White House saying that the president was going to make clear to Zelensky that the U.S. stood by Ukraine's sovereignty, its territorial integrity, that it was prepared, as the White House has been laying out this week, to provide additional defensive equipment, some training and assistance as well. The president also today, it should be noted, speaking with what's called the Bucharest Nine. These are 9 countries that border Ukraine, Eastern European countries that are NATO allies. It's an important distinction here. Ukraine wants to be part of NATO. That's really what President Putin is most concerned about. But these Bucharest 9 countries are already members of the NATO alliance, and that means the U.S. has a military obligation should Russia's military incursion into Ukraine, if it were to come, potentially threaten their borders as well. And so this is an opportunity for the president to speak to some of our other closest allies in the region as well.
And Mike, also on the agenda today, the president kicked off a 2-day virtual summit for democracy this morning with leaders from around the world. Biden calling democracy the defining challenge of our time. So talk us through some of the goals for this summit.
Yeah, I mean, the timing couldn't be more pointed, I think, given what we're seeing with Russia at this moment. This is a summit that candidate Biden proposed having in July of 2019, more than 2 years ago. As soon as he was elected president, his team began laying the groundwork for this summit because Biden has said he believes the 21st century will be defined by this contest between democracies and autocracy. So you heard the president make some remarks at the outset. Vice President Harris also speaking as part of the program, talking about the ways in which democratic countries, and there's a big invitation list of countries that are participating in this, need to be strengthening their own institutions, need to be focusing on issues like corruption. And he acknowledged that in the United States at this moment, democracy is itself facing a real challenge. And he talked about some of the steps his administration is trying to take to deal with this as well, the importance of passing, strengthening voting rights. That was a key message from Vice President Harris as well.
And Mike, President Biden and the First Lady paid their respects to Bob Dole this morning as he lies in state at the Capitol. Biden calling him a hero for democracy. What other remarks did he share today?
Yeah, it's interesting. Bob Dole, of course, ran for president a number of times, including in 1988, the first time that Joe Biden himself ran for president. These two were Senate colleagues for more than 2 decades. Different sides of the aisle, of course, but they worked together so much on so many important issues, and that was part of the message that the president delivered today. Let's take a listen to some of it.
Bob Dole loved this Capitol. It's where he served the nation, shaped by the figures that surround us. My fellow Americans, America has lost one of our greatest patriots. We may follow his wisdom, I hope, and his timeless truth.
And a lighthearted comment from the president, as well as a number of the speakers today talked about the acerbic wit that Bob Dole had and became sort of famous for in the Senate. He talked about how Bob Dole supported one of Biden's, of course, favorite initiatives, which is funding for Amtrak. And he said the way Bob Dole would explain his support for Amtrak is that he knew Joe Biden commuted every day when he was a senator to and from Delaware on Amtrak, and that by making sure Amtrak was funded, it made sure Joe Biden was not in Washington as much as he could be otherwise.
Always a great sense of humor. Mike Memole covering a very busy day at the White House. I know the COVID task force meeting is just about to get underway as well. Mike, thank you.
Thanks, Kathy.
A former Trump White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows now suing the House committee investigating the January 6th Capitol attack, as well as House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. The committee is preparing to hold Meadows in contempt of Congress for refusing to participate. Meadows' countersuit is an effort to block the committee's subpoena. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale is back now from the Hill. What is Meadows' argument? Why target Speaker Pelosi as well as the January 6th committee, Ali?
Yeah, Kathy, you're right to lay out the circumstances in which this new lawsuit comes from Trump's former chief of staff, Mark Meadows. It comes after he said he was no longer going to cooperate with the January 6th committee, effectively eschewing that subpoena, and the committee saying they're going to move forward on contempt charges because he's not cooperating. Now he's suing not just the select committee, but each individual member of it, including Speaker Nancy Pelosi. This is a really Trumpian tactic. It really doesn't get more Donald Trump than someone suing the people who are investigating them because they're investigating them too much. Effectively, that's what Meadows is arguing here, and he has long said that the issue of executive privilege is going to be litigated in courts. That is the whole effort of the Trump allies and the former president himself, is to tie this stuff up in court so much so that they can run out the clock.
And Allie, how is the January 6th committee responding to Meadows' lawsuit?
Yeah, we heard immediately from Vice Chair Liz Cheney on Twitter today. So much of the focus in the last few days and weeks has been about the people not cooperating. The Vice Chair here making the point that they have received exceptionally interesting and important documents from a number of witnesses, including Mark Meadows. We already know, and she highlights here, that he's turned over many of the texts from his private cell phone from January 6th. She also says that the federal appellate court, which is currently litigating whether or not this committee can get the records from the National Archives. That's things like call logs and other memos that were going through the White House at that time. That's going through court. She says the committee anticipates a ruling regarding more Trump White House documents soon. And then she says the investigation is firing on all cylinders, trying to put forward the message that they're not deterred by this latest setback, even though it's clear they wanted more information from Meadows. They did get some, and what we know they got is illuminating.
Meanwhile, on the flip side, Allie, another Trump ally is cooperating with the House's investigation and met with the committee today. So who is this person, and what information could be provided?
Yeah, Kathy, he's one of 4 key people who met with the January 6th committee today. We're talking about Ali Alexander, who is a far-right figure who talked a lot about the January 6th insurrection and was here on that day. Listen to what he said as he was here for his deposition today.
We've provided the committee with thousands of records, hundreds of pages. And, you know, unfortunately, I think that this committee has gone way too much into our personal life, way too much into my First Amendment. But I do recognize that they have a legislative duty to conduct, and so we're here to cooperate. So I'm going to go in there and cooperate.
So Alexander there saying he's going to cooperate. And I mentioned that there were 3 other people who spoke with the committee today. You can see them again on your screen. I know we had that graphic up just a moment ago. John Eastman, who was a lawyer for the former president, the same person who argued that then Vice President Mike Pence should overturn the 2020 election results. He appeared for his deposition today. We expected him to plead the Fifth. That's what he said he was going to do if he showed up here. That's what we expect happened today. And then you also see former CISA Director Chris Krebs there, as well as Kash Patel, the top Pentagon official in the Trump administration. He was part of that first round of subpoenas that included Meadows and Steve Bannon and Dan Scavino. So Kash Patel appearing here today as well for several hours of his deposition with the committee.
All right, Ali Vitale joining us live from Capitol Hill. Ali, thank you.
Thanks.
Meanwhile, more emotional testimony today in the manslaughter trial of Kim Potter, the ex-Minnesota police officer who shot and killed Daunte Wright during a traffic stop earlier this year. Potter claims she meant to grab her taser, not her gun, when she fired that deadly shot. NBC News correspondent Shaq Brewster is outside the Minneapolis courthouse for day 2 of testimony. So, Shaq, the woman who was sitting inside the car next to Daunte Wright the day he was killed took the stand for the prosecution today. So what can you tell us about her testimony?
It was extremely emotional. It was something that you heard when you looked at the pool reports from the reporters in the room that caused jurors to lean in and listen intently. This was the woman who was dating Daunte Wright at the time, but was a passenger in the vehicle. So she shed new light on what happened in the moments before he was shot, as the car was initially pulled over, and how, as he got back into the car, was initially shot, and then the car sped off before crashing into another vehicle. And she talked about the trauma that she's facing. I want you to listen to a little bit of that testimony as she describes the moment after she realized how serious his condition was.
I just put my hands over his chest and I just tried to hold it, and I was just trying to scream his name. And I was just trying to have him talk to me, and just kept saying, Daunte, like, Daunte, like, just say something, please, like, just talk to me. And he just couldn't. Like, I know he tried. Like, I know he wanted to. Because I replay that image in my head daily.
She said it was around that moment that she realized a video call was coming in from Dante's mother, who they were on the phone with before this incident started. And she said she picked it up and actually showed Dante's what she thought was a lifeless body at that point. And she apologized to his mother, who was sitting there in the courtroom, saying that she wished she hadn't done that because no mother should see her child in that condition.
Tough to hear her remarks, Jack. Meanwhile, the first police officer on the scene after the crash also testified. What did he have to say?
Yeah, this was extensive testimony that followed some more witnesses that we heard this morning. And this was the officer who, first we saw this new body camera video, but this was the officer who, after that car crashed, actually witnessed the crash, got out the car, and then drew his weapon and was pointing it at the car, holding that car essentially, and holding Dante and Elena at gunpoint. And one point that the prosecution was trying to highlight was the idea that Kim Potter, after accidentally, in her words, shooting Dante Wright instead of using her taser, that she never radioed this in. She didn't tell anyone that this was an accident. She didn't share the condition of Dante Wright when she did that. And I want you to listen to a little bit of what we heard from that officer.
I was probably a block and a half away when I observed. I could see the flashing lights of Officer Lucky's squad car. I observed a white Buick take off from that traffic stop at a high rate of speed. It crossed the eastbound lane onto the westbound lane, essentially coming directly head on at me, and it collided with a vehicle in front of me, sir.
So he actually had that eyewitness perspective of the crash, but had no context, and that was something that you heard the prosecution really trying to emphasize and underscore during his testimony.
And Jack, also in court today, never before seen body cam footage. What did it show?
Yeah, and this was the body camera video of the officer who you just saw testifying right there. And it actually shows the moment when that crash happens. It shows you how that white car that you're looking at, it was coming from the scene, and that was the car that was that Dante Wright was driving in. And, you know, it goes to, again, the point that the prosecutor was trying to make of how chaotic everything was in that moment. But later in that interaction, you see the standoff that occurred in the moments after that crash. It lasted almost 10 minutes, and you saw not just this officer, but then other responding officers come around. They surrounded the car that was there, and it took them several minutes to even approach. And again, the prosecution is making the case that had they known the condition of the driver, had they known it was an accidental shooting, in the words of Kim Potter, then aid could have been rendered a little bit earlier.
And Shaq, as the week wraps up tomorrow, who else can we expect to be called in as witnesses?
Well, we don't have an exact outline of the witnesses that will be called to the stand, but based on the opening statements that we heard yesterday, we can expect to hear more officers, more first responders at that scene to come up and testify. We still haven't heard from the officer who was on the passenger side of that car when the initial interaction happened, when Kim Potter fired that fatal shot. And we also know that there will be some use of force experts and medical experts that will come up and testify throughout these next couple of days. So there's still a lot more testimony that we'll have to go through as the prosecution makes the case that Kim Potter didn't follow the training she received when she fired that shot. Of course, you hear from the defense that they're pointing at Dante Wright's actions, saying that he set up this condition for what then led to what they're admitting was an accident.
Shaq Brewster joining us live outside the courthouse in Minneapolis. Shaq, thank you. Today, a federal jury finding a former reality TV star Josh Duggar guilty of downloading and possessing child pornography. Duggar and his big family starred on TLC's 19 Kids and Counting until the network canceled the show in 2015 after revelations that he molested 4 of his sisters and a babysitter. NBC News correspondent Emily Ikeda joins me now. Emily, Duggar was immediately taken into custody today. How much time could he get when he is actually sentenced?
Hey there, Kathy. So Josh Duggar isn't expected to be sentenced for several months. As you mentioned, he was found guilty of 2 counts of possessing and downloading child pornography. Each count carries up to 20 years behind bars, plus a $250,000 fine. The jury delivering the verdict in just one day after deliberations. The prosecutors taking a moment today, calling this result a milestone in their continued efforts to crack down on child abuse. Listen here.
This case was a milestone for our efforts to combat child pornography and child abuse in our district. It's a milestone for a lot of reasons, but a couple of the most important ones that come to mind is that it first and foremost shows that no person is above the law, regardless of their status in society, regardless of their wealth, regardless of their fame.
And it's worth noting, as this highly watched federal case plays out, Josh's father, Jim Bob Duggar, is making a run for a state Senate seat. He has previously served in the Arkansas House of Representatives. Kathy?
And Emily, this isn't the first time that Josh Duggar has been under investigation. So why was he in hot water before?
Hey there, Kathy. Okay, so for background, Josh Duggar really rose to fame, was in the spotlight while featured on a show, this reality TV show from TLC called 19 Kids and Counting. It focused on the large family and their conservative Christian values, but the network pulled the show off air in 2015 after reports that Duggar molested several children, including 4 of his sisters, according to his parents. He was never charged because of the statute of limitations, but those earlier allegations were brought up. They did resurface in this federal case this year. Kathy?
And Emily, what is Duggar's attorney saying about the verdict today?
So they're promising to appeal the result, the verdict today, after failing to convince jurors that someone else uploaded the images of sexual abuse to children. One investigator notably saying that it was the worst of the worst that he's ever seen. Kathy?
So troubling. All right. Emily Ketta joining us live from Los Angeles. Emily, thank you. Well, coming up, a nightmare scenario at Niagara Falls, a daring rescue by the Coast Guard captured in real time. We'll show you the dramatic video up next.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. We began our Cross America journey tonight in D.C., the site of our nation's capital you rarely see. It's your last one. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now. Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Let's go to NBC News digital reporter Maya Eaglin. She is following the latest headlines from NBCnews.com. Hey, Maya.
Hi, Kathy. We start in Milwaukee, where 4 people are dead, including a child in an apparent murder-suicide. Milwaukee police say they came to the home for a welfare check and found 4 bodies with gunshot wounds. David Wilson was found not guilty in the murder of Texas officer Nathan Heidelberg. His attorney telling jurors he mistook the officer as an intruder back in 2019 and shot him in self-defense. 3 teens arrested for arson in the Montana fire that burned down 84 acres and destroyed 13 homes. Police say one of the teens caused the fire intentionally. An eyewitness in Myanmar says troops rounded up 11 villagers, including children, and massacred them. An opposition leader also says the victims were burned alive. Human Rights Watch says this attack was similar to other recent ones. And New Zealand banning the sale of cigarettes for future generations beginning in 2027. In one of the toughest crackdowns on tobacco, the government proposal would stop people 14 and under from ever purchasing cigarettes. Kathy, back to you.
All right, Maya, thank you. Well, nearly submerged car stuck in the rushing waters just feet from Niagara Falls. That was the scene as a stunning rescue attempt by the Coast Guard played out on Wednesday. NBC News Now correspondent Isa Gutierrez has the details.
Dramatic video of a car stuck in the water just 50 yards from the brink of Niagara Falls. You're watching the Coast Guard fly above the vehicle and one rescuer descending into waves to retrieve whoever's inside.
We've never had a vehicle in the water this close to the brink.
Officials responding to a call from eyewitnesses who said they saw the car floating down the river before it got stuck here.
We saw a lot of tourists here taking pictures, trying to document what was going on.
Jeff Preval is a reporter at our local affiliate in Buffalo, WGRZ. He filmed these videos on his phone.
The rip currents are extremely fast. They're crashing. They're very aggressive. The weather, it's lightly snowing here. It's cold as well.
What was the biggest question in your mind when you got there and you saw what was going on?
The question that we had, that a lot of people had right there at the scene, was how this car was able to get into the water.
Preval stood there watching as the Coast Guard prepared for their rescue for 2 hours. In the meantime, rescuers used a drone to see how many people were inside the car. Despite the incredible attempt, it was too late. Officials saying the driver was deceased, a woman in her 60s and from the area.
A lot of people were out there and were troubled by what they saw.
In his 14 years of reporting, Preval says he's never seen anything quite like this.
Yeah, this was different. This is difficult. This is something that I'm probably going to have to, talk to my mom and, loved ones and friends about, just to sort of decompress.
Panic at the beach. Gunmen pulling up on jet skis in Cancun, Mexico Tuesday, opening fire on a beach full of tourists. Armed troops now forced to guard the Caribbean coast. It's just one of a growing number of violent crimes prompting the U.S. to issue a new travel warning to the vacation hotspot. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard reports.
Security on high alert at a popular beach in Cancun, Mexico, after police say a group of armed men on jet skis pulled up to the shore of a popular resort and began firing shots into the air.
The resort was just chaos, yelling, kids crying, obviously.
How many shots did you hear?
At least 20. My wife and kids were at the pool downstairs, which is maybe 100 yards from the beach. I woke up to gunfire.
Zane Jones was one of the Americans on the beach with his family when the gunmen opened fire. He says his family has not returned to the beach and are contemplating leaving Mexico.
My wife definitely afraid after this. Kids definitely still shaken up. They just saw the jet skis. They saw the guns.
The Secretary of Public Security for the area confirming that no injuries or deaths were reported, but it's part of a string of concerning events.
In recent days, we have seen some really worrisome events
having to do with organized crime affecting tourists in Mexico, especially in beach resorts.
This incident coming on the heels of a deadly shootout in November near several luxury hotels in Cancun when a group of nearly 15 gunmen executed 2 drug dealers from a rival gang. Tourists and hotel workers ducking for cover wherever they could, some scrambling for safety in the hotel lobby. More and more incidents making many tourists think twice before booking their vacation.
Definitely a pretty strong force out here since it's not the best way to enjoy the beach.
But for those who are regulars, it's not enough to keep them away from Mexico's sunny skies.
I'm not overly concerned by it because this is the first time ever. We've been in Cancun for 31 years, coming down for 31 years. We've never had any issues.
The state of Quintana Roo, which is home to Mexican Caribbean resort towns like Cancun and Tulum, has seen an increase in violent shootouts over the last few years as rival cartels fight for control of the area. Just 2 months ago, 2 women were killed. Tourists caught in the crossfire as a shooting broke out between 2 rival groups outside a restaurant in Tulum. And in June, 2 men on a beach in the area were shot to death and an American tourist injured. The U.S. has not restricted travel to Quintana Roo, but advises Americans to exercise increased caution due to the criminal activity and violence in the state. The U.S. State Department has already urged Americans to, quote, reconsider travel to Mexico, designating it just below its level 4 do not travel advisory.
It doesn't mean that people shouldn't visit at all. It just means that they should be careful when they do so.
Just don't take your safety for granted. Keep your eyes open.
Well, a little strip of paper that can save a life. It works by detecting if a drug is laced with fentanyl before someone takes it. But in many states, using it can get you arrested. NBC News correspondent Zincle Asamoah went to one of the largest open-air drug markets in the nation to see how fentanyl strips are making a difference.
We insert this white end into the cooker up to the blue line.
About how long does it take for folks to get results?
Within a couple of minutes.
There's a tool that can be used to detect if a drug has been contaminated with fentanyl. Test strips. But in some states, this tool that can save lives can also land you in jail.
You could just call this a fentanyl epidemic because that's how most people are dying.
In the U.S., drug overdose deaths are up by nearly 29% since last year. Experts say fentanyl is a large reason why, contaminating pharmaceutical pills and what some consider more recreational drugs like marijuana. With the test strip, a user can tell if a drug contains fentanyl or its analogs.
Most of the pills that people are buying on the street are counterfeit, and they're oftentimes contaminated with fentanyl.
But obtaining a test strip isn't so easy. At least 32 states have drug paraphernalia laws that include controlled substance testing equipment, making the use of test strips illegal in most of those states. How easy is it to get a fentanyl test strip?
It's very hard. You would have to order them online, and they're very expensive. They can be over $100 for a box.
Prevention Point Philadelphia hands out fentanyl test strips on this bus legally. Philly's mayor recently signed an executive order decriminalizing the tool.
Prior to decriminalization, even though folks weren't being arrested for them, there were very few places that would distribute fentanyl testing strips.
The nonprofit supplies the strips for free with bilingual info sheets and overdose reversal kits, including Narcan, which reverses opioid overdose. So talk to me about this mobile overdose surge bus. When there's an overdose surge in a neighborhood, the bus drives to help. It doesn't leave until there's a reduction in overdose deaths.
And we have a private room to conduct any medical services.
The strips they use detect fentanyl and its analogs like carfentanil, with hopes of ending what they deem preventable deaths.
We don't really know what day he died because they found him days later. So we say it's May 17th, but we actually don't know.
Alex Passator lost her brother Luke Johnson to a drug overdose. Luke found dead days after his 22nd birthday. The drug, heroin.
He got a bad batch that was laced with carfentanil. Test strips should be widely available for anyone who's using drugs like heroin, but also now like drugs like cocaine and marijuana.
2021 did bring wins for testing advocates, at least 6 states passing bills that would exempt fentanyl testing strips from the drug paraphernalia definition. In April, the CDC authorizing use of government funds for the strips, saying the tests will, in part, quote, save lives. Prior to decriminalization, the Philly Police Department tells NBC they did not track arrests for test strips. It's unclear how many arrests for the test happen nationally each year. To combat what Prevention Point calls an overdose epidemic, experts say the strips are just a first step.
We use Narcan, syringe services, and that's why all of those other tools work only in conjunction.
As the U.S. passes a CDC estimated 100,000 overdose deaths this year, families like Luke's hope widespread test decriminalization comes soon.
It's not this faceless epidemic. Luke wasn't a junkie. He was my brother, and he was an incredible person, and he happened to have a disease.
And Zinkley joins us now with more on that eye-opening report. The CDC allowed federal grant money to be used to purchase fentanyl strips for the first time earlier this year. What impact has that had, and what else would groups like Prevention Point Philadelphia like to see happen next?
Yeah, Kathy, the impact has been large in the sense that it's giving access to more harm reduction tools to those who are using. That said, health experts are saying we need a multi-pronged long-term approach, and we need to get rid of the stigma, right? The White House had a call with reporters yesterday. They announced part of their harm reduction strategy for the country included safe syringe programs and fentanyl test strips. But when they were pressed about safe injection sites, they wouldn't acknowledge it. They wouldn't even say the phrase. And so that kind of factors into what health experts are saying is the stigma that they say we need to overcome if we're going to pass these overdose deaths.
And Zinkley, drug overdoses surged following those COVID lockdowns. How else is the pandemic affecting efforts to fight the opioid crisis right now?
Yeah, Kathy, in many ways, COVID has just been the great amplifier. Something Prevention Point tells users is do not use alone. Of course, that's very difficult when you're told you need to be social distancing. So if someone is experiencing an overdose, it's hard to get care if you're not doing it around someone else. And this is just one of many factors playing into the obstacles in combating these overdose deaths, Kathy.
All right, Zinkley, thank you.
Thank you.
Day 2 of jury deliberations in the criminal trial of former Empire actor Jussie Smollett. The jury of 6 men and 6 women got the case Wednesday afternoon after 6 days of testimony, including from the actor himself. Smollett is accused of staging a racist, anti-gay attack against himself in downtown Chicago and then lying to the police about it. NBC News correspondent Megan Fitzgerald is in Chicago following all of this. So, Megan, Smollett has pleaded not guilty to 6 felony counts of disorderly conduct on suspicion of making false reports to police. What evidence will the jury draw from this as they continue to deliberate?
Well, Kathy, keep in mind, this is the prosecution's case to prove. So they have an abundance of evidence submitted by the prosecution. So they're going to be going over things like surveillance video, capturing the moments that Smollett was driving around that area where this attack happened, something that the prosecution said was a dry run. They will be able to see the image, the photo taken of the brothers purchasing supplies for this alleged attack, as well as body camera video from police officers. So everything that has been submitted into evidence during this trial is something that these jurors are now combing through as they try and reach a verdict, Kathy.
And those jurors, they asked the judge for a copy of a calendar that prosecutors displayed at trial. What does that calendar exactly show? And did the judge actually grant their request?
Right, that's the question. So we know that this is a calendar marking key events leading up to this attack. This isn't evidence. This is an exhibit. So that's why the jurors don't have that readily available to them. We did ask the judge to see if that piece of an exhibit will be given to jurors. And so far, we have not heard back yet, Kathy.
And Megan, what type of sentencing is Smollett facing if he is found guilty? Are we looking at jail time here?
So this crime here comes with up to 3 years in prison, but we've spoken to legal analysts who say that's not likely because he has a clean record, and because this is the lowest level felony. It's a class 4. What's more likely is that he would be facing probation as well as possibly paying restitution for this crime, Kathy.
All right, second day of jury deliberations. I know you'll be watching this closely. Megan, thank you. Well, you've heard of the exit interview. Now employers are trying to connect with workers before they're ready to walk out the door. We'll tell you how next.
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last one. Was talking smack part of this?
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life in prime time and streaming live. It's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hand. What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
We began our across America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last one. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
It is time for The Bottom Line, our daily look at what is going on in the business world and beyond. Americans are walking away from their jobs in record numbers. In fact, 4.2 million people quit in October alone, according to the Labor Department. The number is prompting some employers to roll out something called stay interviews. I want to bring in NBC News contributor Martha White. So, Martha, what exactly is a stay interview? And is this a growing trend in the so-called Great Resignation?
Yeah, it does seem to be a growing trend from the recruiters, the headhunters, and the companies that I've talked to. The main thing prompting it is there's a gap of 3.6 million more jobs than there are unemployed workers in the country right now. And we know from lots of other studies that people tend to see their biggest salary jumps when they switch jobs. So companies are really desperate to hold on to their people. So more of them are trying these stay interviews.
And Martha, the vice president of global talent attraction at Indeed.com told you stay interviews, quote, promotes and fosters trust and open communication, but stay interviews aren't necessarily a new thing. They just look a little different right now. So why is that, and why is it important for employers to still have these types of conversations with workers regularly?
So I think the reason they look different now is they're sort of being paired as almost a foil to the exit interview. The idea being that if a company can engage with the worker beforehand, then they don't have to have the exit interview. But you're right, this concept has been around a long time. And as a matter of fact, one headhunter I talked to said, you know, I love stay interviews because if I hear that a prospect has been engaged in one, it means they probably already have one foot out the door. HR experts and recruitment experts say that managers, bosses really should be engaging with this kind of back and forth about what's working in their employees' jobs, what isn't working, what they want to improve on a regular basis.
And while experts say stay interviews can be a valuable tool to keep these top employees, there are some risks to doing them. Talk to us about those risks.
So again, one of the folks that I talked to said really the biggest mistake that a company can make if after not conducting stay interviews is doing them and doing them wrong, either doing them in a cursory fashion. I want to say everyone to a person that I spoke to said, don't do them once a year. Don't treat it like a performance review. You want this to be a dialogue that's ongoing, so quarterly, maybe even monthly. And the other important thing is following up on that feedback. I talk to workers who leave jobs because their input is solicited, they offer feedback, and then nothing happens. And that's not a position that a manager or an employer wants to be in a case where you've got more than 3.5 more jobs open than people looking for those jobs.
And is there any evidence yet that these stay interviews are working, they're effective?
It's a little early for data out on that. I think that's something that we'll probably be able to look at a year from now. But I can tell you that anecdotally, when I talk to companies, when I talk to hiring managers, and when I talk to people out there, looking for work, it is something that seems to. It's something that seems to resonate. Everybody wants to have their opinion solicited. Everybody wants to hear their voice heard. And when a company can do that well and forge that connection with employees, then that's what's going to keep them in that job.
All right. Maybe stay interviews are here to stay. Martha, thank you.
Thanks.
Well, we have breaking news out of Washington. A federal appeals court rejecting former President Trump's efforts to block the release of his White House records. Let's bring in NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams. So, Pete, that decision coming within just the last few minutes or so. What did the court have to say?
So this is a unanimous opinion by the 3-judge panel that heard arguments in this case. And what they say basically is that whatever executive privilege remains for the former president, it's not enough to overcome the desire and the demand and the need of the January 6th committee for the documents that it seeks of the Trump administration that are now in the custody of the National Archives and over which Mr. Trump had asserted executive privilege. It says that the former president has failed to show why the court should override the President Biden's decision not to invoke executive privilege on these documents and release them to Congress. It says that he provides no basis to override that judgment and override an accommodation that was worked out between the two political branches, the executive branch here and the Congress. And it says that he failed to show that he would likely succeed, that President Biden had a carefully reasoned decision about how a claim of executive privilege over these documents was not in the interest of the United States, that Congress has a uniquely vital interest in studying the attack in order to formulate legislation to avoid something like this happening in the future, that the documents are relevant to what the Congressional Committee wants to look into, that there's really no other way to get this information. And Mr. Trump has failed, the court says, to allege or even demonstrate any particular harm to him that would arise from disclosing any of this material. So the court rules against him. It's a loss for him, but the documents cannot be handed over right now for at least 2 weeks, because the court has put a 14-day stay on its own order here. Now, it orders the archives to turn the document over, but then it also says timeout, 14 days to give Mr. Trump's lawyers time to appeal this to the Supreme Court. Now, those lawyers could go to the full D.C. Court of Appeals, but they indicated when this issue was argued here in late November that their next stop would likely be the Supreme Court. So the appeals court's giving them 14 days to get their act together and go to the Supreme Court. And by the way, I'm sure Mr. Trump's lawyers realized where this was headed. It was pretty obvious from the argument that their claims were not going to carry the day. So they must have anticipated this, and I would guess that they've pretty well already got their homework done on what it would take to file in the Supreme Court.
Okay, and Pete, beyond those 14 days, do we have an idea of what could happen next potentially?
Well, for now, nothing. Once we get to the 14 days, then it'll be up to the Supreme Court to decide whether to put a stay on this and whether they're going to take this case. I mean, you have to ask the Supreme Court to take the case. It's not an automatic appeal. If the Supreme Court says no, then that's that, and the stay is dissolved. So the next step will be to see what the Supreme Court does within the 14-day period.
All right, Pete Williams, with that breaking news. Pete, thank you.
You bet.
Well, it's beginning to look a lot like winter, and for some parts of the country, that is welcome news. We've got your forecast for the first big storm of the season coming up.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. Now the holidays can begin.
And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
We're super grateful to these 21 all-star chefs.
Cheers, everybody.
Happy holidays from today.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Well, for the second week of December, it doesn't look much like winter at all, especially in the Mountain West. But all of that is about to change with the first major storm of the season. NBC News meteorologist Michelle Grossman is tracking the storm. Michelle, I understand we've got a little bit of everything on the way with this severe weather. So who will be seeing the biggest impacts?
Hi there, Kathy. So good to see you. Yeah, we do. We have everything. We have snow. We have severe weather. We have really mild air. Temperatures in Texas will be in the upper 80s tomorrow. And then we have the snow and the rain. So let's go ahead and take a look at our graphics here because we have alerts, watches, warnings from the west all the way through the Great Lakes. And that's 13 million people will be impacted. Alerts in place through Saturday. And we could see snowfall rates up to 2 inches per hour. And that's mainly going to be in the Rockies and also the Cascades. So we could see double digits there. So this is going to be a cross-country storm, meaning it's coast to coast. It's going to impact most of us over the next several days. Difficult travel throughout the Central Rockies today for the rest of the day. And then, well, much needed rain in the Southwest. That's the good news. By tomorrow, rain in the snow line shifts into the Great Lakes. The Southeast, notice those red arrows. That is warm air being pumped in. And again, we're going to see temperatures 10 to 25 degrees above what is typical for this time of year in some spots, especially in Texas, 88 degrees on Friday, in Dallas on Friday. So we're going to see numerous records being broken. And what the problem here is, we're going to see that cold front slicing through this really warm air, and that's going to bring us a chance for some severe storms. That would be later Friday evening into late Friday in parts of the Ohio Valley, the Tennessee Valley, the Mississippi Valley. And the problem is the timing. We're going to see this in the evening hours and overnight, and you never want to see severe weather with a chance of tornadoes at that hour. Now, this moves off on Saturday to the East Coast. We have a soggy start for many along the East Coast, but we have 70s. So maybe Philadelphia, you're going to see a record of 70 degrees on Saturday. Lake effect snow, that continues across the Northeast. So as we look at snow totals, we're looking at heavy snow, strong winds gusting to 70 miles per hour. It's going to be very tough travel in those spots. On the warm side of this, I mentioned that severe weather. We are also looking at rain. Where you see the yellows, the reds, those are your darker colors, and that's indicating the heavier rain. The severe threat, this is going to be a big story tomorrow and one to watch. Where you see that orange circle, that's your enhanced risk. That's from the Severe Prediction Center. You don't see that a lot, and that's a chance for those really strong tornadoes. But this is a big story, too. Battle of the seasons. We have that winter weather in the west, and then look at these temperatures, Kathy, in the central and southern plains, temperature of 81 degrees today in Dallas, and then even warmer tomorrow.
Yeah, hard to believe. And we're in December right now. We're in winter. All right, Michelle, thank you.
I know.
Well, the pandemic has locked tourists out of Cuba, an industry many locals rely on to survive. But now one Cuban artist is spreading the island's historical culture around the world using a high-tech marketplace. NBC News Now correspondent Isa Gutierrez has a story.
In the center of Havana, Cuba.
That is the capital of Havana is right there. And this is, right in the colonial side of the city.
What looks like a colorful garage from the outside has become a second home for Cuban artists and a symbol of hope. Here, they're writing the history of digital art on the island.
NFTs is like a window that gives us all that we were missing.
Gabriel Guerra Bianchini is a photographer and the founder of the Crypto Cuban Social Club with his wife. Together with other artists and locals, they're creating over 1,000 portraits to sell as NFTs to the world.
Now we can connect with the world, we can commercialize our work, but more important, we can speak and we can be inspired again.
Bianchini says he learned about NFTs earlier this year.
At the moment I discovered about it, it was like it's just something mind-blowing.
NFTs, or non-fungible tokens, are digital one-of-a-kind collectibles bought and sold using the cryptocurrency Ethereum. They've ushered in a whole new online marketplace for artists and collectors.
When I saw all the possibilities that we have with this for artists in Cuba that have been completely isolated in the middle of all these crazy problems that we live, socio-political problems, our government, the embargo, also the pandemic, the COVID-19.
In July, Cubans took to the streets to protest the Cuban government. The island distraught for years with severe food and medicine shortages, rolling blackouts, and the worst economic crisis it's seen since the early 90s. The pandemic exacerbated many of these problems, also cutting off a lifeline for people on the island like Bianchini who depend on tourist dollars to survive.
Collectors and art market in Cuba depends completely on these people that come visit the island. So imagine how the artists are living for a year and a half or 2 years. It's been really, really difficult.
But now, with this project, Bianchini feels free again. The fact that this art will live and be sold online gives him comfort.
There is something that it makes me feel safe in all this, is that they cannot control the blockchain.
The Cuban government has been receptive to cryptocurrencies, saying in August that it would authorize their use. The Crypto Cuban Social Club's first collection will be launched in early 2022, and it's called 1492, after the year Christopher Columbus arrived on the island, changing the course of its history. The portraits of Cuban locals, all volunteers recruited on social media. Each outfit and pose telling stories of Cuba's rich culture and history.
I use what I know, that is photography, and I took all these little ingredients and I put them all together to create a collectible with real people. We were thinking in a beautiful mix between alt culture and crypto culture.
Bianchini says those who purchase the NFTs will get more than just the art. The plan is to grant buyers a virtual passport to Havana and a video story of the person in their portrait.
Not only you are going to have access to a beautiful community that is full of culture, but also we want to create these bridges.
Bridges between the digital and the physical.
NFTs is like the whole freedom for us. It's like we can connect with the world, with our art and culture, without waiting that they come to the island.
He hopes to continue educating other Cubans about NFTs and will give back 20% of the crypto proceeds from the project to the volunteers.
What is special? I think the humanity behind all this, that is mixed really, really well the physical and the digital. That is something revolutionary on the NFT space, where all collectibles are created by design and by computers.
You might recognize his face from a 2013 meme, but 8 years later, he's all grown up and making headlines in a whole new way. That's next.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
A critical choke point for this fire.
Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now. What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Well, you might remember his side eye made him famous in 2013, but now one young man is making headlines again on his own terms. Here's NBC's Tom Yamas.
You might recognize Dennis Collin from this viral video.
Say ooh. Say ooh.
It was back in 2013 when he was 9 years old. The images of him standing in line at a Popeyes giving a side-eye glare became an internet sensation and was forever immortalized as a meme. But for him, viral fame was not exactly easy.
When it first came out, I felt real sad about it. Started crying about it.
Since the video was released in 2013, Collin had a hard time separating himself from his internet fame.
I couldn't do anything because I was just a small guy in middle school. And they never got the chance to know me as a person, know Dennis. Most of it was really uncool.
But 8 years later, Collin has come into his own, a standout on his New Jersey high school football team.
4th and goal from the 1-yard line for Clifton.
Over the weekend, the East Orange Jaguars capped off their undefeated season by winning the state championship in a thrilling triple overtime stunner.
This would win the game into the end zone. Oh, what a play!
Collin's team winning the title with a final score of 30-24.
Threw my helmet, started crying, because I worked real hard for this since freshman year.
Collin once again going viral, but this time for all the right reasons and adding a nod to his 9-year-old self.
Way to go, Collin. And that does it for us. Hallie Jackson Now is next.
We're happy to have the chance to start tonight with some good news on the pandemic front. Millions of teenagers are going to be able to get a booster soon. But I hate to tell you, we got to follow that news with this. The COVID winter surge getting so bad, some states are calling in troops. We're live with what you should know. Plus, President Biden walking a diplomatic tightrope right now. We've got new details about what Ukraine's president just told him as the White House tries to pull Russia back from the brink of war.
And breaking right as we're coming on the air, I mean it, right as we're walking into the studio, a big blow to former President Donald Trump in his push to try and keep January 6th related documents secret. The brand new ruling from the appeals court and where this is headed next. And former reality star Josh Duggar convicted on child porn charges, what he faces at his sentencing, and how the attorney who led the case is responding tonight. Plus, the exclusive backstory on one of the country's first ever overdose prevention centers. Our Jacob Soboroff tells us what it was like to go in this safe space where people can use illegal drugs with help nearby if they need it. Plus, New Zealand's new law to try and ban younger people from buying cigarettes forever. It is innovative, it is controversial, and it's got a pretty big caveat. We got more on that a little bit later. Hey, I'm Hallie, and we're getting it going tonight with that big announcement in the fight against COVID. Just a few weeks out from the Christmas holidays and in the middle of this winter surge. Turns out it's now safe for millions of 16 and 17-year-olds to get the Pfizer vaccine booster. That emergency authorization came in from the FDA this afternoon, with the CDC director given the final green light just within the last couple hours. So it means those older teens can now get the shot 6 months after their second dose of Pfizer. That's not the case, at least not yet, for Moderna and J&J, but TBD on that. So that's the good news. And here is the not so good news. More people keep getting infected with COVID. So much so right now that 3 states up north, New York, New Hampshire, Maine, are calling in the National Guard to help. And in Wisconsin, the governor there has already tapped out of National Guard resources. He's using those nurses to backstop staff shortages at mental health facilities. So now he's asking the White House to send 100 federal health care workers to help instead. I want to bring in our Antonia Hilton live in Connecticut, which is seeing a 60% uptick in cases, even though it's one of the most vaccinated states. So, Antonia, let me talk through kind of all these headlines here. And let's start with that booster news for 16 and 17-year-olds, because in just the last week, kids under 18 were about 22% of COVID cases across the country. This means now some of those older teens can have access to boosters. What have you heard about this from doctors, from folks that you've talked to?
Well, folks here are receiving that news really well. You know, the CEO of Pfizer just a little while ago released a statement calling this a critical milestone. And I would say doctors and nurses and healthcare professionals here are reacting with a similar position on this. Look, the booster aspect of this next stage of the war, both on the continued infections from Delta and now the Omicron variant, of which there are 2 confirmed cases here. That is really a key central part of how Connecticut sort of sees its moving forward strategy. And that's because, as you said, this is a state that has been ahead of the game for most of the pandemic. Many of the people here were first in line to get vaccinated. So that also means many of the people here have waning immunity now. And they're really trying to get through to those folks to say, if you were vaccinated now many, many months ago, you're not as protected as you once were, especially with this new looming threat from Omicron. And you need to come out to sites like this one here at Scalzi Park, public, free healthcare centers, and get your booster shots, Hallie.
You've got those states we talked about, not too far from Connecticut, right? Some of them in New England that are bringing in the National Guard. How are they going to be helping, right? Talk through what that actually looks like.
So what this really is going to look like is, so first, you know, Maine and New York have called on the National Guard to come in to various medical facilities. New York is specifically going to ask them to go to long-term care facilities. And then New Hampshire is also calling on them, but they're also calling on FEMA. And, you know, to make sense of this for folks, this doesn't mean that National Guard is going to come in and start doing surgeries or procedures. This is the kind of administrative and support work. I mean, some of them are going to be working on things like food for staff and patients at these facilities. The kind of work that starts to fall by the wayside. You see a lot of pressure and attention when healthcare staff ends up really strained in the midst of these winter surges. And that's what those states are anticipating, and that's what the state of Connecticut is right now trying to avoid.
Right. And they're looking at this probably because this post-Thanksgiving surge we were all warned about, it seems.
Oh, yeah, and it's the Thanksgiving surge here in Connecticut, and it's also a helpful reminder of the continued threat posed by Delta, because, you know, here we're seeing 575 people currently hospitalized. That's more than 3 times what we were seeing here just a couple weeks ago, and that's being driven by Delta. And, you know, look, I mean, that's again why there's this push for the booster element here in the community, because you know, many of those cases, about 76, 77% of them are unvaccinated folks who healthcare workers still want to reach. But there's an increasing number of breakthrough cases there. And I talked through all of this with the mayor of Stamford. Take a listen to what she had to say.
Unfortunately, as we saw over the holidays, we saw a lot of people gathering indoors together without masks. And we know that that leads to transmission.
The city is also collaborating with statewide leaders like the governor on a new Excelsior-style pass, a vaccine passport similar to the one that we have in New York. And the hope with that is that it's going to help employers or people running venues to really check and make sure, are the employees who work for them, are the folks who are coming in as guests actually vaccinated or not, and then take the steps to make sure that they're keeping people safe over these next critical months, Hallie.
Antonia Hilton, live for us there in Connecticut. Antonia, thank you. Right now, back there in Washington, President Biden's trying to work some diplomatic magic, right? Can he figure out a solution to this military stare down between Russia and Ukraine? And will that solution mean big punishment for Russia? The president just got the other side of the story after getting Putin's take earlier this week. This is him on a call just this afternoon, just finished up with Ukraine's President Zelensky. Lasted a little over an hour. Just to give you the behind-the-scenes look, the photographers here are standing on the colonnade by the Rose Garden outside the Oval Office, shooting in through a window to get this shot of the president on the phone. So what was he saying? What were they talking about? We only know Ukraine's version of events, at least right now, but they're saying the president is standing by the country's commitment to staying independent from Russia. Now, will Putin invade? Won't he? We don't know. The president's threatening big economic sanctions if he does. And right now, here's where U.S. intelligence thinks the Kremlin's building up troops. I want to show you this map here. You can see it. Multiple places right along the border. About 70,000 Russian troops waiting. It's expected that could grow to maybe 175,000. I want to bring in NBC's Mike Memoli, who's over at the White House with more for us tonight. Mike, real quick, no update yet from the White House on like the U.S. side of that U.S.-Ukraine call?
No, literally just a few minutes ago, the president was asked, he was holding a meeting with his COVID response team. A reporter asked him if he could offer any perspective on what happened in that phone call. He did not answer the question. We are expecting a little bit of a debrief from the national security team later this hour. So that'll be, we expect our first opportunity to hear from what the U.S. says about what has been a very high stakes couple of calls over the last few days.
And listen, when we say high stakes, like that's a term that I think gets thrown around a bunch. Like I know everything's high stakes in D.C., but like this really is complicated, right? This is complicated diplomacy. The U.S. doesn't even have an ambassador in Kiev, right? Mm-hmm. How does the president sort this out? Because the last thing he wants to do is provoke Russia. He also wants to send a message.
Well, it's a very volatile situation. Anytime you see the kind of force numbers that Russia has amassed on multiple borders of Ukraine, you really can't underestimate what that moment could end up being. And that's why the White House is treading very carefully. But so far, the choreography that they've laid out this week, the call with President Putin, a day to brief some of our European allies, today the call with Zelensky and some of the other neighbors in Eastern Europe who have a lot to worry about what's happening to their east and to the south. It's really played out largely as expected, and that's a good thing from the White House perspective. Now, they're preparing, White House officials tell us, for every worst-case scenario, of course, what would happen if Russian troops move over the border. But there's also a sense in the White House that, Putin is potentially bluffing here. And so they're being very mindful and trying to calibrate their response so not to over-escalate here, especially if what Putin really is getting already what he wants, which is a lot of attention.
Well, and I have to think, if Vladimir Putin hears that the White House thinks he's bluffing, that's very likely, right? I mean, there's a very good chance that tips the balance there in a way that the White House doesn't want to see. Do you think that, as we talk about Ukraine and President Zelensky there, do you think he heard what he needed to as far as the commitments from President Biden as it relates to their sovereignty?
There was one very big issue that needed to be cleared up today because there had been some reporting, at least indications that perhaps when President Biden spoke with President Putin, he expressed a willingness to have a conversation about some of the sort of Russian separatist parts of Ukraine and whether those borders might be negotiable. The White House, literally at the White House and at the State Department, has done everything they can to clear that up, say absolutely no, we are affirming our support for Ukraine's territorial integrity. And that was a message we expect the president was delivering directly to President Zelensky today. But there are some larger and thornier questions about, for instance, Ukraine's potential membership in NATO. That's been the red line that President Putin has established. He wants to see that ruled out in a legal form. The White House is not willing to do that, even though, let's be honest, Ukraine is probably at least a decade away from going through all the steps that are needed in order to become a NATO ally. But this is obviously a moment when Ukraine is literally being pulled in both directions. There's been, for decades, trying to move closer to the West, but Ukraine doing everything, Russia doing everything it can to try to keep its hold on it toward the east.
Mike Memoli, smart analysis, great reporting. Thank you so much for being with us tonight, Mike. As always, appreciate it, Mem. So if you are President Trump, the former president, and if you are happening to be watching NBC News Now right now, this program, you are probably not happy with the news we're about to deliver, because it turns out a federal appeals court is delivering a blow to Donald Trump's efforts to try to keep a whole bunch of January 6th related documents secret from the congressional committee investigating the Capitol riot. You remember there was this back and forth we talked about a whole lot last month. It was kind of a ping pong, right, between the federal judge and Mr. Trump's attorneys. You had the judge that rejected requests from the attorneys to block this document release. It's coming from the National Archives. The attorneys then came back, re-asked for the block. The judge said no again. You know, back and forth, back and forth. Here's what matters. The ruling that just came down within the last 40 minutes. Here to break it down is Pete Williams. Pete, let me just turn it over to you. Explain to us what the appeals court is saying and what this means.
So just to continue your ping pong ball analogy, what happened is the president lost in the lower court, an appeal to the D.C. Court of Appeals, and the case was heard by a 3-judge panel, which has just put out this 68-page opinion.
This is it?
This is it.
Look at you bringing it to set.
It's unanimous. What the court says basically is, yes, the former president does have some residual executive privilege, but any privilege is always a balancing test. And in this case, here's his privilege, and it is outweighed by the congressional need for these documents. So the problem for the president, the appeals court says, is for President Trump, is the current president, President Biden, has decided not to assert executive privilege. Congress has shown a need for these documents. They're relevant to what the committee is looking into. There's no alternative source for them. And Mr. Trump can't show how he himself would be harmed if these were turned over. Remember, the Trump claim was, I'm not doing this for myself. I'm doing this for the country because it would be bad for presidents to be able to get confidential advice from their aides.
To protect future precedent, basically.
Correct. That was his argument. And the court says that has to give way to the need here that Congress has for these documents. Now, there's always a little music in one of these federal court rulings, and so let me just quote you the closing paragraph.
Please do.
This is written by Judge Patricia Millett for the 3-judge panel. She says, quote, Benjamin Franklin said at the founding, we have a republic if we can keep it. The events of January 6th exposed the fragility of these democratic institutions and traditions that we had perhaps come to take for granted. In response, the President of the United States and Congress have each made the judgment that access to this subset of presidential communications records is necessary to address a matter of great constitutional moment for the republic. Now, one other note here, Hallie. Under this order, archives now must turn the documents over.
Right.
But the appeals court has called a timeout, put a stay on its own order of 14 days, giving Mr. Trump's lawyers 2 weeks now to go to the Supreme Court. Why do I say the Supreme Court? Because they could go to the full Court of Appeals, but his lawyers themselves made it pretty clear when this case was argued that their next step would be to the Supreme Court.
Bottom line of all of it is, it appears as though the former president is almost out of options, right? Unless one left to keep these documents secret, right?
Correct.
So the what's next step is the Supreme Court. Before we, and I say we, the congressional committee investigating, right, the riot gets to see these documents.
Right.
You know the court. You've covered the court for many years. Is this something they'd take up?
Well, on the one hand, you know, the court doesn't have to take this. It could just say, yeah, we've read the Court of Appeals, looks right to us, never mind.
And if that happens, this stays in place.
Then the stay dissolves.
Then it has to go.
And archives and Trump loses, game over. If the court says, okay, we will take a look at this, and why would they? Well, they might because it's a big deal. And it's the first time we've ever had this question of how much residual authority does a former president have. So they might say that they want to take a crack at this. I can't predict what they would do, nor can I predict how quickly they would act.
Right.
I mean, if you assume that one of the things that the Trump lawyers probably would like to do is drag this out as long as possible, you know, under normal circumstances, if they go to the Supreme Court right now, I don't think this case would be argued this term because the exchange of briefs couldn't happen until, you know, probably late January. It's too late to get it on the calendar for this term. But I think that they might expedite it because and the Supreme Court would certainly know that it's moved on a very fast track in both the district court here and the Court of Appeals.
And the reason the timeline matters is because there is some speculation that, you know, by the time you get to the midterms, if Democrats don't maintain control of the House, this select committee goes away. Really quickly, Pete, 2 more quick questions. Give me the why it matters, right? For people who aren't following, like you and I live in Washington, we cover this every day. If you're not, why is this significant?
Well, I think it matters for historic reasons and reasons of how this country works. When Congress wants something like this from the former president, who gets to decide? Who gets it? Yeah. So it matters from that perspective. And if the committee is correct here, then there's information that it can't get from any other source. If you want a thorough investigation, you need as much as you can get.
Can you share what you wrote in the margins in your notes that I can see there?
Certainly.
Okay, we'll talk about it off camera.
Okay.
Very good. Pete Williams, our Justice correspondent. Thank you, Pete. I know it's been a busy afternoon for you. Appreciate it.
You bet.
First lawsuits have been filed in that Michigan school shooting that happened not too long ago. The parents of two of the girls hurt in the attack are suing the school district for $200 million. One of the daughters was shot in the neck in front of her sister during that shooting. Both girls survived, but parents are blaming the school. They say they failed to stop it, which is why they're suing the district, the superintendent, the principal, and others. You'll remember that these four teenagers, Hannah St. Juliana, Tate Meyer, Madison Baldwin, Justin Schilling, were all killed at Oxford High School. And the prosecutor revealed there were concerns about the suspected shooter's behavior, both the day before and the morning of the shooting. The district has not yet responded to that lawsuit. You might remember him as the oldest kid on the reality show 19 Kids and Counting, Josh Duggar. That's the same Josh Duggar who was convicted today on child pornography charges. We just got this video in. Take a look. It shows Duggar. Well, that's Emily Ikeda. That is not that video. Duggar was booked into Washington County Jail this afternoon. Emily Ikeda is covering all this for us. Emily, we know that Duggar faces up to 20 years in prison. He faces fines of something like $250,000 on each of these two counts of downloading these images. Tell us more about the case, the conviction, and what happens next.
Hey there, Hallie. Okay, so for background, in 2006, Duggar was investigated, but he was never charged as a result of statute of limitations. But those earlier allegations were referenced. They resurfaced in this year's federal case. A family friend testifying that Duggar confessed to molesting several girls in 2003. She told the court, quote, "You don't forget something like that," according to our local affiliate. The jury delivering the guilty verdict today after just one day of deliberations. As you mentioned, he was found guilty of both downloading and possessing child pornography. And really, the prosecutors calling the result a milestone in their fight to end and against child abuse. Something else I will mention, this highly watched federal court case is all playing out as Josh Duggar's father, Jim Bob, is making a run for state senate. He's previously, Hallie, served in the Arkansas House of Representatives.
Any responses? You talk about the Duggar family from them, from the attorneys. What's next here?
Okay, so Duggar's defense is promising to appeal the result after failing to convince jurors that it was someone else to upload the images to his computers, including some really explicit child abuse images. One investigator calling it the worst of the worst that he's ever examined. As for the sentencing that is expected to happen in the next several months or so, again, that for each count, he could face up to 20 years in prison and a $250,000 fine.
Emily, thank you so much. Appreciate that reporting. Coming up here on the show, more gut-wrenching testimony today in the trial of Kim Potter. We heard today from the woman who was in the passenger seat when Dante Wright was shot. She's now sharing the details of what she saw that day. It is tough to watch. Ron Allen is in Minneapolis with that story for us. And we are now hearing from Travis Scott in his first interview since that Astroworld concert that killed 10 fans. The rapper insists he had no clue it was actually going down. We've got more on what he said. You'll hear from him, plus the lawsuits he's facing next.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. Now the holidays can begin.
And
and appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
We're super grateful to these 21 all-star chefs.
Cheers, everybody.
Happy holidays from today.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
A key witness, and again, another day of just gut-wrenching testimony in the Kim Potter trial. She is the ex-Minnesota police officer charged with manslaughter in the death of Daunte Wright. Elena Albrecht Payton had just started dating Wright, I should say. This is her testimony. You can already see she's crying. She can barely talk through her tears because she's describing she was in the passenger seat of Wright's car when he was shot and killed. And she's testifying about what led up to that shooting and how she tried to stop the bleeding from what happened when Kim Potter used her gun to shoot Wright. Potter has said she thought she was pulling her taser. Here it is.
I just put my hands over his chest and I just tried to hold it, and I was just trying to scream his name. And I was just trying to have him talk to me, and just kept saying, Daunte, Daunte, just say something, please, just talk to me. And he just couldn't. I know he tried. I know he wanted to.
Again, she can barely talk. She's so upset. Jurors were also looking at some of this video that you're seeing right now. This is dash cam video. And if we are able to take another look and maybe drop that banner, you can see Wright's car crashing into another car right there. Testimony today from an officer on the scene says it took 5 to 10 minutes for somebody to approach that car and give help to Wright. I want to bring in now Ron Allen in Minneapolis. Ron, you've been covering this trial for us, and let me start with that emotional testimony. Yet again here, jurors in the room are hearing from somebody close to Daunte Wright who could, who's even having trouble testifying because this is so emotional for them. And she's kind of a key witness here, no? Because she was in the car when he was shot.
She was sitting in the passenger seat, and if you can imagine what that's like to be sitting next to someone, it's the middle of the day, or you think you're driving to a car wash with a friend, and all of a sudden there's this traffic stop, and then it starts to escalate, and then there's a gunshot that goes off, killing Daunte Wright, shot right through the chest. And she is, the other element of all that is that Wright calls his mother, and the mother tries to call back when he has to hang up the phone. And when Daunte Wright's mother calls back, she gets his girlfriend on the phone. It's a FaceTime connection, and the young woman points the phone at Daunte Wright's body to show his mother via FaceTime what had just happened, and it's just a horrific set of circumstances. Regardless of anything else that's happening here, just to focus on that it's been really very powerful. Now, whether all that leads to the conviction of former Officer Potter for manslaughter or not, of course, remains to be seen. But the jury has been hearing some very, very emotional testimony about what happened.
Do they seem at all like they're listening intently to this, Ron? I would think. Is there any reaction from them that anybody's picked up inside the courtroom?
It's really hard to tell because it is a pool situation. We're not allowed in the courtroom to see the jury. We get reports, and obviously I would think that any human being sitting this close to a grieving mother and a distraught friend of someone who's 20 years old is going to be affected by that. And that, of course, is part of what I think the prosecutors want to have happen. They want the jury to feel what happened, to understand what happened, and to really humanize this individual. And that's what all of that is about. But you're right, in the case of his girlfriend, she is a witness. She also described how when the officer approached him, when the whole situation started, he was more nervous than ever, than she'd ever seen him. And a big issue was when he got back in the car. Did he try to drive away? She says that he didn't, and so on and so forth. So she is also a witness in terms of the interaction between Daunte Wright and the officers. That makes her testimony also very important, along with just the humanity that she, and then the emotion that she exudes to the jury.
And then, Ron, really quickly here, just because we've been showing this video of that crash, right, and the testimony today, I know, revolved around the fact that it took officers a couple of minutes, 5 to 10 minutes, I think, was the testimony, to actually get there. There was some confusion about what was happening to get there and deliver help, deliver aid to Wright and to the passenger we're talking about, Elena. Can you explain why that's significant?
Because the prosecutors are saying that Officer Potter also failed in this regard in the aftermath of what happened, that she didn't render aid, that she didn't call for assistance, that she didn't tell other officers what had happened. So when they get to the scene of this car crash, they have no idea what's happened. And that's why they say they approached the car so carefully, because they think there might have been a gun. The initial report was about a shooting, but no one told them that it was an officer-involved shooting, which might have changed the calculus somewhat. And again, prosecutors are arguing that this is another way in which Kim Potter failed in her duty and is guilty, because they're essentially insinuating that she tried to cover this up, or that the officers didn't respond as they would have had it been another kind of situation not involving one of their own. So that's what they're essentially, I think, trying to put in the juror's mind, because the whole case is about Potter failing betraying her badge, failing in her duty, and failing Daunte Wright.
Ron Allen, live for us there, covering all of it. Ron, thank you so much. Appreciate that. So you know rapper Travis Scott, he's now out doing his first interview since 10 people died at his Astro World concert last month. Scott kept playing for more than half an hour after police were responding to emergency calls. Well, now, today, he's telling Charlamagne the God he didn't know how bad things were while he was on stage.
I didn't know the exact details until, minutes before the press conference.
Mm-hmm.
And even at that moment, you kind of just like, wait, what?
An attorney representing dozens of victims, including Axel Acosta, who died that night, say that Travis Scott is not the victim. I'm quoting here. They say Travis Scott and basically everybody around him is the problem. Danny Savalos is here to talk about all this. Danny, Charlamagne asked Scott why he was doing an interview now, and Scott says it's because he needed a way to communicate. Here's more of what he said.
It really, it hurts. It hurts the community. It hurts a city. And it's just been a lot of thoughts, a lot of feelings, a lot of grieving. And just, trying to get you wrap my head around it,
You heard from that attorney that they feel like Travis Scott is trying to play the victim here. And they're saying that's way off base, right? We know that the offer from Scott to pay for some of the funerals for the victims was turned down by several families. Can you talk about, as an attorney, the optics here for Scott to be doing this?
Bad. I mean, attorneys are risk averse, so our approach is always going to be generally.
You say that a lot, Danny, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, our approach, we don't want the client to talk if we can help it, especially a client that has potential civil and even possibly criminal exposure. But sometimes a defense team or a legal team makes the decision that you have to get out in front of a story if there's been too much negative press out there. But you have to balance that against the probability that your client, no matter how much you prepare him, will get up there and totally fumble the ball in an interview. And that happens more often than you may think. On the whole, that's possibly exactly what happened here.
Do you think that Travis Scott fumbled the ball in this, Danny? To use your terminology?
Yeah, I do, because he succeeded in expressing sympathy and saying a lot, but not actually committing to anything. There were a lot of niceties like want to figure out what's going on and fix the problem and things that don't really commit to anything. And in that way, what he said was probably good because it said nothing. But on the other hand, there's a very substantial chance that people will interpret him as being insensitive or really self-concerned more than concerned about the people who lost their lives and were injured.
You also heard him talking about how, repeating now for the first time on camera, right? We hear from him. We've seen this in statements saying, I didn't know what was happening. I didn't see what was happening in front of me. He's somebody who's known for this, raging at concerts, right? Crowds just going off. Do you think it was at all helpful for him to at least be seen and heard saying what he said in statements, which is, I didn't know how bad it was while I was on stage performing?
Yes, it was important for him to get that message out there that in real time, I was not aware of what was going on. That is actually a separate and distinct concept than, generally speaking, were you aware that this kind of chaos went on at your concerts? To which there is some evidence in the past, including criminal evidence, that he was aware that people raged at his concerts, that there was a crush toward the stage. But ultimately, it was important. I'm sure his legal team was very happy that he got the message out that as this was happening, I was not aware. Whether or not law enforcement and plaintiffs' attorneys believe him, that's another topic.
Danny Savalas, as always, thank you. Tonight, tributes are still coming in for Bob Dole as he was honored on Capitol Hill today. President Biden calling the late senator an American giant. We've got more on how others are remembering him. Plus, more legal trouble for former President Trump, different than the legal trouble we just talked about a couple of minutes ago. This coming from New York's Attorney General, who wants to depose him in a civil fraud investigation. We're going to tell you what that's about coming up.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. Now the holidays can begin.
And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
We're super grateful to these 21 all-star chefs. Cheers, everybody.
Happy holidays from today.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get in.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Some serious change brewing at Starbucks. Do you get it? Brewing, because Starbucks brews coffee. The workers are voting for the company's first ever labor union. This is a big deal union vote in Buffalo, New York. It actually has repercussions even here in Washington. Dasha Burns has more on that. But first, let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number one, war hero and former Senate leader Bob Dole lying in state at the Capitol Rotunda today. He died Sunday at the age of 98. Dole is only the 33rd person in U.S. history to lie in state in the Rotunda. This was the emotional scene. Incredibly emotional for so many people. You can see the president, the first lady there, Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, many other lawmakers, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer right there paying their respects. Number 2, an explosion in central Mali Wednesday killed 7 UN peacekeepers and seriously hurt 3 others. The UN says this logistics convoy hit a roadside bomb at a place where terrorist groups are known to operate. So far, no particular group has claimed responsibility for this attack. Number 3, California's Attorney General is investigating the Torrance Police Department, that's right near LA, over what he's calling deeply concerning allegations. Why? The LA Times just reported that several officers were allegedly sending each other racist, homophobic, and anti-Semitic texts and photos. Number 4, the Prime Minister of Finland. Have you heard about this one? Sanna Marin, she's apologizing after a photo popped up of her in a club after she got COVID. She was exposed to COVID, rather. Marin is vaccinated. She said she knows she did wrong and that she should have considered the issue more carefully. Number 5, 11 million people woke up under winter weather alerts this morning in the central and western parts of the U.S. You got some regions getting ready for 12 inches of snow or more, a foot of snow just a few weeks before Christmas. The National Weather Service says this storm is going to carry into Friday. Could get in the way of weekend travel plans. For the first time ever, a Starbucks store has voted to unionize. It's one in Buffalo, and it's the first company-owned U.S. store to organize successfully. 2 other stores also voted. It was a split decision there. The vote was one opposed the union, and for a third store, a final decision has been delayed because of challenge votes. We're going to have to see what the impact is around the country. I want to get to Dasha Burns. She's been following this story. Dasha, okay, so let me get big picture here, right? Why this matters, rather. A lot of people had been watching this effort to organize. Starbucks, faced these union challenges in New York and Philly before those got shut down. This did not in Buffalo.
Yeah, and Buffalo, New York, Hallie, kind of an unlikely place to become a new epicenter for the labor movement, right? And kind of an unlikely group leading it. This was led by Gen Z and millennial baristas who wanted a seat at the corporate table. They went through the pandemic. They thought, hey, we want to have our voices heard by these executives who have made so much money off of our labor during this really difficult time. And so what we saw today was frankly pretty historic and groundbreaking. The first ever Starbucks unionized corporate-owned Starbucks store in the United States in Buffalo. So one of those 3 stores voted yes. The other, as you mentioned, voted no, though there was some debate there. The union lawyer saying that some of the votes weren't counted. So we might see some legal challenges there. And then we're still waiting for the final say in the third store with those challenged votes. But we have one, and that says a lot, and that's setting up some precedent here, Hallie.
And this is something that got a ton of attention, right? We heard from Senator Bernie Sanders about this. We heard from Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Do you see, there may be a bigger impact here for other companies in the service industry, possibly?
Well, look, this movement started because another coffee chain in Buffalo, Spa Coffee, unionized successfully. They saw their wages go up. They saw better benefits. And this happened a couple of years ago. And so the Starbucks workers saw that and thought, hey, maybe we could do this too. And it's interesting, Hallie, because the service sector is not an industry that has a long history with unions. We talked to one longtime union organizer who's worked for the UAW, AFL-CIO, and he says, what these young baristas are doing for the service industry is kind of akin to what their grandparents and great-grandparents did for manufacturing back in the 30s and 40s. And, of course, that left a long legacy, Hallie.
Dasha Burns, live for us there, covering all of it. Dasha, thank you.
Thanks.
So we've already told you about some of former President Trump's legal troubles earlier in the show. We have more to tell you about now. If you ask him, it's another partisan witch hunt. If you ask the state of New York, it's a major part of their investigation into alleged tax fraud at his company. New York's Attorney General Letitia James wants former President Trump to appear under oath for a deposition next month. She's thinking about whether to file a civil suit against the Trump organization. She also, we should mention, by the way, just dropped out of the New York governor's race. And while the cases sometimes change, right, the response remains the same from the former president's legal team. We've seen this from him related to other investigations he's faced before, slamming them, and his attorney doing the same, calling them as purely political deposition requests, and that they'll wait to see what's in the subpoenas before responding more fulsomely. Ken Dilanian is here with us live. Ken, it's good to see you. Thank you for breaking this down for us here. And I got to be clear here, because I think people hear, oh, New York investigating Donald Trump. They think about maybe that criminal investigation against him being run by the Manhattan District Attorney. Right. This is different.
Yeah, that's one of the complexities here, though. The Manhattan District Attorney has indicted, right, the Trump Organization and the CFO, Alan Weisselberg, on these tax fraud charges, accusing them of a scheme of trying to evade taxes. There's a parallel civil investigation going on by the New York Attorney General, but she's also part of the criminal probe. And for that reason, Donald Trump's lawyer has told my colleague Jonathan Dienst from WNBC that they're going to try to quash this subpoena. They think it's improper. She can't run a criminal investigation but then try to backdoor a civil interview. But even if that doesn't work, you can imagine that he's going to take the Fifth Amendment, because it would be crazy. You heard Danny Zavala say in the last segment, lawyers don't like their clients.
Risk averse.
Right.
Danny, that's like Danny's favorite phrase. You know,
Exactly.
lawyers are risk averse. But explain that, right? Because the interesting thing about a deposition is if the client does answer, right, or if the person you're deposing does answer, you don't know what doors crack open, right? You don't know what answers lead to something else that could be useful down the road. But he can go and plead the Fifth?
Yeah, he could avoid, I mean, absolutely has, because he is in criminal jeopardy in this other investigation. And there's the other factor is, you know, he is a notoriously terrible deposition witness. He's been sued thousands of times in his career, and journalists who have poured over his deposition say that he's often unprepared, and he often has a distant relationship from the truth, to put it mildly. So it would be really dangerous for him to do this.
Can you give us the sort of big picture look at the various sort of investigations and legal challenges facing President Trump right now? Because he sat for a deposition, I think it was 2 months ago, October maybe, right? Yep. About an alleged assault at Trump Towers a few years back. There's these 10 civil cases at least pending against him, right?
It's a dizzying array. I had to go look it all up. I mean, there's, his sister Mary Trump is suing him, alleging he defrauded her of her inheritance, millions of dollars, right? He's being sued for defamation by a woman who has accused him of rape. The Trump Organization is being sued, accused of scamming investors in a business scheme. And there's that D.C. civil suit accusing them of misusing inaugural funds to benefit the Trump Organization. And that's only a partial list, Ali. So there's a lot of this that's going to be going on for many years.
Ken Dilanian, thank you for breaking that down. Good to see you. Appreciate it. Remember that Caldor fire in California from late this summer? Well, now, 2 people have been accused of starting that fire that burned more than 200,000 acres of land. A father and a son will explain why officials say they believe they're to blame. And it's a safe space looking to help fight drug overdose deaths in this country. Jacob Soboroff takes us inside one of the nation's first overdose prevention centers. An exclusive look he's going to talk about in tonight's Backstory.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Coming up, we're going to give you an exclusive look inside this place that creates a supervised space for drug users in the hopes of preventing overdose deaths. We're going to explain how it works, and then Jacob Soboroff will take us inside his reporting on the nation's first overdose center. This doesn't exist anywhere else in this country in just a minute. But first, NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day. And because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. From our LA bureau, a father and son in California are getting blamed for that huge Caldor fire that burned something like 200,000 acres near Lake Tahoe over the summer. Remember that? These are the two. You just saw them on screen. David Scott Smith and Travis Shane Smith. They were arrested, charged with reckless arson. Their attorney says they didn't do it. Officials haven't really shared many details on what exactly the men are accused of having done, how they started it. In the meantime, they're being held on $1 million bail. From a Northeast bureau, Boston police say a driver is dead after a crash that nearly split a truck in half last night. It was in pieces on the side of the road. It reportedly hit a tree. Officials say the roads were really slick and really icy when the crash happened. And out of our Midwest bureau, a woman is lucky to be alive after her car crashed into a river in Illinois. That's what police are saying. So this is it. That's the car in the river. That's the ice. And the woman they rescued, she was 62 years old. It was about 25 feet away from the shore. It's tough to tell from this perspective. Well, there you go. You can see them. They were able to get her. She seems to be okay. She was taken to a hospital for evaluation because obviously that water is real cold. Time to get the backstory now. Our behind-the-scenes look at how a story comes together and how it fits into our bigger picture. And tonight we're taking you inside one of the very first overdose prevention centers in the entire country. It's the first in the nation. And it's just like what it sounds like, right? This safe space where drug users can come for clean needles, where overdoses can be reversed, where users are also given options for treating addiction. For context, we said this is the first one in the country. It's not the first one in the world, right? You're looking at a map here. More than 100 overdose prevention centers exist in Canada, Australia, some European countries. You see the one on this map here that we're talking about in New York. Two of them, Washington Heights and East Harlem. It took this long because there's so much debate about where and whether these centers should even exist in the first place. Remember, some of these drugs that we're talking about are illegal. Federal law technically says this is unlawful activity because you are not allowed to own or rent a place where illegal drugs are used. That's exactly what's happening here. But advocates see centers like this as literally life-saving, right? They're already pointing to lives being saved, even with this overdose center open just a few days now. And it's so important, they say, right now because U.S. overdose deaths hit a high in the pandemic, up 30% in the past year. We've been looking at video from the exclusive access that NBC News was given to that East Harlem clinic with our Jacob Soboroff. He went inside, and while he was there, he talked with somebody who went to inject safely. Watch.
Because normally I'd be down the block sitting on the stoop, injecting myself in the arm, not caring who's walking by or driving by. Unless it's children, of course, then I'll do my best to disguise it.
Jacob Soboroff is joining us now. Jacob, we're so glad to have you for the backstory. Thank you. And as you know, it's when we get a chance to talk with reporters, incredible reporters like yourself, about what it was like to put this story together and what it was like for you to experience this, right? Because you're standing there, you're talking with this veteran, with this incredibly sort of intense expression and explanation of what he's going through at a super vulnerable moment for him. And there you are. How does that feel?
You used the word, Hallie. It was intense. And the first thing I just want to say is thank you to you and to your team, in particular to Brianna on your team, because this is something I know has been important to you. And you guys worked really hard to get the access into this facility in order to tell this story. It is American history. And it felt that way inside this facility. You laid it out perfectly. This is something that's been going on around the world for decades in dozens of countries, and no one has ever died inside of one of these facilities. But because of politics, because of controversy, because of trepidation, they've never opened one of these in the United States of America. And this is a huge experiment. It's a huge risk for them to let us into a facility like this. And as a human being, the sort of philosophy of these places is you're going to meet people where they're at. If they're a drug user, you're not going to stigmatize them. You're not going to point a finger at them. You can allow them to come in and use, and then see where things go from there, so that they don't die, and to be allowed into someone's life at the most vulnerable moment like that is a really profound experience.
You talk about one of our incredible producers here, Brianna De Jesus Banyo, who worked with, I know, you and your team to get access. Can you pull back the curtain, right? How were you able to essentially convince them to say we should go in? Because as you say, this is such a vulnerable moment for people, right? You do have to, meet them where they are. How do you convince the organizers here that you're the right person to go in and tell that story, that our team, at NBC is the right people to tell that story?
Well, I think, you're showing some footage from in 2017. We went to a similar facility in Toronto, Canada, where they were doing this at a pop-up location. Actually, the footage on screen right now is in New York City, where they wanted to do this in 2017, 4 years ago, and they weren't able to do it. And now that they are able to do it, now that the city has sanctioned it, saying, as a public health imperative, the government thinks this is the safest thing to do to stop people from dying, it was on us to talk to the people there at the facility that you're looking at right now to say, look, we get it. We're going to be sensitive. Right. We're going to be compassionate. We understand that this is a vulnerable moment for people, and you will show us, we will show what happens at the most sensitive moments in these people's lives, including when an overdose happens, which actually happened while we were there. And this is some footage we haven't shown anywhere else. I would love to show it to you right now. Take a look at this. An overdose just happened just now.
Yes.
What generally happens in a situation like that?
Kind of depends what sort of overdose it is, and because it was just happening as we were going through the door, I don't have any details, but it would either have been an opiate-involved overdose,
like heroin or fentanyl?
That's right, yep. A polysubstance overdose, a stimulant overdose, something of that nature.
And the idea is you need to reverse the overdose as soon as it happens.
Absolutely. The great benefit of these sites is we're there at the immediate onset of symptoms, and we can intervene and resolve them very, very quickly.
So, it's about being able to understand and to have the perspective. And I think that they trusted us. They trusted Brianna. Yeah. They trusted your team. They trusted NBC News because we have a track record of approaching this, not sensationally, but sensitively. And even though it's controversial, we're telling the story for people to make up their own minds.
So you walk into this, well-researched, well-read, with experience having covered this. I wonder if there was anything, Jacob, in the course of you reporting this out that surprised you, that you weren't expecting to see.
It's so clinical in there. It almost feels like a doctor's office. And I had seen this site in Toronto in 2017, which I think gave us really important perspective coming into this, that so often we look at things through the lens of the United States and why we do or don't do things. But we were really behind in approaching this. And I think going inside and actually seeing something in the U.S. that I had seen 4 years earlier in Canada and people have been experiencing around the country, it was actually a really moving moment to see that the United States is now trying something, even though it's controversial, in order to try to help people survive in the deadliest overdose crisis in American history.
You say it was clinical, Jacob? Is that because of the sort of setting?
I think so. You look around and it almost looks like actually a beauty parlor. There's different stalls, Hallie, and it's like you're looking at the mirrors and people are sitting in the chairs. And the only reason they had those dividers up, I believe, is for the privacy of people because we were in there. But you could see, that was the other thing. That gentleman, Oz, the Marine Corps veteran, you asked me what surprised me. He wanted to talk. He wanted to tell us why he's there, why this is important to him, and why other people should treat him as a human being and not as an addict or not as a criminal for using what, let's be frank, are illegal drugs.
Jacob Soboroff, it's great reporting. We really, really appreciate you bringing this story to light. We are excited to see more of it on NBC Nightly News. Jacob Soboroff, thank you.
Thanks, Hallie.
Coming up here on the show. Got a light? If you're under a certain age in New Zealand, you won't, because the country is announcing plans to ban younger people from ever being able to buy cigarettes, a lifetime ban. We'll talk about how health officials are reacting to this new crackdown. This is an interesting one. We're talking about it after the break.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
We began our Across America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last move. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
So let's say you are watching us from New Zealand and you are 14 years old. You are never going to be able to legally buy cigarettes where you live. It's because of this pretty innovative, groundbreaking, really new law that New Zealand announced today, where the minimum age to buy cigarettes would go up every year, right? It's like a forever law, meaning you never age into the law. You're always, like if you're on the older side, you're always a year out, basically. If we do the math, it means that 65 years after this law goes into place, so 65 years from now, you could only legally buy cigarettes if you were in your 80s. So what does this mean? The master plan is to eventually eliminate smoking. If it's illegal for everybody, the idea is everybody ages out of it. These new policies still allow vaping, which is obviously more and more popular with young people. One study found that more than a quarter of New Zealand teens were vaping on the reg. Dr. Natalie Azar is here with more. Natalie, this is super interesting, right? New Zealand already makes it very expensive to smoke. A pack of cigarettes costs like $24 US, compared to $6 a pack roughly here. How do you see this from a medical perspective, right?
Right. You know, when I was listening to you describe it, I was thinking to myself, this is never going to work, you know? Like, how could you possibly have, you know, make it illegal to smoke cigarettes for everybody? But yeah, I mean, their approach is basically to make it unaffordable and inaccessible. And it doesn't happen overnight, right? They say by 2024, they want to decrease the number of sellers who are authorized to sell cigarettes. By 2025, they want to lower the amount of nicotine in the cigarettes. And, you know, the proponents say that lower nicotine, you know, eventually leads to people quitting. And then, you know, people who are against this say, you know, people who are lower income are just going to have to buy more cigarettes because of the nicotine content. And as you point out, they're not touching vaping. And, you know, the big concern here is that vaping, because it still contains nicotine, which is the addictive substance, is kind of like the gateway, especially for younger people. So, you know, it'll be interesting to see what happens. What I would say is that from a public health perspective, you know, I think it has its merits, and I definitely think it has things that are not going to work in this approach.
And I wonder if one of those things is not the idea that, like, would this not just create maybe a black market for cigarettes, right? That's been one of the criticisms here. Does something like this work in public health when it's just like a ban, you can't do it, we're gonna, you know, you can't do it legally?
Exactly. Well, let me just give you some other examples from public health interventions that didn't work. For example, the soda tax. Okay, that was supposed to eliminate obesity in this country. It certainly didn't do that. Think about smoking. In 1984, they raised the, or drinking, I should say, they raised the age from 18 to 21. Right. And over the next 10 years, they did see a decrease in the number of fatal crashes in younger drivers, but underage drinking certainly did not decrease. It's almost like that, you know, that forbidden fruit. From a public health perspective, what helps to, you know, to help people quit is setting very, very smart goals that are attainable, that are measurable, eliminating roadblocks, tracking people's behavior. I'm not saying it's not worth trying. You know, I mean, I think that there's some merit to it. I think it's really like that. I mean, it just sounds like a big nut to crack.
Dr. Natalie Azar, I hear you. Thank you so much. I appreciate your public health perspective, as always. That does it for us this hour. More Hallie Jackson now here for you tomorrow. Same time, same place. Coverage picks up right now.